Chapter 1. Has the throne come to me? In the year 2672 of the Great Qin dynasty, Emperor Liu Qian, stricken by a grave illness, urgently summoned his second son, Taicang, to the palace. A tempest of intrigue surged through the city of Chang'an. The emperor has summoned the second prince to the palace. Does this imply he wishes to bequeath the throne to him? Though the second prince is the legitimate son of the late empress, his mother, Empress Zhao, passed away early, and her clan has withered. Furthermore, his talents are mediocre. How could he possibly govern this vast empire? Although the 9 princes born of Empress Yi are still young, they enjoy the support of the Yi family, and many officials in the court secretly align with them. How could this faction willingly concede the throne to the second prince? Not only Empress Yi, but other princes and princesses are also prodigies in their own right, each backed by powerful noble families. The emperor's actions may incite a bloody turmoil. The emperor is utterly confused. The realm of Great Qin is on the brink of chaos. Meanwhile, within the emperor's chamber, before the dragon bed, Liu Qian placed the imperial jade seal into Li Taicang's hands. Great Qin is now yours. Li Taicang lowered his gaze, the jade seal casting a shadow over his pallid face. Father, you know I have no desire for the throne, why must you? Huh? Liu Qian suddenly emitted a hoarse, sardonic laugh, his murky eyes fixed intently on Li Taicang. Within that gaze swirled myriad emotions, a father's affection, a ruler's reluctance, and an alarming fury. Do not blame your father. Only by sitting upon that throne can the Li clan endure. You may leave, I am weary. With these final words, the sovereign who had ruled the Great Qin for 2 decades closed his eyes. From the palace to his own residence, Li Taicang remained in a daze. Cradling the imperial jade seal, his eyes brimmed with disbelief and confusion. Just yesterday, he was renowned as the virtuous prince of Great Qin, bearing the title of the late empress's legitimate son, yet distanced from the centers of power, leading a life of seclusion. His household boasted no soldiers, he mingled not with court officials, nor did he engage in any factional strife. That it was well known throughout the court that the second prince, Li Taicang, had no interest in power, preferring instead a life of leisure and luxury. Yet now, his father, that sagacious monarch who had governed the Great Qin for 20 years, had, in his final moments, bequeathed the throne to him. Moreover, without granting anyone the opportunity to react, he swiftly orchestrated his relocation to the palace. After a prolonged silence, Li Taicang, finally coming to terms with the reality, slammed the imperial jade seal onto his desk. You could have mentioned your intentions to pass the throne to me earlier. Now that it's bestowed upon me, what difference is there between being a mere figurehead and a puppet? The Imperial Guard's command tokens are withheld. The covert spies and dark agents are not handed over. Half of the officials have already pledged allegiance to others. Am I to hold this jade seal merely to await my demise? Now, he bore the title of emperor, yet lacked the substance of one. The imperial throne of Great Qin had always been more than a mere title, and Li Taicang had fallen far behind. This grand dynasty, rife with powerful clans and sects, had long ceased to regard the court's laws with any reverence, establishing themselves as a nation within a nation. Beyond the frontier, the iron cavalry of the Sirius dynasty trained ceaselessly, ever watchful, poised to march southward at any moment. Within the court, his royal brothers and siblings, unbeknownst to him, are backed by countless factions, unwilling to yield and bow in submission. Yet his father, the emperor, has bestowed upon him nothing but a hollow title. The command of the imperial guards has not been transferred. The royal shadow guards have yet to be introduced, and not even a single unequivocal edict has been left behind. He was merely summoned to the palace, where vague words were spoken, and then handed the imperial jade seal. Li Taicang can already envision the myriad of eyes, both within and outside his residence, fixated upon him. His royal brothers and that Lady Yi are gathering their forces, determined not to relent easily. Moreover, even if Li Taicang relinquishes the title of emperor, his fate would hardly improve. For now, bearing the title of emperor, he is aware that countless ambitious individuals will wreak havoc in his name. The best outcome he could hope for would be to be confined to death by the new ruler. Contemplating this, Li Taicang let out a bitter laugh, raising a hand to his forehead. Having traversed into this realm for over 20 years, he initially harbored aspirations of seizing the throne. However, since the passing of his beloved mother, Not only has Lady Yi persistently suppressed him, but even his father, Li Yuqian, has intentionally downplayed his status as the legitimate heir. Recognizing the futility of his aspirations for the throne, he has immersed himself in cultivation, turning a blind eye to worldly affairs, hoping to eventually escape the clutches of the royal family and roam freely across the land. Yet, 2 decades of training ultimately prove insufficient. His innate talents do not stand out among the elite. Thus, he currently possesses merely the cultivation of the 7th level of condensed origin. In this world, the cultivation realms are categorized as mundane, rhythmic spirit, condensed origin, profound sea, master, grandmaster, and celestial being, each divided into 9 levels. At the 7th level of condensed origin, he might appear formidable in the martial world, yet in the face of imperial power struggles, he is but an insignificant ant. Those influential figures could crush him with a mere finger. What if I feigned death to escape? Li Taicang suddenly recalled a certain emperor of the Zhu clan from a past life. Once this thought emerged, it burgeoned in his mind like rampant weeds. After all, they care not for my life or death, as long as he swiftly pondered the feasibility of his plan. All it would take is a catastrophic fire, a body beyond recognition, and then he could shed his former self at that point, with his cultivation at the 7th level of condensed origin, augmented by the royal family's martial arts. He would have ample means to start anew far removed from Chang'an. Once he departs from Chang'an, it would truly be akin to a bird soaring into the azure sky, or a fish plunging into the vast ocean. The realm of the Qin is vast. If he were to conceal himself deep within the mountains and forests for a few decades, who would still concern themselves with a burnt emperor? Imagining the freedom of the future, a glimmer of yearning shone in Li Taicang's eyes. It is feasible. However, just as he was lost in the splendid visions of the future, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A thunderous roar reverberated in his mind. The sorrow and anger embedded in that voice nearly halted his heart. The suffering of the masses, the weeping of all beings, will you save them or not? Boom! A violent wave of dizziness washed over him, and Li Taicang's vision darkened, nearly collapsing to the ground. In that moment of blurred consciousness, a cold mechanical voice jolted him awake. Ding! Detection of host becoming emperor. The Celestial Conquest System is officially activated. The ultimate goal of the system: to forge an unparalleled celestial dynasty that spans across myriad realms. Amidst the cold, mechanical voice emerged a hint of murderous intent. Ding! Host's inclination to evade detected. The path of the emperor is one where stagnation leads to demise. Immediately curb your idle thoughts, seize control of the universe, and conquer the starry seas. A system? Li Taicang's pupils suddenly contracted, his form momentarily halted. Yet after a brief moment of astonishment, the veins on his forehead throbbed with intensity. You wretched thing, have you lost your way? I played the fool for a full 20 years. Following this short outburst, Li Taicang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, clarity filled his gaze. His earlier display of emotion was merely the result of joy akin to rain after a prolonged drought. Now, it was time to contemplate how to utilize the system to resolve his predicament. System, dispense with the trivialities and succinctly delineate your functions. And do not be stingy with a novice gift pack. The system has 2 primary functions. The first is the sign-in feature, allowing the host to sign in once daily for a random reward, which may include extraordinary talents, enchanting beauties, cultivation insights, mystical artifacts, and elixirs, among others. The second is the task feature, where tasks will be issued sporadically. Completing them grants rewards, while failure incurs no penalties. The potency of both features correlates directly with the dominion and civilization level of the host's empire. Ding! System has issued a task. Ascend to the throne. Task objective: eliminate all obstacles preventing the host from claiming the imperial seat. Task reward: talent, innate path, stellar eyes of eternal tribulation, a century of cultivation, 3 summoning opportunities. Ding! The novice gift pack has been dispatched. Would you like to accept it? Accept. Li Taicang's breath quickened. The system's functions were strikingly straightforward and forceful. A straightforward approach was preferable. During his previous life, he had found it most irksome when systems placed obstacles in the host's path. Ding! The novice gift pack has been opened, granting the technique Human Emperor's Dominion, one summoning opportunity, extraordinary talent, and the Tai sword. Human Emperor's Dominion. In the primordial era, when humanity was weak and oppressed by myriad races, the first human emperor, gazing upon the mountains and rivers, comprehended the will of all beings. Utilizing supreme fortune as the foundation, he synthesized the path of emperors, the aspirations of humanity, and the laws of heaven and earth, creating this unparalleled scripture. When cultivated to perfection, one word can dictate the universe. A single thought can subdue all races. This is the essence of humanity's dominion. Tai sword. In ancient times, when chaos reigned and humanity was feeble, the master swordsmith Yue forged this sword using the copper from the peak of Shanshan, gathering the essence of the 9 provinces, employing the dragon veins of mountains and rivers as the forge, and tempering it with the blood of emperors, enduring 81 heavenly tribulations before its completion. That on the day the sword was forged, all swords bowed in submission, and celestial phenomena descended. This is a sacred artifact of humanity, to be wielded solely by the true sovereign. Li Taicang's breath became increasingly rapid. The name, Human Emperor's Dominion, evoked grandeur and supremacy, while the Tai sword was a national treasure. Chapter 2. Summoning the unruly hero Yuan Tiangang. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. Changing his cultivation method required him to disperse his current energy and begin anew. Yet time was the one thing he lacked most at present. His royal residence is encircled by layers upon layers of adversaries, and it is uncertain when they might breach the gates. If he were to disperse his energy to cultivate anew now, he would likely find himself with his head severed and displayed as a lantern before he could fully comprehend the martial arts. With his current cultivation, not only could he not wield the Tai sword, but he might struggle to even lift it. Possessing unparalleled martial arts, yet being unable to employ them feels akin to a eunuch visiting a brothel, seeing and touching, yet utterly incapable of consummating anything. At this moment, the system cheekily displayed a notification. Detected host's current state. Willing, but powerless. Damn. Li Taicang snapped the pen he held in frustration. This wretched system seems intent on undermining my morale. Ding. Daily sign-in count has reset. Would the host like to sign in? Sign. Quick sign. Though gritting his teeth, a glimmer of hope surfaced in Li Taicang's heart. He yearned that the items provided by the system would enable him to navigate this crisis. At the very least, a delay would be beneficial. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a century's worth of cultivation. Would you like to undergo enlightenment now? Li Taicang fell silent for 3 seconds before suddenly breaking into a light laugh. System. I admit my previous exclamation was somewhat loud, that he then turned his gaze to his dantian, where the culmination of 20 years of arduous training resided. The true essence flowed within his dantian, a testament to 2 decades of relentless toil. 20 years of cultivation? Huh. A cold smile crept upon Li Taicang's lips. In the next instant, his fingers curled into claws as he plunged them into his dantian. A torrent of spiritual energy erupted violently from his 7 orifices, shattering the floor tiles of the entire room. Simultaneously, his cultivation plummeted, akin to a deflated balloon, swiftly reverting to the first level of the mundane realm. Using the Human Emperor's world-binding technique as a foundation, let the enlightenment commence. Li Taicang exhaled deeply, declaring it. After all, it was merely 2 decades of cultivation to owe him. The original royal technique was far too feeble. Even without this impending crisis, and regardless of his cultivation level, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to disperse his energy and start anew. Ding. Commencing enlightenment. In an instant, an unparalleled force imbued with the laws of time and space enveloped Li Taicang. Simultaneously, he sensed the Human Emperor's world-binding technique beginning to operate autonomously. Li Taicang envisioned the first human emperor seated at the end of the river of time, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. His mind grew hazy, and he felt as though he had sat in this room for year upon year. Everything around him had come to a standstill, with only the Human Emperor's world-binding technique in motion. Though he absorbed the spiritual energy surrounding him, it felt as though he could extract it infinitely without any depletion. Concurrently, his cultivation continued to ascend. First level of the mundane realm. 9th level of the mundane realm. First level of the resonating spirit realm. Ninth level of the resonating spirit realm. Pinnacle of the master realm. In the next moment, the supreme force of the time law dissipated, and Li Taicang sprang to his feet. His eyes sparkled, his hair glistened, and the blood within him surged with power. Even the slightest movement caused the air around him to tremble. He felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him, capable of crushing his former self with but a finger. Pinnacle of the master realm. In today's world where no celestial beings emerged, a Grand Master stands as the strongest. However, those Grand Masters are the ancient ancestors of the major sects, and they will not intervene unless their sects face life and death situations. Thus, the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm is the most formidable force visible in the Great Qin. Most of the family heads and sect leaders reside within this realm. Nevertheless, Li Taicang's Grand Master is no ordinary figure. With the human emperor suppression of the world technique as his foundation, he feels capable of easily overcoming the Grand Masters, and even if a celestial being were to descend, a battle would not be out of the question. If one cannot transcend two major realms in combat, what kind of unparalleled martial art is that? Does it truly live up to the name of the human emperor's suppression of the world? Moreover, his rapid advancement in realm comes without any sense of superficiality. Rather, his foundation is solid and unshakable. The system's importation does not merely force spiritual energy into his body, but rather allows him to cultivate on his own. Li Taicang clenches fists. Now, the tides of offense and defense have changed. The system once again presented a notification window. Ding! Reminder. The host still has one opportunity to summon a peerless talent. Would you like to proceed with the summoning now? Note, anyone summoned by the system will be absolutely loyal. Let the summoning commence. Li Taicang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, feeling the surging power within him, and calmly instructed. After the treasures revealed by the system on 2 occasions, he was now convinced that whatever the system produced would be of the highest quality. His safety was assured, and no one could usurp the throne from him. What he lacked most now were loyal subordinates. The Great Qin dynasty has vast territories, and the capital, Chang'an, is rife with hidden currents. Although he possesses great power, he cannot afford to be stretched too thin. Moreover, as the sovereign of the dynasty, he cannot attend to every detail. Personally, he requires trusted aides and representatives. For instance, he would absolutely not engage in the heinous act of harming his own kin. As for gradually winning over local talents, he cannot afford to wait for that. Furthermore, human nature is notoriously difficult to standardize throughout a lifetime. Some may start with unwavering loyalty, only to waver later seeking personal gain, while others may begin as treacherous, only to emerge as loyal ministers and martyrs in the end. Lost in thought, the system's notification chimed again. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the infamous hero, Yuan Tiangang. The infamous hero, Yuan Tiangang. Li Taicang's spirits surged. This summoning was not of the historical Taoist, but of the extraordinary rogue from the Painting the Rivers and Lakes series, who played a game with destiny over 3 centuries. The pinnacle figure of the Painting the Rivers and Lakes series. The one and only, with 300 years of cultivation to suppress the present age, wielding the Tiangang sword to sever fate. He could reach the heavens, predicting the rise and fall of empires for a millennium. To save the dwindling fortunes of the Li Tang, he contended against destiny, granting the Li Tang a sliver of hope. Regrettably, aside from the illustrious Emperor Taicang, he encountered no wise sovereigns, ultimately facing an heir no better than a mere fool. However, in this lifetime, the infamous hero will not be so constrained. In his mind, Yuan Tiangang's personal information gradually unfolded. Character: Yuan Tiangang cultivation. Pinnacle of the Grandmaster 9th layer technique. Tiangang technique. Pinnacle of the Grandmaster 9th layer. Li Taicang was taken aback. Without the celestial beings intervening, the Grandmaster is indeed the strongest. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Such a talent is now at my disposal. Li Taicang could hardly contain his excitement. System: when will the evil commander make his appearance? Ding. The host need only call his name. Where is the evil commander? As his words fell, a tremendous force of time and space materialized before him. With a resonant thud, akin to the sound of a heartbeat, The space 3 feet in front of Li Taicang suddenly warped. A figure cloaked in black unfurled like ink spreading through the void, with blood-red glimmers emanating from the eyes beneath the dark iron mask. The figure in black knelt, adopting the most reverent posture as he bowed before Li Taicang. A raspy voice emerged from behind the iron mask that I, Yuan Tiangang, pay my respects to your highness. There is no need for such formalities, Li Taicang replied, rising to help the evil commander to his feet. With your assistance, Yuan, how can I fail in my grand ambitions? He nodded approvingly at the respectful figure before him. That moment, shadows flickered outside the door. Yuan Tiangang vanished into the darkness. Chapter 3. Confronting the commander of the Imperial Guard, Your Highness. The commander of the Imperial Guard seeks an audience. The young eunuch, Fuan, bowed and reported, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. As Li Taicang's personal attendant, Fuan, who had grown up alongside him, understood all too well the delicacy of his master's current predicament. The commander of the Imperial Guard? What business does he have here at this moment? Li Taicang narrowed his eyes, a flicker of ominous light shimmering within. Zhao Yi, the commander, was a master of the Sixth Realm, a staunch confidant of his late father, Liu Qian, known for his unwavering loyalty. He commanded 30,000 Imperial Guards in the palace. However, this man was loyal only to his deceased emperor. With his demise, Zhao Yi was likely a loss regarding whom to pledge his allegiance. I have never interacted with him, and the Yi family has often sought to win his favor. This visitor bears ill intent. Li Taicang cast a glance at the imperial jade seal resting on the table. Let him in, he commanded with a wave of his hand. Typically, Li Taicang would avoid such sensitive figures, for as a child of a former empress, establishing ties with the commander of palace security was akin to courting death. Moreover, given Zhao Yi's Sixth Realm prowess, he would hardly regard a prince of mediocre talent. Although Zhao Yi would typically perform the necessary courtesies, Li Taicang could perceive the arrogance lurking in his gaze. No one could tame this fierce tiger except for his father. Yet, the situation had changed. Li Taicang had reached the pinnacle of the Ninth Realm. Figures like Zhao Yi were no match for him. Furthermore, he had the formidable Yuan Tiangang backing him. If Zhao Yi dared to show his fangs, he would face dire consequences. Bang! Just as Li Taicang pondered, the door to his study was forcefully thrust open. General, this is the study of the prince. Such rudeness is unacceptable. Fuan implored, trying to dissuade the impatient Zhao Yi. Step aside. This commander has urgent matters to discuss with the second prince. Who are you, a mere eunuch, to dictate? Zhao Yi strode forward with heavy steps, the sound of his dark golden armor clanking ominously with each movement. He brushed aside the persistently protesting Fuan, entering the study like a mountain, his right hand poised over the hilt of his sword. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Taicang's eyes as a chilling aura emanated from the shadows behind him. He scrutinized the impudent Zhao Yi. The commander's formidable skills had been forged on the battlefield, and he radiated a palpable scent of bloodshed, a testament to his power amassed through countless lives. Indeed, he was a rare and formidable warrior. Alas, he could not be of use to me. This lowly general pays his respects to the prince. Forgive my armor. I cannot perform the full rites. Zhao Yi reached the center of the study, casually cupping his hands. There was no hint of reverence in his demeanor. Even this gesture seemed to be extended merely due to Li Taicang's lineage as a descendant of Liu Qian. Armor, you say? Then remove it. Li Taicang remarked with a sudden light laugh. Zai momentarily faltered it, responding. Your Highness jests. I have been commanded to guard the imperial city, and my armor shall not part from me. Yet you dare to command me to kneel and speak. His tone was calm, yet his words were shocking. Zhao Yi paused momentarily, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Li Taicang. What did you say? This useless prince actually demands that he kneel? What merit does he possess? Were it not for his lineage as the emperor's offspring, such a worthless individual would hardly merit a glance, which would feel like an act of charity. Beside them, Fuan was already petrified, his face trembling as he looked at Li Taicang seated behind the desk. He could not fathom how the usually gentle second prince could utter such words. You, Zhao Yi barked, his breath becoming heavy with indignation. However, just as Zhao Yu was about to unleash his fury, Taicang raised his voice, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Zhao Yu. I am the legitimate son of the late emperor, born of Empress Zhao. With such a status, should you not kneel? You, General Zhao, are you not still a subject of the late emperor? You will either kneel and speak to me, or you shall vacate my royal residence. A profound silence enveloped the study. Zhao Yi's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, the name of the late emperor restrained him from erupting. Moreover, he had not forgotten the task at hand this evening. With a resounding thud, Zhao Yi's teeth nearly shattered as he knelt down, the floor tiles cracking beneath him. This humble servant pays his respects to your highness. Taicang returned to his composure, his tone once again flat. General Zhao, what brings you to visit in the dead of night? Zhao Yi inhaled deeply, his gaze lingering momentarily on the imperial seal before he spoke in a deep voice. The late emperor's edict establishes the ninth prince as the heir to the throne. I have come to retrieve the seal. The ninth prince, the biological child of concubine Yi, also possesses the status of a legitimate son. However, he is still but a child, merely 4 years of age. He paused, continuing, additionally, at the behest of the Empress Dowager, I request that your highness transfer to Xiang Palace immediately. Throughout his speech, his right hand remained firmly grasping the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning pale from exertion. As his words fell, the temperature in the study seemed to drop suddenly, an undercurrent of tension swirling in the shadows. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, perplexed by the source of this chill. Taicang took note of the shift in Zhao Yi's terminology, having previously referred to it as the late emperor's edict, now shifting to the Empress Dowager's command. Taicang did not respond with anger, but instead chuckled softly. General Zhao, you are well aware that my father has bestowed the throne upon me. Why then do you seek to distort the edict? What benefits has concubine Yi conferred upon you, compelling you, a loyal general, to harm the imperial heirs? With the facade discarded, Zhao Yi's countenance darkened. Your highness, the tide has turned. The Yi family wields control over the 6 ministries, and half of the imperial guard has already pledged allegiance to the Empress Dowager. His voice was low and grave. Taicang slowly rose, seizing the imperial seal. I never would have imagined that General Zhao, after years of service to the late emperor, would willingly become a lapdog of the Yi family. Zhao Yi's complexion turned a deep shade of gray, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He was acutely aware that his actions betrayed Li Yuqian and were indeed treasonous. Yet he had no choice. The second prince possessed no foundation, rendering him incapable of significant action. The lives and fortunes of thousands within the imperial guard were intertwined in this matter. The Yi family was formidable. To defy them was to court death. He was acutely aware that the ninth prince was still young, and thus, the Empress Dowager would inevitably wield power from behind the curtain, while the maternal relatives would seize control of the court. Yet, history of the Great Qin was not devoid of similar occurrences. More significantly, even if he refrained from such actions, the second prince had no chance of a comeback. His loyalty to the Empress Dowager would not decisively alter the current situation. It would merely add fuel to the fire. Zhao Yi stood resolutely with his sword in hand, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Your Highness, please see clearly. I am merely carrying out orders. If you comply and go to the Xiang Palace, you may yet preserve your life. Do you truly believe that? Taicang retorted with mockery. Zhao Yi remained silent in response. As the commander of the Imperial Guard, he was acutely aware of the methods employed by the Yi family. Those courtiers who opposed the Empress Dowager either met with sudden death or mysteriously vanished. Should the second prince truly venture to the Xiang Palace, the best outcome would be to leave behind a complete corpse. It seemed the prince had no desire for dignity. Zhao Yi sighed and slowly withdrew his blade. Before his arrival, he had received orders that if the second prince wished to forego his dignity, he would assist in preserving it. However, just as his sword was drawn 3 inches from its sheath, a sudden gust of wind swept through the study. Impudence! A cold reprimand resounded, and Zhao Yi barely comprehended what had transpired before he was sent hurtling backward, as if struck by a battering ram. His heavy form embedded itself into the stone wall. His black iron armor shattered inch by inch, scattering like paper across the ground. As the dust settled, Zhao Yi managed to pry his eyes open, only to be horrified to discover a shadow beside Li Taicang, one he had not noticed before. The figure was clad in simple black attire, their face concealed behind a bronze mask, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes. "Hey, Grandmaster." Zhao Yi coughed up blood, his voice hoarse beyond recognition. After 20 years on the battlefield, he had never encountered such a terrifying display of skill. With a single move, this Grandmaster had rendered him a sixth-layer master, utterly defenseless. Moreover, his life force was already severed, leaving him powerless to recover. This was merely the result of Yuan Tiangang's casual effort. Had he truly exerted himself, a mere flick of his hand could have turned Zhao Yi into a mist of blood. Yuan Tiangang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down coldly at the barely conscious commander of the Imperial Guard. "How dare you draw your blade before the prince?" Outside the courtyard, the Imperial Guard, hearing the commotion, rushed in, only to be met with a wave of Yuan Tiangang's sleeve as dozens of energy blasts tore through the air. The elite soldiers fell to the ground without even a cry of distress. You all." Zhao Yi gasped for breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. He finally comprehended why the second prince appeared so unafraid, with a grandmaster in command, who in the entire imperial city could pose a threat to him. Could it be that the late emperor had bequeathed such a trump card to the second prince? Impossible. If the late emperor could truly command a grandmaster, those noble families would not have allowed him to be in such dire straits. Li Taicang approached Zhao Yi, bending down to pick up the fallen dagger from the ground. He gently caressed the blade and remarked indifferently, "I recall this dagger was bestowed upon you by the late emperor. I had given you an opportunity, yet you could not even fulfill the most basic duty of loyalty to your sovereign." Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned, a look of anguish crossing his face. He devoted his life to the late emperor, yet in the end, he harbored treasonous thoughts. As he gazed upon Li Taicang, a bitter smile crept upon his lips. It was no wonder the late emperor chose to pass the throne to the second prince. The ability to command a grandmaster was sufficient to reveal the hidden depths of this seemingly gentle and refined prince, who possessed formidable cunning and strategy. "Your Highness, I recognize my errors. I implore you, grant me and the Imperial Guard another chance." Zhao Yi struggled to plead for mercy, only to find Li Taicang gazing down at him with an icy stare. "There is but a single opportunity. The moment you chose to pledge loyalty to Lady Yi. You should have anticipated this outcome." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the dagger in Li Taicang's hand had already plunged into Zhao Yi's throat. Blood gushed forth. "A disloyal general is of no use. Let him be discarded." Li Taicang withdrew his dagger, observing Zhao Yi's eyes gradually losing their vitality. "Fear not. Your journey to the underworld shall not be solitary. The entire Yi family shall accompany you." Yuan Tiangang stepped forward at the opportune moment, speaking softly, "Your Highness, there are 30 Imperial Guards outside. Deal with them accordingly." Li Taicang cast the bloody dagger to the ground. "Send someone to deliver Zhao Yi's head to Xinang Palace, indicating that I shall personally pay my respects to the Empress Dowager tomorrow." "As you command," Yuan Tiangang replied, bowing respectfully before turning to exit. Chapter 4. Summoning Gao Lisher, the royal residence, soon returned to silence, the only sound being the whisper of a night breeze through the courtyard. Li Taicang surveyed his surroundings, gazing at the desolate palace, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. Over the years, in his quest for concealment, he had intentionally maintained a low profile, resulting in a lack of competent guards within the estate. Now, faced with the need to undertake significant matters, he found himself devoid of anyone to command. Turning to his side, he regarded Fuan, the young eunuch, who was already pale with fright, his legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to stand firm. Li Taicang furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, aside from Yuan Tiangang, he had no one of worth. At that moment, the system conveniently displayed a notification. Beep. The time of the Z hour has passed. Sign-in attempts refreshed. Sign in. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained one summoning attempt. Would you like to summon immediately? You truly are like a worm in my belly. After enduring so much, Li Taicang had nearly deciphered the system's patterns. The sign-in rewards were not random items. Rather, they were precisely what he desired at that moment. Summon immediately. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned the renowned historical eunuch, Gao Lishi. Character, Gao Lishi. Cultivation, pinnacle of the 9th level master. Technique, Wuxiang Yinfujing. He had summoned a eunuch. Observing Gao Lishi's attributes, he nodded in satisfaction. Li Taicang was well acquainted with Gao Lishi, the eunuch beside Emperor Xuanzong of Tang. Historically, Gao Lishi not only possessed exceptional martial skills, but was also notably adept in handling affairs with finesse. Despite wielding immense power, he was never tyrannical. Instead, he often advised Xuanzong to govern diligently and care for the people. He was capable of tolerating the arrogance of Li Bai without harboring resentment, and, in the court, he collaborated harmoniously with renowned officials such as Yao Chong and Song Jing. In the imperial harem, he skillfully managed the relationship between Yue Fei and Mei Fei, always considering matters from Xuanzong's perspective. It was evident that Gao Lishi's excellence earned him the trust of even the later emperor. Where's Gao Lishi? Amidst the flickering candlelight, a figure clad in a red robe silently materialized. The newcomer appeared to be in his 20s, fair-skinned and beardless, yet his eyes concealed a glint of sharpness. Servant Gao Lishi pays respects to your highness. He spoke in a calm, unhurried manner, his voice imbued with a unique, soft resonance. Li Taicang nodded in approval. Rise. From this day forth, you shall be my steward. Gao Lishi stood, glancing at Zhao Yi's corpse and the bloodstains on the ground. Rest assured, your highness, I will handle these trifles appropriately. Fuin stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of this enigmatic eunuch, observing as Gao Lishi waved his sleeve lightly, causing Zhao Yi's body and the bloodstains to gradually vanish. Such mastery of spiritual power confirmed him as a formidable master. At that moment, a sense of crisis welled up within Fuin. The steward at his highness's side was now a direct replacement for his own position. Moreover, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his highness seemed to place unwavering trust in this unexpectedly powerful figure. He had been by his highness's side since childhood, yet he had no inkling of when his master had established connections with such formidable beings. His highness had concealed this from him entirely. As he pondered, Li Taicang called out to him, Fuin. Fuin finally regained his composure and stammered, Your Highness, forgive me. Lord Gao's methods are extraordinary, and I was momentarily rendered speechless. Li Taicang gazed at him meaningfully. Fuin, how long have you served me? Fuin respectfully knelt on the ground, reflecting for a moment before replying with a smile. Since I was 4 years old and underwent purification, I have been at your highness's side. It has been 20 years now. 20 years. Li Taicang souffli aqua. A hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Fuin felt a swell of pride, regardless of whether the prince was wary of him. The experiences of the past 2 decades could not be erased. During the countless humiliations inflicted upon his highness by the Yi family, it was he who remained by the prince's side. This newly arrived Lord Gao could never replace his position. However, the next words that escaped Li Taicang's lips plunged him into an icy abyss. Have I not treated you well? Why do you betray me? Fuan trembled. Confusion and disbelief etched on his face. Your Highness, why would you say such a thing? I have served you devotedly for 20 years, never once straying in my loyalty. Is that so? Li Taicang replied coldly. Fuin's voice grew hoarse, his tone fragmented. I know that your highness has been oppressed by the Yi family for many years. And if killing me would alleviate your grievances, then do so. His words were sincere, leaving no room for reproach. Li Taicang chuckled lightly, causing the hairs on Fuin's neck to stand on end. He could not comprehend how the second prince had undergone such a dramatic transformation after merely visiting the palace. In his memory, the second prince had always been gentle and amiable. Yet now, a single sentence sent shivers down his spine. Li Taicang stood, looking down from his height at the kneeling Fuin, his voice icy. To retreat is to advance, Fuin. You are not entirely useless, even if you refuse to admit it. I do not require evidence to execute a mere servant. Mere suspicion is sufficient. Seemingly aware of his impending fate, Fuin slowly straightened. The panic and grievance in his eyes gradually replaced by an indescribable complexity. He sighed deeply. When did your highness begin to doubt me? Li Taicang's gaza daupenat. A cold smile gracing his lips. I have harbored doubts since I can remember. My identity is sensitive. As the son of the late empress, I am surrounded by layers of surveillance. Even the food I consume is tested for poison thrice daily. How could a personal eunuch possibly be trustworthy? If you were affiliated with the late emperor, it would be somewhat different. After all, while the late emperor may not have favored me, he would not seek my life. However, your background is too untainted, which inevitably means you cannot be a person of the late emperor. Fuan remained silent for a moment before finally managing a bitter smile. So, your highness has always been aware. I am aware of much more than you can imagine, Li Taicang responded, slowly approaching and looking down at him. Fuan closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a sense of tranquility had settled within. Since your highness has seen through me all along, why have you allowed me to remain until now? Li Taicang shuklatsufuli. For sometimes, a known traitor proves more useful than an unknown adversary. Once they have cleansed you, their suppression of the solitary will undoubtedly intensify, and at that point, I fear the solitary will have lost even the most basic semblance of freedom, becoming no different from confined swine. Fuan was momentarily stunned, but soon comprehension dawned upon him, causing his complexion to pale slightly. Your highness, have you been concealing your true abilities all along for the sake of this day? Li Taicang offered no response, instead turning towards the window, gazing into the inky darkness of the night, and softly remarked, in consideration of our master-servant bond, I shall grant you a swift end. Gao Lishur, see him off. Gao Lishur responded respectfully, placing his right hand gently upon Fuan's head. Fuan barely had time to utter a cry of despair before collapsing to the ground like a lifeless mass, outwardly intact, yet internally shattered. Clean up. Li Taicang adjusted his attire. It is time to enter the imperial palace and prepare for the ascension. Chapter 5. Wali Qin often had wise rulers meanwhile. The halls of Xinang Palace were aglow with light. At this moment, Empress Yi had donned a simple garment, adorned only with a white jade phoenix hairpin nestled in her hair. Despite lacking any cosmetic embellishments, her breathtaking beauty still radiated an arresting allure in the flickering candlelight. She gently cradled the 9th prince in her arms, who at merely 4 years of age was blissfully asleep, his cherubic face adorned with a faint smile. Your highness, the night has grown late, whispered a close maidservant. However, Empress Yi merely shook her head, her fingertips caressing the young prince's forehead. There is no rush. There has been no word from Xiao Yi yet. I cannot rest until the imperial seal is in hand. She then lowered her gaze, gazing tenderly upon the sleeping child, a rare softness illuminating her eyes. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback by the sight of the decisive Empress Yi displaying such maternal affection. Your highness need not worry. Commander Zhao is always thorough in his duties, and as you know, the second prince harbors a profound aversion to that position. Before she could finish, a sudden commotion erupted outside the hall, the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. A panicked eunuch knelt at the entrance. Your Majesty, there has been an incident at the Wang residence. The Empress's expression shifted dramatically, yet her hand continued to soothe the child unperturbed. After entrusting the sleeping prince to a maid, she coldly inquired, "Explain yourself. What has transpired?" In that moment, her regal demeanor was fully revealed. The warmth that had graced her features vanished, replaced by a chilling severity. The head of commander, Zhao, has been delivered to the palace gates, accompanied by a letter stating that the second prince intends to pay his respects to the Empress Dowager tomorrow. Startled, Empress Yi rose abruptly, her hands trembling slightly within her sleeves. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and authority. Summon Minister Yi at once to convene in the palace. After a brief pause, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in her eyes. Additionally, bring the family of Fuan here. Once everyone had retreated, Empress Yi murmured softly, Li Taicang, do you presume that having a grandmaster to back you will empower you to overturn the heavens? The strength of the Yi family is beyond your imagination. This realm shall belong solely to my Yuaner. None shall seize it from us. Minister Yi, known as Yi Qingzhou, was the current head of the Yi family and also the elder brother of Empress Yi. At this moment, he strode boldly through the palace gates, his crimson official robes striking against the night backdrop. According to the laws of the Great Qin, an outsider entering the inner palace at night, even to meet a sister, was a grave transgression. Such actions could lead to banishment or even the execution of the entire family. Yet, he entered without fear. The palace guards and attendants, upon seeing the figure in red, dared not to impede his passage and averted their eyes, bowing their heads as they passed by him. Inside Xinang Palace, Empress Yi had already dismissed her attendants. Upon witnessing Yi Qingzhou's entrance, she hastened toward him, her expression grave. "Brother, Zhao, he has been murdered." Ye Vingshu nodded, signaling her to remain calm. "I am aware of the situation." The ability to silently eliminate Zhao Yi within the Wang residence could not have been achieved by a single individual. Do not be anxious just yet. The likelihood of a grandmaster intervening is exceedingly slim. With the intelligence network of the Yi family, we have yet to receive any reports of a grandmaster departing from their stronghold. Moreover, given Li Taicang's current predicament, what assurances can he possibly offer to a grandmaster? Zhao Yizong, a formidable master of the Sixth Realm, is renowned for his fierce prowess on the battlefield. Ordinary master-level warriors stand no chance against him. Even those of a slightly higher realm would struggle to contend with Zhao Yi. Yet, in a brief span, Zhao Yi met his demise within the royal palace. Even more perplexing is the utter absence of any sounds of combat during the entire ordeal. One must recognize that when masters clash, even the residual energy could obliterate half of a royal palace. I suspect that at least 3 or more peak masters conspired in a covert attack. Furthermore, these masters hail from different factions. It is implausible that a single faction could mobilize multiple masters to shield Li Taicang. Masters are the backbone of any force, and those at the peak are typically the leaders of their respective clans. It is inconceivable for them to abandon their strongholds. Therefore, it seems that several sects and families have allied to assist Li Taicang. Their intentions are clear. Should Li Taicang ascend to the throne, he would undoubtedly suppress the Yi family. The Yi family's current position has drawn the attention of many. If the 9th prince were to take the throne, the Yi family's influence would only grow, a scenario that many, particularly those families and sects slightly inferior to the Yi family, would be loath to witness. "Brother, what shall we do?" There was a hint of anxiety in Yi Ho's voice, her fingers instinctively pressing into her palm. A few masters alone would not pose a significant threat, but the forces they represent warrant caution. They all aspire to ascend by stepping on the Yi family. Yi Qingzhou stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze steely. If Li Taicang intends to come to the palace to pay his respects, then let us ensnare him in a trap. Immediately, dispatch the imperial guards to encircle the palace. I will arrange for 4 elders and 2 offerings from the Yi family to enter. After a pause, he added, "For prudence's sake upon my return, I shall awaken the Grandmaster Ancestor. Tomorrow, at the spirit altar of Liu Qian, will be his final resting place." After leaving the imperial harem, Yi Qingzhou did not return to the prime minister's residence, but instead headed directly to the forbidden grounds of the Yi family's rear mountain. At that moment, outside a secret chamber, Yi Qingzhou knelt reverently upon the ground. Unfilial descendant Yi Qingzhou seeks an audience with the ancestor. After a prolonged silence, the heavy door of the chamber opened soundlessly. Yi Qingzhou crawled inside, and in the dim candlelight he beheld an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, seated upon a mat. The old man's form was frail, yet he exuded an aura of unfathomable depth. "Have you disturbed my seclusion because the Yi family is in peril?" Yi Qingzhou dared not lift his gaze, speaking in a hushed tone. Reporting to the ancestor, it appears that Li Taicang has the support of a grandmaster behind him, brazenly murdering our loyal Zhao Yi. Grandson dares to implore the ancestor to emerge and oversee the situation. The atmosphere fell into silence, although the candlelight was dim, making it difficult to discern the surroundings. Yi Qingzhou could still feel the piercing gaze of the Yi family ancestor. This is a grandmaster, the pinnacle of personal martial prowess in the Great Qin. He is also the foundation upon which the Yi family stands resolute. Are you unaware of the rule that prohibits the Grand Masters from intervening in the struggle for the throne? Do you presume that the Li Qin royal family is feeble, allowing my Yi family to act with impunity? Yi Qingzhou lowered his head in silence, cold sweat beading on his forehead, tacitly acknowledging the truth of the matter. Indeed, he harbored such thoughts. Over the years, the Yi family's influence had burgeoned. As the chancellor, he oversaw the affairs of the court, and with his sister as the empress. Most ministers in the court were affiliated with the Yi family. Even Zhao Yi, the commander of the elite troops at the 6th level of mastery, was under the Yi family's banner. At one moment, he even entertained the notion of usurping their position. However, the immediate priority was to support his nephew in ascending to the throne. Noticing his silence, the ancestor let out a cold snort. Do you think that despite the years of turmoil, the Li Qin royal family remains unscathed by mere chance? Yi Qingzhou's heart jolted. He had pondered this question as well, attributing it to the endurance of the dynasty, believing that a wise ruler would emerge every few generations to sustain it. Those venerable figures in the ancestral temple, though indifferent to worldly affairs, would not allow anyone to shake the very foundation of a Li Qin dynasty before he could finish. The ancestor suddenly erupted into a violent cough. To Yi Qingzhou's astonishment, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of the ancestor's mouth. "Ancestor, what is the matter?" "It's nothing. Many years ago, when I was still the head of the Yi family, I sustained old injuries from a confrontation with those elders in the ancestral temple." Yi Qingzhou felt as if struck by lightning. He finally comprehended that the ancestor had long since tested the boundaries of the royal family. The throne could only be occupied by the Li Qin royal family. Fortunately, the Yi family had the 9th prince as their heir. The ancestor slowly opened his murky eyes. "Do you think that your actions in the court go unnoticed by the royal family?" A chill ran down Yi Qingzhou's spine. He suddenly realized that his factionalism and exclusion of dissenting voices over the years might have been tacitly approved or even condoned by the royal family. Given such profound depth, why would the royal family tolerate a foolish ruler leading the nation astray? Why would they allow powerful ministers to dominate? The ancestor of the Yi family chuckled lightly. This is the imperial strategy of the Li Qin royal family. They regard external relatives, powerful ministers, and eunuchs as the crucibles for honing their monarchs. Yi Qingzhou's pupils constricted as he recalled the accounts of the wise rulers of the Li Qin dynasty recorded in history. Each had emerged in an environment surrounded by powerful ministers. This was also one of the reasons they forbade the Grand Masters from intervening in the succession struggle. The power of a Grand Master is not a whetstone, but a guillotine. Just like our 4-year-old heir, if he grows up capable of countering the Yi family, he shall undoubtedly become a great monarch. If not, it matters little, for there will always be another generation. Otherwise, do you think the Li Qin royal family could produce wise rulers every few generations? Return now. This matter shall not involve my intervention. Remember, the Yi family may wield great power, but we must never covet that position. Observing Yi Qingzhou, who remained unsettled, the ancestor spoke with profound significance. Rest assured, as long as the Yi family does not aspire to that position, even if you were to cause a great upheaval, those elders would not take action. Moreover, this time, those elders will stand on the side of the Yi family. As soon as the words fell, Yi Qingzhou felt a sudden blur before his eyes, and he was inexplicably propelled out of the secret chamber by an invisible force. He meticulously pondered the last words of the ancestor. Would the imperial heritage within the Grand Temple stand in solidarity with the Yi family? Why? Could it be? Yi Qingzhou's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks as a terrifying conjecture surfaced in his mind. If the ancestor's words held any truth, then there existed but one possibility. Li Taicang indeed had a grand master aiding him from behind, which would constitute a grave violation of the royal decree prohibiting intervention in the struggle for succession. Zhao Yi was not merely ambushed by a master and killed, but rather fell victim to a single lethal strike from a Grand Master. Chapter 6. No Prince is simple. A few hours ago, as Yuan Tiangang struck down Zhao Yi within the depths of the Grand Ancestral Temple. Beneath the golden statue of Emperor Gao, the founding sovereign of the Great Qin, 5 frail, elderly figures gradually materialized. The oppressive aura they exuded caused the candle flames to flicker gently. The sudden surge of power from the royal palace had summoned these venerable ancestors of the imperial lineage. The elder on the far left gazed intently towards the palace. A Grand Master has made his move. This is the residence of the second prince. When did he attract such formidable figures? The elder on the right spoke coldly. The ancestral decree explicitly states that the struggle for succession must not rely on foreign powers, nor may it be interfered with by those above the Grand Master level. This Taicang possesses audacity beyond measure. The elder in the center slowly rose, his aged voice imbued with an uncontrollable chill. In the past, the founding emperor established these rules to prevent his descendants from inviting wolves into their fold. It seems now, this prince is dissatisfied with the stability of my Li family's reign. Let us proceed and see which family's Grand Master this is. As if my Li Qin imperial house holds no one of worth, the 5 figures simultaneously advanced, vanishing within the temple. Outside, the guard stationed at the temple suddenly fell to their knees, engulfed by an overwhelming chill, struggling to lift their heads. They beheld the elderly custodians of the temple seemingly treading upon the void, surrounded by ethereal dragon-like apparitions. They were instantly drenched in sweat. Grand Masters. There are indeed 5 Grand Masters within the temple, and they are all of the Li Qin imperial lineage. The elder on the right frowned slightly, raising his hand with a swift motion. Bang, bang, bang. Over a dozen guards' bodies exploded simultaneously. The elder disdainfully wiped his hands. I have long found them displeasing. Even the sacred grounds of the temple have become a sieve. The younger generation is truly regressing further. This night is destined to be sleepless. In the residence of the first prince, at this moment, for young men were engaged in a serious discussion within a secret chamber. The eldest, first Prince Li Taiqian, wore a solemn expression as he spoke in a grave tone. The palace has reported in secret that our father is bestowing the imperial seal upon the second prince. As their subsequent words teetered on treason, the fifth prince, Li Taiyan, remained silent for a long while before rising abruptly, stating earnestly, "Brothers, you know my disposition. For years, I have refrained from participating in courtly strife. Today, as a fair, I cannot accompany you." With that, he turned to leave. The fourth prince, Li Taiheng, shot him a sidelong glance, commanding sharply, "Stop. Fifth brother, do you believe you can remain uninvolved at this juncture?" The fifth prince hesitated, his back to the others, shoulders trembling slightly. The fourth prince, Li Taiheng, stood and approached the fifth prince. "Fifth brother, you are exceedingly naive. The Yi family has been scheming for years to elevate the ninth prince, with the intent of seizing control of the court. In that scenario, we, the adult princes, would undoubtedly be viewed as thorns in their side, to be eliminated without hesitation." The first prince slammed his palm heavily onto the table, his voice cold as ice. "Fifth brother, do you remember how concubine Shun and our eighth brother met their demise a year ago? It was merely because the eighth brother accidentally caused the ninth brother to cry during playtime that the Yi matriarch found an excuse to have them both killed. In the eyes of the Yi family, we are akin to mere swine and dogs." The third prince, Li Taiming, concurred. "Fifth brother, even if you truly have no desire for power, the misfortune of our second brother serves as a cautionary tale. The Yi family will spare no effort to eliminate any adult prince." The fifth prince, Li Taiyan, turned, his countenance pale. Indeed, his elder brother, Li Taicang, led a reclusive life, avoiding factions and personal gain. Yet what is his fate now? He too has become a victim of power. Today, he endures the tempest unleashed by the Yi family. Should the ninth prince, born of the Yi empress, ascend the throne, the Yi family will surely eradicate all potential threats among the adult princes. The fifth prince, Li Taiyan, lamented. "But what can we do? The Yi family controls the 6 ministries, and the majority of the imperial guards are under their dominion. Thus, we must unite." The eldest prince whispered, "Since Father Emperor has bestowed the imperial seal upon the second brother, it is evident that he has left him a trump card. Tomorrow, the second brother will enter the palace. Rather than sit idly by, we might as well." He left his thought unfinished, yet all present comprehended his implication. Suddenly, the third prince produced a confidential letter from his sleeve. "I have already contacted my master. The Xintian sect is willing to dispatch 2 elders of the 6th stage to assist us. The Xintian sect is one of the foremost sects in the Great Qin, with its leader possessing peak mastery and numerous grandmasters among its ranks. The 4th prince also spoke up. My maternal family holds some influence in the Jiangnan region. If necessary, I can mobilize 8,000 private soldiers. The 4th prince's maternal family, the Zhao clan, is immensely wealthy, though it has dwindled over the years under the oppression of the Yi family. Yet, it still possesses an indomitable foundation. The 5th prince sighed, gritting his teeth. I am weak in numbers, but the guardians left to me by my maternal family include a master of the 5th stage. The eldest prince nodded. I have secretly contacted the commander of the Northern Army, who has clearly expressed his opposition to the Yi Empress's interference. The commander of the Northern Army is a formidable master of the 8th stage, leading 200,000 valiant border troops. Though they have clashed with the Yi family multiple times, the importance of their duty at the frontier has made the Yi family cautious in their actions. The 4 princes exchanged glances, resolute determination reflected in their eyes. Tomorrow's morning court will be the moment of reckoning. Should the Yi Empress dare to openly defy Father Emperor's edict, we shall not hesitate to disregard the dignity of the royal family. Observing their expressions, the 3rd prince chuckled lightly. Do not be overly pessimistic. Even a hard-headed figure like Zhao Yi can be ousted. Surely, the leverage in the hands of our second brother is substantial. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue passed through the eyes of the other 3 princes. The atmosphere in the secret chamber grew subtly charged. The pretense of brotherly camaraderie that had prevailed moments ago shattered instantly. Beneath the dim candlelight, the shadows of the 4 princes resembled 4 lurking dragons, poised for the moment of transformation. Although none of them explicitly mentioned the throne succession, each understood that once the Yi Empress is toppled, the true contest will commence. After all, who does not desire that supreme position? Though the eldest prince's maternal clan has diminished, he forged bonds during his early military service at the frontier, sharing a camaraderie with the commander of the northern garrison. In his grasp lies the formidable Northern Army, a force of 200,000 border troops capable of instilling fear throughout the realm. The 3rd prince enjoys the backing of the Xintian sect, a prestigious sect of the present age that boasts several formidable masters and wields considerable influence in the martial world. Furthermore, the 3rd prince is not only a direct disciple of the sect's grand elder, but is also united with the sect leader's daughter in matrimony, cementing a close-knit relationship between the 2 parties. The 4th prince's maternal clan has maintained operations in the southern regions for many years. Despite enduring significant suppression from the Yi family, they still managed to sustain 8,000 private soldiers. These troops are not mere commoners. They are elite warriors endowed with martial prowess. Moreover, this contingent of 8,000 is by no means the entirety of the Zhao family's strength. Even the seemingly weakest 5th prince, Li Taiyan, is accompanied by a protector of the 5th rank, a master in his own right, showcasing the formidable power of the forces backing him. Notably, the enigmatically Taicang, who has remained under the radar, exudes a depth that is equally unfathomable. Having endured years of restraint beneath the Yi family's watchful eye, his sudden emergence with sharp claws suggests he possesses formidable support. With the imperial jade seal in hand and the late emperor's edict on his side, he holds a legal advantage. More alarming is the hidden power capable of discreetly eliminating a master, such as Zhao Yi, indicating a force that likely surpasses common expectations. This is the terrifying nature of the Li Qin royal family, where a revitalizing leader seems to arise every few generations. The princes must navigate this swirling vortex of power, either growing through conflict or becoming stepping stones for others to ascend. The inept and foolish often meet their demise before even reaching the throne. Ultimately, those who ascend to the throne are invariably individuals who have endured the crucible of trials. Liu Tianzong's, despite their initial assessments suggesting the Yi family's ascendance heralds their doom, possess the capability to retreat to their stronghold even in failure, ready to reclaim the Central Plains. Even in the absence of the extraordinarily Taicang, it is uncertain whether Empress Yi and her 9th prince, Li Taiyuan, can maintain their position securely. None of Liu Tian's sons can be regarded as simple or straightforward. Chapter 7. the contrasting choices of two princesses within the Li Qin royal family. Ambition is not solely the domain of men. In the residence of the sixth princess, a sense of urgency filled the air. I can no longer remain in Chang'an. Escort me out of the city at once. She commanded the cloaked figures before her, her expression grave. Once the situation in Chang'an stabilizes, I shall return to the capital at the helm of my forces. Her demeanor tense as she absorbed the news of Zhao Yi's demise at the second prince's estate. His movements had drawn significant attention, particularly after his visit to the second prince's residence that night. It was evident to discerning eyes that he had been dispatched to deal with the second prince. Yet, when he departed with a contingent of the imperial guard, only a solitary attendant hurriedly made his way towards the Ci Ning palace, the scent of blood clinging to him. Zhao Yi's head had been sent forth from the second prince's abode to effortlessly eliminate a master of the sixth tier. My second brother is indeed adept at concealing his true capabilities, Li Yegao mused, her eyelids fluttering in disbelief. She had never anticipated that the most overlooked second prince possessed such formidable power. In her recollection, he was merely a feeble and mediocre young man, one who wore a contrite smile, even in the face of humiliation. Once, she had scorned the notion that such a person deserved the royal bloodline, occupying the position of a legitimate heir. Yet, her perspective had shifted dramatically. Concealed dragons remained dormant, and hidden talents guard their simplicity. Now, Li Taicang loomed larger in her mind than anyone else, a figure of profound dread. The Empress Dowager and her several royal brothers were no trifling adversaries. Remaining in Chang'an to navigate their intricate webs would yield little hope of success. Her eldest brother, with his close ties to the commander of the Northern Expeditionary Army, would undoubtedly exploit this relationship. In the ensuing turmoil of the court, it would present the perfect opportunity for her to enter the capital at the helm of her forces, claiming the throne in the name of purging the usurpers. A gleam of determination sparked in Li Yegao's eyes. Her mother was a princess of the Tianlang dynasty, with the vast steppes as her ancestral home. This lineage rendered Li Yegao's status among the princes and princesses uniquely significant. Although the courtiers feigned deference, she could discern their underlying disdain and contempt through their eyes. Even her biological father, Li Yuqian, seldom cast a glance in her direction. In the hearts of many, a daughter of a foreign tribe, bearing the blood of the former emperor and tainting the royal lineage, was no different than a pariah. Yet, Li Yegao harbored no feelings of inferiority. She regarded her bloodline as the most noble. What do those antiquated minds comprehend? She thought, my veins pulse with the blood of two imperial families. This is the true essence of supreme lineage. From her bosom, she retrieved a bronze wolf talisman and placed it into the hands of the cloaked figure. There is no time to waste. You must immediately send word to the Tianlang dynasty, instructing my uncle to deploy 30,000 iron cavalry to stand ready at the borders. Ensure they are the elite Sanglong guards. She paused briefly before adding, convey to my uncle that what I seek this time is that very position. With a gesture towards the palace, she asserted her intent. Li Yegao was acutely aware of her advantages. With the Sanglong guards as her elite cavalry and the forces she had secretly nurtured over the years, she harbored hopes of emerging victorious in this struggle for succession. Let us depart through the secret passage. Before leaving, she stood in the courtyard, casting a final glance at the princess's residence that had been her home for over 20 years. Beneath the moonlight, her gaze flickered with a hint of obsessive madness. When I return to Chang'an, I shall ascend as the third empress of the Qin. Li Yega's heart burned with ambition, envisioning herself draped in the resplendent dragon and phoenix robes. Within the Li royal family, the yearning for the supreme throne was not confined to the princes. The princesses harbored similar aspirations. Throughout the annals of Qin's history, it was not solely the princes who claimed that exalted position. The illustrious empress Zhao Ming from 13 centuries past and the revered Empress Jing, he from 6 centuries ago, both commanded great respect as sovereigns. If they could achieve such greatness, why should I, Li Yega, be any different? In the misty, rain-soaked expanse of Jiangnan's Jinling, within a delicately constructed courtyard by the water's edge, the seventh princess, Li Fuyao, languidly reclined in a rocking chair, gnawing on a chicken leg. Suddenly, a frown creased her brow, and the chicken leg hovered mid-air. Had her biological father passed away? Li Fuyao, the seventh princess of the Great Qin, was the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Su family of Jiangnan. During Emperor Li Yutian's southern expedition, he had fallen deeply in love with the exceptionally talented Su maiden, resulting in her birth. As a perfect blend of royal and Jiangnan lineage, Li Fuyao possessed striking beauty and an ethereal demeanor, earning her the affection of Li Yutian. In stark contrast to the indifferent Li Yege, Li Fuyao basked in unparalleled pampering, with the Su family rising to prominence alongside the Zhao family in Jiangnan. Li Fuyao epitomized the essence of languor, preferring to recline rather than sit, and to sit rather than stand, spending her days indulging in culinary delights from various regions. Her journey from Chang'an to Jinling was solely motivated by a desire to savor the flavors of Jiangnan, having grown weary of northern cuisine. However, she also bore another identity, the empress of the great Qian Phoenix dynasty, her realm transcending the limitations of the mortal world. To her, a dynasty like Qin was but a mere drop in the ocean. In her past life, she had sacrificed herself for her nation, leaving behind a fragment of her soul to reincarnate. The emperor guards the realm, and the monarch dies for the state. Such was her unwavering belief. Yet, she wondered about the current state of the great Qian Phoenix dynasty. Only 3 days prior did she awaken to fragments of her memories, uncovering her true origins. Alas, it was a pity that someone of Li Yutian's caliber was confined to a mere dynasty like Qin. Was power truly more alluring than martial prowess? With a sigh while gnawing on her chicken leg, the contrast between her world-weary eyes and the grease smudging her lips was striking. Despite her extraordinary insights, she never underestimated the people of this realm. In her view, the limitations of the world could not obscure the brilliance of these talents. Were they to exist in the upper realms, those standing at the pinnacle of this world would still command respect and admiration. Just like Li Yutian, a figure capable of swallowing mountains and rivers would undoubtedly be a formidable sovereign in their domain. Just moments ago, the bloodline of this body stirred, revealing to her that her biological father had indeed passed away. It was a lamentable fate for such a prodigy to be ensnared in a world where even celestial beings found it challenging to transcend. The one known as Yi should be poised to ascend. Yet the brothers of this body were no trifling characters. They were deeply entrenched in darkness. It seemed that in any realm, the world held no surprises. As an empress, she was all too familiar with these individuals. In their relentless pursuit of power and profit, they would readily exploit and betray even their closest kin. The faces of several princes flickered through her mind, though they concealed their true intentions well. She discerned the depth of their cunning and the ruthlessness of their methods. Yet, her second brother stood out as a rare beacon of integrity. Alas, his sensitive status rendered him vulnerable. Yiho would not let her off easily. In her recollections, Li Taicang was always modest and courteous, fervently devoted to his cultivation, never entangled in the strife for power. His interactions with his siblings were devoid of ulterior motives. It is worth noting that even their doting father harbored intentions to court the Su family. A virtuous soul born into the imperial family was destined to encounter tragedy. Nevertheless, the restoration of her powers would require time. A good person should not be met with such a fate. She discarded the chicken bone, stretched languidly, and her figure gradually faded, leaving only the rocking chair gently swaying. Consider it a consequence of inhabiting this body. Li's character had always been carefree and unrestrained, indifferent to worldly customs and laws. Had it not been for this detached demeanor, she would not have chosen self-sacrifice in her previous life to safeguard the entire dynasty during a moment of peril. Although her powers had yet to be fully restored, with her current strength, it would be a mere trifling effort to protect an ordinary person from the shadows. Chapter 8. To perish beneath this sword is your honor with the reactions from all quarters, within a mere night. The entire city of Chang'an was enveloped in a tempestuous atmosphere. As dawn broke, the much-anticipated gates of the second prince's residence, adorned in crimson, slowly creaked open. Li Taicang stepped forth with a measured gait, accompanied by a eunuch clad in red and a figure robed in black with a veiled face. His steps were steady and composed, devoid of the previous hesitance. One hand cradled the imperial seal, its pristine white jade gleaming openly before the world. As the three emerged, the hidden spies scattered throughout the vicinity held their breath. Some hurried to relay the news, while others continued to lurk, observing. Despite Li Taicang's disregard for their presence, an inexplicable sensation gripped the spies, an eerie feeling that their lives hinged upon the whims of the trio. The desolate street lay in unnerving silence, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing clearly. Li Taicang kept his gaze fixed ahead, striding purposefully towards the palace. His countenance was as tranquil as a still lake, revealing no hint of anxiety or fear. Yet, all were acutely aware that the legitimate son of the late emperor and Empress Zhao was poised to unleash an earth-shattering tempest. As they approached the thoroughfare leading to the palace, a contingent of imperial guards obstructed their path. The leading officer, a trusted confidant of Zhao Yi, was acutely aware that his superior had met with misfortune. However, the orders from above were beyond his capacity to defy. Steeling himself, he stepped forward to confront Li Taicang. "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has commanded." Before he could complete his sentence, the veiled figure raised his head slightly, and a cold glint flashed beneath the mask. The officer felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. He swallowed his remaining words and bowed his head, yielding the way. Li Taicang continued on his path, unperturbed by the minor interruption. Not far away, on the upper level of a tea house, four princes stood by the railing, their gazes fixed upon Li Taicang and his companions, their expressions laden with profound meaning. The eunuch exuded an aura of a high-ranking master, while the black-robed figure was inscrutable even to my perception. It is highly likely that he is a peak master, a powerful figure among the princes murmured. At this, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards the veiled man. One could only wonder who this master might be. The peak master is typically the head of various noble families and sections. They are but a breath away from becoming grand masters, and upon achieving that status, they retreat to seclusion, becoming the foundation of their families and sections. Such individuals rarely intervene. The reason for this black-robed figure's concealment is likely to obscure his sect's identity, noted the third prince. It appears that second brother has not been entirely disengaged from worldly affairs these past years. The fifth prince, Li Tian, furrowed his brow. The cost to summon a peak master must have been significant. The fourth prince snorted softly, his tone tinged with evident dissatisfaction. It could also be a trump card bestowed upon second brother by our father. The emperor truly favors him, bestowing such formidable strength upon him. The first prince narrowed his eyes and spoke in a hushed tone. "Esteemed elders, please ensure the safety of my second brother." The esteemed masters present did not respond immediately. Instead, they simultaneously turned their gazes toward the princes they supported. The three princes gave a nod of assent. Upon receiving this signal, almost in unison, several figures leapt from the windows of the tea house. Their movements were astonishingly swift, so much so that even the formidable experts of the Xianhai realm could scarcely discern their forms, only catching fleeting glimpses of indistinct shadows. In an instant, these masters had appeared behind Li Taicang and his entourage. The leading elder in a gray robe stepped forward and clasped his fists in salute. "Your Highness, your brothers have sent us to assist you." Li Taicang seemed to have anticipated this, casting a seemingly casual glance toward the direction of the tea house. The sharpest of senses belonged to the fifth prince, Li Tian, who furrowed his brow. "Did the second brother just glance at us?" "Fifth brother, you must be mistaken. There is a concealment array in operation here. Relax, we are merely spectators. Regardless of the outcome of the contest between the second brother and the empress, it shall benefit us." In truth, the four princes had already reached a consensus, resolutely refraining from personally entering the imperial palace. The palace had long been fortified by the Yi family, rendering it a perilous endeavor for them. Sending a few masters to aid Li Taicang was the extent of their capabilities. Moreover, in a discreet arrangement prior to their departure, the four princes had independently issued identical secret orders to the masters they dispatched. When Li Taicang and the empress were mutually weakened, they were to strike and eliminate both parties. At that juncture, The four of them would then compete for the throne based on their own merits. The eldest prince, Li Taiqian, narrowed his eyes. Gentlemen, the show is about to commence. A brief silence enveloped the tea house. Each of the four princes harbored their own thoughts. Yet they tacitly refrained from exposing the unspoken plan, where the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman profits. No matter what transpired within the palace today, they had prepared themselves thoroughly. However, what was intended to be an unremarkable event was destined to become extraordinary. Li Taicang gazed coldly at the masters. What benefits have your brothers promised your families? His tone was brusque, causing the masters to furrow their brows in discontent. The leading elder's expression darkened. Your Highness, focus on your own safety first. We have been ordered to assist you against the empress. Yuan Qing, eliminate them, as you command. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a flash of cold light surged forth. The overwhelming force of the Tiangang descended like a torrential storm. The masters had no time to react before they met their demise. These high-ranking masters, renowned throughout the Great Qing dynasty, perished in an instant. Crash! The four princes in the tea house abruptly rose, shattering their teacups in the process. The eldest prince, Li Taiqian, turned ashen. A grandmaster. The second brother has actually summoned a grandmaster. The ability to instantly annihilate so many masters could only belong to a grandmaster without question. The third prince, Li Taiming, trembled. Exclaiming, impossible. It was essential to note that their own backing also included grandmasters, yet no matter how they implored, the response had always been that grandmasters would not interfere in the struggle for the throne. They remained unaware of the profound, costly Taicang had incurred to persuade the grandmaster. Just as their astonishment took hold, the crimson-clad eunuch beside Li Taicang vanished into thin air. Alarmed, the fifth Prince Li Taiyan was the first to react, yet it was too late. Your Highnesses, follow me, he commanded. In the next instant, fierce winds enveloped them, whisking them away from the tea house. It was then that they realized this eunuch, who had faithfully followed Li Taicang, was a peak master. Their own realms merely touched the Xianhai level. Though they were indeed prodigies, they still stood a considerable distance from true mastery. Moreover, this was a peak master capable of leading a sect. By the time they regained their senses, they found themselves standing before Li Taicang, their faces drained of color. Beads of sweat began to surface on their foreheads. It dawned on them that they had made a catastrophic error, dispatching all their protective masters, while the ominous black-robed Grand Master had mercilessly slaughtered them all, leaving them defenseless. It was this oversight that allowed the Crimson Eunuch to capture them with such ease. The first princely Taiqian was the first to regain composure. Suppressing his rising dread, he inquired in a low voice, "Second brother, what is the meaning of this? We extended our goodwill by ascending masters to assist you, yet you incited the Grand Master to strike them down? Are you aware of the formidable figures backing these masters?" The third princely Taiming inhaled deeply, his expression as dark as water. 5 powerful masters had perished here. Was his second brother digging his own grave? The forces behind them would certainly not let this transgression slide. Confronted with his brother's inquiries, Li Taicang remained unfazed. He spoke slowly, his voice as cold as ice. Marshal of the North, Xintian sect, Zhao clan, hidden sections. With each name he uttered, the expressions of the 4 princes grew increasingly grim. What benefits did you promise them? Ceding territory? Human trafficking? Or surrendering the very lifeblood of the court? The faces of the 4 princes were grim. Even though their relationships with the forces behind them were cordial, it was insufficient to compel these stalwart masters to heed their commands. They had also made numerous promises. The first prince had pledged the command of the Northern Army, granting autonomy over the 3 northern counties. The third prince had assured the Xintian sect access to the royal family's secret cultivation tomes. The fourth prince had agreed to cede all taxes from the Jiangnan shipping routes to the Zhao clan. The fifth prince had even promised the hidden sects the liberty to select royal offspring as their disciples. Nevertheless, they held confidence that once they ascended to the throne, the forces behind them would relinquish these concessions. Suddenly, the fourth prince Li Taiheng let out a cold laugh, forcing himself to remain calm. Why must second brother feign righteousness here? If you could summon the Grand Master, surely you paid a price? Allow me to guess. Is it a pact to jointly rule the world? Hearing this, Li Taicang's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a meaning-laden expression. This smile caused the four princes' hearts to tighten, and they instinctively retreated a half-step. I require no promises to anyone. As for your collusion with the sects and betrayal of the nation, your crimes are unforgivable. In the hands of Li Taicang, an ancient long sword materialized out of thin air, exuding an aura of regal antiquity. To perish beneath this blade is a privilege bestowed upon you. The pupils of the four princes constricted sharply. Li Taicang, have you lost your mind? To slay a royal heir in the streets, and your very own kin at that. How will you justify this to the public? How will you secure your throne? The Empress Yi is presently within the palace, witnessing the fratricide among us. Are you truly willing to hand over the Li Qin Empire to the Yi family? Chapter 9. The death of the Grand Prince. The scene abruptly shifted, leaving only a blood-soaked, headless corpse in Li Taicang's view. Yuan Tiangang stood like an iron tower before him, his long blade dripping with blood. Gao Lisher squinted, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Your Highness, the Grand Masters have just made their move, and not merely one. Yuan Tiangang spoke in a grave tone. Just as Li Taicang's sword was poised to strike the prince's necks, several attacks had come forth. Yuan Tiangang shielded Li Taicang, allowing them the opportunity to rescue a few princes. However, not all were saved. The Grand Prince, Li Taiqian, was left behind. As the commander of the Northern Army, he lacked the protection of a Grand Master. Amidst the chaos, the other three princes were whisked away by their respective Grand Masters, while he remained, a soul claimed by Li Taicang's sword. In truth, Yuan Tiangang possessed the capability to pursue those Grand Masters. To prevent falling into their stratagem of drawing him away, he chose to remain by Li Taicang's side. Nonetheless, he had just severely injured a Grand Master, as evidenced by the blood that dripped from his blade. Had it not been for the concern for Li Taicang's safety, he would have been confident in apprehending a few of them. Indeed, Li Taicang had not required Yuan Tiangang as protection. Although the chasm between a master and a Grand Master was vast, with the imperial sovereign's decree at his side, even a Grand Master would find it challenging to gain the upper hand. Yet now, those Grand Masters had fled far away. Pursuing them would lead him into their territory. They may have escaped for the moment, but they would not evade forever. Li Taicang gazed upon the headless corpse of the Grand Prince and declared, "They cannot flee the Great Qin. Once they ascend, I shall deal with them. The Zhao clan, the Xintian sect, and the hidden sects, none shall be spared." With that, the three turned to depart, leaving the body of Grand Prince Li Taiqian exposed in the marketplace. The remains of the noble family lay unclaimed, and no one dared to approach. Countless spies hidden in the shadows were already left stunned in disbelief. Madness, pure madness. The second prince truly dared to slay his brother in broad daylight, unconcerned for the stain it leaves upon himself. Yet this is but a minor matter. What astonishes me is the presence of Grand Masters, and not merely one. These are legendary figures, seldom seen for decades. The third, fourth, and fifth princes have all been rescued by Grand Masters, returning to their strongholds. Chaos shall surely ensue. The heroes of the realm are gathering. The heavens of Great Qin are about to transform. Li Taicang, holding the imperial seal, entered the palace unimpeded. To any discerning eye, it was clear what this second prince intended. I am the rightful heir. Today, there shall be only one prince to ascend the throne, and that shall be I, Li Taicang. Whoever dares oppose me is a treacherous rebel. At this moment, the palace gates had been replaced with new sentinels, with Master Yi Qingshan of the Yi family on guard. Yi Qingshan did not impede his entrance but opened the gates to allow passage. However, as Li Taicang entered the palace, the heavy gates thunderously closed behind him, echoing a somber clang. The palace had become a fortified stronghold. Master Yi Qingshan clasped his hands in salute. "Your Highness, please follow me. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager and the Prime Minister await you in the Hall of Supreme Harmony." This hall is indeed the place where the spirit of Li Yuqian resides. The Yi family has deliberately chosen this location for their meeting, and their intentions are glaringly obvious. They aim to forcibly seize the imperial seal before the spirit of the late emperor, completing their so-called coronation ceremony. Upon entering the inner palace, Li Taicang immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere. The corridors were lined with guards and palace maids, all of whom fixed their cold and vigilant gazes upon them, starkly different from a usual demeanor of palace attendants. Clearly, the entire palace had been thoroughly purged by the Yi family, and those stationed here were meticulously trained loyalists. Nevertheless, Li Taicang dismissed them with a wave of disdain. No matter how many ants there are, they remain mere ants. Thus, he made his way unimpeded to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Inside, white cloth hung high, and the flickering candlelight cast a somber glow. The coffin of Li Yutian lay at the center of the hall, surrounded by over 100 monks softly chanting. 5 frail, elderly figures stood not far away, eyes closed in meditation. While they appeared to be ordinary old men, they emanated an overwhelming aura of power. Behind these 5, the Empress Dowager knelt in plain, white mourning attire before the spirit, while the 4-year-old 9th Prince, Li Taiyuan, sat innocently in the position of the heir apparent. The child clutched his sleeve, utterly unaware that he was being used as a pawn in a grander scheme. The Empress Dowager's stunning visage was now as pale as parchment. Her phoenix eyes reddened, and fresh tears marked her porcelain cheeks. Little did anyone suspect that within those tear-filled eyes lay a chilling calculation. Nearby, Prime Minister Yi stood with a sorrowful expression, seemingly mourning the late emperor, yet his gaze continually flitted between Li Taicang and the 5 frail figures. Yuan Tiangang stepped forward and whispered, "Your Highness, among those 5, 1 is a grandmaster of the 9th level, 2 are grandmasters of the 8th level, and 2 are grandmasters of the 7th level." Li Taicang nodded calmly, though tumultuous waves surged within his heart. He recognized these 5. He had seen them during ancestral rites with Li Yutian at the ancestral temple. They were venerable members of the royal family, their ages unknown even to Li Yutian. It was common knowledge that these elders had long guarded the ancestral temple, remaining aloof from worldly affairs. Who could have imagined that the very guardians of the temple were 5 grandmasters and, moreover, loyalists of the Li Qin royal family? At that moment, the 5 elders disregarded everyone else, their eyes fixed intently on Yuan Tiangang. Those present could feel an almost imperceptible killing intent permeating the air. Yuan Tiangang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly regarding the 5 grandmasters, exuding an aura of cold brutality. In all the world, only His Highness could compel Yuan Tiangang to bow. These 5, however, were not worthy of such respect. The clash of pure, killing intent caused beads of sweat to form on the brows of the chanting monks, and the candle flames flickered violently. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of impending doom that enveloped the entire hall. Did these old men dare to target me despite the Yi family's regency? Li Taicang harbored a sense of discontent. As a senior member of the royal family, he found it disheartening that instead of aiding the younger generation, he was witnessing the elders support the oppressive families. He regarded these elderly figures as having lost their discernment. The Empress Yi was the first to shatter the heavy atmosphere within the hall. With tear-filled eyes, she raised her delicate phoenix gaze, and her voice trembling called out, "Have you come to see your father?" She extended her hand, quaking with emotion. "Come quickly. Your father cherishes you above all else." Suddenly, Li Taicang barked in a commanding tone, "Bring forth." His voice resonated like thunder, startling the chanting into a momentary silence. He pointed at the maid kneeling beside the Empress. "Did you not notice the Empress's discomfort? If anything were to happen, I shall hold you accountable." No sooner had he spoken than several eunuchs hurriedly approached, carrying a warm stove. Li Taicang then turned to the young 9th Prince, his tone softening. "Little brother, you are still so young and frail. How can you endure the cold here? Hurry and take him away to be well looked after." Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Li Taicang strode directly to the most esteemed seat before the spirit tablet. With measured steps, he approached the 9th Prince and gently said, "Get up for a moment. You are occupying your elder brother's position." The young 9th Prince, startled by Li Taicang's sudden outburst, hurriedly leaped into the Empress's embrace. Li Taicang firmly knelt in the seat that rightfully belonged to the heir apparent, placing the imperial jade seal upon the offering table. "Father Emperor has entrusted this jade seal to your son, bestowing upon him the heavy responsibility of restoring the grandeur of the great Qin. Before this spirit, I vow to diligently govern and rectify the court, to eradicate corruption and revitalize the great Qin. Should I fail in this oath, may heaven and earth conspire against me, and may I not meet a good end. Li Taicang then turned to face the assembly, the Teia sword inexplicably gripped in his hand. From this day forth, I shall be the new sovereign of the great Qin. The empress, holding the ninth prince, wore a countenance as dark as the depths of the water. Is the second prince conspiring against the throne? Chapter 10. You conspired against the late emperor and usurped the imperial seal. Li Taicang's actions left them utterly unprepared. They could hardly fathom that he would boldly declare his ascension to the throne before the spirit of Li Yuqian. However, upon reflection, Li Taicang's actions were not without justification. He possessed the status of the legitimate eldest son and held the imperial seal entrusted to him by Li Yuqian. Thus, proclaiming himself emperor in front of the spirit posed no legal issues. In her eyes, that position rightfully belonged to her son, and that precious seal should have been in the hands of the ninth prince. Li Taicang's audacity was akin to snatching away everything she had painstakingly nurtured. How dare this ungrateful wretch? Although the Empress Dowager's voice was soft, it carried an icy chill. Was the second prince plotting rebellion? The late emperor's edict clearly designated the ninth prince as his successor. Yet, before she could finish her words, Li Taicang interrupted her. Empress Dowager, tread carefully. My father was the emperor, and my mother is Empress Zhao. Regardless of the legitimacy or precedence of the crown, I am the foremost heir. Am I to rebel against my own lineage? Seeing Li Taicang already refer to himself as I, the Empress Dowager's heart nearly exploded with rage. Yi Guizhou narrowed his eyes, glinting with dangerous intent. He cast a wary glance at the cloaked figure of Yuan Tiangang. The Grandmaster was not someone they could contend with. However, upon looking at the five solemn-faced royal ancestors, he felt a slight relief. Fortunately, the imperial edicts of the High Emperor constrained them. These five royal elders would counterbalance the cloaked figure. With this thought, a hint of disdain welled up within him. Truly, they were hopelessly antiquated. These old stalwarts possessed the mightiest martial prowess of the great Qin, yet merely stood by as the royal family descended into chaos. What did it matter if they nurtured a formidable ruler? In the face of a shattered realm, even a strong ruler would be powerless. Yi Guizhou stepped forward, his voice cold and piercing. Second prince, what evidence do you possess that proves this imperial seal was bequeathed to you by the late emperor? I have serious doubts that it was not you who harmed the late emperor last night and stole the imperial seal from the palace. He fixed a sharp gaze upon Li Taicang. How else do you explain that as soon as you left the late emperor's chamber, he passed away? Moreover, the late emperor foresaw your treacherous ambitions and entrusted the edict of succession to me for safekeeping. As he spoke, he produced a piece of bright yellow silk. This is the true edict of the late emperor. I implore the esteemed elders to examine it. One of the royal ancestors, Li Yi, raised a hand, and the silk flew gracefully into his grasp. The hall fell into an oppressive silence as the Yi family's members held their breath, awaiting the judgment of the Grandmaster. Li Taicang remained non-committal, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed those present. This was an opportune moment to gauge the stance of the five royal ancestors. Simultaneously, he wished to see what hidden cards the Yi family still possessed. The Empress Dowager seized the moment to step forward, her voice choked with emotion. Esteemed ancestors, the late emperor personally told me before his demise that he wished to pass the throne to Yuan. This ungrateful son, driven by ambition, not only conspired against the late emperor, but now seeks to usurp the throne from his younger brother. Li Yi's murky eyes swept over the imperial edict, and he raised his gaze to meet Yi Guizhou's, his expression intriguing, part mockery, part amusement. Yi Guizhou felt a chill run down his spine from that piercing look. Yet the words that followed eased his taut nerves, a proud smile unconsciously drawing on his lips. His voice, though hoarse, brooked no dissent. This edict was indeed penned by the late emperor himself, and the imperial seal affixed was unequivocally authentic. The members of the Yi family present collectively exhaled in relief. They understood that the endorsement of the 5 royal ancestors signified that the Yi family had surmounted the most critical hurdle in this struggle for power. More importantly, it validated that the masked grandmaster, as the ancestors of the Yi family had asserted, would not meddle in the succession dispute, but would instead restrain the forces under Li Taicang's command. The pressure exerted by the grandmaster had been immense. Without his intervention, and with only a single grandmaster eunuch as advisor, the Yi family regarded Li Taicang with utter disdain. Li siniret inyardli, fully aware that this edict was a forgery by Yi Guzhou. Even in his ailing state, the imperial seal never left Li Yutian's side. The Yi family could never hope to possess the true imperial seal. This left only one possibility: the audacity of the Yi family to fabricate a counterfeit seal that could deceive. Truly outrageous. It was also an excellent sharpening stone for him. Li Yi had no intention of personally dealing with this treasonous rebel. Rather, he anticipated how Li Taicang would navigate this predicament. This prince, who had always concealed his talents, would now have to reveal his hand in the absence of the grandmaster's advantage. However, even if Li Taicang were to falter, it mattered little. Beyond Chang'an lay the third, fourth, and fifth princes, who would consolidate their forces and vie for supremacy in the Central Plains. As for the ninth prince, whom the empress had borne, he appeared meek at present, but Li Yi knew that this child, flowing with the blood of the Li family, would inevitably showcase his inherent political acumen. The old Li family was, after all, a born political machine devoid of compassion. Throughout the history of the Qin, there had been numerous instances of youthful emperors countering the power of their relatives and reclaiming authority. Li Yi felt a flicker of anticipation. Regardless of which prince achieved supremacy in this generation, he would undoubtedly become a formidable sovereign. Li Taicang's eyes glinted with cold light. These 5 royal ancestors were truly beyond redemption. They stood idly by while a treasonous rebel twisted the truth and harmed the rightful heir. Seizing the opportunity, the empress sharply admonished, "Li Taicang, you traitor who has usurped your father's position. The late emperor was your biological father. And just because he refused to bequeath the throne to you, you resort to harming him? Ye guzu koldi ikoit. A heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog are unworthy to stand before the spirit of the late emperor. Surrender the imperial seal, and the Yi family shall grant you the dignity befitting a prince." With a disdainful snort, Yi Guzhou unleashed the full force of his peak grandmaster cultivation. As the head of the family, it was not surprising that he had once accompanied Li Yuqian on campaigns across the plains, possessing such mastery. The empress retreated to the rear of the great hall, leading the ninth prince. Yi Guzhou's eruption served as a signal. In an instant, the chanting monks surged forth, encircling Li Taicang and Gao Lishi. At that moment, tranquility and harmony were nowhere to be found among these monks. Instead, an overwhelming intent to kill permeated the air. To Yuan's astonishment, all these monks were at the Xinhai realm, their auras coalescing into a formidable unity that even the most seasoned masters would not dare to underestimate. Emerging from the shadows, 5 masters from the Yi family revealed themselves, drawing their blades in defiance. All 5 of these masters were above the 7th level. Yuan Tiangang's gaze was icy, ready to intervene, but he found himself ensnared within a pentagonal formation created by the 5 royal elders. Chapter 11. Do you not hold the emperor in esteem? Upon witnessing the Yi family's blatant defiance, Li Taicang turned his gaze towards the 5 venerable royal ancestors encircling Yuan Tiangang. Was the Yi family truly intent on regicide, and would these esteemed elders remain indifferent? Among the 5, only the youngest, Li Wu, furrowed his brow at the Yi family's audacious behavior. However, as he raised his hand, the other 4 elders exchanged glances that effectively restrained him. Gritting his teeth, Li Wu reluctantly lowered his hand once more. Observing this, Yi Guzhou sighed in relief. Had these elders chosen to intervene on behalf of Li Taicang, the Yi family would have faced absolute annihilation, with even the grandmasters from the back mountain unable to save them. The members of the Yi family drew their blades, their murderous intent palpable. Li Taicang, today marks your demise. Prepare to descend and seek forgiveness from the late emperor. Upon witnessing their actions, Yuan Tiangang was consumed with rage. As a loyal subject, how could he bear to witness his sovereign being insulted? Preposterous! Yuan Tiangang bellowed, his fury erupting like a torrent. The imposing aura of these masters was instantly shattered by his murderous intent. The Yi family possessed many formidable masters, yet he was a grandmaster. However, just as he was poised to strike, the 5 royal elders sprang into action. The flood of murderous intent was halted, and within an instant, Yuan Tiangang's formidable presence was suppressed. The leader, Li Yi, inquired with a scornful tone, "Which sect do you hail from, sir? Why do you conceal your face from us? Are you unaware of the rule that forbids grandmasters from meddling in the succession?" His voice resonated with thunderous authority. "Is your sect seeking to challenge the Li Qin dynasty?" Yuan Tiangang replied solemnly, "I am a loyal servant of the emperor. I implore you, esteemed elders, to stand aside." Hearing this response, the elder's forehead throbbed with veins as his voice, hoarse yet commanding, echoed with wrath. "Even now, you persist in your charade, believing we are oblivious to your intentions? I shall ask you one final time. To whom do you owe your allegiance? Do you seek to usurp the Li Qin dynasty and rule over all?" The combined might of the 5 grandmasters surged forth, unleashing a tempest of spiritual pressure within the hall. Banas Tora Azunda, Kendushtix Toplit. And even Li Yutian's coffin emitted a grating sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The palace attendants staggered, while Li Taicang remained immovable in his seat, his robes billowing fiercely, his gaze growing ever colder. Li Si also directed his attention towards Li Taicang. "And you, incompetent descendant, how dare you conspire with grandmasters? Do you believe you can manipulate them? Are you weary of the longevity of the Li Qin dynasty?" Li Yutian had truly lost his mind, entrusting the imperial seal to such a fool. Ye Guzhou's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the carefully orchestrated edict would fail to deceive these 5 royal ancestors. Yet, it was evident that while they could tolerate the Yi family's forgery, they would not permit grandmasters to interfere in royal matters. As he witnessed his sovereign being insulted, Gao Lisher could no longer contain himself and made to advance. Yet in the next moment, he was rooted in place by the overwhelming pressure of the grandmasters. Though Gao Lisher was a prodigy, his pinnacle mastery was insufficient before the grandmasters. Meanwhile, Yi Ho, standing at the rear, wore a look of smug satisfaction. The grandmasters are forbidden from interfering in the affairs of the royal family. This is an ironclad law of the Great Qin. As long as the 5 grandmasters endure, no one can usurp the status of the Li Qin royal family. They remain indifferent to which of the Li family's sons ascends to the throne. Seizing the moment, the empress tightened her embrace around the 9th prince, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "Yuan, you are destined to become the emperor. Be sure to treat your mother and your uncle well. Do you understand?" Li Taiyuan nodded, still in a daze. Yet, the empress failed to notice the cold, haunting gleam lurking within his clear eyes. At this moment, Li Taicang grasped why these elder ancestors of the royal family could tolerate the power of the maternal relatives without aiding the royal descendants. The strength of the grandmasters transcends all. They cannot be defeated merely by accumulating masters. Their very purpose is to serve as a deterrent to the world. In simpler terms, the grandmasters are akin to nuclear weapons of a past Earth. Their deterrent capability far outweighs their lethal potential. Li Taicang showed no deference to these 5 elders. His tone as frigid as ice. "Elders, do you openly defy my decree, believing yourselves superior to the emperor? Li Sukofut, will you to dare call me I? Until this grandmaster is dealt with, we shall not return. As for you, may you seek your own fortune." As he spoke, the imposing presence of the 5 royal elders intensified, causing the Taiji Hall to creak under the strain. The chaos in Li Yutian's memorial hall was beyond control. Yet, a sardonic smile lingered on the empress's lips, while Yi Guzhou trembled with barely concealed excitement. Just as they envisioned the future reign of Li Taiyuan, an overwhelming celestial might erupted within the hall. It was as if a true dragon had awoken, roaring through the heavens. Unbridled, the Taya sword of Li Taicang unsheathed with a resounding clash. In an instant, a blinding golden radiance erupted from the blade, brilliant as the sun at dawn, scorching the air as it sliced through. The combined pressure of the 5 royal elders, once akin to a raging sea sweeping through the hall. was violently torn apart by the sword's light. The hall was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. What? Impossible. A peak master at only 20 years old. This must be an illusion. Yi Guizhou's eyes widened in disbelief, his hand trembling around the sword. The empress's pupils constricted, gasping in astonishment. Both siblings, being high-level masters themselves, could distinctly sense Li Taicang's current realm. A peak master, the pinnacle of the master realm, just a step away from becoming a transcendent grandmaster. Wasn't he only 20 years old? How could his cultivation advance so rapidly? In the annals of Great Qin, the last peak master at such a tender age dates back to the founding years. Such a prodigy is destined to break through to the celestial realm, ascending to the skies. Is this truly the second prince, Li Taicang? It is worth noting that while Li Taicang had immersed himself in cultivation, the resources allocated to him by the royal family were scant. Moreover, with Fuan lurking nearby as a spy, the Yi family had been closely monitoring Li Taicang's progress in cultivation. To connect with that enigmatic black-robed grandmaster is something Yi can comprehend. For countless ambitious individuals covet the status of Li Taicang, the legitimate heir of the Li lineage. However, the fact that he quietly ascended to the pinnacle of mastery at the tender age of 20 is nothing short of a violation of martial principles. Most significantly, this prince, who has reached the apex of the master realm, directly shattered the tempest conjured by 5 grandmasters united. The chasm between masters and grandmasters is akin to an insurmountable abyss. This is precisely why, in today's world, grandmasters are so scarce. While masters can be worn down by practitioners of the Xianhai realm, no matter how numerous they may be, they cannot possibly contend against a grandmaster's might. Yet, what has Li Taicang accomplished? He dares to confront a grandmaster with the strength of a mere master. It is worth noting that he faces not 1, but 5. The 5 royal ancestors furrowed their brows, gazing gravely at the imposing figure radiating unparalleled authority, their minds swirling with thoughts. On one hand, they were astounded by the profound cultivation of Li Taicang. On the other, they were taken aback that he, at the 9th level of the master realm, could stand firm against a grandmaster. Li Taicang took a step forward, reducing the blue bricks beneath his feet to mere dust. At this moment, he resembled an ancient sovereign descending upon the world, with an oppressive aura as deep as the ocean, leaving those present gasping for breath. This is not a place for you to run rampant, he declared. Do you 5 truly disregard the emperor? He emphasized the word emperor with weighty significance. The emperor, the supreme authority of the Great Qin realm, whose words become law and whose decrees must be obeyed. All beings are to submit, and none dare to transgress. Yet these 5 ancestors had the audacity to act within the emperor's memorial hall. Such as a grievous act of disrespect. His voice resonated like thunder from heavens, causing all 5 figures to retreat a step in unison. The expressions of the 5 royal ancestors darkened. They sensed a threat emanating from Li Taicang. This revelation is indeed astonishing. 5 apex grandmasters, the pinnacle of power, felt apprehensive before a mere peak master. However, Li Taicang was not surprised. He possessed a clear understanding of himself. Though he had only attained the peak of the master realm, the techniques he practiced were of the supreme variety, the emperor's suppression of the world. To claim to wield supreme techniques, one must be capable of overcoming adversaries across multiple major realms. Furthermore, Li Taicang's vitality surged like a flood, while the 5 ancestors' vigor had long since waned. Their sentiments were, therefore, entirely reasonable. Chapter 12. The Empress Dowager may attempt to depart, observing the tense atmosphere. A hint of unease welled up within Yi Guizhou. He discreetly surveyed the situation, and his apprehension intensified. Li Taicang's demeanor far exceeded his expectations. The prince, who should have been firmly under their control, now resembled a drawn sword, radiating danger. Yi Guizhou's gaze subtly traversed the assembly within the hall, ultimately landing upon the Empress Dowager. As their eyes met, the Empress Dowager imperceptibly nodded. The bond between the siblings was profound, allowing them to comprehend each other's intentions without the need for excessive words. It was imperative to ensure the 9th prince, Li Taiyuan, departed safely. The Empress Dowager pulled the ninth prince behind her and whispered, "Yuan, you shall return home with the old nurse first." Her notion of home did not refer to the Xinang Palace, but rather to the Yi family estate. She entrusted Li Taiyuan to the elderly nurse beside her, who immediately understood, taking the young prince's small hand. Once outside the palace, and back at the Yi residence, regardless of the outcome of the strife, the Yi family possessed a seat at the table. The worst-case scenario would merely see Li Taicang ascend to power, forcing the Yi family to depart from Chang'an. However, with the Yi family's extensive network across various regions, they were more than capable of rapidly regrouping their forces. Private troops from Jiangnan, trade routes in the northern territories, and covert operatives from the western regions. All the chess pieces they had strategically positioned over the years would play pivotal roles at critical moments. The ninth prince was their most crucial asset. As long as they preserved this lone seedling, he would stand a chance against his royal brethren in the struggle for supremacy. The Yi family would retain their claim to the throne. In due time, the reigning Li Taicang would inevitably become the target of all the other princes. The fate of the throne remained uncertain. The elderly nurse led the ninth prince backward, moving towards the palace gates. Yi Guzhou's gaze remained fixed on Li Taicang and Yuan Tiangang, ensuring their attention was entirely captivated by the five royal ancestors. A fleeting expression of relief passed across the tightly drawn face of the ninth prince, Li Taiyuan. Despite his remarkable intellect, the brutal atmosphere of this power struggle left him gasping for breath. Exiting this arena of slaughter was undoubtedly a liberation for him. However, just as the elderly nurse and Li Taiyuan were mere steps away from the Taichi Hall's entrance, a eunuch obstructed their path. His fiery red attire blocked the sunlight, casting a shadow over the nurse and the ninth prince. It was none other than Gao Lisher. A formulaic smile adorned his face, yet his gaze was as frigid as ice. He slowly closed the main door, his voice soft yet imperious, leaving no room for dissent. His Majesty did not grant you permission to leave. The elderly nurse's expression shifted dramatically, her already numerous wrinkles twisting grotesquely, resembling aged tree bark. Her murky eyes erupted with a terrifying ferocity, transforming her into a figure of imminent danger. She intoned in a deep voice, impudent, "Open your eyes and behold. This is His Highness, the ninth prince. You, a mere eunuch, dare to obstruct His Highness." Her words were laced with a sharp, murderous intent. A violent spiritual pressure surged forth, revealing her to be a masterful expert, concealed yet formidable. The Yi family possessed profound depth. This elderly nurse was not only the Empress Dowager's wet nurse, but had also become the protector of the ninth prince. Gao Lisher maintained a calm demeanor, his elongated eyes scrutinizing the elderly matron. The Wuxiang Yinfu scripture was activated, and shadows began to stir beneath his feet. Countless eerie and chilling runes swiftly spread, attaching themselves to the grand entrance of the Taiji Hall, forming a dark barrier. "I am but a servant of His Majesty, not one of your Yi family," he declared. "Remain where you are and await the Emperor's decree." The old matron's expression darkened, caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. At that moment, she discerned the formidable power of the red-clad eunuch, a pinnacle master, on par with the family head. With her own cultivation barely reaching the 8th level of mastery, it was clear she stood no chance against him. Yet she pondered, how could one so young relinquish their status as a prodigy to serve as a eunuch beside the second prince? The ninth prince, Li Taiyuan, was similarly struck by this unforeseen turn of events, his face drained of color as he cowered behind the matron, clutching her garment tightly. Simultaneously, a flicker of resentment ignited within the 4-year-old's heart. "I'm a prince. How dare this mere eunuch treat me with such disrespect? Once I ascend to the throne, I shall purge all eunuchs from the palace." Yi Guzhou's countenance darkened in an instant, realizing he had committed a grave error. His focus had been entirely on Li Taicang, neglecting the red-clad eunuch at his side. The chilling talismans unleashed by the eunuch sent an inexplicable shiver through him, even as a fellow pinnacle master. As the head of the Yi family, he had devoted himself to the finest martial arts since childhood, his foundation forged from rare treasures, making him a peerless prodigy among his contemporaries. Yet, at this moment, he felt a palpable danger emanating from a mere eunuch. Seeing her son in fear, Lady Yi stepped forward, pulling the ninth prince into her embrace. Her phoenix eyes narrowed, barely concealing her rising fury. Presumptuous, she admonished sharply. You, a lowly eunuch, dare to disrespect a prince? I shall leave the palace today. Do you intend to lay hands on me? At that moment, Lady Yi exuded an air of grandeur, her authority palpable, embodying the presence of a sovereign mother. Gao Lisher stood tall and composed, calmly meeting her gaze. Your Highness, you overstate the matter. How could a servant dare to show disrespect to the royal family? Please step aside. His Majesty has not issued a decree. He is not yet emperor. By my command, step aside, Lady Yi ordered, her eyes narrowing with a glint of coldness. Gao Lisher squinted slightly, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light as he shifted to the side. Yet, the chilling talismans affixed to the Taiji Hall grew even more intricate, rendering the area within 3 paces nearly inaccessible. Lady Yi glared at Gao Lisher, who maintained a facade of formal politeness, his hands folded neatly before him in the proper stance of servitude. Yet, it was evident to all that the red-clad eunuch was concealing a lethal intent beneath his calm exterior. He practically communicated to Lady Yi that should she dare approach the grand entrance, he would not hesitate to act against them. He even deliberately controlled the release of his power, creating an atmosphere of pressure without pushing them to desperation. Within this grand hall, apart from the few esteemed masters he could not contend with, he regarded the rest with disdain. Gao Lisher was acutely aware of his responsibilities. He need not take the initiative to act, merely ensuring that no one could leave the Tai Chi Hall without permission. As for subsequent actions, that was for his sovereign to decide. Naturally, should the Empress Yi choose to intervene, he would not hesitate to assist His Majesty in matters of the household. In the Qin dynasty, he followed only the commands of his sovereign. It was prudent for the 9th prince and the Empress Dowager to remain within the hall. His Majesty was deeply concerned for their safety. While the Empress Dowager could attempt to leave the hall, the perilous outside world posed a threat, and he could not guarantee their safety. Gao Lisher, lacking any subtlety, openly threatened the Empress and her son. The Empress Yi suppressed her fury, her spiritual energy swirling around her, yet she dared not strike. She could not gamble on the consequences of her actions. Together with the old matron, they were no match for this red-clad eunuch. Her brother, Yi Guzhou, was also preoccupied and unable to assist her. Li Taicang noted the unfolding situation, nodding to himself in approval. Gao Lisher's performance was commendable. He truly was a wise and capable official, adeptly grasping the dynamics at play. While he was engaged in a standoff with the royal ancestors and the Yi family's masters, he had perfectly controlled the situation, preventing the 9th prince from escaping back to the Yi family. Should the 9th prince, Li Taiyuan, return to the Yi family, it might not destabilize the overall situation, but would certainly lead to numerous complications. The Yi family had operated for many years, their influence deeply entrenched. Allowing them to depart Chang'an with the prince would undoubtedly provide them the opportunity to cause unrest. Although Li Taicang was not fearful, it would nonetheless require considerable effort to manage. In the struggle for power, potential threats must be eradicated in their infancy. The situation within the hall had become clear. Gao Lisher firmly controlled the exit, leaving the faction of the Empress unable to escape. Now, it was time to address the troublesome royal ancestors and the masters of the Yi family. Chapter 13. Self-Destruction of the Great Wall. Do Iruzimba Zhougo. The 5 venerable ancestors of the royal family gazed at Li Taicang with a mix of complexity and intrigue. The depth of this young man's character, his cunning methods, and his exceptional talent genuinely astonished them. For 2 decades, he had concealed his brilliance and remained patient, successfully deceiving these grandmasters. Remarkably, he even had a peak grandmaster serving him in the guise of a eunuch. Now, leveraging the funeral of Li Yuqian, he had ensnared both Yi Ho and her son along with Yi Guzhou in one fell swoop. Such temperament, lineage, and stratagem made them feel that Li Taicang was akin to a reincarnation of Emperor Taizong. The 5 royal ancestors exchanged glances, silently reaching a consensus. Such a formidable sovereign must be preserved. Li Yi reigned in his imposing aura, and spoke slowly. Since Li Yuqian has bestowed the imperial seal upon you, you are now the new emperor of the Great Qin. As for that edict, let it be discarded. His words struck like a thunderclap, leaving the Yi family pale and speechless. The 5 royal ancestors showed no restraint towards the masked grandmaster. What could the Yi family possibly use to contend with Li Taicang? If the grandmaster took action, they might not withstand even a single strike. Yiho's face turned ashen as she clutched Li Taiyuan tightly. Yi Guzhou summoned his courage to speak. Elder predecessors, the decree of Emperor Gao explicitly forbids grandmasters from meddling in the succession. Before he could finish, Li Wu interrupted with a sharp rebuke. Silence. Do you presume to remind us of Emperor Gao's decree? Is your Yi family's tradition merely to sow discord and harm the heirs? Yi Guzhou was drenched in sweat, repeatedly expressing his fear. Li disregarded Ye Guzu ent contenut adressing Li Taicang. We believe in your ability to rejuvenate the Great Qin, but the decree of Emperor Gao must not be violated. He pointed at Yuan Tiangang and added, hand him over to us, and we 5 shall immediately return to the ancestral temple, no longer meddling in your affairs. Li Xin spoke earnestly. Child, grandmasters are not easily controlled. The decree of Emperor Gao carries profound significance. Everything we, the old bones, do is for the everlasting stability of the Great Qin. The royal lineage of Li had been preparing since the era of Emperor Gao. They were the pride of the Li royal family, selected from a young age by the previous grandmasters and brought to the ancestral temple for training. Stripped of their names, after breaking through to become grandmasters, they were known only by numbers, passing their titles down the generations. Just as Li Yi would be succeeded by Li Er upon his death, and Li San would take on the name Li Er, and so forth. From a young age, they had known no freedom, destined to be the guardians of the Li royal family. Having rarely departed from the ancestral temple, they held the decree of Emperor Gao in higher regard than life itself. For them, allowing Li Taicang to scheme against the grandmasters was already a significant concession. However, the masked grandmaster who violated the decree and intervened in the succession must pay a price. After hearing the words of the royal ancestors, Yi Guzhou felt considerably relieved. As long as there is no grandmaster, the Yi family still harbors hope. It is crucial to understand that the influence of the Yi family is deeply intertwined. And in the realm of political machinations, Li Taicang is no match. Moreover, the most significant factor is that the Yi family possesses the heritage of a grandmaster. As long as their grandmaster refrains from intervening with the royal family, the royal grandmasters will not target the Yi family. Should Li Taicang seek to eradicate the Yi family, he must weigh the strength of their grandmaster. This is one of the reasons many formidable rulers throughout history have been unable to completely eliminate the aristocratic clans. The balance of power between the imperial authority and the noble families has long been ingrained in the marrow of the Qin dynasty. If the royal grandmasters do not act to restrain the grandmasters of the noble families, even emperors with the intent to eliminate these families find themselves powerless. Should the emperor insist on taking action, these royal grandmasters might even hinder the emperor's efforts, just as they do today. Li Taicang's expression was as cold as frost, his gaze sharp as a sword as it swept across the 5 royal ancestors. In a deep voice, he inquired, if I do not hand over Yuan Qing to you, what will you do? Li Yi snorted coldly, his eyes piercing, and a sudden surge of pressure from the grandmaster enveloped the entire hall like a tidal wave. We shall see if this new ruler can withstand the wrath of 5 grandmasters. Li San, observing the tension, softened his tone and advised, child, with your abilities, even without a grandmaster, you can quell the turmoil of the Yi family. Why risk defying the ancestral teachings of the great emperor for an outsider? We all seek what is best for you. Yuan Tiangang sheathed his sword, casting a complex gaze at Li Taicang. Although summoned by the system with an absolute loyalty to Li Taicang, he was still unfamiliar with this ruler's character. To Yuan Tiangang, should Li Taicang surrender him, the anger of the 5 royal ancestors could be appeased. If he does not comply, although he is confident in fending off the 5 grandmasters, the ever-watchful Yi family poses a looming threat. This adds a layer of risk for Li Taicang. It is not unreasonable for Li Taicang to act selfishly. After all, emperors are inherently self-serving. Furthermore, should Li Taicang agree to the demands of the 5 royal ancestors, Yuan Tiangang would immediately draw his sword and take his own life. The once dubious commander Yuan Tiangang is loyal to the throne, especially with the system's loyalty buff. Regardless of Li Taicang's choice, Yuan Tiangang would unconditionally execute it. Faced with the aggressive stance of the 5 royal ancestors and the resolute gaze of Yuan Tiangang, Li Taicang could not help but laugh in indignation. What do you take me for? A fool who would destroy his own fortress? You 5, bound together, cannot compare to my Yuan Qing. I'm not Zhao Go, willing to slaughter you Pengju to appease various factions. Will the friendship of the 5 royal ancestors suffice to replace my loyal commander? Do I resemble Zhao Go to such a degree of folly? Do you truly believe I would sever my own limbs for the sake of so-called ancestral teachings? If I surrender my loyal subjects today, who would dare to serve me unto death tomorrow? How could I still bear the title of emperor? Li Yi's expression darkened, ready to speak, but he was silenced by a raised hand from Li Taicang. Enough. I shall make my stance unequivocally clear today. Yuan Tiangang is my right hand and left arm. Whoever dares to lay a finger upon him shall be considered an adversary of mine. A profound silence enveloped the hall. As the 5 esteemed ancestors of the royal family wore expressions as dark as turbulent waters, evidently taken aback by the audacity of this young sovereign to oppose them. Chapter 14. Is the High Emperor truly the emperor, while I am not? Yuan Tiangang gazed at Li Taicang with a touch of emotion. There exists no minister who does not admire such a sovereign. Willing to embrace risks, he does not forsake his loyal subjects. In the original work, Yuan Tiangang served under 21 emperors, yet only encountered one of true merit, the illustrious Heavenly Khan, a paragon of virtue and strength. Even subsequent formidable rulers pale in comparison. Regrettably, this Yuan Tiangang possesses no memories from a past life, yet subconsciously, he feels exhilarated at the prospect of assisting such a monarch. What loyal subject would not dare to lay down their life for a sovereign of such caliber? On the other hand, the Yi family was brimming with excitement. Lady Yi embraced Li Taiyuan, her joy evident upon her face. This audacious young man, despite his extraordinary prowess, cannot possibly defeat a grandmaster. It seems today my son is destined for the throne. Her nails dug deep into her palm, oblivious to the pain, her eyes shimmering with frenzied light. Yi Guizhou trembled with excitement, his heart fervently urging for battle. Let them clash, let them engage. Ideally, let both be gravely wounded. In that case, my Yi family would no longer need to serve under Taiyuan. We could establish ourselves as emperors. With fervent anticipation, Yi Guizhou envisioned himself seated upon the supreme throne. Conversely, the 5 royal ancestors were consumed with rage. Li Yi Beiluit, Li Taicang, do you truly intend to act with such obstinacy, defying the edicts of our forebear? Li Si seethed with indignation as he glared at Li Taicang, his teeth clenched, wishing he could devour him whole. Do you believe that at merely 20 years of age, having reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster, you are invincible? Li Wu's aura surged, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Were you to question the sacred teachings of our forebear? Do you presume yourself superior to the High Emperor? A terrifying presence enveloped the space. Scattering Li Taicang's ceremonial fiat pieza. His raven locks danced wildly as the energy surged. His brows were sharp, and his eyes shone brilliantly. Is the High Emperor the sole sovereign? While I am not, I contend that the teachings of the High Emperor have long required revision. The guardians of the ancestral temple who disregard the emperors were no different than traitors. Upon hearing Li Taicang's piercing words, the 5 ancestors momentarily lost control. You have truly rebelled, Li Taicang, a traitor to the nation. A mere child, how dare you insult the High Emperor's teachings? You arrogant wretch, forgetting your roots. Li Taicang's gaze sparkled with cold fury, his aura majestic as if the heavens themselves had descended. The laws of our ancestors govern our ancestral lands. Yet how much has been lost? Decrees issued from Chang'an. How many heed them? The great families of today run rampant. I assert it is due to the High Emperor's antiquated regulations. You 5, today you must either submit to the new sovereign or depart to meet your High Emperor." Li Er roared, his entire being crackling with energy, his white hair standing on end. "What a disloyal and unfilial scourge. Today, I shall act in the name of heaven." Li Taicang's sword-like brows stood upright as he spoke indifferently. "Yuan Qing, take action." Boom! Yuan Tiangang's figure shot up, the Tiangang technique reaching its utmost potential. The entire Taiji Hall was enveloped in an intense aura of Tiangang. He had long suppressed his disdain for the 5 royal ancestors. How dare these old fools insult his majesty so brazenly? To insult the master is to invite death for the servant. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap resonated throughout the hall. Yuan Tiangang swung his right hand vigorously, delivering a solid slap to Li Er's face. The violent force tore the carpet behind Li Er into shreds, the residual energy carving a deep trench into the hall's floor. Li Er's body flew backward like a cannonball, tracing an arc in the air as the compressed air erupted with a loud bang. Li E, quick-witted, darted forward to catch Li Er, retreating several steps to dissipate the massive force. "Dare to insult his majesty again, and I shall tear your mouth to shreds." At that moment, Li Er felt dizzy. His vision blurred, and several of his teeth had vanished. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In the humiliation, he felt threatened to engulf him. Having lived for hundreds of years, how had he, Li Er, ever endured such disgrace? Especially being slapped publicly by a junior. Truly a death wish. To insult the protector of our great Qin's ancestral temple. You truly underestimate the Li royal family. Your sect shall wish it had never existed. From this day forth, I shall exterminate your sect and obliterate your lineage. The 5 royal ancestors bellowed ferociously. The terrifying might caused the entire hall to tremble. To call you fools is to underestimate your foolishness. I am the supreme ruler of Li Qin. What are you 5? Li Taicang spuka coldly. His starry eyes filled with disdain. He pointed towards Yi Guzhou and Yi Ho's direction. You neglect the treacherous rebels and instead seek to harm my loyal ministers. You antiquated and conservative lot. The new dynasty has no place for you. Considering your years of guarding the ancestral temple, Yuan Qing, grant them a modicum of dignity. As you command. As he spoke, Yuan Tiangang drew his long blade, the Tiangang aura enveloping it. It emanated a sharp energy capable of severing all. An overwhelming killing intent swept through the surroundings. In that moment, Yuan Tiangang appeared as fearsome as a hellish demon. The blade's radiance swept across everything, aimed at the 5 royal ancestors. Overestimating yourselves, Li Yi shouted furiously, summoning his own magical artifact. This artifact, nurtured through countless generations of grandmasters, was terrifyingly formidable. In an instant, it transformed into an ancient bell. Stalwart and immovable, it suppressed all. Yuan Tiangang's long blade struck the ancient bell, producing a thunderous explosion. However, the bell remained unscathed, instead absorbing the blade's radiance. The other 4 ancestors simultaneously unleashed their spiritual energy attacks upon the bell. The absorbed blade light now grew even more fearsome, returning to Yuan Tiangang. With a grave expression, Yuan Tiangang raised his long blade in defense. Boom! A violent sound erupted. Yuan Tiangang staggered back several dozen steps, and the long blade in his hand shattered. Li's expression turned triumphant. Can your strength withstand the legacy of our great Qin's 600 years? This mystical artifact has been nurtured since the inception of the first generation of the Time Miao Guardians. And it is certainly not a mere weapon that can be easily matched. Yuan Tiangang discarded his broken blade, transforming the essence of Tiangang into a longsword, poised to strike the ancient bell once more. However, Li Taicang suddenly interjected. I am eager to see whether your turtle shell is more resilient or if my sword proves to be the stronger. With that, Li Taicang summoned all his strength to wield the human emperor's earthly command, causing the Tai sword to tremble violently, emanating an overwhelming aura of imperial dominance. Chapter 15. Slaying the royal ancestors. The 5 royal ancestors sensed the extraordinary nature of Li Taicang. the ancient sword exuded a palpable threat to their very existence. The intuition of a grand master is never unfounded. The five, wary of their own limitations, simultaneously formed their seals, channeling their profound spiritual energy into the ancient bell. This artifact, with a legacy spanning over 2 millennia, suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, swelling further and enveloping the grand hall. Waves of golden ripples emanated from the bell, standing resolute like a divine mountain. As the onlookers gazed in horror, the ancient bell descended upon Taicang with an overwhelming force capable of annihilating the heavens. The bell's aura caused the pillars of the Taiji Hall to shudder, and fragments of the ceiling began to crumble. History will record you as the most foolish emperor of the Great Qin. To recklessly alter ancestral edicts, one must first weigh their own worth. Your Majesty, Yuan Tiangang's eyes reflected urgency for the first time. He could sense the terror of this impending strike. Even an ordinary grandmaster at the 9th level would meet their demise beneath this ancient bell. Even he had to evade its lethal edge. What's more, His Majesty was merely at the pinnacle of a master. No matter how extraordinary he was, even as the reincarnation of the human sovereign, he could not withstand such force. However, Taicang bellowed with authority, "Stand aside." Yuan Tiangang halted in his tracks. Taicang's long hair billowed, his sword-like brows stood fierce, and his starry eyes sparkled with brilliance. His golden robe rustled with an imposing aura that mirrored the might of ancient sovereigns returning to the mortal realm. Let your lives serve as a testament to the world. The Great Qin shall have but one voice. The domineering sword intent of the Tai sword shone blindingly, seemingly awakening the sword spirit itself, compelling thousands of swords to submit. As the human sovereign's world-subduing technique surged wildly, Taicang's body radiated a resplendent light akin to a mighty river breaking forth. Accompanied by Taicang's thunderous roar, the sword light cleaved through the air. Its brilliance was unstoppable, akin to a thunderclap, the deafening clang of the sword resonating through the heavens. The divine sword shattered the sky as it collided with the golden ancient bell. Boom! To everyone's astonishment, the golden bell instantly became riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web. What? This is impossible. Is he truly human? The 5 royal ancestors stared in disbelief. That bell was a sacred artifact refined by countless grand masters, the very foundation of their revered temple's authority over the grand masters of the world. Yet what transpired now? A mere pinnacle master had nearly shattered their artifact? Your ancient bell is the result of countless grand masters' refinement, while my Tai sword is a national treasure nurtured through generations of sovereigns. He even doubted whether he had unleashed even a fraction of the sword's true power, were it not for the human sovereign's world-subduing technique and the system's harmonization. Taicang felt he might not even be worthy of wielding the Tai sword. The ancestral rules are as fragile as your broken bell. They must be shattered and rebuilt. The essence of the Tai sword intensified further, as if dissatisfied with its failure to obliterate the ancient bell in a single strike. Boom! In the next moment, the revered artifacts of the Guardians, having been passed down through countless generations, shattered with a thunderous crash, transforming into a cascade of golden light. The 5 esteemed ancestors of the royal family recoiled from the backlash, spitting blood, their faces ashen, eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Meanwhile, the members of the Yi family appeared pale with dread, particularly the over 100 monks of the Xianhai realm, who had suffered grievous losses under the aftermath, with many dead or wounded. Those who survived cursed in their hearts, questioning the humanity of the one before them. A master at the pinnacle of his craft had nearly slain 5 grandmasters with a single sword strike. Having lived long, they had only encountered such myths within the scriptures of Buddhism. Yet, here stood an extraordinary prodigy before their very eyes. Yi Guizhou's expression shifted between darkness and light. His teeth clenching audibly, he surveyed the surroundings, eager to make his escape first. However, the tranquil yet profound gaze of Gao Lisher remained fixed upon him and the Yi matriarch and her child. A member of the Yi family attempted to flee, But Gao Lisher paid him no heed, his focus unwavering on the trio. The Yi matriarch clutched the trembling Li Taiyuan, her exquisite makeup drenched in cold sweat. Within mere minutes, she plummeted from the heights of assured victory into the abyss of despair, the vast disparity rendering her nearly breathless. Li Taiyuan, nestled in her arms, seemed to sense his mother's terror, his small frame quaking incessantly. Li Taicang's eyes lost their brilliance, the aura of his sword concealed, the might of the heavens subdued. He paid no attention to the 5 royal ancestors, instead gazing in astonishment at the Tai, the sword in his hand. The sword now resembled an ordinary longsword, its brilliance dimmed, appearing as an unremarkable ceremonial artifact, devoid of the prior overwhelming presence that had instilled fear. Li Taicang no longer felt the sensation of invincibility that accompanied the grip of the sword, the feeling of reigning supreme over the world. It is worth noting that just moments ago, he had dared to counter the lethal moves of the 5 grandmasters because he had felt an aura of dominance while wielding the Tai sword. With slender fingers, he delicately tapped the sword's body, producing a clear, resonant chime. Was it they who had provoked your ire? The divine sword possesses spirit, especially one of royal lineage, such as the Tai A. The insults hurled by the royal ancestors and the attempt to suppress it with the ancient golden bell had clearly angered this proud imperial sword. How dare mere subjects attempt to subdue a true emperor? Hence, it would cleave them asunder. Now, with the formidable foe vanquished, the sword reverted to its former restraint, as if the earth-shattering strike had never occurred. Cough, cough. Li coughed up blood. Those who suffered the backlash of the artifact were now too weakened to continue the fight. Their gazes towards Li Taicang were complex, filled with solace, admiration, yet also helplessness and unwillingness. Truly, an unparalleled prodigy, far stronger than the founding and second emperors. Under his command, the Qin dynasty might once again bask in the glory of unification. However, the eldest among them, Li Yi, eventually spoke up to caution Li Taicang. Your Majesty, that Grand Master who hides behind a mask and dares not show himself harbors ulterior motives. Be vigilant against deception. If you must, eliminate him. His sect undoubtedly harbors ambitions to usurp our Li Qin. If the great Qin were to perish at your hands, what face would you have to meet your ancestors in the underworld? Li Taicang sighed, truly exasperated by these obstinate old men. Yet, he could comprehend their devotion. Raised in the ancestral temple, they revered the decrees of the great emperor as their faith. Even in death, they would adhere to their chosen path. He harbored no doubt regarding the loyalty of these 5 individuals. Should the Li Qin royal family find itself teetering on the brink of annihilation, they would willingly sacrifice their lives. However, retaining these 5 would only sow the seeds of disaster, continually plotting against his most trusted ministers. Even if Li Taicang assured them of these ministers' unwavering loyalty, it would be futile. People only believe what they wish to believe. Furthermore, they placed themselves above the emperor, disregarding his commands entirely. Such individuals, if left alive, would only invite trouble upon himself. Yuan Qing, grant them a dignified exit. As ordered, Yuan Tiangang gazed at the ancestral foes of the royal family, striking with 5 palm strikes, shattering their hearts. Soon, the 5 royal ancestors succumbed to lifelessness. The members of the Yi family watched in silence, afraid to even breathe. Yi Guizhou, drenched in sweat, opened his mouth to speak. But he noticed Li Taicang caressing the body of the Tai, his sword, his brow furrowed in contemplation of some significant matter. In the next moment, Li Taicang's figure flickered, and he swung his sword. Bang! A dull thud echoed as one of the Yi family's masters had his head burst open like a ripe watermelon. Blood sprayed forth, creating a rain of crimson. This left all present, save for the 3 from Li Taicang's side, feeling a chill run down their spines. For Li Taicang had not employed spiritual power, but sheer brute force to obliterate a master's head. Amidst the blood rain, Li Taicang gently stroked the blade of the Tai, his sword, seemingly indifferent to the chaos around him, muttering to himself, though the sword's rhythm has been restrained, its hardness remains. Quite impressive. Yi Guizhou managed to utter a single word, but dared not continue. Chapter 16. Sacrificing Pawns for the Rook. The master of a thousand-year aristocracy, Yi Guizhou's countenance fluctuated between darkness and light, his heart churning with an indescribable dread. He could hardly fathom that Li Taicang was even more formidable and perilous than a masked grandmaster in black robes. What was even more astonishing was that he was merely 20 years old, rising like the sun at dawn, coupled with the support of peak masters and grandmasters. Could the princes truly contend against Li Taicang? The so-called heroes competing for supremacy were but a farce before him. Were they even worthy? In this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, absolute strength could easily crush all schemes and machinations. As Yi Guizhou gazed at Li Taicang, who gently caressed his long sword, a profound sense of bitter humiliation welled up within him. At this moment, he found himself devoid of the courage to draw his sword. Fortunately, the Yi family still had a grandmaster to safeguard them. Although the family had suffered severe injuries from this ordeal, its essence remained intact. Yet, the days of wielding such overwhelming power in the court seemed far behind. Suddenly, Yi Guizhou appeared to have an epiphany. He observed Li Taicang and his two companions. Li Taicang, often reclusive and indifferent to power, had only these two by his side, lacking even a servant to accompany him. With this realization, a glimmer of hope reignited in Yi Guizhou's eyes. With a resounding clang, the sword was drawn. Yi Guizhou unleashed his most potent strike. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, his full-force attack at the peak of his mastery did not target Li Taicang. Splatter! 3 arcs of blood erupted as 3 esteemed masters of the Yi family fell, severed at the waist. Head of the family. Why this? They gasped. We would willingly die for the family. Head of the family, you. The life force of a master is tenacious. Even when bisected, death does not come instantly. They stared in disbelief at Yi Guizhou, their eyes wide with shock. Under normal circumstances, Yi Guizhou could never have slain 3 men with a single strike. However, at this moment, their attention was entirely fixed on Li Taicang, leaving them utterly unprepared for their own leader's sudden betrayal. Yi Ho, startled, gazed incredulously at his brother. Could it be that he had lost his sanity? Already at a disadvantage against Li Taicang, how could he go so far as to slay his own subordinates? Li Taicang raised an eyebrow, watching Yi Guizhou with a knowing gaze. Yi Guizhou's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks, his entire body trembling violently. Yet, he soon took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, his face once again assuming a mask of calm. He knelt heavily on both knees, his forehead touching the ground, performing the most respectful of bows. Criminal Yi Guizhou has failed in his governance, leading the younger members of the clan to dare draw swords against your majesty. I am truly deserving of death. The criminal has personally purged the ranks and implores your majesty for mercy to spare the Yi family from the death penalty. From now on, the entire Yi family is willing to serve your majesty as loyal subjects, to atone for our sins. Yi Guizhou's intentions were crystal clear. He had discerned Li Taicang's Achilles heel. Although his personal strength was unparalleled, his roots were still shallow, and he had but few capable individuals under his command. Even upon ascending the throne, it would be a formidable challenge for Li Taicang to assert control over the court. The seasoned and cunning ministers, each a master of guile, would undoubtedly engage in duplicity. While local powers are deeply entrenched, their networks of influence labyrinthine and intricate. The edicts of Li Taicang would struggle to gain traction even within the heart of Chang'an. Indeed, the Emperor Li Taicang seems to wield authority reminiscent of a mere vice-governor of Chang'an. Li Taicang could certainly resort to executions. However, could he truly carry out such a campaign? In the era of the great emperor, stringent laws were enacted to punish corrupt officials with brutal measures, such as dismemberment and even the execution of entire clans. Officials would often leave behind heartfelt letters to their families before attending court, weeping for what may be their final moments. Yet, despite such severity, corrupt officials still sprouted like weeds, reviving with every gentle breeze of fortune. No matter how many Li Taicang eliminates, new ones will invariably rise, attempting to deceive him once more. This is the immutable nature of humanity. The Yi family, firmly established within the court, holds significant sway, should they choose to align themselves with Li Taicang. He could swiftly seize control of the political landscape and rally an army to eradicate the various princes and their clans across the realm. It is crucial to recognize that while Taicang and his two companions possess formidable strength, the vast territories of the Great Qin present a multitude of princes and their backing forces that could easily lie in wait like venomous serpents poised to strike. To completely eradicate these latent threats would not be a simple endeavor relying solely on the might of Taicang and his allies. This is precisely where the value of the Yi family lies. To cleanse the realm of such afflictions, their assistance is indispensable. He merely sought to secure his own life. For as long as one lives, there remains hope. The act of Yi Guzhou, slaying the three masters of the Yi family, served as his declaration of loyalty to Taicang. As for whether Taicang would accept this proposal, Yi Guzhou held no doubts. If Taicang were merely a foolish tyrant, he might hesitate. But after enduring 2 decades of restraint, his eventual emergence as a formidable ruler reveals that he possesses the vision and ambition to grasp the broader picture of the world. As a sovereign, he seeks a cohesive and stable realm to realize his aspirations, rather than a fractured domain. In the grand scheme of his ambitions, the Yi family is of little consequence. Taicang's insight would surely lead him to recognize this, rather than exhausting himself in futile conflict with the Yi family. It would be far wiser to transform foes into allies, leveraging their strength to swiftly stabilize the court. As for the enmity between the Yi family and Taicang, Yi Guzhou regarded it with disdain. In a struggle for power, there are no eternal friends nor permanent enemies. Even kin can turn against one another, while sworn rivals may share a drink and discuss heroes. In the face of substantial interests capable of altering the balance of power, personal grievances pale in comparison. Truly, as the head of a millennia-old lineage, Yi Guzhou has managed to find a glimmer of hope amidst dire circumstances. Asmilagrasa li Taicang's lips. His voice tinged with unreserved admiration. Upon hearing this, a wave of elation surged within Yi Guzhou. Indeed, Taicang had discerned the intricacies of the world. Meanwhile, the Yi matriarch stood by, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in the situation. Just moments ago, there had been a fierce struggle, and now Taicang was extolling the virtues of her brother. Yi Guzhou caught a glimpse of his sister's appearance and could not help but let out a heavy sigh within. This sister, who had been pampered since childhood, might excel in the art of vying for favor in the imperial harem. Yet when it comes to the intricate machinations of court politics and the grand dynamics of the realm, she is woefully naive. Were she to take charge of the Yi family's affairs, it is likely that the family would have met its demise long before the reign of Liu Tian. Fortunately, the Yi family remains under his stewardship, and he is confident that during Taicang's era, he can still navigate the waters with ease. As he rose to his feet, however, Taicang pressed a hand down upon Yi Guzhou's shoulder. That hand, seemingly casual, bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, rendering Yi Guzhou immobile. A shiver coursed through him as he slowly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Taicang, whose gaze held a glimmer of amusement, yet concealed a chilling intensity within its depths. Head of the Yi family, how do you believe they should be dealt with? Taicang inquired, casting a glance over Yi Guzhou's shoulder. A wave of dread washed over Yi Guzhou. Directly behind him stood the Yi empress and her son. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. The Yi empress, being the consort of Liu Tian, might still have a glimmer of hope for survival. However, the ninth prince, Li Taiyuan, was a living threat. Legally, he was also deemed Liu Tian's legitimate son. As long as he drew breath, he would forever pose a danger to Taicang's claim to the throne. He comprehended that to safeguard the Yi family, he must sacrifice the lesser for the greater good. Taicang was coercing him into a blood oath, one that left no room for retreat. With a heavy heart, Yi Guzhou glanced back. It was a gaze fraught with heartbreaking complexity. The moment the Yi empress beheld that look, it struck her like a bolt of lightning. Though her political acumen was lacking, she could discern the meaning behind her brother's eyes. Whenever he was on the verge of forsaking something precious, that very expression would surface. And now, that gaze was directed at her son, Yuan, cradled in her arms. Her brother intended to abandon Yuan. No, you cannot do this. The Yi Empress suddenly let out a soul-wrenching scream, her voice laced with unprecedented terror and despair. Yuan was merely 4 years old, entirely innocent to the intricacies of this world. The Yi Empress sobbed hysterically, tears cascading down like pearls strung loose from their thread. She buried her child's face deeply into her bosom, like a lioness fiercely protecting her cub. Li Taiyuan, frightened by his mother's frantic actions, squirmed uneasily in her embrace, emitting faint whimpers of distress. Chapter 17. Yiho's complete madness. Li Taicang approached Yiho with deliberate steps. In the silence of the grand hall, each footfall echoed ominously, heightening the terror of Yiho and her son. An elderly matron, a master of her realm, stood defiantly before them, her face etched with resignation. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a resounding crack reverberated through the air. Li Taicang casually waved his hand, and a surge of terrifying spiritual energy engulfed the old matron. In an instant, she exploded like a balloon, her blood and flesh scattering wildly, splattering Yiho and her son in a gruesome display. Yiho, momentarily stunned, wiped her face, her breath quickening as her pupils constricted in horror. Despite her previous ruthlessness in the palace, executing concubines for minor transgressions, she had never witnessed such a bloodbath. A familiar figure had been obliterated before her eyes. Even a master like her was shaken to the core, let alone her 4-year-old son, Li Taiyuan, who was now paralyzed with fear, his wide eyes and gaping mouth resembling an egg in size. Yet, he emitted no sound, even forgetting to cry. His face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Despite his remarkable intelligence, he was still just a child, and all that remained in his innocent, bright eyes was primal terror. Seeing her son in such a state pierced Yiho's heart with agony. She longed to wipe the blood from Li Taiyuan's face, but forgot that her own hands were already stained crimson. Instead, she left streaks of blood across his pale cheeks. Li Taicang extended his hand and snatched Li Taiyuan from her embrace. "Mother!" Li Taiyuan finally found his voice, letting out a heart-wrenching scream as he struggled against Li Taicang's grasp, trying desperately to escape the iron grip. Yet to Li Taicang, Li Taiyuan was nothing more than an insect. How could a mere insect hope to free itself from the clutches of a dragon? "You will not? No?" Yiho lunged forward in a frenzy, desperate to reclaim her child. She summoned all her spiritual energy, but her feeble cultivation was no match for Li Taicang. Akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, she could only watch helplessly as her beloved son fell into Li Taicang's grasp. Like a hawk capturing a young rabbit, the mother rabbit may struggle, but to what avail? Li Taicang brought Li Taiyuan before him and barked, "Stop crying." His voice, though soft, thundered in Li Taiyuan's ears. The child's sobs ceased abruptly, his small body frozen mid-air, even his breathing becoming cautious. Li Taicang's expression softened, a familiar tenderness glimmering in his eyes. "Ninth brother, are you so afraid of your second brother?" Gathering his courage, Li Taiyuan looked up at Li Taicang. Normally, his second brother greeted him with such gentleness and affection. However, in this moment, confronted with that familiar face, an unprecedented fear surged within him. He could not comprehend why the brother who always inquired after his well-being had transformed into a figure of terror, like a demon from a storybook. Li Taicang gently stroked Li Taiyuan's head, his voice a soothing whisper. "Ninth brother, if second brother were to release you, what would your future hold? Speak honestly to second brother. He shall not hold it against you." The hand that gently caressed Li Taiyuan's head was the very same that had just dealt a fatal blow to the old matron. It still bore the rich, crimson blood of her demise. The bright red blood trickled down Li Taiyuan's forehead, a thick droplet clinging to his eyelashes, obscuring his vision. The familiar scent of blood invaded his nostrils. It was the essence of the old matron. An overwhelming surge of anger suddenly welled up within Li Taiyuan. The old matron had treated him with utmost kindness, often sneaking him treats and recounting stories to lull him to sleep. She even concealed from the empress the times he had skipped lessons. And now, she lay slain before the gentle hands of his second brother. Li Taiyuan's voice trembled, yet remained resolute. In his youthful eyes, a determination emerged that belied his tender age. I am not yet strong, but when I am, I shall change. Excellent. How resolute. Truly worthy of being a prince of the Li family. You have not brought shame to our father, the emperor. Li Taicang let out a hearty laugh. The sound echoed through the silent hall, resonating with an eerie terror. Empress Yi collapsed to the ground, pale as a ghost. Yi Guizhou bowed his head, closing his eyes, unable to meet the gaze of the horrific scene. Ninth brother. Do you remember your eighth brother? Li Taicang suddenly mentioned the prematurely departed eighth prince. Li Taiyuan's expression was one of confusion, clearly lacking a vivid memory of the late sibling. However, upon hearing this, both Empress Yi and Yi Guizhou trembled, their faces paling. That eighth prince, who had met a bizarre demise 2 years prior. Even her own mother had mysteriously passed away soon after the eighth prince's death. Though publicly declared an accident, those privy to the palace's secrets understood that both the eighth prince and his mother had been murdered. It was merely an ordinary afternoon when Li Taiyuan insisted on playing with the eighth prince. The 5-year-old eighth prince led the 2-year-old Li Taiyuan through the imperial garden. In the midst of their childish frolic, Li Taiyuan stumbled and fell, wailing in distress. 2 children, one 5, the other 2. Falling was a trivial matter. Yet the next dawn, the palace attendants discovered the eighth prince's lifeless body outside his chamber. The cause of death was absurd. He had supposedly fallen from the rooftop of his quarters. A 5-year-old child, unless he had sprouted wings, how could he possibly reach the rooftop? The death of his mother was equally ludicrous. A lowly concubine crushed by a falling candlestick within the chamber. Such accidents are nothing short of laughable. Everyone knew the true puppet master was the formidable Empress Yi. Yet, no one dared to question the matter. Even Emperor Li Yutian merely sighed and symbolically instructed for increased palace guards, neglecting any further inquiry. This was simply because the eighth prince's mother had been an ordinary palace maid, devoid of any cultivation or connections. Thus, their lives in this palace were as inconsequential as weeds. An utterly ordinary mother and child. Yet, there were those with hearts of venom who sought to ensure that a 5-year-old child was cruelly cast down, to ensure that a humble mother met a tragic end. Within the city of Chang'an, the eighth prince and his mother are the only 2 willing to engage in conversation with Li Taicang. They are among the few individuals in this city who harbor a fondness for him. Their humble origins render them oblivious to the sensitivity surrounding Li Taicang's identity as the son of a former empress. Yet, their ignorance has provoked the wrath of Empress Yi. Perhaps the eighth prince's mother naively believes that they are all part of one family. But in the imperial court, where's the notion of family? At this moment, Empress Ye's face is ashen. She never anticipated that Li Taicang would suddenly evoke this painful memory. His gaze, sharp as a blade, sweeps over her trembling figure, his voice chilling to the bone. The innocent laughter of children has summoned forth such merciless retribution. A 5-year-old child, an innocent mother. Must they perish simply for lacking powerful connections? Li Taicang gently taps the forehead of Li Taizhuan, his voice eerily calm. You, like your elder brother, shall meet the same fate as he did. This statement shatters the last remnants of Empress Yi's composure. Your Majesty, please. She suddenly cries out in a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground, her forehead striking the hard stone tiles with a resounding thud. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds echo throughout the grand hall as Empress Yi furiously beats her head, blood quickly staining her forehead and trickling down her pale cheeks. The stone tiles crack under the force of her blows, revealing the extent of her desperation. Your Majesty, I implore you. She raises her bloodied face, trembling as she crawls forward. Punish me. It was all my doing. I caused the death of the eighth prince. I am responsible for his mother's demise. I would willingly endure 1,000 tortures to spare you honor. Empress Yi rises, frantically slapping her own face, her voice now hoarse and unrecognizable. I confess to it all. It is I, with a heart of venom, who has harmed the heirs. Yuan knows nothing. I beseech your mercy. Yuan is your brother. He is only 4 years old. Li Taicang's gaze remains indifferent, as frigid as eternal ice. The chilling intent to kill lowers the temperature in the vicinity. My eighth brother is but 5 years old. Chapter 18. You are important to me. Li Taicang paid no heed to Yiho's pleas, his gaze as frigid as ice, devoid of warmth. With a swift motion, he seized Li Taiyuan, lifting him high above his head. Yiho screamed, lowering her head and covering her eyes, unable to bear the sight. As a mother, witnessing her child ensnared in peril while feeling utterly powerless was a cruelty beyond measure. Li Taicang's eyes conveyed a silent command, and Gao Lisher immediately understood. He stepped forward, gripping Yiho's hair, forcing her to witness the fate that awaited Li Taiyuan. Demon Empress, behold how your son meets his end. This was the first time. Li Taicang spoke coldly, then gently hurled Li Taiyuan downward. Thud! The boy crashed onto the stone floor, producing a dull thud. Almost instantly, Li Taiyuan erupted in heart-wrenching cries, struggling to rise and flee. Second brother, please, I beg you. The tender pleas echoed throughout the hall. Li Taicang deliberately reined in his spiritual power, exerting only the slightest force. Otherwise, Li Taiyuan would have been reduced to a mere pulp before he could utter a sound. Hearing the boy's cries, Yi Guzhou's robust frame trembled, yet he remained unmoved. Yiho screamed in agony, her eyes wide with despair. She struggled fiercely to gather Li Taiyuan into her arms, but Gao Lisher held her fast, rendering her helpless to do anything but watch as Li Taiyuan's frail form was seized once more by Li Taicang. With an impassive expression, Li Taicang lifted Li Taiyuan again. This was the second time. Thud! This time, the impact was even more severe. Li Taiyuan's small face contorted in pain, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. He could no longer rise, trembling as he reached out a small hand towards Yiho. Mother, uncle, Yuan is in so much pain. Yiho emitted a cry that was more beastly than human, her nails digging deep into her palms, blood dripping through her fingers. Yuan is innocent. He is only 4 years old, understanding nothing. Why target a child? Yi Guzhou bit his lip fiercely, drawing blood, the metallic taste spreading in his mouth. With a hoarse voice, he implored, Your Majesty, after all, he is the offspring of the late emperor. Grant him a swift end. Li Taicang appeared oblivious to their words, continuing his own grim course. The third time. Thud! This time, Li Taiyuan could no longer emit a complete cry, only weak whimpers escaping his lips. His small body curled up in agony, resembling a wounded beast. Yiho collapsed to the ground, her tears mingling with blood, blurring her vision. She desperately knocked her head against the floor, her lips trembling, yet no sound emerged. At last, Yi Guzhou could no longer hold back his tears. To be human is to feel. Who can be devoid of emotion? Though he had resolved to abandon the ninth prince, he was still the nephew who once called him uncle. The fourth time. By now, Li Taiyuan could barely make a sound, only faint gasps indicating he was still alive. His small face was marred by tear stains and blood, his limbs weakly splayed. Yiho abruptly ceased her struggles, her gaze becoming hollow, as though her soul had departed from her body. Only her trembling hands bore witness to her continued existence. With the fifth violent impact, Li Taiyuan finally fell silent. His small frame lay motionless in a pool of blood, every bone shattered, unable to produce even a whisper. Li Taicang gasped in astonishment. To endure 5 blows, Yi Xiang. How many rare treasures must have been used to nurture such resilience? You are truly generous. Gao Lisher released Yiho from her confinement. In the instant the restraints were lifted, Yiho lunged towards the small body like an arrow released from its bow. She trembled as she cradled her child, gently wiping the blood from his face. Yuan, wake up. Mother is here, do not be afraid. Her voice was barely a whisper. Yi Guzhou lowered his head, his body shaking. Li Taicang observed the scene with a cold, terrifying calmness. Now, do you understand the pain of losing a loved one? Yiho slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes completely vacant, yet the corners of her mouth twisted into an eerie smile. He. She laughed nervously, clutching Li Taiyuan's small body tightly. Yuan is asleep. Do not wake him. Yi Guzhou watched his sister's madness with a heart wrenched in agony. Observing this tragic scene, Li Taicang felt no stirrings of emotion. He was acutely aware of the deeds the Yi family had committed over the years. The ordinary citizens who had been driven to ruin by them. The small families forced to the brink due to their insatiable greed. The merchants who had mysteriously vanished simply for obstructing the Yi family's financial pursuits. Li Taiyuan was but a child. Yet what of the other children? Possessing boundless wealth and wielding overwhelming power, they remained unsatisfied. They still reached for what they should not covet. Li Taiyuan may indeed be innocent, but every member of the Yi family, from Yi Ho to Yi Guzhou, and those sycophantic retainers, bore blood on their hands, while they reveled in luxury. Did they ever consider the family shattered because of their actions? In their grandiloquent discussions, did they remember the citizens whose lives were torn apart by their greed? Li Taicang harbored no hatred for Li Taiyuan. It was solely because he was Yi Ho's most cherished possession that Li Taicang sought to destroy him before her eyes, to make this venomous queen taste the bitterness of regret. With a clang, Li Taicang drew the Tai's sword, coldly regarding the now delirious Yi Ho. Yi Guzhou was taken aback, stumbling forward to kneel beside Yi Ho. This once mighty head of the Yi family now lay humbly on the ground. Your Majesty, the ninth prince is dead. The Yi family poses no further threat to you. I implore your mercy. Li Taicang remained unmoved, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Yi Ho. Yi Guzhou pleaded, echoing Yi Ho's earlier supplication to Li Taicang. Your Majesty, you are the emperor of the Great Qin, a sage. No matter how disgraced Yi Ho may be, she was the empress of the late emperor, and according to propriety, you must still address her as mother. He lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. How could the ruler of the Great Qin commit matricide? You could confine Lady Yi deep within the palace, cast her aside. She has already lost her mind, spare her life. Li Taicang cast a glance at Yi Guzhou. Throughout the annals of Great Qin, some monarchs, in their quest to solidify their power, have indeed resorted to the slaughter of brothers and uncles, yet none have committed matricide. Even during the most intense power struggles between mother and son in the reign of Emperor Wu, the Empress Dowager's maternal clan was entirely eradicated, while she herself was placed under house arrest. Your Majesty, the Yi family within 3 years, no, within a year, will certainly assist your Majesty in purging the remnants of the imperial princes, ensuring the everlasting stability of the Great Qin. Li Taicang's gaze lingered momentarily on the deranged visage of Lady Yi. You speak truthfully. Great Qin governs the world through filial piety, and I indeed cannot bear the infamy of matricide. To Yi Guzhou, this declaration was akin to celestial music. His taut body finally relaxed slightly, cold sweat cascading down his cheeks. Suddenly, Li Taicang raised his hand, pointing towards Gao Lisher. You. Gao Lisher understood immediately, drawing a length of white silk from his sleeve, preparing to strangle Lady Yi. Li Taicang's lips wisha. You had this ready before my arrival? Yet he shook his head. You cannot. You are my personal attendant. How could such a person be the one to execute the Empress Dowager? Gao Lisher stood frozen, stunned. Li Taicang's gaze shifted to the still figure of Yuan Tiangang, who had remained silently by. Yuan, you come forth. After all, with your hooded black robe, no one would recognize you. Yuan Tiangang nodded, taking the white silk from Gao Lisher's hands. Witnessing this scene, Yi Guzhou's face turned ashen, and he finally realized he had been completely deceived. He immediately exclaimed, Your Majesty, should you proceed thus, the Yi family will descend into internal strife, rendering us incapable of better aiding you. Li Taicang dismissed him nonchalantly. I never intended to rely on your Yi family. I shall soon bring people to slaughter the entire Yi clan. I will hang your heads, along with Lady Yi's, at the entrance of the Yi residence, allowing you to witness how I annihilate your family. Yi Guzhou felt as if struck by lightning, trembling as he spoke. You are deceiving me. Li Taicang furrowed his brow, looking towards Gao Lisher. Did I promise anything to Minister Yi? Gao Lisher shook his head. I did not hear anything. Li Taicang. Yi Guzhou suddenly rose, pointing at Li Taicang, unleashing a torrent of invective. I did not expect you to be so short-sighted. Without the assistance of the Yi family, do you think you can control the court? The imperial princes are in hiding. Can you find them? Governance does not extend beyond Chang'an, who recognizes you as emperor. Li Taicang burst into laughter, his voice laced with scorn. Great Qin has already been gnawed to the bone by you aristocratic families. Without the Yi family, could it possibly worsen? How I govern the realm is of no concern to you. Just know this. To me, the absence of a Yi family is of great significance. Return my Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan Tiangang forcefully tore the child from Lady Yi, who, in her madness, emitted a piercing scream. She lunged at Yuan Tiangang, but was ensnared halfway by the white silk around her neck. The silk tightened suddenly, and Lady Ye's cries abruptly ceased. Her delicate hands desperately clawed at the white silk around her neck, her nails leaving trails of crimson on her skin. Her legs thrashed violently against the ground. At that moment, her exquisite visage turned a deep shade of crimson, veins standing out prominently. The graceful swan-like neck grew dark and bruised. Yuan Tiangang's grip remained unyielding. Yiho's struggles gradually diminished, her eyes rolling back, froth pooling at the corners of her mouth. Her legs twitched a final few times before going completely limp. Only her bloodshot eyes remained wide open. When the white silk was released, Yiho's lifeless body thudded onto the ground, collapsing atop the small corpse of Li Taiyuan. Yi Guizhou bowed his head, unable to bear the sight of his sister's tragic fate. His disheveled hair obscured much of his face, and tears streamed down his cheeks in silent despair. Behind him lay the intertwined bodies of his sister and nephew. Soon, his entire family would face annihilation. He could already envision the impending tragedy, the flames engulfing his home, familiar corpses lying in pools of blood. These haunting images lingered in his mind, transforming into an overwhelming sorrow that threatened to consume him entirely. Is my fault all my fault? Why did I seek that position? Why did I allow it to come to this? Yi Guizhou choked back sobs, frantically pounding the floor. He had been as close as a brother to Li Yuqian, bonded by a camaraderie forged in battle. Subsequently, he had served as Li Yuqian's most trusted minister, who had showered him with favor. After the death of the former empress, he had even risked everything to elevate his sister to the status of empress. Yet at some point, he had transformed from a loyal confidant into the scheming head of the Yi family. He had nurtured his innocent sister into a heartless and cunning woman, step by step leading the Yi family down an irreversible path. Yi Guizhou's fists were bloodied and mangled, yet he continued to pound the ground mechanically. Each blow seemed to interrogate his very existence. At what point had he gone astray? Was it the first time he exploited his sister's position as empress for personal gain? Was it the first time he betrayed the loyal for the sake of the family's interests? Or was it the first time he harbored an inappropriate desire for power? The hall echoed with his anguished sobs. His once dark hair gradually turned gray. Chapter 19. Is Empress Zhao still alive? Yi Guizhou's lifeless body collapsed heavily onto the ground, his eyes wide open, refusing to close even in death. He had been casually slain by Gao Lisher with a single sword strike. This once powerful head of the Yi family met his end so easily. His spirit had already perished, hence he offered no resistance. The remaining members of the Yi family in the Taiji Hall were swiftly eradicated by Gao Lisher and Yuan Tiangang, ignoring their pleas for mercy. Li Taicang sat impassively in his chair, observing the massacre unfold before him. The funeral hall of Li Yuqian had transformed into a veritable inferno of hellish chaos. The coffin of Li Yuqian lay in ruin, utterly damaged. Li Taicang chuckled softly, murmuring, "Father, you played a trick on me in your dying moments. Today, I shall also demolish your funeral hall. Thus, we are even." Even now, he could not comprehend why Li Yuqian bequeathed the throne to him, a prince devoid of any foundation. At that time, he was but a fish on the chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. However, he no longer harbored resentment towards Li Yuqian. Gao Lisher severed the heads of Empress Yi and Yi Guizhou, holding them aloft, silently awaiting Li Taicang's command. Li Taicang furrowed his brow as he gazed at Gao Lisher, who bore the bloody heads. What is the meaning of this? Gao Lisher respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, did you not wish for them to witness the downfall of the Yi family with their own eyes?" Li Taicang paused briefly before breaking into a smile. "Ah, well done. I must commend you. Truly, you are worthy of being summoned by the system. Your every action aligns perfectly with my desires." As he contemplated the system, The notification of task completion echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and ascending to the throne. Reward acquired. Talent. Innate path. 10,000 calamities star eye. A century of cultivation. 3 summoning opportunities. Li Taicang's pupils constricted, disbelief washing over his face. Was the standard for task completion truly this simple? He had assumed he would need to eradicate the Yi family and eliminate the other princes before being recognized for his efforts. He never anticipated that simply slaying the 3 would suffice for the system to acknowledge his claim to the throne. Was the system so hasty in its judgments? He would not be surprised if, one day, it offered him rewards in advance. System, load those 2 talents onto me. He commanded. Innate path. 10,000 calamities star eye. Such grand names. Ding. Loading innate path. 10,000 calamities star eye. Ding. Innate path. 10,000 calamities star eye successfully loaded. Innate path. This constitution is innately close to the great path, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth from birth, drawing forth the tides of spiritual energy with every breath. Your future cultivation will flow effortlessly, and bottlenecks will feel as thin as paper. 10,000 calamities star eye. With this eye, the host's gaze encompasses the vastness of the starry river, capable of invoking the power of the stars to bring forth calamities that corrode and annihilate enemies. It can pierce through all disguises and illusions, up to 2 major realms beyond your own. As Li Taicang regained his senses, he felt as though his entire world had transformed. He no longer needed to operate any techniques. He could distinctly perceive the flowing trajectories of spiritual energy. With each breath, countless luminous points surged into his body, and spiritual energy naturally converged within him. In the profound and enigmatic teachings of the human emperor's town world art, comprehension dawned upon him as naturally as water flowing into a channel. This was the innate affinity towards the Tao, showcasing a primal connection with the cosmos. Simultaneously, a deep luminescence shone in his eyes, reminiscent of countless stars in motion. He lifted his gaze, penetrating the roof above, and beheld the myriad twinkling star trails even in the broad daylight. He could even sense an ethereal connection between his eyes and those celestial bodies. Retracting his gaze, Li Taicang's eyes transformed from the depths of the starry river to an abyss of darkness. He felt an overwhelming conviction that even without wielding the Taicang sword, he could vanquish the 5 royal ancestors. As he experienced this monumental shift within himself, he murmured, the innate affinity to the Tao, the starry eyes of catastrophe, is truly remarkable. Yet, despite his words, the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be concealed. Li Taicang commanded, System, activate a century's worth of cultivation. Although he felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him, the trepidation of over a decade's worth of precarious experiences instilled an ever-present sense of crisis. Only formidable cultivation could provide him with a semblance of solace. Beep. A century's worth of cultivation is commencing. Beep. The innate affinity to the Tao is activating. In an instant, a supreme force imbued with the laws of time and space enveloped Li Taicang. The human emperor's town world art began to operate autonomously. His innate affinity to the Tao endowed him with a clear perception of the rhythmic patterns of the world. Boom! The barrier between the master and grandmaster realms crumbled like paper, easily breached by him. Simultaneously, his cultivation soared. Grandmaster 1st level, Grandmaster 2nd level, Grandmaster 9th level. In a mere moment, Li Taicang ascended to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. However, with his innate affinity to the Tao, how could a century of cultivation halt at this juncture? His power surged uncontrollably, and his understanding of martial arts deepened. Yet, just as he was on the verge of crossing the barrier to the celestial realm, buzz, countless seals unexpectedly manifested within him. They transformed into spiritual locks, firmly restraining his cultivation. Li Taicang's expression shifted. He sensed a strange, yet familiar aura emanating from those seals. Nevertheless, how could these constraints possibly hinder him? The starry eyes of catastrophe erupted, and the stars in his gaze danced, summoning the calamity of falling stars. The restraints within him began to dissolve at a visible pace. Boom! Li Taicang broke through the restrictions. His cultivation shattered the confines of the Grandmaster realm, stepping into the Celestial realm. Celestial first level, Celestial second level, Celestial third level. It was only upon reaching the pinnacle of the Celestial third level that this surging power gradually stabilized. Beep! Cultivation infusion complete. As the system's notification echoed once more, Li Taicang emerged from this extraordinary state. He felt the surging power within him, but was devoid of exhilaration. Instead, his countenance darkened ominously. The aura from those restraints was both familiar and foreign to him. It belonged to his late mother, Empress Zhao. Chapter 20. The unquenchable fury and the summoning of the Black Dragon Forbidden Army in stark contrast to the ominous and terrifying expression of Li Taicang. The expressions of Gao Lishi and Yuan Tiangang were nothing short of captivating. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting the incredulous shock mirrored in the other's eyes. What had they witnessed? Their sovereign's cultivation had ascended as though propelled by a rocket, from the pinnacle of a grandmaster to the zenith of a great grandmaster. Even the esteemed Yuan Tiangang found himself unable to fathom the depth of it. All he discerned was that Li Taicang's spiritual energy was now reined in, with an ethereal aura swirling about him. Gao Lishi's jaw hung agape, while Yuan Tiangang, despite his mask, exhibited astonishment in his exposed eyes. For a moment, they even questioned whether their sovereign was a reincarnated celestial being. How else could one explain such an incomprehensible leap in power within a mere heartbeat? At this moment, however, Li Taicang found no joy in his breakthrough. On the contrary, he was engulfed in rage. His mother, Empress Zhao, had passed away when he was merely 3 years old. Though he had traversed into this realm, possessing his own soul and body, his infant form had been too frail, and his spirit intermittently dormant, resulting in fragmented memories. Yet, amidst those scattered recollections, he always remembered his mother cradling him tenderly, exuding a comforting aura. The most cherished moments were spent curled in her embrace, inhaling her tranquil scent as he drifted into slumber. But now, reality unveiled a grave secret about his mother. The mysterious restraints within him, confining his ascent to the realm of the celestial, bore her essence. This revelation plunged Li Taicang into a chilling abyss. He even began to doubt whether his mother was truly as warm and benevolent as he had remembered. The formidable bindings had evidently been planted during his infancy. Were it not for the 10,000 calamities star eye and a century of cultivation, he might have sustained grave injuries or even lost his powers during his breakthrough. What kind of enmity could inspire such a malicious restraint? No wonder his father, Liu Tian, had persistently undermined his status as the legitimate heir while simultaneously shielding him from the clutches of the Yi family. No wonder, on his deathbed, his father had uttered cryptic words while passing the imperial seal to him. All the suspicions now intertwined, revealing a tapestry of truth. His father did not trust or value him. Rather, he feared his mother. Veins throbbing on his forehead, Li Taicang glared fiercely at Liu Tian's coffin. Since his transmigration, his mother had represented one of the few sources of warmth he had encountered in this world. Yet, every clue he unearthed indicated that nothing was as he had imagined. The image of his mother crumbled within his heart. That comforting embrace might have been a lie from the very beginning. In an instant, an inferno of rage threatened to consume him. That old man, even in death, had taken his secrets to the grave. Li Taicang's foot shattered the coffin of Liu Tian. The lifeless, pallid body of Liu Tian tumbled forth. Li Taicang stared at his father's countenance, which maintained an air of authority even in death, and his fury intensified. With a glimmer of cold light in his eyes, he lifted his foot and stomped upon Liu Tian's corpse. Old fool, neither a worthy sovereign nor a proper father. How dare you show your face before the illustrious emperors of the past? The power of the celestial realm erupted instantaneously. That long cold corpse shattered beneath a single step. Fragments of bone cracking ominously within the grand hall, sending chills down the spine. Yet Li Taicang did not relent. fiery spiritual flames ignited beneath his feet, swiftly consuming all the bodies strewn across the ground. Before long, whether it was the remnants of Li Yuqian, the remains of the royal ancestors, or the corpses of the Yi family, all were reduced to ashes under the true fire of the celestial realm. In the vast Tai Chi hall, only Li Taicang and two others remained standing, along with Gao Lishur, who held the severed heads of the Yi siblings. However, upon witnessing this scene, even the battle-hardened Gao Lishur and Yuan Tiangang could not suppress a twitch at the corners of their eyes. Their sovereign truly is utterly unconventional. This individual is not a traitor like Yi Ho or Yi Guzhou, but rather the previous emperor, the very father of our sovereign. The legitimacy of our sovereign's claim to the throne derives from being the legitimate eldest son of Li Yuqian. Yet, here he is, obliterating the coffin of the former emperor. Ultimately, he incinerated the remains of the former emperor, the royal ancestors, and the Yi family together into ashes. Such ruthless methods are indeed extreme. In truth, Li Taicang's scathing remarks about Li Yuqian were not unfounded. Neither a worthy ruler nor a responsible father. During his reign, Li Yuqian indulged the Yi family, allowing the powerful influence of the maternal clan to flourish. As a father, he failed utterly. The case of the 8th prince's murder, with irrefutable evidence pointing to Yi Ho, was brushed aside with a mere wave of his hand. That innocent 5-year-old child, that blameless concubine, was sacrificed in vain. And as for Li Taicang, his legitimate son, he was treated more as a pawn than a beloved child, deliberately undermining his status as the eldest son while covertly protecting him from the Yi family's harm. Such contradictory actions were merely to use Li Taicang as a chess piece. In the end, he forcefully thrust Li Taicang onto the throne for his own schemes. Did he not realize that in such circumstances, Li Taicang would surely be tormented to death by the Yi family? Perhaps that was precisely what Li Yuqian wished to see. Li Taicang gazed upon the ashes that filled the hall, a colder smile creeping across his face. His father exploited him, his mother implanted restrictions within him, and his brothers sought to kill him. He had thought that upon traversing to this world, he might at least experience the warmth of familial bonds. Yet in the end, even his mother, once the closest to him in memory, regarded him as merely a piece on the board. The emperor truly is a solitary figure. Li Taicang siga deeply. In the next moment, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Let's eradicate the Yi family. Li Taicang's fury did not dissipate with the destruction of Li Yuqian's coffin. Rather, it festered and intensified. Conveniently, the Yi family had already entered his death list. He was determined to unleash his wrath upon them. Gao Lishur and Yuan Tiangang immediately bowed in response, hastening to follow. Just as they were about to step out of the hall, Li Taicang concentrated his thoughts and activated the system summon. Ding! The host has used a summoning instance. System summoning in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning 5,000 Black Dragon Forbidden Troops. The Black Dragon Imperial Guard. The Blade of the Empire, the Shadow of Sovereignty, clad in abyssal Black Dragon scale heavy armor. This elite force comprises warriors with cultivation levels ranging from the pinnacle of the profound sea to the 5th realm of the Grandmaster, serving as the Empire's relentless instrument of slaughter. Where's the Black Dragon Imperial Guard? Li Taicang inquired with a grave voice as he pushed open the doors of the Taiji Hall. Instantly, the entire palace seemed to shudder. The resounding roar from outside the hall echoed. The Black Dragon Imperial Guard is willing to serve His Majesty unto death. On the plaza beyond the gates stood 5,000 warriors, adorned in ominous black armor, arrayed in formation. Their faces were concealed by black dragon masks, swords in hand and heavy blades at their waists. Iron resolve, a chilling aura, and an overwhelming presence. Let us eradicate the traitors. By your Majesty's sacred decree, we shall obey. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 21. The Annihilation of the Yi Clan. The atmosphere within the Yi family was so heavy it felt almost suffocating. The patriarch, seated at the head of the family hall, wore a face etched with deep lines, shrouded in ominous clouds of concern. In his eyes, which had witnessed the passage of centuries, a profound gravity flickered like never before. Moments ago, while meditating in the secluded chamber, He had distinctly sensed the eruption of a cataclysmic battle emanating from the direction of the Taiji Hall. The terrifying fluctuations of power sent shivers down the spine of this venerable grandmaster, who had lived for centuries. This force was far beyond my current reach. He murmured to himself. A singular thought flashed through his mind. Escape. Depart at once. With his cultivation, if he wished to conceal his whereabouts, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Yet, as his gaze swept over the bustling disciples of the Yi family outside the hall, his feet felt as heavy as lead, rendering him immobile. A long sigh echoed through the empty hall as the patriarch slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps this was the fate of one bound to a family. In youth, nurtured by the elders. In old age, like his predecessors. Shielding the younger generation from the storms of life. Escape? When this notion resurfaced, a bitter smile graced his lips. He understood better than anyone that if he were to abandon his clan today, his very essence would be tarnished. Not only would his cultivation stagnate, but he might also fall from grace. More critically, he would forever be ensnared in a web of self-reproach and guilt, a torment more agonizing than death itself. This was a burden he could not forsake. In the face of calamity, he must uphold the last bastion of his family. Suddenly, the patriarch opened his eyes, fixating on the clear sky, his voice hoarse. They have arrived. With an unexpected roar, thunder crashed, shaking the entire Yi estate. In an instant, the vast azure sky was devoured by rolling dark clouds, plunging the world into a murky gloom. The oppressive clouds hung low, as if poised above the eaves of the Yi residence, enveloping the estate in a suffocating darkness. The members of the Yi family gathered in the courtyard. Fear etched on their faces as they gazed upward at the sudden and ominous celestial transformation. Within the thick clouds, ominous black dragons could be discerned, writhing and twisting amidst the gloom, their chilling roars sending shivers through the hearts of all who beheld them. With another deafening crack of thunder, a blinding flash of lightning rent the clouds, revealing a gaping chasm from which emerged 5,000 formidable warriors. The three at the forefront regarded the vast Yi clan with cold indifference, as one might observe mere ants. The Black Dragon Imperial Guard had descended upon the Yi family. The patriarch's heart sank as he recognized Li Taicang and the figure in the black cloak, as well as the severed heads of the Yi siblings held aloft by Gao Li Shi. The weight of their defeat bore down heavily upon him. He had never anticipated that this inconspicuous second prince possessed such formidable strength and depth, withstanding 5 royal ancestors without faltering. All the Yi family's decades of effort had crumbled into nothingness. The patriarch soared forward, determined to make one final plea. He approached Li Taicang and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, I beseech you to grant the Yi family a path to survival. The entire Yi family pledges eternal loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor. He has humbled himself to the utmost degree. It is too late. Li Taicang responded with indifference, his intent to kill permeating the air. As he gazed at the members of the Yi family, the fury within him threatened to erupt. The ancestral elder of the Yi family sighed deeply and spoke solemnly. Your Majesty, do you truly intend to annihilate a noble clan? The families of the realm are all watching this unfold. Is it your wish to plunge the lands of Great Qin into despair? Li Taicang skufa these fudi. It is your noble clans that have brought true suffering to the realm. Your clan leader and the demon empress have already met their demise. It is inappropriate for you, the elder, to remain alive. Yuan Qing, eliminate him. At your command. Yuan Tiangang responded, charging directly at the elder of the Yi family. His long sword unsheathed, radiating a chilling brilliance. The blade cut through the air like a torrential downpour, stirring up a howling tempest. The Yi family elder's expression shifted as he deftly maneuvered his form. So powerful, he had actually touched the threshold of the celestial realm. This was the elder's immediate impression of Yuan Tiangang. He never anticipated that the grandmaster he sensed at the residence of the second prince was, in fact, at the pinnacle of grandmasters. With his own mastery at merely the 7th level of grandmaster, he was no match for this opponent. Summoning his long sword, the elder intoned a secret incantation. In an instant, the sword was enveloped in radiant light, emanating an extraordinarily sharp sword aura. But that was not all. The elder bit his tongue, and a jet of blood surged towards the sword. The radiant sword intent was suffused with a tinge of crimson. This is my most formidable strike. It is a technique I have long prepared for the royal ancestors. Today, it shall be unleashed upon you, declared the elder of the Yi family. With that, the long sword cleaved through the oncoming blade of Yuan Tiangang. Just as the elder reveled in his triumph, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A dense aura of celestial energy began to emanate, transforming into a colossal longsword. This mighty blade seemed capable of cleaving through heaven and earth, crackling with thunder. It appeared to touch the threshold of the celestial realm, inspiring awe. The elder of the Yi family was filled with dread. He could not withstand this longsword. This thought surged vividly within his mind. Yuan Tiangang murmured. This technique was prepared to deal with the 5 royal ancestors. Taicang raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had underestimated Yuan Tiangang's strength. Even without the aid of the Tai sword, Yuan Tiangang could vanquish those 5 royal ancestors, for he could distinctly sense that this enormous longsword, forged from celestial power, had already achieved the might of the second tier of the celestial realm. A grandmaster shaking the heavens. Yuan Tiangang truly exemplified the pinnacle of that world. Bang! The radiant longsword of the Yi family collided with the celestial longsword. Yet, they were locked in combat for merely a few moments before the sound of cracking echoed. The longsword slowly shattered, dispersing into glimmers of light. You are on the verge of becoming a celestial, the elder of the Yi family bellowed, an overwhelming jealousy rising within him. In this era, where celestials had yet to emerge, there existed a person on the brink of transcending to that divine realm. Moreover, this individual is remarkably youthful. However, the venerable ancestor of the Yi family could never have anticipated that. Beside Yuan Tiangang, the 20-year-old prince had already ascended to the 3rd realm of celestial beings. Perish! The Tiangang long sword descended relentlessly, aiming for the body of the Yi family's ancestor. As the blade drew nearer, the ancestor's eyes widened in terror. He cast a glance back at the Yi family. Should he attempt to withstand this strike with his corporeal form, though it would mean his demise, the Yi family might endure without significant losses. Yet, if he chose not to stand firm, the younger generations of the Yi family would surely suffer grievous casualties. In that moment, countless thoughts surged through his mind. Nevertheless, each time, the weight of familial duty bore down upon him. At the precipice of life and death, he lost his composure and bellowed in fury. Damn it! If I must perish, I shall not be a coward. The ancestor of the Yi family charged directly toward the Tiangang long sword. Boom! The ancestor's body shattered, his soul extinguished. Chapter 22. The aristocracy of Chang'an observing the Yi family's venerable ancestor, who bravely confronted the mighty blade of Yuan Tiangang. Taicang let out a cold snort. Ultimately, the Yi family possessed a certain backbone. However, the disparity between the Yi family's ancestor and Yuan Tiangang was insurmountable. Yuan Tiangang dominated in realm, technique, and innate talent, rendering the death of the Yi family's elder a mere triviality. Nevertheless, a flicker of admiration arose within Yuan Tiangang's heart for the Yi family's ancestor. Aware that remaining would lead to demise, he nonetheless fulfilled his duty as the family's patriarch, willingly embracing death. Such a noble spirit deserved a grand finale in Yuan Tiangang's eyes. Naturally, this magnificent spectacle caught the attention of the aristocracy within Chang'an. To their astonishment, the second prince had under his command a formidable grandmaster, who had just slain the Yi family's ancestor. Where had the empress and the chancellor vanished? Had they fled the city in anticipation of impending peril? Behold with wide eyes, for that red-clad eunuch carries the head of whom? The empress, the chancellor. Tread carefully. We now have a demon empress and a treacherous chancellor. Taicang stood proudly in the air, surveying the vast Yi family estate beneath him. A family of such immense scale, numbering at least in the tens of thousands, surpassed even his own Li Qin royal lineage. which had endured for over 2,600 years. Yet his royal family had to fight fiercely each generation, suffering numerous purges within its ranks. To still possess such numbers today was considered commendable. Li Taicang gazed indifferently at the throngs of Yi family members below, some filled with sorrow, others gripped by fear, and yet others shedding bloodied tears as they vowed vengeance. Yet, in Li Taicang's eyes, they all appeared the same, sheep. Sheep awaiting slaughter. Li Taicang raised his hand and gestured gently downward. Annihilation. The Black Dragon Imperial Guards roared like true dragons thundering across the heavens. Kill! 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 5,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guards surged into the Yi family estate, harvesting all living beings before them, as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. The Yi family's masters were swiftly dispatched, while the Black Dragon Imperial Guards, each at least at the pinnacle of the Xianhai realm, found taking these lives as effortless as reaching into a pocket. No, 10 years of hard work, just becoming the Yi family's son-in-law. I was on the brink of soaring to greatness. How could I perish here? I refuse to accept this. I will never share the same fate as the Yi family. My lord, I know their hiding place. Follow me. No, why must you kill me still? My child is only 7 years old, innocent and uncomprehending. Can you spare his life? Gather your wits. The ancestor sacrificed for the clan. As descendants, how can we bring shame upon our forebears? Today, I would rather take my own life than allow the enemy to disgrace me. Li Taicang, may you meet a wretched end. Keep your eyes wide open. The noble families of the world shall unite against you. Ha ha! My Yi family awaits you in the underworld. Within the Yi family, a myriad of expressions unfolded. Some outright betrayed their kin, guiding the Black Dragon Imperial Guards. However, the Black Dragon Imperial Guards detested such traitors. If you willingly lead them to slaughter, they might grant you a swift end. But if you dare betray, the Black Dragon will mercilessly sever you in twain. The one who suffers a fatal blow does not perish instantly. Rather, they writhe in agony amidst a pool of their own blood, helplessly witnessing the gradual ebbing of their life, ultimately gasping for breath in prolonged torment. Those with unyielding principles who choose to take their own lives are spared the wrath of the Black Dragon Imperial Guard, who grant these indomitable warriors the dignity of a noble death. As for the elderly, women, and children, the Black Dragon Imperial Guard shows no mercy, coldly harvesting their lives. When they declare the annihilation of a clan, it is executed without hesitation. Each soldier, tasked with the grim duty of extermination, conducts themselves with the utmost diligence, meticulously eradicating the living remnants of the Yi family. Perhaps the only solace for the Yi family is the strict discipline of the Black Dragon Imperial Guard, which ensures that the women are not subjected to humiliation before their execution. Gao Lisher, too, remains steadfast in his mission, suspending the heads of Lady Yi and Yi Guzhou from the highest point of the Yi estate, forcing them to witness the downfall of their lineage. An hour later, the entire Yi clan, comprising 37,000 souls, has been utterly obliterated, leaving no survivors. The once grand estate has transformed into a scene of carnage, with corpses piled high and rivers of blood flowing freely. The air is thick with the nauseating stench of blood. The horror of the scene would instill fear even in the most malevolent of spirits. This is akin to the depths of the 18 levels of hell. Indeed, the Yi family has been exterminated. This was a prominent family, and even grandmasters are unable to safeguard themselves. How swiftly the tides of fate have turned. It was previously inconceivable that the second prince could be so brutal, slaughtering tens of thousands. Yet, after years of being suppressed, lingering on the edge of life and death, one's psyche can hardly remain unscathed. What? The new monarch has just ascended the throne and already cannot contain his zeal to pledge loyalty? One must tread carefully. The new ruler harbors animosity towards the Yi family, and one should fervently hope that the experiences of the Yi family's retainers do not invite retribution from a new sovereign. Li Taicang stands amidst the ruins of the Yi estate, surveying the battlefield now marred by devastation. Under the iron hooves of the Black Dragon Imperial Guard, this once prestigious residence has been reduced to scorched earth. He bellows, his voice echoing throughout the city of Chang'an. Tomorrow's court session will claim the lives of those who fail to attend. Following this proclamation, he leads 5,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guards back to the palace. The influential figures of Chang'an, after a moment of silence, resume their discourse. The new monarch's strength is not favorable for us. What do you fear? No matter how formidable the new ruler may be, he still requires ministers to govern the state. Otherwise, how will taxes be collected? Who will oversee official appointments? Who will handle legal matters? Can such intricate governance be resolved through bloodshed alone? It is precisely this reason that he could annihilate the Yi family today, yet cannot possibly eradicate the entire court tomorrow. Governance ultimately relies on the talents of the esteemed scholars. Rest assured, the new monarch is young. Such rulers often seek grand achievements. We simply need to indulge his whims with auspicious offerings and sing praises of his virtues. The nobles of Chang'an have begun to contemplate how to deceive Li Taicang. Are they blind to the countless bloody heads of the Yi family? Do they not fear that Li Taicang's blade may one day descend upon them? They are fully aware of the precariousness of their situation. These esteemed ministers and heads of noble families are undoubtedly among the most astute and cunning individuals of the Qin dynasty. The court itself comprises the most intelligent of these individuals, who seek to placate the most exalted personage. They are certainly not devoid of fear. Yet, as the saying goes, with a trifling profit, they may trample upon the laws of the land. With a greater gain, they would dare to deceive both the sovereign and the heavens. And with an abundance of riches, they might even contemplate regicide. Chapter 23. Li Fuyao returns to the capital, I assure you. Every word I utter is the truth. Meanwhile, the seventh princess, Li Fuyao, has finally returned to Chang'an. In her mind, she envisioned that Li Taicang would undoubtedly be held captive by the Yi family, and after the ninth prince ascended the throne, he would be discreetly executed by them. Her plan was meticulously crafted. All she needed to do was rescue Li Taicang while the Yi family prepared for the coronation. However, the moment she stepped into the city of Chang'an, the overwhelming scent of blood caused her complexion to change drastically. Could the Yi family be so merciless as to commit a massacre in Chang'an? Yet, as she followed the source of the bloody stench, she was rooted to the spot in shock, for the source of that intense odor emanated from the Yi family's stronghold. At that moment, the remnants of the Yi family lay in ruins, with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, resembling a hellish nightmare. Li Fuyao was filled with trepidation. The Yi family had been annihilated. No one, young or old, had been spared. Moreover, she caught sight of the severed heads of Yi Ho and Yi Guzhou atop a high tower. Their expressions were grotesque, eyes wide open in death, clearly having endured unspeakable torment in their final moments. Who could be so brutal? Could it be that her brothers had conspired to eradicate the Yi family? The first thought that crossed Li Fuyao's mind was of the princes aside from Li Taicang. In her view, those princes were the epitome of subservience, likely to seize this opportunity to act. Yet, she never anticipated their cruelty would extend to the total slaughter of an entire clan. While Li Fuyao was still engulfed in shock, a sudden exclamation broke her reverie. She noticed several rogue cultivators stealthily rummaging through the wreckage for valuables, and one of them recognized her identity, the seventh princess. Upon realizing who she was, the rogue cultivator's eyes gleamed with malevolence. The seventh princess's maternal family was the Su clan, and the current emperor harbored a deep-seated enmity towards the aristocracy. Delivering the seventh princess to him would undoubtedly yield a handsome reward. Capture her. Present her to the new emperor, and we shall prosper. With wicked intentions igniting within them, the rogue cultivators erupted into malicious laughter and unleashed their spiritual power. Seeking death, a glint of cold light flashed in Li Fuyao's eyes as she raised her jade hand lightly, and an invisible pressure suddenly descended. Bang! 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 The rogue cultivators, who had not yet approached within 3 paces, were like balloons squeezed by an unseen giant hand, bursting one after another in midair. Amidst the carnage, Li Fuyao spared one life. The rogue cultivator's legs turned to jelly as he collapsed to the ground, his trousers thoroughly soaked. This rogue cultivator was utterly bereft of the capacity to resist and was swiftly captured. The rogue cultivator was struck with terror at Li Fuyao's display of power. A Grand Master. The seventh princess was indeed a Grand Master. Are you also here to contest the throne? Li Fuyao had now regained her cultivation to the level of a Grand Master, making it effortless to deal with these rogue cultivators. Furrowing her brow, Li Fuyao spoke na graviton. There is no time for idle chatter. Divulge everything you know. Should you utter even a single falsehood, you shall meet a fate far worse than theirs. Her voice was as frigid as the winter winds, a stark contrast to the languid charm typically associated with the seventh princess. Li Fuyao harbored no fondness for these rogue cultivators. These individuals are nothing but desperados, resistant to the court's edification, engaging in perilous undertakings that flirt with death. Now that the Yi family has just been annihilated, they swarm like vultures drawn to carrion, scavenging amidst the corpses for riches, an act that churns her stomach. Even more appalling, these wretched insects dare to lay hands upon her. The scattered cultivators, filled with dread, do not dare to conceal anything, promptly divulging all they know. The crown prince was publicly executed by Li Taicang, leaving his body unclaimed. Upon exiting the palace, Li Taicang led an unknown contingent of the Black Dragon Army, bloodily purging the entire Yi clan. Each soldier of the Black Dragon Army is a pinnacle cultivator of the Xianhai realm. Moreover, a Grandmaster-level powerhouse accompanied him, who effortlessly dispatched the Yi family as patriarch. Rumors even suggest that Li Taicang has attained Grandmaster capabilities himself. With each revelation, the scattered cultivator's face drained of color. As he finished, his body trembled uncontrollably, fearing that the seventh princess might crush him in her displeasure. Impossible. A chilling light flickered in Li Fuyao's eyes. Even at death's door, you dare fabricate such ludicrous lies. Speak. Whose spy are you? The more Li Fuyao pondered, the more suspicious she became. These individuals were not mere wandering cultivators. They were spies sent by certain factions. Ordinary scattered cultivators, faced with life and death, would not exhibit such stubbornness. This man, with his life at stake, still refuses to speak the truth. Is he not a death warrior? Li Fuyao unleashed her lethal move, infusing spiritual energy into the scattered cultivator's mind. In an instant, he let out a heart-wrenching scream, feeling a soul-rending agony. Though Li Fuyao, in her past life as an empress, had a carefree disposition, she was certainly no benevolent saint. She had learned many methods of torment. After a brief moment, the scattered cultivator began to roll his eyes, frothing at the mouth, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. He even perceived a kaleidoscope of visions before him. Seeing the scattered cultivator on the brink of losing consciousness, Li Fuyao swiftly withdrew her lethal move. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Speak. Reveal all that you know. Otherwise, I shall ensure you experience a suffering 100-fold worse than before. The scattered cultivator regained his composure, tears streaming down his face, his forehead battered and bloodied. My lady, I am wronged. Every word I utter is the truth. Should I speak a single falsehood, may the heavens strike me down, and may my clan be annihilated. Observing the wretched plea of the scattered cultivator, Li Fuyao could only smile coldly. What remarkable acting! If not for her awareness of the situation in Chang'an, she might have been deceived by his performance. Your acting is commendable, yet did you not pause to consider the logic of your lies? You claim the second prince publicly executed the crown prince? He has always been as gentle as jade. How could he behave so violently? The second prince lives in seclusion, under constant surveillance. From where did he acquire 5,000 private soldiers? How could he possibly command a Grandmaster-level warrior? Most importantly, he is merely 20 years old this year. Gifted yet not extraordinary. How could he possibly possess the realm of a Grandmaster? Such an absurd lie. How am I to trust you? The scattered cultivator sobbed, gasping for breath. Though he has deceived for the better part of his life, today every word he utters is a veritable truth. He pounds his chest in despair, wishing to extract his heart for the venerable figure before him to behold. Oh heavens! Is there no longer any semblance of justice in this world? Who could have imagined that reality could be so absurd? The once despised prince. Not only has he successfully slain the Empress Yi and Yi Guzhou, but he has also annihilated the entire Yi family. With the pinnacle of grandmaster followers at his command, his personal prowess reigns supreme across the realm. Li Fuyao stands with hands clasped behind his back, his profound starry gaze shimmering with the wisdom of one who has seen through all. I suspect, dear friends, that you wish to cast the blame of the Yi family's destruction upon the second prince. The scattered cultivator weeps and nearly faints on the spot. What I speak is the truth. The second prince has executed the Empress Yi, obliterated the Yi family, and ascended to the throne. Just take a glance at the imperial palace. Who occupies the dragon throne now? Observing the scattered cultivators' steadfast refusal to speak the truth, Li Fuyao sighs, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Who would have thought that such a mere scout could possess such remarkable fortitude? Very well, I commend your bravery. I shall grant you a swift end. The scattered cultivator utterly loses his composure, erupting into a tirade of curses. Truly, what a foolish woman. In my lifetime of deceit, I have told countless lies, yet the one time I speak the truth, I meet my demise at the hands of such a uniquely daft individual. Li Fuyao's gaze turns icy as he gently waves his hand. The obstinate one is promptly reduced to ashes. Chapter 24. The northern commander betrays Li Fuyao captured several spies lurking near the ruins of the Yi family. Yet unexpectedly, the intelligence they provided was identical to that of the rogue cultivator. Li Fuyao's brows knitted together, her expression grave. Had all the spies in Chang'an been coordinated? It seemed that the city had been thoroughly infiltrated. My imperial brothers lack such capability. Could it be that those hidden sects have intervened directly? If so, Chang'an must be guarded by several grandmasters, significantly increasing the difficulty of rescuing my second brother. Li Fuyao initially intended to investigate the palace, but her suspicions compelled her to halt. Her cultivation was merely at the 5th level of grandmaster, and the palace had undoubtedly transformed into a den of demons. A reckless approach could lead to her capture. As she weighed her options, a squad of black-armored soldiers appeared, marching in formation from the end of the long street. Li Fuyao swiftly concealed herself in the shadows to observe. Black dragon heavy armor? When did the Qin possess such standardized armor? This 12-member team moved in perfect unison, vigilant to their surroundings, maintaining a combat-ready stance. The leader was unmistakably a second-level grandmaster, while the other soldiers were at the pinnacle of the profound sea. Even more alarming was the palpable killing intent that surrounded them, indicating they were seasoned elites. Li Fuyao scrutinized this formidable squad of Black Dragon Imperial Guards. At the peak of the profound sea and with a second-level grandmaster among them, how powerful was this unit? Their discipline was remarkable. What a fearsome force. The dynasty I once belonged to did not possess such elite troops. Li Fuyao gazed at them in astonishment, contemplating what monstrous entity now occupied the palace. Otherwise, how could they command such a powerful army? A cold glint flickered in Li Fuyao's eyes as she quietly gathered her spiritual power, preparing to seize one of the soldiers. However, just as she was about to act, a chilling voice emerged from behind her. Does the 7th princess think Chang'an is devoid of people? The voice was disturbingly close, and Li Fuyao could almost sense the solidified, killing intent emanating from it. In an instant, her hair stood on end, and a shiver ran down her spine. Who was it? She turned swiftly, her spiritual power coalescing into a sharp blade in her palm, and faced the newcomer. From the shadows of the alley emerged a figure clad in a black robe, exuding an overwhelming aura of formidable strength. Beneath the mask, only a pair of icy, knife-like eyes were visible. It was none other than the notorious commander, Yuan Tiangang. Li Fuyao's expression hardened as she regarded Yuan Tiangang, her heart racing with caution. This individual had managed to follow her silently. Had he not spoken, she might not have even sensed his presence. When had her spiritual perception become so dull? At that moment, she recognized that this black-robed figure was indeed the peak grandmaster spoken of by the spies. When did you begin to follow me? Li Fuyao demanda. Yuan Tiangang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly regarding her. From a moment, the seventh princess stepped through the gates of Chang'an. These words sent a tremor through Li Fuyao's heart. Were all her movements being monitored by this unseen figure? Li Fuyao let out a cold laugh, a hint of derision flashing in her eyes. How utterly heartless. Do you simply watch as I slay those scouts? Are they not your comrades? Yuan Tiangang shook his head. The seventh princess has misunderstood. They are not our people. On the contrary, we owe you our gratitude for alleviating my burdens. Li Fuyao felt momentarily bewildered. Were those scouts not in league with him? Then what of the intelligence regarding Li Taicang? Seventh princess, have you come here to vie for the throne? The moment the words left her lips, alarm bells rang in her mind. She could sense a suffocating aura of murderous intent emanating from the figure in the black robe before her. It seemed that should her response displease him, he would strike without hesitation. Curiously, she felt a flicker of fear rising within her. How could she feel such a thing? Though her current cultivation was inferior to that of the black-robed man, she had once ruled an empire as a formidable empress in her past life. She possessed countless trump cards, yet she felt intimidated by this mere black-robed figure. However, Li Fuyao quickly dispelled that emotion, gathering her spiritual power and preparing her lethal strike. I have no interest in your throne. My sole purpose here is to rescue the second prince. He is but an unambitious prince, posing no threat to you. Release him, and I shall depart immediately. Li Fuyao had anticipated a fierce battle, yet unexpectedly, upon hearing her words, Yuan Tiangang immediately retracted all traces of malice. Follow me. His Majesty awaits you. Li Fuyao's pupils constricted as she coldly interrogated, Who is your Majesty? Your second brother. In the northern realm of the Great Qin, a relentless snowstorm raged. Within the camp of the northern army, Xiao Dingbian sat alone in his tent, several empty wine jars scattered across the table. The once formidable commander of the north appeared utterly dejected, his eyes bloodshot. It is all over. He has lost the investment in the crown prince. Henceforth, he would face the new emperor's suppression and suspicion, making further advancement nearly impossible. Moreover, reports from scouts indicated that the newly ascended second prince was said to be supported by a mysterious grandmaster, known for his ruthless methods. The news of the massacre of the Yue family kept him awake at night. In the future, let alone his command, his very life was in jeopardy. A grandmaster, huh? My peak mastery as a grandmaster holds little significance in their eyes. Xiao Dingbian bitterly shook his head, just as he wallowed in despair. A clear and melodious female voice broke through. Lord Xiao, are you truly resigned to such a fate? Who? Xiao Dingbian instantly sobered, drawing his long knife from his waist, its cold gleam flashing. The tent flap stirred slightly, and a figure in a black robe glided in. As the newcomer lifted her hood, an exceptionally beautiful face emerged. Seeing that visage, Xiao Dingbian's pupils contracted sharply. Princess Lieja, what brings you here? How did you manage to infiltrate? He spoke in a hushed tone. Liege's crimson lips curled slightly as she produced a token inscribed with as if I were personally present. Upon seeing that token, it was as if one had encountered a divine countenance. With this token, where can I not go? Xiao Dingbian slowly straightened up, his eyes flickering with a cold glint. The sixth princess possesses tremendous audacity. Now that the new emperor has ascended to the throne, the political landscape has shifted, rendering the former emperor's token nearly useless. If I were to capture you and present you to his majesty, perhaps I could still retain my position as the marshal of the northern defense. Li Yedo, unfazed by his words, merely covered her lips with a gentle laugh. Why must Marshal Xiao deceive himself? Do you truly believe that delivering me would secure your position? Surely you have heard the news of the massacre of the Yue family, have you not? Given that tyrant's ruthlessness, do you think he would spare a trusted aide of the crown prince? Xiao Dingbian's complexion turned ashen in an instant, his grip on the long knife trembling slightly. Every word Li Yegao uttered had crossed his mind. Indeed, with that new emperor's brutal methods, daring enough to annihilate the Yue family, how could he spare a confidant of the crown prince? Silence enveloped the tent, heavy as death. After a prolonged moment, Xiao Dingbian sighed deeply, sheathing his blade. Sixth princess, do enlighten me on your intentions. He would not assume that she had come merely to offer him a kind reminder. Li Yegao's crimson lips curled into a subtle smile as she spoke softly. It is quite simple. All I ask is for Lord Xiao to permit the Zhang guards to enter the pass. What? Xiao Dingbian sprang to his feet. The pressure of a master-level warrior erupting violently, shattering the wine jar upon the table. His eyes blazed crimson, hair standing on end. You would have me betray my country? Yet Li Yegao remained unfazed, not even lifting the hem of her garment. A confident smile lingered on her face. Why must Lord Xiao be so incensed? The Zhang guards of the Tianlang dynasty merely seek passage. Nonsense. Xiao Dingbian laughed bitterly in his fury. If the 3 northern passes fall, the iron cavalry of Tianlang will surge in, and the citizens of our great Qin's northern borders. Citizens? Li Yegao interrupted with a sudden cold laugh. Does Lord Xiao believe that the tyrant who slaughtered the entire Yi family would care about the lives of the common folk? As for treason? Li Yegao Skufa. I am of the former emperor's bloodline. Should I ascend to the throne, I would represent the true lineage of Great Qin. My command is not a matter of treason. Xiao Dingbian understood well, responding with a cold smile. So, the 6th princess is also interested in that position. Who wouldn't be? Li Yegao's gaze shifted, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. All Lord Xiao needs to do is open the gates. The rest will be arranged by me. Once the deed is done, securing not just a marshal's position, but even a title of nobility and land, would be but a trivial matter. Xiao Dingbian inquired, Are you so certain that Zhang guards will assist you? That the Tianlang dynasty would relinquish the splendid lands of Great Qin to you? Li Yegao retracted had confidence simile, her tone turning cold. This matter does not require Lord Zhao's concern. Will you grant passage or not? Xiao Dingbian laughed heartily. I shall indeed grant it. Li Yegao's delight was palpable, and after discussing certain matters, she departed from the tent. Xiao Dingbian watched her retreating figure, a derisive smile playing on his lips. Has she been blinded by the allure of the throne? Truly a fool. The Tianlang dynasty has long coveted Great Qin. After conquering Chang'an, would they allow you to reign as empress? It seems that a bastard remains a bastard. Xiao Dingbian agreed to Li Yegao's proposition precisely because he sought to incite chaos within the Great Qin. Once turmoil erupted, the new ruler would be preoccupied with the disorder, leaving Xiao with the opportunity to seize the moment amidst the chaos. Contemplating that exalted position, Zhao's gaze burned with fervor. The foolish woman indeed spoke a truth. Who would not desire such a position? Chapter 25. The Path of the Dragon Emperor of the 9 Dragons outside the borders, at the encampment of the Zhang riders. The north wind howled, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. Deep within the military camp, inside the central tent, the young wolf king Altai savored strong liquor while skillfully carving a roasted leg of lamb. This man was not only the commander of the Zhang riders, but also the maternal uncle of Li Yegao. Altai extended the neatly sliced meat towards Li Yegao, his rugged face adorned with a hearty smile. Come, Yegao, taste the craftsmanship of our prairie folk. Li Yegao frowned slightly, gazing at the piece of meat still stained with blood, and shook his head in mild reluctance. Observing this, Altai erupted into a boisterous laugh, stuffing the lamb into his mouth and chewing heartily. You grew up in Chang'an. It's only natural that you're not accustomed to it. He wiped the grease from his beard and gestured toward the other commanders within the tent. Look at your uncles and cousins. They can't even be bothered to cut it, devouring a whole, including the bones. A raucous laughter erupted in the tent. Several burly commanders were tearing into entire lamb legs, their greasy faces causing a churn in Li Yegao's stomach. Suppressing his discomfort, Li Yegao spoke softly. Uncle, Xiao Dingbian has already agreed. When shall we cross the borders? A glint of sharpness flashed in Altai's eyes as he chuckled lightly. What, are you eager? Li Yegao's eyes burned with avaricious fire. Indeed, I cannot wait to trample those arrogant nobles underfoot. I yearn to become the empress of the Great Qin dynasty. Altai laughed heartily, clapping Li Yegao on the shoulder. Ha ha, now this is the spirit of a woman from our prairie. Tonight, we shall cross into the borders and seize Chang'an. Li Yegao could hardly contain her excitement. This time, we shall establish the name of clearing the tyrants. By the way, uncle, how many troops have you brought? 300,000. Li Yegao stared in disbelief. Uncle, have you brought the entire Zhang riders with you? Altai replied solemnly, Indeed, opportunities must not be missed. If we wait for those aristocratic families to react, it will be too late. Do not underestimate the internal strife of the Great Qin. Once it involves our Tianlang dynasty, they often unite against a common enemy. The Great Qin has a history of such precedents. At that time, 3 princes of the Great Qin vied for control of the Central Plains, neglecting the borders, allowing our prairie ancestors to lead their forces southward. Who would have anticipated that those 3 mortal enemies would unite, driving our ancestors out of the Great Qin? Thus, Altai learned from the past, determined to act swiftly and decisively. Once the northern territories of the Great Qin were fully occupied, he would gradually plot for the southern lands. The night winds lifted the yellow sands, and the iron hooves of the Zhang Liang riders shattered the silence of the borders. Upon the city walls, the soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions grave as they gazed at the approaching enemy forces surging like a tide. General Xiao, the Tianlang dynasty has deployed the Zhang Liang riders. The deputy commander knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse. An estimated army of several 100,000. I request immediate activation of the city defense formation. Xiao Dingbian stood with hands clasped behind his back atop the city wall. He gazed into the distance where the smoke of battle rose, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Open the city gates. What? Did General Xiao comprehend the gravity of his words? The deputy commander's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely believe his ears. Outside, 300,000 ravenous wolves rode into the pass. The realm of the Great Qin would surely descend into chaos. He had steeled himself for death in battle, yet he never anticipated that the first command from his leader would be to open the gates. Xiao Dingbian turned, his gaze electrifying. Open the gates and allow the ravenous wolves to enter. A wave of astonishment rippled across the city wall. The soldiers guarding the fortifications exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe what they had heard. A few of Xiao Dingbian's loyal followers were already preparing to carry out the order. The deputy commander drew his sword, pointing it directly at Xiao Dingbian. I dare anyone to proceed. You, Xiao Dingbian, are committing treason. After 18 years of guarding the northern frontier, today you would become a traitor inviting wolves into the fold. Amidst the growing uncertainty, a sudden, synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from below the walls. A small contingent of cloaked figures had, unbeknownst to them, ascended the battlements, encircling those atop. Xiao Dingbian coldly declared, I am not a traitor. I am acting under the command of the 6th princess to enter the pass and purge the treacherous elements. You have followed me for over a decade. Lay down your sword, and you shall remain my deputy. The deputy surveyed the surroundings, realizing that a significant portion of the guard had silently positioned themselves behind Xiao Dingbian. A traitor is a traitor. No amount of words can alter the fact of your treason. How absurd that I have followed such a scoundrel for so long. With a bitter smile, he swung his sword towards Xiao Dingbian. The Great Qin shall never yield. In the capital of the Great Qin, Chang'an, deep within the palace, as the hour of the rat passed, the system immediately prompted a notification. Ding. Sign in count refreshed. Would the host like to sign in immediately? Li Taicang gazed expectantly at the system interface. Ever since he had bound with this system, each sign-in had brought him unexpected rewards. He wondered what treasures this sign-in would unveil. Let's sign in. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the path of the 9-Dragon Emperor. The path of the 9-Dragon Emperor, the supreme imperial technique, rooted in the fortunes of the dynasty, harnessing the faith of all beings to forge the emperor's dragon aura. As the national fortune strengthens, the supreme heavenly dragon may be coalesced. When the 9 dragons are perfected, they will embody the celestial decree, and their words will manifest as law, with the human path suppressing the heavenly path. A new technique? The name alone suggests its extraordinary nature. Li Taicang murmurat. Especially striking was the final phrase in the description of the technique, with the human path suppressing the heavenly path. How domineering! To contend with the ethereal heavenly path as the sovereign of the mortal realm. It is known that throughout history, which emperor has not proclaimed himself the son of heaven? Which monarch has not revered the heavenly path? Yet this technique asserts that the supremacy of humanity can also subdue the supremacy of the heavens. This transcends mere cultivation. It embodies a spirit that gazes disdainfully upon the cosmos. If one is to be an emperor of mankind, ruling over the world, why not subdue the lofty heavenly path as well? Such thoughts are far-reaching, and mastering this technique represents an immense elevation for me at present. Now he is a celestial being, no longer requiring the arduous effort of re-establishing his foundations. System: initiate the loading of the martial arts technique. Ding. Loading martial arts technique. Ding. Martial arts technique loaded successfully. At the moment the system's prompt resonated, a golden dragon manifested within Li Taicang's body. This golden dragon, though diminutive, exuded an undeniable majesty. Simultaneously, Li Taicang beheld a transformation before his eyes. He could perceive the ethereal essence of national fortune. However, the national fortune of the Great Qin had become as insubstantial as mist, wavering precariously in the void, as if it could dissipate at any moment. The golden dragon began to autonomously devour this tenuous national fortune. With each fragment it absorbed, its form grew larger, while Li Taicang felt his own strength incrementally increase. Yet, before he could revel in this newfound power, an unforeseen calamity struck. The already fragile national fortune began to convulse violently, swiftly flowing northward at an astonishing pace. Li Taicang abruptly rose, his expression dark as water. He fixed his gaze upon the north, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. There was trouble in the north. Just then, Gao Lisher entered and spoke in a hushed tone. "Your Majesty, the seventh princess, Li Fuyao, has arrived." Chapter 26. What have you done to my seventh sister? Let her enter. Li Taicang spoke with an air of indifference. His voice, though soft, seemed to chill the very atmosphere of the Grand Hall. The unusual decline of the northern nation's fortune stirred a flicker of anger within him, infusing his tone with a biting coldness. He had begun to suspect that the northern general, Xiao Dingbian, was behind the turmoil. Furthermore, have Yuan Tiangang investigate what has transpired at the borders. Additionally, seal off Chang'an. We cannot allow those influential nobles to escape. As commanded, Gao Lisher, adept at reading the room, lowered his demeanor considerably. Once outside the Grand Hall, he resumed his customary affable smile. Announced Princess Li Fuyao's entrance. Outside, Li Fuyao's gaze was firmly fixed on Gao Lisher. This seemingly gentle eunuch was, in fact, a young master at the pinnacle of his prowess. With such remarkable talent, why would he willingly serve as a palace slave? Gao Lisher inclined his body and chuckled softly. "Princess, please." Li Fuyao fronat. Although Gao Lisher displayed a respectful demeanor, she could perceive that he held her in little regard. He seemed indifferent to her royal status and unafraid of her formidable strength as a grandmaster. What kind of person could command such loyalty from one so haughty, willing to serve as a mere attendant? Was this truly the Qin she knew? A black-robed figure that she herself feared, and such an exceptionally talented eunuch? What manner of individual occupied the throne? With these questions swirling in her mind, Li Fuyao stepped toward the Grand Hall. With every stride she took, the vigilant black dragon imperial guards surrounding her halted, their cold gazes fixed upon her. Not far away, Yuan Tiangang exuded a chilling and domineering aura that locked onto her presence. Gao Lisher's slightly narrowed eyes glimmered with danger. Though Li Fuyao did not fear the guards or the red-clad eunuch, the sensation of being encircled was unsettling. The air was thick with a stifling pressure, as if a tempest might erupt at any moment. In an instant, Li Fuyao felt transported back to her past life, recalling the moment she ascended as empress. The high-ranking officials scrutinized her with similar disdainful gazes. As she finally entered the palace, a thunderous force surged toward her like a tidal wave. Her breath caught, as if she had crossed into another realm. Every inch of the Grand Hall was suffused with an intimidating majesty that compelled her to tense her body involuntarily. I was an empress in my past life. How can I be intimidated by mere mortals? Li Fuyao shook her head, suppressing the tumult within her heart, and pressed onward. Yet with every step, the invisible pressure grew heavier, nearly suffocating her. This Grand Hall, which she had traversed countless times, now bore an unprecedented weight of oppression. The source of it all emanated from the figure upon the throne. Merely his presence enveloped the grand hall, and indeed the entire palace, in an oppressive aura of imperial majesty. This sensation evoked memories of a celestial sovereign's hidden abode she had stumbled upon in a previous life. Though it was merely a place where the sovereign had once lingered, it emanated an awe-inspiring might, having absorbed the essence of its illustrious inhabitant over millennia. As she approached the golden steps, Li Fuyao halted. Li Taicang observed her cautious approach and suddenly realized that, in his earlier fury, he had unconsciously activated the sovereign suppression technique and the nine-dragon sovereign path. His cultivation already far surpassed that of Li Fuyao, and combined with the pressure of these two extraordinary techniques, it rendered her, a former empress, trembling with trepidation. Once Li Taicang retracted the sovereign suppression technique and the nine-dragon sovereign path, the oppressive atmosphere within the hall dissipated instantly. Li Fuyao visibly exhaled in relief, her tense form relaxing slightly. He cast a glance towards the high-ranking official outside the hall, pondering why this mere master seemed unaffected, while she, a grand master, reacted so intensely. The high-ranking official mused, "If I am perpetually frightened to the point of immobility, how can I serve as a eunuch to the emperor? Sister 7, do you not even bow before me?" The familiar voice resonated in Li Fuyao's ears. She abruptly raised her head, gazing in disbelief at the figure upon the dragon throne, exclaimed, "Brother 2, it truly is you. When that masked figure in black claimed it was you, I could hardly believe it." Li Taicang's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of amusement. "Did you not also dismiss the words of those spies you captured?" Li Fuyao's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that the confessions extracted under duress were indeed truthful, and she had unjustly accused them. However, in the next moment, a chill coursed through her. She suddenly recognized that the Li Taicang before her was the one who had annihilated the Yi family, the very monarch to whom that masked figure and the red-clad eunuch pledged their allegiance, the one who had personally slain the first and ninth princes. As she scrutinized Li Taicang's familiar visage, the gentle, jade-like gentleman she once knew had vanished, replaced by an emperor whose majesty was too daunting to behold. Li Fuyao could not believe that such power was acquired overnight. This implied that for the past 20 years, Li Taicang had been silently amassing strength beneath the watchful eyes of everyone around him. This restraint and cunning sent a shiver down her spine. Anyone who discovered that their gentle elder brother of over a decade was, in fact, a ruthless and daring hero would feel a lump in their throat. Instinctively, Li Fuyao took a half-step back. "What is this? Sister 7, have you not longed to see me? Now that you have, you dare not acknowledge it?" Li Taicang's tone remained calm. Li Fuyao took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. After all, she was the reincarnated empress, and quickly adjusted her mindset, reassessing the figure of her elder brother, both familiar and foreign. "I simply did not expect you to hide so profoundly, brother 2. Li Taicang smilat ambiguously. Is it not the same for you, Sister 7? Your cultivation has recovered remarkably quickly. This realm can hardly contain you." Li Fuyao felt as though struck by lightning. Her greatest secret of rebirth unveiled before those more powerful than herself, plunging her into a state of panic. What was her second brother saying? The words eluded her comprehension. Her current prowess stemmed from an encounter with an elderly man who had bestowed his abilities upon her. Li Taicang observed her feeble attempts at deception with a smile. Unable to reconcile the image of the indolent seventh sister he once knew with the formidable grandmaster Li Fuyao before him, the myriad stars within her eyes awakened, reflecting the eternal galaxy. "Before my gaze, all your facades are futile. The affairs of the realm weigh heavily upon me. I lack the leisure to engage in games. I grant you but a single opportunity. Who are you truly? Where's my seventh sister?" Li Fuyao fixed her gaze upon those starry eyes, her heart quaking with trepidation. Yet, she maintained her facade of composure. "Second brother, I am indeed your seventh sister. With your exalted cultivation, can you not sense my aura?" Before she could finish her words, a flash of sword light struck. Li Fuyao's head was severed. "I have stated, I grant you but one chance Li Taicang remarked indifferently. Nevertheless, Li Taicang did not depart. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Li Fuyao's corpse and inquired, "Are you waiting for me to utterly annihilate you?" With that, a dragon's roar resonated, a golden dragon coiling around Li Taicang, poised to consume Li Fuyao's body. "Halt!" Li Fuyao's head interjected. In an instant, her body and head reunited, and she was resurrected. Quite the impressive display. May I speak now? Remember, should I detect even a single word of falsehood, you shall not survive. Chapter 27. This world cannot bind me, the resurrected Li Fuyao gasped for breath, her eyes reflecting a flicker of fear as she gazed at the indifferent Li Taicang. She understood that this man spoke no falsehood. Any semblance of concealment on her part would surely lead to her demise. Moreover, her cunning schemes could not elude Li Taicang's keen perception. Taking a deep breath, she began to recount her past. She explained her origins from another realm, where she was a sovereign of a dynasty. In the throes of war, she met her untimely demise and was subsequently reincarnated as Li Fuyao. Only recently had she awakened her memories of her former life, managing to restore her cultivation to the level of a grandmaster. Li Fuyao laid bare all that she knew, including her motivations for risking everything to rescue Li Taicang in Chang'an. As she reached the conclusion of her tale, a tinge of grievance welled up within her. To save Li Taicang, she had journeyed countless miles from Jiangnan to Chang'an, yet he remained so unyielding. In that moment, tears of frustration shimmered in her eyes. Li Taicang's starry gaze flickered, enhanced by the power of the everlasting stars. He recognized that Li Fuyao was not lying. Although the rationale behind her journey to Chang'an seemed somewhat absurd, she believed a virtuous gentleman like him should not meet an untimely end. His demeanor gradually softened. However, as he listened to her past and the reasoning behind her quest to save him, a profound expression crossed his face. Seeing that look in Li Taicang's eyes, Li Fuyao felt a surge of indignation. "I have disclosed everything I know. Do you still wish to humiliate me?" Li Taicang chuckled softly, shaking his head, his expression imbued with a brotherly patience. He had always been patient with those close to him, especially upon discovering that this naive sister had come to Chang'an for such a fantastical reason. Had he not possessed his own system, he might have been truly rescued by Li Fuyao, living as a wealthy gentleman in some corner of the Qin. "Sister, you are truly unfit to be a ruler. Who would willingly place themselves in such peril for such trivial reasons? Your downfall in your past life was a result of your impetuousness. As a sovereign, one must not yearn to charge in a battle. What need is there for generals then?" Li Fuyao was momentarily taken aback. In a daze, she felt as though she had returned to her previous life. The old ministers left by her father had advised her in much the same manner. At that time, she believed they sought to control her, but upon reflection, their words were but earnest counsel. Her head instinctively bowed, a flush of shame creeping on her face. Li Taicang's voice continued, imbued with the unique authority of an emperor and the concern of an elder brother. "As a ruler, you must cherish your life. While it is permissible to lead your troops in a battle, you must never place yourself in jeopardy. Such actions would not only fail to assist your army, but would instead render them vulnerable. Furthermore, if you were to perish without a will, your nation would be plunged into chaos over the succession, resulting in the death of countless innocent civilians and unimaginable suffering." Following Li Taicang's words, Li Fuyao's complexion turned pale. It dawned on her that her momentary impulsiveness had led to such grave consequences. Her recklessness had cost the lives of many loyal subjects. How could she face her father's expectations? She felt she had betrayed her father's trust. What would become of her people? Tears welled up in her eyes, and soon, crystalline droplets cascaded down her porcelain cheeks. This former empress now resembled a child who had erred, sobbing quietly. Li Taicang looked at her with a hint of helplessness. So much for being an empress. A few words, and she is in tears. He mused that perhaps her father had no choice but to let her ascend the throne. Despite these thoughts, he instinctively reached out, gently caressing the top of Li Fuyao's head, just as he had done in her childhood. His broad palm exuded a familiar warmth, gradually soothing her cries. He ruffled her hair affectionately, his voice tender, as if he had transformed back into that gentle elder brother. "Seventh sister, do not weep. By next year, at the latest, your elder brother, will take you to your world. At this moment, he suddenly chuckled lightly. But by then, your dynasty shall have to be renamed to the Great Qin. Ha ha. Li Fuyao wiped her tears, her gaze still tinged with skepticism. Elder brother, to traverse realms, one must be above the heavens. Li Taicang's lips curled into a confident smile, radiating an air of supremacy. Fear not. This world cannot bind me. His voice was soft yet brimming with an undeniable force. The sunlight streamed through the palace windows, casting a golden aura around him. In that instant, Li Fuyao momentarily glimpsed the true visage of an emperor. Outside the palace, Gao Lisher cast a sidelong glance at the brother and sister within. Since he had followed the emperor, he had witnessed nothing but royal intrigue and fraternal betrayal. Every member of the royal family seemed eager to see the emperor's demise, and the emperor dealt ruthlessly with traitors without hesitation. He would kill if he could. This was the first time he had witnessed his emperor exhibit such warmth. While Gao Lisher lost himself in thought, Yuan Tiangang appeared, seemingly walking on air. He was imbued with a palpable rage, his eyes reflecting an indescribable fury. Gao Lisher's heart sank. He sensed trouble brewing. Otherwise, Yuan Tiangang would not be so unraveled. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report. Kulme, let us hasten to the emperor. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Gao Lisher bypassed the formalities and led Yuan Tiangang directly into the Grand Hall. Li Taicang noticed the bloodlust emanating from Yuan Tiangang. The miscreants had yet to form a cohesive unit, and to obtain timely information, they would need to interrogate the noble spies. It seemed that many heads had rolled in Chang'an during that brief interval. However, Li Taicang remained unfazed. This is the power conferred upon Yuan Tiangang, an act of executing first and reporting later, sanctioned by imperial authority. Upon seeing Li Taicang, Yuan Tiangang immediately prostrated himself, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the northern commander, Xiang Yu, has betrayed the nation, allowing 300,000 Zhang cavalry to breach the gates. The leaders among them are Al Tai and the sixth princess, Li Yegao. Under the pretense of purging traitors, they marched straight towards Chang'an. Boom! The dragon throne beneath Li Taicang shattered into pieces. The overwhelming might of the heavens filled the hall with a stifling tension, infused with rage and dominance. Gao Lisher instantly fell to his knees. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Li Taicang's voice was icy and piercing, each word causing the hall to tremble. The might of the celestial beings was indeed terrifying. What audacity from Xiang Yu! What audacity from the sixth princess, Li Yegao! The late emperor was far too indulgent towards them. How dare they plunge headlong into the embrace of the wolfish invaders? 1,000 cuts would not suffice to alleviate my heart's fury. Standing to the side, Li Fuyao's expression mirrored that of frost, her eyes ignited with a blaze of anger. In her past life as an empress, she despised such treacherous acts of inviting wolves into the fold. The power struggles of vying for supremacy are somewhat understandable. It is merely the fate of kings and the vanquished. However, colluding with foreign invaders transcends the realm of power disputes. It is outright treason. In the event of internal strife, one may merely be accused of lacking skill. Yet, to invite wolves into the fold is to earn a reputation that will last for generations. The pen of history is as unyielding as iron. Regardless of the outcome, those who commit such acts are destined to be nailed to the pillar of historical disgrace, and their descendants shall forever be unable to hold their heads high. Chapter 28. Summoning Huo Qubing. Yuan Qing, you are to immediately proceed to the border and secure Xiang Yu. Once accomplished, seal the area and confine the Zhang Liang cavalry in the north. Upon arrival at the border, you need not report. Make your own decisions. I accept the decree. Yuan Tiangang clasped his fists and, with a flourish of his black robe, transformed into a shadow darting out of the Grand Hall. Gao Lisher, command 5,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guards to assemble at once. I shall lead the charge myself. The servant obeys. Gao Lisher bowed in response and was about to depart to relay the orders when he was abruptly interrupted by Li Fuyao. Elder brother, you intend to lead the charge yourself? Li Fuyao could scarcely believe her ears. My goodness, You just admonished me that a sovereign must cherish their own life and allow their generals to confront the enemy. Yet you turn around and forget, immediately deciding to lead 5,000 against 300,000. That is 300,000, after all, and they are the elite Xiang cavalry. No matter how valiant the Black Dragon Guards, they cannot possibly overcome 300,000 Xiang cavalry. Li Taicang sighed deeply. Seventh sister, I am not like you. I possess celestial cultivation. Slaying them is akin to slaughtering mere fowl. Li fuiao furuit herbrais, het tonegudev. Elder brother, what shall become of Chang'an after you depart? And the south? Once they see you can single-handedly contend with those Xiang cavalry, they will undoubtedly refrain from sending aid. She stepped forward, locking eyes with Li Taicang. Elder brother, with such an elite guard at your disposal, is there not a general who can take your place against the Xiang cavalry? Li Taicang chuckled softly. My resources are limited. There is no one. At that moment, he abruptly halted, a glint of inspiration flashing in his eyes. Li Taicang realized he still had 2 summoning opportunities unused. The rewards provided by the system were always perfectly suited to the challenges he faced. This time should be no exception. In his mind, Li Taicang swiftly summoned the system interface. System, do I still have 2 summoning opportunities left unused? Yes. Then let us utilize both summoning opportunities at once. Li Taicang comanda Decisive. Beep. Summoning in progress. Beep. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned 8,000 cavalry. An image of a fierce and indomitable army appeared on the system S screen, with warhorses neighing and banners fluttering. Cavalry camp. The elite troops of the Han Dynasty's champion Marquis, who once pursued the fleeing foe across the plains and trampled the Xiang Yu at Mount Wulong. This unit strikes like the wind, moves like a forest, sweeps like fire, remains motionless like a mountain, is elusive as shadow, and moves like thunder. Splendid. With these 8,000 warriors, I shall swiftly crush the Xiang cavalry within the borders. Li Taicang could not help but applaud in admiration. However, his joy was perhaps premature. Beep. Summoning in progress. Beep. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host, you have successfully summoned Huo Qubing. Li Taicang's pupils abruptly constricta, and he found himself momentarily breathless. By the heavens, Li Taicang was on the verge of having his eyes pop out in excitement. Who could comprehend this? The 5th summoning has directly yielded a top-tier SSR general. Who is Huo Qubing? He is the ruthless individual who was granted the title of Wulong at the tender age of 22. Throughout his life, he fought in 6 battles. At the tender age of 18, during his first campaign, the valiant Huo Qubing boldly led 800 light cavalry, detaching from a main force to gallop hundreds of miles deep into the heart of the Xiang Yu territory, directly assaulting their royal court and capturing the elder uncle of the Xiang Yu along with numerous Xiang Yu nobles. In the second battle of Heshi, he traversed the Yinji Mountains, decisively slaying the Xiang Yu kings Zhuge and Luo, instilling terror within the Xiang Yu ranks. During his third engagement, amidst the disarray of allied forces, he independently crossed the Chilean mountains to launch a surprise attack on the Xiang Yu's rear, achieving a resounding victory and returning with Jin Ridi, a future minister of regency. For Emperor Wu of Han, this campaign resonated as a mournful elegy for the Xiang Yu. Losing Yinji Mountain has left our women pale. Losing Chilean Mountain has caused our livestock to dwindle. In the 4th battle in the northern desert, he trampled the Langjuxa Mountains, driving the Xiang Yu into a hasty retreat beyond the northern deserts, leaving no royal court in the southern expanse. At merely 22, he reached the pinnacle of achievement for ancient Chinese generals, earning the titles of Wolf Jushu and drinking from the vast sea. The subsequent 2 wars vividly showcased the might of the Han dynasty, expanding its territory immeasurably. This young man was a miraculous figure in the annals of military history, demonstrating what it truly means to be a military genius through a series of astonishing victories. Perhaps the heavens deemed Huo Qubing too extraordinary, for he passed away at the young age of 24. Li Taicang could only ponder the possibilities. Had Huo Qubing lived longer, Might he have directly confronted the Western Romans with his audacious tactics that required no support from the rear? And now, such a general belonged to Li Taicang. With this thought, all of Li Taicang's gloom dissipated, and he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! To the Celestial Wolf Dynasty. I have found you a living king of hell. He envisioned the scene of the Zhang Liang cavalry crumbling under Huo Qubing's iron steeds. The young general excelled in the art of defeating greater numbers and executing long-range assaults. With 8,000 elite cavalry under his command, he could wield the power of 300,000 troops. Li Fuyao and Gao Lishur watched Li Taicang's exuberant laughter with perplexity, struggling to grasp the source of his excitement. However, the alignment was clear. Zhang Liang cavalry, the nomads of the grasslands, the cavalry battalion, Huo Qubing, perfectly matched. Li Taicang reigned in his mirth, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and called out in a firm voice, "Where is Huo Qubing?" "At your service." A youthful, melodious voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. A fiery red figure burst into view, a striking silhouette that commanded attention. It was a youth of about 17 or 18, clad in a black armor beneath a crimson robe, resembling a divine general descended from the heavens. He entered the hall with a presence akin to a blade that constantly radiated brilliance. Common wisdom suggests that one must conceal their brilliance lest they be diminished by the winds of envy. Yet the champion marquis had no such need. He was born into greatness and required no disguise to showcase his splendor. Upon seeing the youth for the first time, Li Fuyao thought, how remarkably young. The boy's delicate features, with even the down on his ears yet to shed, revealed him as a mere child. Yet, those eyes burned with an intensity akin to a blazing fire, compelling one to never underestimate him. "I am Huo Qubing, here to pay my respects to your majesty." The young man clasped his fists in salute, his voice ringing clear like the sound of a sword being drawn. Beneath his sword-like brows, his bright eyes sparkled with fervent martial spirit, as if ever ready to charge into battle. Huo Qubing was born for the battlefield, destined for the vast wilderness. This sharp blade was meant to pierce the heart of the enemy. Otherwise, it would be a gem tarnished by dust. Li Taicang gazed at Huo Qubing, growing increasingly fond of him. "Is Huo Qubing now one of mine? How exhilarating! Excellent. With you, my reign shall soar like a tiger with wings." The corners of Huo Qubing's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a proud smile. Being a youth, he naturally felt a swell of pride from the emperor's praise. Yet, let no one underestimate him. Should your majesty give an order, I shall plunge into fire and water without hesitation. Chapter 29. The Minister's Council Against the Southern Expedition. However, Li Taicang gazed at Huo Qubing's attribute panel with a hint of dissatisfaction. Character: Huo Qubing realm, Grandmaster level 5 martial art, breaking army thunder technique. Had the system made an error? How could the general of cavalry possess such a low rank? Shouldn't he at least be at the pinnacle of the celestial realm? Li Fuyao observed the youthful lad, resplendent in his attire, and inquired, "General, how old are you?" Huo Qubing sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "I just turned 17 this year." "What? 17? Li Fuyao stared incredulously at this boy, who appeared even younger than his own current form. Could it be that the great Qin is so teeming with hidden talents? A mere 17-year-old possesses the cultivation of a grand master. It is worth noting that in this realm, where spiritual energy is scarce, grandmasters are typically individuals who have lived for hundreds of years. Of course, this does not include her second brother. Upon witnessing such a prodigious talent, Li Fuyao immediately addressed Li Taicang. "Second brother, we must ensure the protection of such a genius. There must be grandmasters concealed among the 300,000 troops. We cannot allow this young man to venture into peril. Therefore, I shall undertake the task of repelling the Zhang Liang cavalry. In my past life, I was a formidable figure. Grant me an army, and I shall surely eradicate those 300,000 iron cavalry." Li Taicang cast a sidelong glance at Li Fuyao, who was so eager to volunteer, and silently snorted in his heart. "Grant you an army? I fear I might lose my own cavalry in the process." He then shifted his gaze to the overly youthful Huo Qubing, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. If Huo Qubing were 20 years old, he would have no objections, even willing to serve as the vanguard. But now, at merely 17, to send such a young Huo Qubing against the 30,000 Songlong cavalry? Wasn't that a bit too reckless? Perhaps it would be wiser to keep him in the palace for a few years of training. Huo Qubing, sensing the doubt in Li Taicang's eyes, grew anxious. His youthful face scrunched up in distress as he implored, "Your Majesty, please allow me to serve in the army. If I do not undergo trials, when will I ever be able to stand independently?" Huo Qubing began to express his grievances. Li Taicang, exasperated, pressed his forehead. All right. Li Taicang recalled the original Huo Qubing, who at the tender age of 17 would daily rush to the palace, incessantly urging Emperor Wu of Han for military campaigns. The emperor, overwhelmed, had allowed him to accompany Wei Qing with 800 cavalry to witness the world. Emperor Wu intended to temper Huo Qubing, hoping he would understand that warfare was no trifling matter. Wei Qing, too, found Huo Qubing's insistence unbearable, sending him to capture a few tongues, so he might learn of the cunning ferocity of the Xiang Yu. Yet, little did they know, this young man galloped hundreds of miles, capturing the uncle of the Xiang Yu and the state minister, even slaying the Xiang Yu's grandfather. He also claimed the lives of 2,028 enemy soldiers. This left both Wei Qing and Emperor Wu utterly bewildered. Is he truly just 17? And is he facing the Xiang Yu, who have humiliated the Han for 3 generations? Later, Emperor Wu of Han completely ceased to concern himself with Huo Qubing, hardly bothering to inquire about the state of affairs, allowing him to revel in his autonomy. Li Taicang sighed and shook his head, reflecting, I too find myself at leisure, questioning Huo Qubing's actions. Just as he intended to issue a decree for Huo Qubing to lead troops against the Songlong cavalry, he was interrupted by a cacophony outside the Grand Hall. With a slight sense, Li Taicang discerned the arrival of the powerful elites from Chang'an. There was no need for speculation. After the Black Dragon Imperial Guard had sealed off the city, they had nowhere to escape and could only seek him in the palace. Observing their faces, which wore an air of righteous indignation, Li Taicang momentarily entertained the thought of eliminating them all. At his side, Li Fuyao glanced over, having sensed a wave of brutality from her second brother. Huo Qubing also sensed it. Lacking guile, he instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Gao Lisher narrowed his eyes, his hand concealed within his sleeve, revealing a chilling talisman. The elites of Chang'an kneeled anxiously outside the hall, with an elderly minister at the forefront, holding out a memorial. Your Majesty, an army of 300,000 approaches Chang'an to safeguard the state of the Great Qin. We beseech your Majesty to grant your approval. Li Taicang fixed a cold gaze upon the assembly in the square and commanded, present it to me. The memorial in the elder's grasp soared into Gao Lisher's hands. Gao Lisher turned, respectfully presenting the document before Li Taicang. Upon opening it, Li Taicang found the text laden with quotations and convoluted rhetoric, yet imbued throughout with a fervent sense of righteousness. Even he could not help but admire the scholars' erudition, for they had crafted such a memorial in such a brief span. However, the essence of the document was distilled into 2 words: southward migration. What did this imply? It signified a call for Li Taicang and his ministers to abandon the north and migrate southward. The northern aristocratic clans, led by the Yi family, having suffered at Li Taicang's hands, were unwilling to support the Great Qin any longer. They would rather be captives of the Tianlang dynasty than see Li Taicang triumph. Thus, the ministers sought to have Li Taicang relocate the capital southward, rallying the southern aristocracy to resist the incursion of the Tianlang dynasty. When they noticed Li Fuyao's entry into the capital, their eyes lit up, with blood ties to the Su family, a prominent clan in the south. They presumed Li Taicang had already contemplated moving south. They merely believed he required a pretext. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched an army to blockade Chang'an. Consequently, the ministers hastily drafted a petition for the southward migration, extolling Li Taicang as a sovereign of divine virtue. Should Li Taicang consent to relocate the capital, he would be hailed as a saintly ruler, capable of revitalizing the Great Qin. They observed Li Taicang, trembling in his throne, mistaking his agitation for fervor. Who does not fear the barbarity of the Tianlang? Who does not yearn for the rivers and lakes of Jiangnan? They had even arranged their possessions in Chang'an, now merely awaiting Li Taicang's command to migrate southward. Good. Excellent. Li Taicang's voice quivered from the dragon throne. The ministers beamed with delight. However, the tone of his speech suddenly shifted. The great Qin indeed deserves its demise, having nurtured such a wretched assembly. Li Taicang roared as he rose, tearing the edict to shreds. The ministers were taken aback, clearly unprepared for Li Taicang's vehement reaction. To the south? Do you intend to surrender the ancient capital of Chang'an, which has endured for over 2 millennia, to the barbarous Tianlang, to recreate a holy monarch for the great Qin? I have truly heard your counsel. In future annals, the term foolish monarch shall no longer evoke the likes of Jian Zhou, but shall simply refer to Li Taicang. His fury seemed capable of scorching the heavens. To strip him of power, humiliate the nation, cede territory, and retreat southward, such actions were inconceivable. Even were he still the deposed prince, he would never acquiesce. Better to perish in the north. Several elder ministers immediately stepped forward to speak. Your Majesty is the rightful sovereign of the realm. Should you not retreat southward? The heirs in the south will inevitably vie for the legitimacy of the throne, leading to the downfall of our great Qin at the hands of the Tianlang dynasty. Would your Majesty forsake the stability of our Qin for a fleeting display of bravado? Furthermore, all of this is a consequence of your actions. Had you not slaughtered the entire Yi family, the noble clans in the north would not now be gripped by fear, allowing for such swift capitulation. The south is ripe with talented individuals. After relocating the capital, your Majesty may yet return to power. Your Majesty, please consider retreating south. Your Majesty, please consider relocating the capital. Your Majesty, the Tianlang cannot be opposed. Chapter 30. 8,000 cavalry matched with the champion marquis. Li Taicang's eyes blazed with fury as he gazed upon the gray-haired generals. Most of these men had followed Li Yuqian into battle, once repelling the Tianlang army for 100 miles. Yet now, they too yearned to flee southward. The ministers urged retreat, and the military leaders echoed the sentiment. What significance remained in such a court? The generals, their faces drawn, spoke in deep, somber tones. Without the support of the northern clans, the army could hardly mobilize. Logistical support was insufficient to contend with the 300,000 Zhang cavalry. Your Majesty, should you insist on a direct confrontation, the only outcome will be utter annihilation. If the late emperor were alive, he would never advocate such a course. Instead, he would counsel gathering strength in the south, training soldiers, and strategizing gradually. A cadre of cowards. Li Taicang looked upon his ministers and generals with disappointment. He had hoped to intimidate them upon entering the court, for he was in dire need of manpower, albeit temporarily. However, he had now resolved in his heart, with this group of malignant tumors. Every additional day they survived was a waste of the air of the great Qin. Even a leaderless court would be superior to one burdened by their presence. You lack the courage to fight, so I shall find someone who will. Huo Qubing, the young general, just 17, was ablaze with a yearning for achievements in battle. He was not meant for the marketplace or Chang'an. He belonged to the battlefield and the vast wilderness. Whether it was the youthful Huo Qubing at 17 or at 22, Li Taicang declared, I grant you 8,000 cavalry, 5,000 Black Dragon forbidden troops, and 20,000 soldiers. Can you confront the 300,000 Zhang cavalry? As Huo Qubing prepared to accept the edict, the seasoned generals below interjected. This young man must understand that war is no trifling matter. Over 30,000 against 300,000. Even a grandmaster could not succeed, unless he were a celestial being. Look at your youth. Have your baby teeth even fallen out? Are you the one persuading His Majesty to go to war? He is hardly of age. Your Majesty, in your desperation, you risk everything by entrusting command to him, and it may lead to the ruin of our resources. These men only knew of the Black Dragon forbidden troops, but were oblivious to the origins of the 8,000 cavalry and 20,000 troops mentioned by Li Taicang. They assumed he intended to draw upon their private forces, which they could never agree to, as they needed those forces to establish a foothold in the south. not to become fodder for a boy who had yet to shed his childishness. Huo Qubing, with the spirit of youth, could not endure such insult. He swiftly turned, drew his bow, and unleashed a volley of arrows. Thud, thud, thud. Those who had mocked him were struck down, their heads burst apart. The ministers froze in shock. Only then did they realize that this seemingly immature youth was, in fact, a grandmaster. They looked to Li Taicang for assistance. For shooting down ministers in the presence of the emperor was a grave disrespect. But upon meeting Li Taicang's gaze, their hearts sank. At that moment, Li Taicang's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection as he regarded Huo Qubing. What is the harm in my cavalry general eliminating a few treacherous ministers? Youth cannot bear insult. It is only natural to express their anger at the moment. In a moment of audacity, Huo Qubing brazenly executed the valiant General Li Gan, only to later approach Emperor Wu of Han to confess his misdeed. What could the emperor do? Perhaps in a fit of rage, he might have struck Huo Qubing. But to take his life? That would be preposterous. 100 Li Gans could never compare to a single Huo Qubing. Thus, a rather absurd explanation was concocted. The fierce and valiant general met his end at the hands of a deer's antlers. Once his temper had cooled, the emperor even had to consult the royal physician regarding the injuries he inflicted upon Huo Qubing. Li Fuyao and Gao Lishir were equally astonished by Huo Qubing's audacity. This fellow was indeed audacious. Li Taicang remarked, if youth does not possess a touch of arrogance, can it truly be called youth? Upon noticing Li Taicang's reaction, both Li Fuyao and Gao Lishir found themselves at a loss for words. The decisive emperor, it seemed, harbored a peculiar fondness for Huo Qubing. That is Huo Qubing. If I do not favor him, who shall I favor? At that moment, Huo Qubing, somewhat apprehensive, lifted his gaze to meet Li Taicang's fervent eyes. Realizing that he bore no blame, a sigh of relief washed over him. With newfound determination, he addressed the emperor, Your Majesty, why require 30,000 troops? Grant me 8,000 men. Within 10 days, I will surely vanquish their forces and slay their commander. Huo Qubing's confidence was tinged with a rebellious spirit. Even having witnessed his masterful prowess, the onlookers remained skeptical. Could this youth truly believe that among the 300,000 soldiers, no grandmaster lay hidden? In every national conflict, two battles unfold. One beneath the grandmasters, where hundreds of thousands clash, and another where the great masters of the two nations engage amidst the clouds. The Tianlang dynasty dared to send 300,000 troops into the north, undoubtedly harboring more than one grandmaster within their ranks. He was still too young. However, at this moment, Li Taicang had placed his complete trust in Huo Qubing. This young man had ventured into the very heart of the Xiang Yu with merely 800 men. Now, grant him 8,000 cavalry, 8,000 horsemen against 300,000 wolf riders. Advantage lay with Huo Qubing. Very well, Huo Qubing, I appoint you as the general of cavalry. Let my 8,000 horsemen to confront the wolf riders. Yet Li Taicang did offer a cautionary reminder. Be mindful of your safety. Filled with excitement, Huo Qubing bowed deeply. I humbly accept the decree. Unable to contain his eagerness, he inquired, Your Majesty, where are my 8,000 cavalry? I'll look at you. How impatient you are. Li Taicang shukladligli. Embarrassed, Huo Qubing scratched his head. Li Taicang, regaining his composure, called out, Where's my cavalry camp? As his words echoed, the heavens erupted with a thunderous roar, the sound reverberating like drums of war, shaking the clouds and trembling the mountains. The cavalry camp is here. The cavalry camp is here. The cavalry camp is here. The voices rose like the clamor of 100,000 armies, akin to a raging dragon's roar, shaking the firmament as if the sky itself might be torn asunder by their fervent battle spirit. Astonished, the crowd looked up to behold, descending from the celestial expanse, 8,000 iron steeds, as if deities had arrived. What a magnificent sight it was! 8,000 steeds, their bodies of vivid crimson, hooves igniting flames, their manes billowing like flowing fire, each one a rare dragon blood steed, capable of traversing miles in a day, galloping upon the winds. Upon the steed, 8,000 valiant cavalry clad in crimson banners gallantly ride, their dark armor exuding an aura of formidable chill. With long swords suspended at their sides and powerful bows upon their backs, each soldier stands tall and resolute, their countenances as stern as iron. They're all youthful warriors, each eye shimmering with a fervent desire for military glory. The iron cavalry, arrayed in perfect formation, appears as a vast, shadowy mass, eclipsing the heavens and obscuring the sun. The cavalry camp pledges its unwavering loyalty to His Majesty, their voices rising like the tumultuous roar of an angry sea, sweeping across the vastness of the land, causing the very earth to tremble beneath them. As Huo Qubing gazed upon these 8,000 cavalrymen, a surge of fervent blood coursed through his veins, igniting a passion within him. His eyes blazed like torches, nearly unable to contain the impulse to leap forth. Though he had never encountered these warriors before, an instinct deep within him whispered that this army was bound to him by blood. Only he possessed the authority to command these proud and fierce soldiers, to sweep across the desert and emerge as the unrivaled victor of the world. A wild grin spread across Huo Qubing's lips as he declared, "I, a humble soldier, am willing to clear the path for His Majesty by vanquishing our foes." Chapter 31. The ministers sacrifice the banner. Huo Qubing sets out very well. I shall remain in Chang'an, eagerly awaiting the triumphant return of the general of the cavalry. Subsequently, Taicang cast his gaze upon the ministers kneeling in the square. As human subjects, you ought to be loyal to the nation, yet you persist in committing acts that disgrace and undermine it. What purpose do I have for you? Today, I shall first use your blood to consecrate the military banner of my cavalry. A thunderous uproar ensued among the ministers, their faces pale with shock at the emperor's decree of death. Several venerable officials rose to question him. Your Majesty, to execute the civil and military officials, do you wish to plunge the realm into chaos? Your Majesty, in this time of turmoil, how can you govern the empire without your minister's assistance? One elder spoke earnestly, his voice laced with sorrow and indignation. Your Majesty, if you slay the entire court, who among the scholars will follow you? Tomorrow, who will shepherd your people? Who will levy taxes on your behalf? Who will guard the four corners of the realm? Your Majesty, while the Yi family's ambitions are clear, annihilating them is understandable. Yet, we merely seek to preserve the integrity of the empire. What crime have we committed? Taicang coldly regarded the ministers, a sudden smile gracing his lips, though it failed to reach his eyes, which glinted with chilling intent. The state of the Great Qin truly teeters on the brink of collapse with parasites, such as you. My empire requires no vermin to uphold it. He slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the heavens. I possess the cavalry. 8,000 iron steeds raised their blades in unison, glinting in the sun. I have Huo Qubing. Huo Qubing knelt, clasping his fists in acknowledgement, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor. I shall reconstruct this fractured empire. Taicang's voice thundered. As for you, greedy, inept traitors, do you dare discuss the realm with me? Execute them. Kill. The 8,000 cavalry roared in fury, drawing their long blades as they charged towards the ministers. The officials, realizing the futility of resistance, began to unleash their spiritual powers, summoning storms of energy. Yet, those who had long basked in privilege found themselves ill-prepared to confront the wrath of the 8,000 cavalry. In a flash, the first 30 or so civil officials had not even uttered a gasp before a thread-like crimson line appeared across their necks. Their heads remained frozen in astonishment, clearly unable to fathom the ease with which they had been slain. The ministers, not lacking in wit, quickly ignited their powers, seeking to flee the battlefield. Some begged for mercy. Your Majesty, please show mercy. This old minister is willing to offer all his wealth as military funds. I shall go to the frontier and tend to the horses. I once saved the former emperor, yet all their struggles were in vain. From the ranks of the 8,000 cavalry, 1,000 riders swiftly separated, drawing their bows and knocking arrows. Fire! At the command, 1,000 hardened bows trembled in unison, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows upon the ministers. Thud! 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 Countless officials were impaled against the palace walls. Some renowned for their defensive prowess manage to block the incoming arrows. What awaits them is the next barrage of arrows. If one arrow fails to bring death, then let another be loosed. The scene is too harrowing to behold. Tyrant, you dare to commit such an act that incites both heaven and humanity. Such a tyrant deserves the collective wrath of the world. Some composed officials from within their sleeves unleashed a piercing arrow. A chilling whistle tore through the vast sky. Simultaneously, 30,000 elite troops surged forth from the city of Chang'an. These warriors, mercilessly slaying any in their path, ignited spiritual flames, intent on incinerating the entire city. These elite soldiers are their own private army. They had issued orders before entering the palace that if any unrest arose, they would raze Chang'an to the ground. If the tyrant is devoid of compassion, then let us not be bound by righteousness. Today, we shall embrace a cataclysm of mutual destruction. Taicang gazed at the seemingly formidable, yet inwardly trembling ministers, laughing heartily. Mutuelle destruction? Do they possess the qualification? He then roared towards the heavens. Black Dragon Imperial Guards, eliminate those traitors. At once. No sooner had the command been given than the resonant clang of armor echoed from the walls of Chang'an and within the palace. The Black Dragon warriors from the palace charged forth alongside those guarding the city walls. Boom! Like the roar of a black dragon, the warriors brandished their sharp blades. Before the traitors could discern their assailants, they were cleaved in half like mere stalks of wheat. Each Black Dragon warrior, selected at random, surpassed the traitor leaders in prowess. The traitors were like mere weeds, easily crushed beneath the feet of the Black Dragon warriors, leaving not a single one alive. The voice of the vice commander of the Black Dragon Imperial Guards sounded like the decree of death. The wails of the traitors rose and fell, soon drowned in the clamor of steel. Within Chang'an, rivers of blood flowed. This is the Emperor's personal army, the Black Dragon Imperial Guards. Meanwhile, the scene in the central square was even more gruesome. The iron hooves of war horses trampled upon the faces of those robed dignitaries. Countless officials had their skulls shattered beneath the hooves. Amidst the swirling mist of blood, Huo Qubing spotted an elderly minister struggling to crawl towards the corner of the hall. The old man trembled as he raised his ivory tablet, seemingly attempting to offer counsel. Huo Qubing struck down with his blade, severing both the tablet and the old man's arm. Taicang coldly observed the unfolding chaos, disregarding their struggles and pleas for mercy. Purging the nation of its vermin brought him no discomfort. Rather, a sense of exhilaration filled his heart. Li Fuyao silently witnessed the carnage, occasionally dispatching a few stragglers. Though she was pure-hearted and fervent, she was no saint. Once a ruler herself, she harbored deep disdain for those self-serving officials who disregarded the nation's interests. Regrettably, she lacked the audacity to slaughter the entire council. Such an act would have monumental repercussions. If she were to do so, would scholars still dare to serve in the court? Without officials, how could the court function, and how could the realm be governed? If Li Taicang were to grasp Li Fuyao's thoughts at that moment, he would surely scoff. This world lacks many things, but does not lack those who wish to hold office. As the final screams faded into silence, the 8,000 iron cavalry reformed their ranks. At this moment, the entire square had transformed into a battlefield of carnage. In the square, apart from the 8,000 cavalry, no official remains alive. Only tattered fragments of official robes drift in the pools of blood. By imperial decree, the steps are stained crimson. On this day, the sky over Chang'an is glaringly red. General of the cavalry, I await your favorable tidings. Your Majesty, trust in my capabilities. The blood sacrifice is complete, and the battle flag of the 8,000 cavalry flutters ominously in the bloody wind. Huo Qubing mounts his steed with a swift motion. He casts a glance back at the palace hall, where the blood of countless courtiers still saturates the ground, now transformed into the finest offering for war. Cavalry camp. March 4th. With Huo Qubing's commanding shout, the mist exhaled by his steed crystallizes into frost in the biting wind. This time, they shall not return until the enemy is vanquished. The 8,000 cavalry roar in unison, their figures clad in red robes and black armor, stretch long shadows in the sunset, resembling a sharpened sword drawn from its sheath, aimed resolutely northward. Huo Qubing understands that this venture will either result in a river of blood from their 300,000 troops, or the iron steeds of the Qin shall find their resting place in the yellow sands. Yet at this moment his heart is ablaze with the fervor of battle, and the crimson battle flag, forged with the blood of his ministers, fuels his resolve. Li Taicang's dragon robe billows in the wind as he watches this iron-willed army fade into the distance, eventually transforming into a streak of black lightning at the horizon. Li Fuyo's expression reveals melancholy. Elder brother, I too am a grand master. Shall I assist in the skirmish? I can hold off a few grand masters among the Zhang cavalry. Li Taicang shakes his head. No need, that is Huo Qubing. Chapter 32. Sudden change at the frontier at this moment. The atmosphere at the Qin border was thick with tension. Altai had been vigilantly watching Xiao Dingbian, deliberately leaving behind 50,000 cavalry at the border. He feared that Xiao Dingbian might unexpectedly renege, leaving the Zhang cavalry trapped in a dire predicament. The animosity between the soldiers of the Qin border and the Zhang cavalry was palpable, their hearts seething with indignation at the sight of the brazen enemy. Brothers, are we to stand idly by while these Zhang soldiers humiliate us? What can we do? The commander won't allow us to resist. We must endure. Damn it, this is infuriating. When I enlisted, my purpose was to slay the Tianlang bandits. Yet now I find myself an accomplice to their invasion of Qin. I cannot bear it any longer. I have nothing to lose. I will take down a few of those Tianlang scoundrels. A burly man roared, ready to draw his blade and strike down the nearby Tianlang soldiers. Yet, before he could act, his comrades seized him firmly. Biao, have you lost your mind? If you kill him, you will violate military law, and we will all suffer the consequences. Biao's eyes glistened with rage, his breath heavy, his body trembling. Is living like this the only option? It would be better to die. At least then, I wouldn't be continually ridiculed. Silence enveloped the group. Yes, they were all family men. Now, as accomplices to the Tianlang army, if the northern frontier fell, they would be branded as traitors of Qin and their homeland. Even death would deny us entry into our ancestral graves. Our names would be erased from the family tree. Damn it. Biao, I stand with you. Better to lose my head than to live a coward's life. I must not be condemned as a weakling by my ancestors. The others released their grip on Biao, cracking their knuckles, ready to strike down the Tianlang soldiers ahead. Yet, just as they were about to act, a stern middle-aged man approached. What are you planning to do? Captain. The group immediately saluted, their faces pale. It was over. They had been discovered by the captain. This man was known for his strict adherence to military law, showing no mercy to those who erred. They did not regret their decision. They merely felt that death would be a futile end. The captain, with a cold expression, stepped closer and spoke in a low voice. Are you prepared to strike? Yes. Biao bellowed, drawing the attention of the others. Lower your voice. The captain slapped him across the face. Seeing the captain chastising a soldier, the others quickly diverted their gazes. Biao, undeterred, retorted, if the captain intends to punish me, let me finish them off first. If I am to descend to the underworld, I must have something to report to my ancestors. The captain delivered another slap. Did I not tell you to refrain from acting? Must you be so loud and jeopardize our commander as plans? At that moment, Biao realized something was amiss. As did the others, their gazes fixed intently on the captain. Taking a deep breath, the captain spoke gravely. The commander has issued orders. All soldiers of high rank must engage with the Zhang soldiers. Awaiting the signal, the captain made a gesture across his neck, causing the eyes of the crowd to gleam with excitement. Biao, filled with delight, simultaneously realized that he had nearly jeopardized a significant matter moments ago. Captain, it was my fault. Please give me a few slaps. Get lost. Your skin is too thick. My palm aches from the slaps. Biao chuckled foolishly. Subsequently, he laughed heartily as he approached several soldiers of the Celestial Wolf. Hey, brothers, slow down. The Celestial Wolf soldiers drew their blades, eyeing Biao warily. He produced a hidden wine pouch. I see you all have wine pouches at your waists. Are you also connoisseurs of fine spirits? The liquor from your plains cannot compare to the potency of that from the Great Qin. The Celestial Wolf soldiers sheathed their swords. Oomph. The wine of the Great Qin is mere water, while our plains wine is fire. Laughter erupted among the men. Discussions of wine swiftly cultivated camaraderie. Biao stepped forward, throwing an arm around the shoulders of several Celestial Wolf soldiers. It was hard to believe that just moments ago he had exuded an aura of menace, now appearing as if they were brothers. Was this truly the honest and simple-hearted Biao? One could only say that hatred and humiliation could lead a person to grow rapidly. However, at that moment, the captain wore a frosty expression. Where did Biao procure that wine? There was a strict military order against alcohol. Biao's comrades cast their gazes upward and downward, pretending not to notice anything. Oomph. Just wait. I shall deal with you. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Great Qin seemed to have transformed, mingling joyously with the Celestial Wolf cavalry, entirely devoid of the previous animosity that nearly drove them to devour one another. The Celestial Wolf cavalry, initially cautious, soon succumbed to the flattery of the Great Qin soldiers. What a surprise! These sheep of the Great Qin undoubtedly fear the might of the Celestial Wolf. Once their General Altai has dispatched their canine emperor, they will have nowhere to turn but to our Celestial Wolf cavalry. Very well, let us grant these Great Qin sheep a semblance of dignity. Simultaneously, within the military tent of Xiao, he had specially prepared a lavish feast of fine wines and dishes to entertain the leaders of the 30,000 Celestial Wolf cavalry. The leaders indulged heartily, occasionally giving a thumbs up. The food of the Great Qin is exceptional. No wonder General's niece, Li Yegao, refuses to partake in their cattle and sheep. Xiao Dingbian laughed heartily from his elevated seat. Generals, eat up. In the future, please speak a few good words on my behalf in front of General Altai. The Celestial Wolf leaders regarded him with disdain, but, for the sake of appearances, acquiesced. At that moment, Xiao Dingbian's confidant leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Nodding, Xiao Dingbian raised his cup and proclaimed, "I, Xiao Dingbian, toast to you all." He then tilted his head back and drank deeply. With a crash, the cup slipped from his hand. Clang! This seemed to serve as a signal. In an instant, the soldiers of the Great Qin drew their swords, turning the several leaders into mere pulp. The unfortunate leaders had hoped to muster their strength to resist, unaware that the meal had been laced with a paralyzing agent. A single spark ignited an ocean of turmoil. The borders of the Great Qin erupted into chaos. In a tavern, Biao was sharing drinks with the Tianlang soldiers. Upon hearing the command, he burst into laughter and seized the head of a nearby soldier. The Tianlang soldier believed this boisterous warrior was merely jesting. However, to his astonishment, Biao's eyes suddenly widened with ferocity, and with a tremendous force, he crushed the soldier's skull as effortlessly as one would squash a watermelon. This grim scene unfolded simultaneously in numerous locations, resulting in a swift and devastating reduction of 30,000 Songlong cavalry. Within the military tent of Xiao Dingbian, the commander stated, "We have successfully contained the remaining Songlong cavalry." Xiao Dingbian nodded coldly, acknowledging the report. "You have performed admirably. Now, seal the borders and ensure that Altai is utterly trapped within our Qin northern front." Understood. The soldiers, filled with admiration, withdrew. In their eyes, Xiao Dingbian had transformed into a venerable commander, bearing the weight of humiliation with dignity. Yet, they remained oblivious to the distant gaze in his eyes. In the shadows, Yuan Tiangang toyed with the head of a grandmaster, observing the scene with indifference. "Oomph, you are unworthy of martyrdom. Once my plans come to fruition, I shall unveil your wolfish ambitions." With that, he vanished from sight. Indeed, it was Yuan Tiangang who had manipulated Xiao Dingbian, compelling him to issue those orders. Furthermore, it was he who dealt with the Grandmaster concealed among the 30,000 Songlong cavalry. In less than a day, Yuan Tiangang had completely seized control of the borders and effectively ensnared Altai within the northern territory. As night fell and the air turned frigid, the 8,000 cavalry advanced with remarkable speed. In less than a day, they encountered the scouts of the Songlong cavalry. After gleaning the general location of the Songlong forces from the scouts, the 8,000 cavalrymen eagerly prepared for action. Chapter 33. The Dreaded Assault of Huo Qubing on the Three Grandmasters. Huo Qubing and his companions could even detect the distinctive odor of the Zhang riders from a considerable distance. Did these men grow up amid sheep? Even from afar? The stench was palpable. The scent was intolerable, even more so than the smell of blood. Some soldiers frowned and conversed with disdain. Silence. Huo Qubing commanded sharply, and the 8,000 cavalry fell into an immediate hush. Zhou Liang, you two shall lead the way at a slow pace. I shall return shortly. General, Zhao Ponu immediately urged, what purpose do you have in going alone? Huo Qubing cast him a sidelong glance. I'm going to confront the Grandmasters. Do you wish to accompany me? At this, Zhao Ponu chuckled awkwardly and stepped aside. Go on. Huo Qubing unleashed his Grandmaster prowess and charged towards the direction of the Zhang riders. Every scout he encountered was swiftly vanquished. If you do not reveal yourselves, I shall storm your encampment and decimate your banners. As a Grandmaster yourself, why trouble the young ones? The three Grandmasters advanced towards Huo Qubing with fierce intent. What sect do you represent? Huo Qubing gazed at the three Celestial Wolf Grandmasters with an air of haughty disdain. I have no time for your trifling banter. Prepare to be dispatched. One of the Grandmasters, a disciple of Altai, scoffed. How arrogant! The other two Grandmasters' expressions turned icy. They had been summoned to the army by Altai with substantial benefits, specifically to guard against the offensive of the Grandmaster from the Qin dynasty. Did they truly believe that being a Grandmaster granted them the right to act with impunity? In an instant, the three radiated a menacing aura. Their Grandmaster spiritual power swirling ominously, drawing the attention of all around. In the Zhang riders' central camp, Altai observed the distant tempestuous winds with a grin. So, the Grandmaster of the Qin can no longer contain himself? Fortunately, I have enlisted the aid of the three Grandmasters from other tribes, or I would not dare to engage. At that moment, Liega spoke solemnly. Uncle, a contingent of less than 10,000 elite cavalry is harassing our forces. Their movements are elusive, only striking down scouts on the periphery. Our cavalry cannot catch up. Altai waved his hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself. We shall await the return of the three Grandmasters. Seeing Altai's demeanor, Liega felt slightly more at ease. Altai, sensing Liega's tension, reassured him. Liega, there is no need for such anxiety. Without the northern aristocratic sects of the Qin dynasty intervening, our Zhang riders are unassailable. With the three Grandmasters engaged in battle with the Grandmaster of the Qin, you will have time to break through the cultivation you have long suppressed. Liega sighed in relief and nodded. Very well, Uncle, I shall take my leave now. After the entry of 300,000 troops, they pressed onward without pause toward Chang'an. There was no time for her to halt and cultivate. Now was the perfect moment for her to advance her abilities. The scene shifts back to Huo Qubing. The three Grandmasters encircled Huo Qubing in a triangular formation, effectively sealing off his escape routes. The ancestor of the Zhang drew his curved blade and spoke solemnly. You are young and vigorous. We shall not engage you in a fair duel. They had long surpassed the age of reckless bravado, leaving no opportunity for Huo Qubing to retaliate. Enough with the idle chatter. Huo Qubing snorted coldly. The ancestor of the Zhanglang's gaze was sharp as he swung his blade. The curved knife gleamed like a waning moon, closing in on Huo Qubing with blinding speed. Infused with potent spiritual energy and a palpable intent to kill. The other two ancestors similarly unleashed their lethal strikes, effectively cornering Huo Qubing from all sides. He found himself with no avenue for retreat. Yet, Huo Qubing maintained his aloof demeanor, the spear in his hand erupting with spiritual power, exuding a murderous intent akin to a vast ocean. Suddenly, a thunderous crack resounded like a bolt from the blue. Huo Qubing transformed into a flash of lightning, his spear resembling a dragon. The moonlit blade, once poised to strike, disintegrated into a cascade of sparks. The ancestor of the Zhanglang's pupils contracted to pinpricks as he beheld the impending thunderous wrath. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Huo Qubing's spear pierced through the ancestor of the Zhanglang, creating a gaping hole in his chest that bled profusely. You! The ancestor's gaze became unfocused, as if he wished to utter something. But bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the other two grandmasters looked on in horror as Huo Qubing's spear obliterated the ancestor's head. The headless corpse of the Zhang Liang ancestor fell heavily to the ground, marking the demise of a grandmaster. The remaining two grandmasters of the Tianlang dynasty were filled with rage and disbelief. They had anticipated a fierce battle, yet could hardly fathom that this young grandmaster of the Qin could so effortlessly annihilate one of their own. Without hesitation, they turned to flee towards the border, disregarding the 30,000 Zhang Liang cavalry. After all, it was not their tribe. If they perished, so be it. Who could have known that this young man was so monstrous, slaying grandmasters as easily as one might drink water? Watching the two retreat like streaks of light, Huo Qubing furrowed his brow. I do not have the time to indulge in a game of cat and mouse. The breaking army thunder formula surged through him, and his spear radiated divine thunder. Huo Qubing unleashed his full strength, hurling the spear like a magnificent bolt of thunder towards one of the Tianlang grandmasters. The grandmaster had barely moved far when he sensed an overwhelming danger looming behind him. Before he could turn, boom, the spear struck him with tremendous force, and he let out no scream, obliterated by the cataclysmic thunder, leaving behind nothing but a blood mist. Not even a trace of his body remained. The final grandmaster, trembling with fear, resorted to a secret technique that consumed his lifespan and cultivation to escape. In an instant, he vanished into thin air. You think you can flee? Huo Qubing knocked an arrow, his spiritual energy surging, enveloped in radiant light. He drew the bow as if it were a full moon. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, plunging the world into darkness. The arrowhead tore through the air, trailing ethereal blue starlight, akin to a comet piercing the heavens, aimed directly at the last grandmaster. Thud! The arrow struck the grandmaster of the Tianlang in the center of his brow, blood splattering forth and transforming into a torrential rain of crimson. After vanquishing the three grandmasters, Huo Qubing took a deep breath. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated within him, signaling a breakthrough in his cultivation. He had ascended to the 6th level of Grandmaster. He was inherently a prodigious talent, destined for the battlefield. With each engagement, his prowess would continually elevate. He loathed the monotony of serene environments that stifled his progress through methodical training. In Huo Qubing's eyes, the most exhilarating breakthroughs were those achieved amidst the chaos of war. He swiftly caught up with the 8,000 cavalrymen. Zhao Ponu, Ligan. Huo Qubing's voice rang out with authority. At your service. Zhao Ponu and the cavalry gazed at him with admiration. Not long before, they had witnessed Huo Qubing's magnificent form from a distance. Such is the demeanor of a true man. Only Ligan appeared pallid, an inexplicable pain throbbing in his forehead upon recalling the final arrow shot by Huo Qubing, as if he had once been struck down in a similar manner. Oblivious to Ligan's distress, Huo Qubing solemnly commanded, "Heed my orders. Charge the wolf camp. At your command." Chapter 34. Total Annihilation. Captured Li Yegao Altai noticed the dissipating spiritual storm in the distance, a broad smile illuminating his face. It seemed that the three ancestors had vanquished the Grandmaster of the Great Qin. He issued orders for the entire army to mobilize towards Chang'an upon the return of the three ancestors. With a heart full of reverence, Altai prepared to welcome them. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. The oppressive aura of the Grandmaster was approaching. Yet Altai sensed something amiss. There was only a single presence, and it did not resemble any of the three ancestors. As he fell into contemplation, the soldiers around him lapsed into silence. At that moment, a violent wind swept through. The earth trembled, resonating with a deafening roar. In the distance, thousands of figures emerged, dark as a storm cloud, obscuring the sky and blocking the sun. The might of these figures was even more terrifying than that of the 30,000 Zhang Liang cavalry. At the forefront, a commander exuded the pressure of a grandmaster, his fiery figure strikingly visible amid the dark tide, like a flame blazing in the night. The numerous Zhang Liang soldiers in the front line were rendered breathless by the overwhelming aura. Their hands, clenching their curved blades, trembled slightly. Altai's pupils contracted, revealing a hint of panic. This was not any of the three ancestors. It was indeed the Grand Master of the Great Qin. If the Grand Master of the Great Qin was still alive, then where were their three ancestors? Altai dare not ponder further. If anything had happened to the three ancestors, their Zhang cavalry would be doomed. Without the Great Qin's intervention, they would be utterly annihilated within the Tianlang dynasty. It was crucial to understand that a Grand Master was the stabilizing force of a tribe. If that stabilizing force faltered, so too would his tribe. The 8,000 figures grew increasingly distinct. Each rode upon a magnificent steed, unimaginable to the Tianlang dynasty, clad in red robes and black armor. Their youthful faces radiated an aura of lethal intent. They surged forth like a relentless tide, unstoppable and suffocating. They seemed like celestial warriors descending upon the earth. Altai was the first to react. He shouted hoarsely, "Do not be afraid. They number only in the thousands. Form ranks and charge." The Zhang cavalry quickly organized their forces. Tens of thousands of vanguard troops charged towards the 8,000 figures. 8,000 against 300,000. 8,000 brimming with fighting spirit. Yet 300,000 were already gripped by fear. How could this battle be fought? Slay them, roared Huo Qubing. His spear crackled with divine thunder. As dark clouds enveloped the heavens, a cacophony of thunder erupted, as if doomsday had arrived. Huo Qubing led the charge into the throng of Zhang cavalry. Boom! The thunder rolled. Thousands of Zhang cavalry were instantaneously reduced to ashes. The spear swung with an unparalleled force of destruction. At that moment, the Zhang cavalry facing Huo Qubing were struck with terror. They had once been the most valiant of cavalry, viewing the Great Qin as mere sheep. Yet now, the general before them resembled a deity descended from the heavens, ruthlessly reaping their lives. Their flesh and blood could not withstand even a moment, disintegrating into dust. They gripped their long blades tightly, fervently chanting the name of the celestial sovereign. Yet, fear had already submerged them, rendering them incapable of controlling their own bodies. Their legs, clasped around their steeds, trembled. The 8,000 cavalry engaged fiercely with the 30,000 wolves of war. The clash was akin to scissors slicing through fabric. The 8,000 cavalry plunged directly into the heart of the 30,000 wolf riders. Huo Qubing, along with his 8,000 cavalry, charged towards the central camp of Altai. Huo Qubing's strategy was simple. He would directly assault the enemy's central camp. If Li Taicang were to witness such a spectacle, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Are you the champion or the tyrant? Kill!" Huo Qubing's eyes sparked with a cold fury, resembling a vengeful deity emerging from the depths of hell. A master among the wolf riders lunged at Huo Qubing. They realized that if they did not stop this man, their entire 30,000 army would be cut through. If they could merely delay him for a moment, encircling him with their 30,000 troops, victory would be theirs. However, for Huo Qubing, slaying a grandmaster was no more significant than butchering livestock. How could he regard a mere handful of masters as a threat? Huo Qubing fervently activated the breaking army thunder technique, his entire being crackling with faint arcs of electricity, exuding a murderous aura as vast as the sea. At that moment, Huo Qubing embodied the essence of a celestial demon descended upon the earth. His spear slashed through the air, thunderous and violent. The encroaching masters were severed in two as if their bodies were mere tofu. Their bisected forms turned charred under the onslaught of thunder. Forward! Forward! Though he was a grandmaster, he was still human. If they could exhaust him, victory would be theirs. Altai roared, commanding his 30,000 troops to surge forward relentlessly. Grandmasters are not invincible. They too have their limits. History is not devoid of grandmasters brought down by the smallest of ants. Huo Qubing had long since taken note of Altai, roaring like thunder as he charged towards him. Kill! At that moment, the 8,000 cavalry bore no fear in their eyes, only the fervor of battle. Their only focus was on relentless slaughter and trampling the enemy. Huo Qubing's helmet shattered. His black hair danced wildly. His body dripped with the blood of wolf soldiers. The spear in his hand had long since reached its breaking point, splintering into fragments. He drew forth 2 long blades, fervently channeling the spiritual energy within him. He unleashed a terrifying arc of light from his blades. Countless wolf riders fell before him. In such a frenzied state, his spiritual energy finally ran dry. Hope rekindled in the eyes of the wolf riders. Altai could hardly contain his joy, even without a grandmaster. Their wolf iron cavalry could still slay one. He was now powerless. Kill him. If we kill him, we shall triumph. From all directions, the relentless wolf iron cavalry surged towards Huo Qubing. Protect the general. Zhao Ponu and Li Gan fought fiercely on either side, guarding Huo Qubing. You wish to kill me? With just you rabble? Huo Qubing sneered. A dull resonance echoed within him. His realm broke through once more. Grandmaster level 7. Huo Qubing returned to his zenith. His bones resonated in harmony, spiritual energy surging. Huo Qubing could not help but groan in exhilaration. Stronger than before, Huo Qubing transformed into a force of thunder, unstoppable. The officers beside Altai, aside, glared in fury, bellowing loudly. Stop him. Protect the general. If the general has matters to attend to, we shall not return to the grasslands. However, now Huo Qubing has grown even more formidable as the cavalry of the Zhang continues to fall from their steeds. The 8,000 elite cavalry have torn a great rift in the ranks of the 300,000 Zhang forces. Although Altai possesses the mastery of a grandmaster, he dares not engage Huo Qubing in battle. Instead, he turns to flee. Huo Qubing charges into the central camp, his right hand wielding his blade to slay Zhang soldiers, while his left hand, like an iron claw, seizes Altai by the hair. He pulls him back with force. Huo Qubing sneers. Are you not proclaiming loyalty to the throne? I am a martial general of the current emperor. Do you dare to draw your sword against me? With his hair in Huo Qubing's grasp, Altai's eyes blaze with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, yet fear ultimately overwhelms his humiliation. He pleads, I am Altai, the king of Zhang. Your Excellency, I concede. May I be spared? General, spare my life. Amidst Altai's terrified wails, Huo Qubing ruthlessly tears his head from his body. In a finely adorned military tent, Li Yegao reaches a critical juncture in her breakthrough. To prevent any disturbances, she has sealed the tent with formations, thus remaining oblivious to the raging battle outside. Suddenly, a violent wind flings open her tent. With a thud, Li Yegao, in the midst of her pivotal moment, is disrupted, causing her vital energy to surge back. And she spits blood. With a face twisted by resentment, she screams, Who dares to interrupt this princess's breakthrough? Her eyes rise to behold the gallant Huo Qubing approaching on horseback, and she shouts fiercely, You seek death. Do you not know I am a princess of the Great Qin? My uncle is General Altai. He will surely dismember you. Silence. How dare a rebel presume to address me? A princess of the Great Qin. Huo Qubing, perched upon his warhorse, gazes down upon her with haughty disdain. Bring forth a few men. Take this rebel back to Chang'an. Upon hearing Huo Qubing's command, Li Yegao finally notices her surroundings. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The ground is littered with the bodies of Zhang cavalry, and even the head of her most revered uncle is displayed upon the banner of the Zhang. Li Yegao is struck with horror. Trembling, she points at Huo Qubing and gasps, Isli Taicang. Before she can finish her sentence, Huo Qubing's gaze sharpens like a blade. He thrusts a sword into her dantian, viciously stirring it. With a gasp, Li Yegao clutches her abdomen and retreats. Her cultivation has been utterly shattered by this youth before her. How dare you utter the name of the emperor? Bring forth someone to cut out her tongue. Chapter 35. Summoning Mao Xiang. The Imperial Guard, the 30,000-strong army, was utterly decimated by the cavalry of Huo Qubing, leaving behind a scene of chaos and disarray. Huo Qubing's crimson robe and black armor were soaked in the blood of the fierce wolf cavalry. A formidable aura radiated from him as he roared defiantly towards the heavens. Boom! His realm surged once more, reaching the 8th level of Grandmaster. Not only him, but the entire 8,000 cavalry also raised their voices to the sky in a similar roar, experiencing breakthroughs in their own realms. The cavalry camp thrived on the battlefield. Remaining in a state of comfort would only serve to stifle this formidable force. Huo Qubing pointed his spear at the remaining wolf cavalry. "Follow me, and you may yet live." The remnants of the wolf cavalry gazed in terror at Huo Qubing, who appeared as a divine being descended from the heavens. One by one, they discarded their weapons and dismounted to kneel in submission. "The might of the general is undeniable. We are willing to follow you." The might of the general is undeniable. We are willing to follow you. The might of the general is undeniable. We are willing to follow you. From the once proud 30,000 wolf cavalry, only a little over 20,000 remained. It must be said they were indeed the elite horsemen of the grasslands. Having been slaughtered to this extent, they finally succumbed to despair. The men of the grasslands hold the strong in the highest esteem. In their culture, to be unable to defeat the strong means one becomes a slave to them. Even their wives and children would belong to the victor. Thus, in this moment, their surrender to Huo Qubing, the very one who had decimated them, was not so difficult to accept. On the contrary, some even felt a sense of joy. What fortune it is for cavalry to follow such a general. At this moment, Zhao Ponu stepped forward, brimming with excitement. "General, shall we return to Chang'an to receive our rewards?" Li Gan and the other cavalry members looked at Huo Qubing with equal enthusiasm. Huo Qubing snorted dismissively. "Is this all that suffices? His Majesty has made great efforts to release me. Am I to return so easily? This 30,000-strong army was my original task, and I must bring back gifts for His Majesty." With that, he turned his horse around. "Fortunately, these 20,000 wolf cavalry will lead the way for us. Let's proceed. Follow me to the wilderness and sweep through the court of the heavenly wolf king." Zhao Ponu and Li Gan's eyes lit up, immediately following suit. The remaining 8,000 cavalry were equally invigorated, roaring as they trailed behind Huo Qubing. Engaging in battle alongside Huo Qubing was exhilarating. There was no need for concern about anything else, only the thrill of charging forth, the sensation of pushing their bodies to the limit, followed by breakthroughs in their realms, was utterly addictive. If 30,000 wolf cavalry could be so invigorated, what the heavenly wolf dynasty, which was renowned alongside the Qin dynasty? Thus, Huo Qubing led nearly 30,000 soldiers, gallantly charging towards the border. Meanwhile, far away in Chang'an, Li Taicang was embroiled in a mountain of governmental affairs. From the break of dawn, he tirelessly addressed matters of state, laboring into the late hours of the night. He scarcely had time to sip a drop of water. By the heavens, while the slaughter was satisfying, there was no one to manage these affairs. Had I known, I would have left 2 men to serve as beasts of burden. Li Taicang was attending to the governance of the entire northern territory of Qin. The 30,000 wolf cavalry had wreaked havoc upon numerous towns in a short span of time. Consequently, reports from various regions poured in like a flurry of snowflakes. Beside him, Gao Lisher tirelessly managed the reports, alleviating some of Li Taicang's burdens. A capable official in his own right, endowed with the abilities of a chancellor, he deftly navigated the intricate affairs of state. As for Li Fuyao, he had been dispatched by Li Taicang to the northern territories to keep a close watch on those formidable forces led by grandmasters. Once the situation stabilized, these powers could be eradicated, Li Taicang mused, contemplating the necessity of their existence after their failure to assist during the invasion of the Heavenly Wolves. System. Grant me a Zhuge Liang. I could also use figures like Xiao He and Guanzhong. Gao Lisher tactfully reminded him. Your Majesty, all these reports originate from the northern regions of the Qin. Li Taicang's gaze turned icy. Clearly, the southern lands were flourishing too comfortably to warrant his intervention. The foundations of the 3 princes were rooted in the south, and now that the Yi family had been annihilated, the influence they had cultivated in that region was likely devoured entirely. If left unaddressed, Li Taicang would merely be a half-hearted emperor. Ding. Sign-in attempts refreshed. Sign in. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 summoning attempt. Another summoning attempt? The previous day sign-in also yielded a summoning opportunity. 2 summoning attempts. Let's acquire an SSR for Zhang Wenchen. With 2 summoning attempts stored in the system, Li Taicang rubbed his hands together like a gambler. System, utilize both summoning attempts. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned 3,000 Imperial Guards. Imperial Guards. The Emperor's personal troops, patrolling on behalf of the heavens. Clad in flying fish attire, wielding embroidered spring sabers, moving through the night as though it were day. Wherever they tread, the treacherous tremble. They oversee law and punishment. Scrutinize officials. Eliminate wrongdoing. From noble lords to commoners, anyone who defies the celestial authority shall be imprisoned, with life and death at my command. Their power lies between the fifth realm of the Xianhai and the fifth realm of the Grandmaster. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully summoned the commander of the Imperial Guards, Mao Chong. Character, Mao Chong. Realm, 7th level Grandmaster. Technique, Heavenly Prison Demon Suppression Scripture. Upon seeing that the summoning did not yield a top-tier civil official, Li Taicang felt a tinge of disappointment. However, upon noticing Mao Chong's formidable 7th level Grandmaster status, a flicker of comfort washed over him. He had found the candidate to resolve the Southern Dilemma. Rising, Li Taicang called out, "Where are the Imperial Guards? Where is Mao Chong?" With a thunderous sound, as if a time-space tunnel had been opened, 3,000 strikingly handsome youths clad in flying fish attire appeared in the vast hall. The Imperial Guards, in many respects, embodied the Emperor's dignity, and thus each individual among them was a valiant warrior with a robust physique and keen agility. Among them, the foremost figure donned a striking golden flying fish outfit, none other than Mao Chong, the commander of the Imperial Guards. Historically, he was the first commander of the Imperial Guards. The sharpest blade in Zhu Yuanzhang's hand, clad in his flying fish attire, with an embroidered spring saber at his side. Each step he took heralded a storm of blood and carnage. Every word spoken determined life or death. He was the master of the Imperial prison, the nightmare of officials. An embodiment of Imperial authority, he was also the most loyal hound in Zhu Yuanzhang's grasp. Alas, he too ultimately became a victim of Imperial power when the rabbit dies. The hound is cooked. When the birds are gone, the bow is hidden. When Zhu Yuanzhang no longer required this bloodstained blade, the fate of Mao Chong had long been sealed. He became a mere instrument for Zhu Yuanzhang to vent his frustrations upon the officials. Yet, even in the face of death, he maintained an unwavering posture, for as the commander of the Jinyui, he could perish but would not suffer dishonor. To be candid, serving Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang was indeed a formidable task. In his eyes, apart from his own wife and children, everyone else was akin to mere weeds, easily cast aside. Mao Chong, leading 3,000 Jinyui, presented himself before His Majesty. Clad in the golden flying fish attire, he knelt before Li Taicang, while behind him, the 3,000 Jinyui knelt on their knees, offering the most reverent of bows to their sovereign. Li Taicang, with a sense of gratification, assisted Mao Chong to his feet. "No need for excessive formalities, my loyal minister. I entrust you with a task." Mao Chong knelt once more, his forehead pressed against the cold stone slab. "I shall serve with my life." His voice was hoarse yet resolute, as if it emanated not from his throat, but was forced forth from the depths of his very marrow. The Jinyui were the imperial hounds of the court, the emperor's most faithful lackeys. At a single command, the Jinyui could draw their blades against anyone. Li Taicang's gaze was piercing. Lead the 3,000 Jinyui southward, seeking the hiding places of the three princes. Once found, you shall decide for yourself. Mao Chong raised his head, meeting Li Taicang's eyes. Upon witnessing that gaze brimming with murderous intent, Mao Chong understood. "Your Majesty, should I encounter, I have spoken. You shall decide for yourself." "As you command." Mao Chong rose, preparing to depart. Shortly, information from the south would be presented to him, and he required time to unravel its complexities. As Mao Chong was about to lead the 3,000 Jinyui away, Li Taicang's voice resonated through the Grand Hall. "Exercise utmost caution." Chapter 36. Punishment of the traitor Li Knight Song. Your Majesty, the traitor Li Knight Song has been brought back. Shall we meet? Gao Lishur inquired respectfully. "Bring her forth." Li Taicang replied without lifting his gaze from the report in his hands. As you command, Gao Lisha responded, bowing as he withdrew. Before long, the haggard figure of Li Taicang was dragged into the grand hall. No longer did she embody the grace of the princess of the Great Qin, her dantian shattered, her tongue severed. She was now a mere shell of her former self. Li Taicang lifted her eyes towards the throne, her gaze brimming with wrath and jealousy. This position rightfully belonged to me. You should be kneeling before me in reverence. Sensing the tumultuous emotions of hatred emanating from Li Taicang, Li Taicang finally cast his gaze upon the feeble figure before him. Your tongue has been removed? Who did this? Gao Lisha replied dutifully, reporting to your majesty. General Biao Qi ordered the removal of the 6th princess's tongue. Oh, Guibing. Li Taicang slowly descended the jade steps, looking down with a cold glint in his eyes at the crumpled Li Taicang. You were once a beauty, yet you chose the path of a thief. Were you not seeking to cleanse the court of its corrupt elements? I stand before you now. What can you do? With great effort, Li Taicang propped herself up, her mouth emitting indistinct whimpers due to the severed root of her tongue. Her bloodshot eyes bore into Li Taicang, radiating venomous resentment. Li Taicang snurta disdainfully, his expression marred by an indescribable loathing. I nearly forgot. You are the spawn of a barbaric lineage. My father was indeed foolish to take a foreign woman as a concubine and produce such a wretched offspring. At the mention of Li Taicang's insult toward her mother, a terrifying glint ignited in Li Taicang's eyes. Ignoring her grievous injuries, she lunged forward in fury. Yet, even in her former strength, she could not stand against Li Taicang, and in her current state, she was utterly powerless. Her movements were as sluggish as a dying creature. Li Taicang did not even shift his stance. He merely raised his right foot and brought it down heavily upon her face. Bang! Her head was forcefully pressed into the ground, producing a dull thud. Li Taicang's boot rested upon her delicate cheek. One half of her face pressed against the cold floor, while the other half contorted beneath the weight of his boot. Li Taicang struggled to rise, but Li Taicang's foot held her firmly in place, rendering her immobile. With increased pressure, he watched her face contort beneath his boot. My father, in his mercy, spared your life, yet you refuse to remain compliant and dare to covet the throne. Which of the princes does not possess a nobler lineage than yours? Even the mother of the 8th prince hails from a respectable background, while your barbaric mother is nothing but a dog of the Li Qin. And now, you are even less than a stray dog. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of humiliation engulfed her. Li Taicang fought desperately, her hands clawing at the ground, leaving trails of blood. Anguish and shame intertwined, and she could not help but shed tears. The tears of humiliation mixed with her blood, staining the ground a dark crimson. Do you still have the audacity to cry? As you conspired with the celestial wolves to breach the borders, did you ever contemplate the tears of the northern populace? Your rebellion against me is something I can comprehend. However, you should never have allowed those savage relatives of yours within the gates. With a sudden motion, he lifted his foot and delivered a fierce kick, sending Li Yega sprawling across the hall. Her body collided heavily with a stone pillar, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining her front in a vivid scarlet. Because of you, over 100,000 lives have been lost in the northern territories. No amount of torture could atone for your sins. Li Taicang was indeed furious. While he could understand the pursuit of power, what he detested most was the collusion with foreign tribes to harm one's own kin. Such treachery was unforgivable, and even 100,000 deaths would not quell his wrath. Li Yega curled up beneath the stone pillar, blood continuously seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze had grown vacant, and a longing for death surged within her. At that moment, Li Fuyao returned from the north. Elder brother, all the major master factions in the north have sealed their mountains. Should we forcefully break through? Li Fuyao strode into the grand hall, but when she beheld the scene before her, her steps faltered and her breath caught in her throat. Li Yega also noticed her youngest sister, whom she had once held in contempt. Observing Li Fuyao in her splendid attire, exuding poise and grace, contrasted sharply with her own disheveled state, amplifying the humiliation in her heart. She averted her gaze, struggling to close her eyes, unwilling for her sister to witness her disgrace. Li Fuyao was well aware of the heinous crimes Li Yege had committed. Inviting foreign tribes into the realm had led to untold suffering in the north, with countless civilians displaced. Had it not been for the numerous capable individuals under Li Taicang's command, Chang'an might have truly fallen. The very foundation of the Qin dynasty could have been obliterated. Thus, as she regarded her former sixth sister, there was not a trace of sympathy on her face, which was as cold as ice. Elder brother, grant her a swift end. Li Taicang, however, snorted derisively. Want to die? It shall not be so simple. Do you not cherish your mother above all else? Gao Lishir, at your service. Let her witness you desecrating her mother's grave, scattering her remains to the winds. As commanded, Li Yege's eyes flew open, her pupils trembling violently, her pale face reflecting an expression of disbelief. Li Fuyao was equally taken aback. There exists an unspoken reverence for the deceased, particularly for Li Yege's mother, who, aside from her origins on the grasslands, had committed no wrongs in life. A flicker of desperation appeared in Li Yege's eyes as she turned to Li Fuyao. Li Fuyao sighed softly, gently advising, Elder brother, is this truly necessary? The deceased deserve our respect. Li Taicang lauga dismissibili. I have scattered the ashes of my own father. Why should I care for these? He turned to Gao Lishir, continuing his orders. Furthermore, after you have exhumed her mother's remains, execute Li Yege with the death of 1,000 cuts. You shall wield the knife yourself. Gao Lishir replied respectfully, as commanded. He then dragged Li Yege away like a lifeless dog. Li Fuyao did not intervene, but sighed instead. Elder brother, simply kill her. Why must you further humiliate her? Li Taicang's gaze was frigid. Death, to such a person, represented a form of liberation. Inflicting torment upon her was the only means to offer a semblance of solace to the innocent lives lost because of her actions. The grand hall fell into a momentary silence. Li Fuyao watched the retreating figure of Li Yege as she was dragged away, her heart a tumult of emotions. Had Li Yege chosen to remain compliant or to lend her assistance to Li Taicang? Would it have come to this? The present circumstances were entirely of her own making. She had no one to blame but herself. Chapter 37. A fractious encounter amongst allies. Meanwhile, General Huo Qubing, leading an army of 30,000, arrived at the fortified borders. Ready for battle, the soldiers of the Qin frontier gazed at the distant smoke signals, gripping their long swords tightly. How peculiar it was to defend against the south, as they were typically accustomed to facing foes from the north. To alleviate the tension, some soldiers exchanged playful banter. The border fortifications had been constructed to resemble an impenetrable fortress, designed specifically to prevent the 30,000 iron riders of the Zhang Liang from escaping the Qin territory. Their goal was to secure the northern front and ensure that these formidable foes could not break free. In their hearts, they believed that should they succeed, their names would be etched in the annals of history. Ha ha ha! Do you think when those Zhang Liang soldiers reach the border and see the towering fortifications, they might act rashly? One soldier mused, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes for their expressions. Following their gaze, the sight within the border revealed mounds of Zhang Liang corpses, stacked high as grim reminders of the brutality of war. After decisively eliminating the Zhang Liang cavalry stationed at the frontier, the command of Xiao Ding had issued such a merciless order to demoralize the enemy, who would remain unshaken upon witnessing their fallen comrades transformed into mere edifices. Look, they are coming, a voice shouted, drawing the attention of all. The ground trembled as the Zhang Liang cavalry approached, their fearsome roars echoing ominously. It was evident that the Zhang Liang cavalry was marching forth. The keen-eyed soldiers of Qin could already discern the silhouettes of the Zhang Liang riders, over 20,000 strong. Prepare the defenses. The vanguard of the Zhang Liang cavalry approaches. They swiftly activated their formations and charged their spirit cannons. Every soldier at the Qin border was on high alert. However, the next scene left them utterly bewildered. The 2,000 cavalrymen, seemingly oblivious to the towering fortifications before them, charged straight ahead. They had expected the imposing structures to rattle the Zhang Liang cavalry's resolve. Yet these warriors, akin to demons from the depths of hell, pressed on without a flicker of hesitation. When had the Zhang cavalry become so formidable? The Zhang they had fought at the border had shown little of such fierce combat spirit. Were only the weak and frail left behind? The current Zhang cavalry had much to assert. 30,000 troops had been cut through by a mere 8,000 riders. The corpses of their fallen comrades lay piled high, severed limbs strewn across every inch of the ground, as rivers of blood flowed forth. Furthermore, facing an invincible celestial being, they found themselves rejuvenated with each bout of exhaustion, rising to new heights. One individual had pierced through the enemy ranks. After witnessing such gruesome scenes, what were a few fortifications to fear? Just as the Qin soldiers stood ready at the border, a young general clad in red and black armor emerged from the ranks of the Zhang riders, followed by the 8,000 elite cavalry. The fierce and commanding aura of these warriors momentarily stunned the awaiting soldiers at the border. Who were they? The Qin and Tianlang had never encountered such a standardized armor before. These 8,000 were so imposing that they rendered the 2,000 Zhang riders seemingly insignificant. Huo Qubing gazed upon several fortifications, his brow slightly furrowed as he raised his hand. In an instant, the 8,000 cavalrymen moved with unwavering discipline, stirring up a cloud of dust. The 2,000 iron wolves slowed their pace, managing to halt in place, exuding the aura of a grandmaster. Huo Qubing bellowed towards the frontier. Who commands the border of the Great Qin now? Initially intending to breach the treasonous defenses of the Great Qin, he realized, upon observing the fortifications of the Iron Wolves, that the border had been reclaimed by the Qin people. A profound silence enveloped the Great Qin's frontier. A grandmaster. The young general clad in red and black was indeed a grandmaster. The soldier stationed at the border feigned calmness. Who are you? Why do you lead the Iron Wolves to our Great Qin frontier? Huo Qubing scoffed. I am a cavalry general bestowed by His Majesty. How dare you inquire why I am here? Had you not recklessly allowed 300,000 Iron Wolves to enter the border, would I have come to this desolate place? Huo Qubing's words left the soldiers of the Great Qin's frontier with flushed faces of humiliation and anger. Regardless of the circumstances, they had indeed permitted 300,000 troops to breach the border. Huo Qubing merely stated the truth. Furthermore, these 2,000 Iron Wolves are my captives, now incorporated into my cavalry unit. As for the 300,000 Iron Wolves, I have already vanquished them. Oof, what a bunch of timid fools, expecting me to clean up your mess. Despite Huo Qubing's seemingly obedient demeanor around Li Taicang, his true nature was fiercely unruly. He held in disdain all but a few individuals. The term dandy aptly described him. Faced with the beleaguered soldiers of the Great Qin's frontier, his decision not to charge through their defenses was already an act of consideration for their prior construction of fortifications. However, his declaration stirred a tempest among the Great Qin's frontier. What? Did I hear incorrectly? He claims to have annihilated those 300,000 Iron Wolves. Impossible. Even if he is a grandmaster, he must eventually tire. The Iron Wolves are no ordinary foes. Yet, observe the expressions of those 2,000 Iron Wolves. Their fear far outweighs their respect. Our numerous fortifications could not sway these Iron Wolves. Irritated, Huo Qubing regarded them. I care not who you serve. Open a border at once. I bear His Majesty's decree to sweep through the Celestial Wolf's realm. Delay in seizing this opportunity could cost you your heads. At the mention of opening the border, the soldiers of the Great Qin's frontier instantly straightened their posture. The earlier clamor vanished, replaced by an oppressive silence. They had already erred gravely by opening the border before, nearly losing face before their ancestors. Now, this unknown young general in red demands they open the gates? Even a grandmaster cannot compel us to do so. At this juncture, they would rather perish than allow the gates to open. By heavens, he dares to demand we open the border. The energy cannons are primed. Fire away. What does it matter if he is a grandmaster? Even in the face of great masters, there are still their corpses beneath the border's formations. Energy cannons, charge. Upon witnessing their insolence, Huo Qubing let out a cold snort, immediately preparing to lead his troops to breach the border defenses. How dare you, a band of treasonous scoundrels, act so brazenly in my presence? At that moment, a voice boomed, "Halt!" The soldiers at the Great Qin border instantly sheathed their weapons. Xiao Dingbian commanded an air of authority, especially after he had ordered the annihilation of the Zhang Iron cavalry stationed at the Great Qin border. Everyone had long regarded him as a paragon of endurance and valor, reminiscent of the great generals of antiquity. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Huo Qubing's mind. "General Huo, I am the notorious commander bestowed upon you by His Majesty. May we converse in private?" Huo Qubing tightened his grip on the reins. A transmission from a grandmaster? Moreover, he claimed to be the notorious commander granted by His Majesty. It seemed this individual was pivotal in regaining control of the Great Qin border. "You all wait here. I shall return shortly." "As you command." With that, Huo Qubing dashed off in a particular direction, where a figure cloaked in a black robe awaited him. Chapter 38. The unruly court of the southern desert. Upon encountering the cloaked figure, Huo Qubing's gaze sharpened. An extraordinary presence. This was not a grandmaster from the Zhang Iron cavalry, whom he could easily vanquish, but an undeniable powerhouse. Although he had attained the 8th level of grandmaster, he still sensed an imminent danger emanating from this individual. Huo Qubing had complete faith in his instincts, for since his birth, they had never steered him wrong. Yuan Tiangang, upon laying eyes on Huo Qubing, instantly recognized him as a person of the emperor. So young, so gifted, none but the emperor could have tamed such a talent. Yuan Tiangang, a figure of lofty ambition himself, perceived that the young red-robed general before him was of the same ilk. In all the world, he only bowed to Taicang. He was convinced that Huo Qubing shared this sentiment. Dismounting his steed, Huo Qubing clasped his fists and fixed his piercing gaze upon the enigmatic figure clad in a bronze mask. The elder claimed to be a general granted by the emperor, but did he possess proof? Yuan Tiangang stood with hands clasped behind his back, a smile hidden beneath the bronze mask as he countered. "You assert that you are the emperor's appointed cavalry general, yet do you have evidence?" Huo Qubing furrowed his brow, hesitating. The military situation is urgent, and the emperor has not bestowed a seal. As he spoke, his right hand instinctively rested upon the hilt of his sword. Noticing Huo Qubing's readiness for action, Yuan Tiangang revealed his intentions. "The emperor has commanded me to regain control of the borders, sealing the 300,000 Zhang Iron cavalry entirely within the realm of Daqin. You, general, are the emperor's trump card against the Zhang forces. Trust in me, for if I wished you harm, I could utilize the perilous borders to thwart your cavalry. Do you possess the confidence to breach my defenses?" Yuan Tiangang's audacious confidence was unmistakable. Huo Qubing, though proud and untamed, was not a fool. If the borders were under the control of Xiao Dingbian, he could conquer them with ease. However, facing the individual before him, he could not guarantee victory. Thus, he began to trust that Yuan Tiangang was indeed a confidant of the emperor. He released his grip from the sword hilt. Everything felt too coincidental. Taicang had just dispatched Yuan Tiangang to stabilize the borders, and he had summoned Huo Qubing along with 8,000 cavalry. Moreover, Taicang was unaware that Huo Qubing, having annihilated the Zhang Iron cavalry, was still unsatisfied and intended to sweep through the Tianlang royal court. This nearly led to a confrontation between the two strongest warriors under their respective commands. "Are you planning to attack the Tianlang royal court?" "Indeed. The northern borders of Daqin are free of foreign threats, and I intend to eliminate the stubborn ailment posed by the Tianlang dynasty in one decisive strike." Yuan Tiangang nodded, not underestimating Huo Qubing. Such a prodigy could not be treated with ordinary logic. "Then proceed with caution. General, if you return to court ahead of me, please convey my regards to the emperor." At the Daqin border, Xiao Dingbian commanded, "Open the borders and allow them to pass." The crowd dared not defy Xiao Dingbian's orders and opened the gates to grant passage. Huo Qubing led an army of 30,000 toward the vast grasslands. Upon stepping onto the plains, he felt an inexplicable sense of belonging to this realm. Zhao Ponu approached and inquired, "General, where shall we proceed next? Which tribe is closest from here, as indicated by those captured wolf riders?" Marching 2,000 miles in this direction, there lies the Taicang tribe. However, it is said that they are guarded by a grandmaster. Huo Qubing urged his troops onward with fervor. The Zhang dynasty was comprised of numerous tribes, akin to the noble families within the realm of the Great Qin, albeit under a different name. They occupied the most fertile pastures of the Zhang dynasty and maintained private armies, such as the Iron Riders of the Wolf tribe. Meanwhile, Taicang was reviewing memorials when he suddenly sensed something amiss and raised his gaze to the north. He beheld the fortunes of the Great Qin flourishing. The 9 Dragon Emperor's techniques surged, and the supreme heavenly dragon within him devoured and integrated this rising national fortune, with his cultivation enhancing his prowess. Taicang broke through to the 4th level of the celestial realm. He was immensely gratified. Truly, Huo Qubing was remarkable. He had presumed that the surge in national fortune was a result of Huo Qubing's victory over the 300,000 Iron Riders. Little did he know at that moment, Huo Qubing had already plunged deep into the wilderness. Currently, Huo Qubing stood with the severed head of a grandmaster beneath his sword, his own cultivation having reached a terrifying 9th level of grandmaster. Over recent days, he had slaughtered at least 6 tribes, each possessing their own grandmaster, and the number of obliterated smaller tribes was incalculable. He had swept through the southern regions of the Zhang dynasty. The cost, however, was steep, as the soldiers he had captured suffered heavy casualties, leaving him with merely over 7,000 cavalry from the Great Qin. The 20,000 wolf riders he had brought along were entirely decimated. Yet, Huo Qubing had also absorbed numerous riders from the fallen tribes. For the people of the grasslands revered strength, especially a leader as divine as Huo Qubing, who tamed their rebellious spirits. However, Huo Qubing regarded the lives of his soldiers as expendable, particularly those of foreign descent. Zhao Ponu gazed at Huo Qubing with elation, asking, "General, where are we now?" Huo Qubing replied coldly, "What does it matter to you? Just follow me in a battle, slay the enemy at sight, and do not linger in combat." At this moment, within the Zhang royal court, Xiang Yu sat in his throne with a grim expression. The various wolf kings below him bowed their heads like quails, unable to withstand his wrath. Xiang Yu roared, shattering the table before him. "Who can tell me what transpired? Countless corpses of our kin have appeared in the southern desert, and even the Iron Riders of Altai have lost contact. Wasn't he stationed at the borders of the Great Qin?" The Flame Wolf King spoke in a solemn tone. "According to our scouts, it is a contingent of fewer than 10,000 Qin cavalry sweeping through our Zhang royal court tribes. Though our tribes are guarded by grandmasters, they are regarded as royal court tribes. In the present day, the 6 royal tribes of the southern desert have been utterly annihilated. As for the Wolf King Altai, he has stormed into the heart of the Great Qin. Xiang Yu is seething with rage, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. That fool Altai! Is he oblivious to the hidden dragons and crouching tigers of the Great Qin? The disappearance of the 4 ancestral masters, including the Grandmaster of the Wolf Clan, must surely be the work of this imbecile. Xiang Yu is on the brink of exploding with fury. The Celestial Wolf dynasty has suffered the loss of 10 Grandmasters, along with countless elite cavalry. This has dealt a grievous blow to the Celestial Wolf dynasty, one that would take centuries to recover from. Drawing his sword, Xiang Yu commands, "Gather the armies. I shall lead the charge. We will exterminate this tribe of over 10,000 on the grasslands." Chapter 39. The assault on the capital of the serious nation. Xiang Yu's face was darkened, his chest heaving violently, and his eyes blazed with an indescribable fury. He plunged his long blade into the ground and roared at the assembled wolf kings. "You are all a bunch of worthless fools. Are you so utterly humiliated by a mere contingent of less than 10,000 Qin cavalry? Perhaps we should abandon our efforts and bow to the little emperor of Qin, allowing him to tend to his horses. Go back and gather your forces, summon your ancestors. I will personally pursue this Qin cavalry." The wolf kings lowered their heads, enduring Xiang Yu's wrath. Each of them had reached the pinnacle of mastery, yet Xiang Yu surpassed them with his grand mastery, instilling fear in the rebellious hearts of the wolf kings with his overwhelming presence. A middle-aged man stood beside Xiang Yu, undaunted by his authority. Though adorned with a wolf-headed cap and clad in beast armor, he did not exhibit the crude ferocity typical of a nomad. Instead, he exuded a refined elegance, resembling a scholar from the Qin dynasty. "Father, please temper your anger. This army is led by a grand master and executed a swift strike. It is understandable that the various royal clans were caught off guard and met with failure. The urgent matter now is to summon the ancestors of each royal clan to locate the movements of the Qin cavalry. Once we ascertain their position, we shall wait for our serious forces to encircle them." As he spoke, the expressions of the Wolf Kings softened considerably. The speaker was Shuo Feng, Xiang Yu's son, who was of the same generation as Li Yuqian and had also attained the pinnacle of mastery. Unlike his other sons, who were merely brash and combative, Shuo Feng was known for his composure and strategic mind, earning him deep respect among the royal clans. Although the serious dynasty had not yet appointed a crown prince, Shuo Feng was virtually recognized as the heir apparent. There were even whispers among the people that Xiang Yu was merely the general leading Shuo Feng's campaign against Qin. Xiang Yu did not bestow a favorable expression upon his most cherished son. His eyes widened in fury as he grimly declared, "The serious dynasty has reached this dire state, and each wolf king of the royal clans ought to take their own lives in atonement. How can we, the serious people, return to the embrace of our ancestral war god after being so humiliated by a mere contingent of less than 10,000 Qin cavalry?" The ancestral war god was the deity venerated by the serious people, represented by a wolf-shaped totem. In their culture, this war god embodied the spirits of past Chanyas and warriors, who, upon death, returned to become part of him and were revered by future generations. As Xiang Yu's words of humiliation echoed, the Wolf Kings trembled, their faces pale. Seeing his father's anger escalate, Shuo Feng quickly interjected, "Father, the esteemed Wolf Kings." Xiang Yu pulled the long knife from the earth, mud splattering onto Shuo Feng's face as he bellowed, "I am not dead yet. It is not your place to instruct me. Would you prefer that I relinquish this position of Chanyu to you? After all, I am merely the general of your campaign against Qin." Shuo Feng. Shuo Feng was taken aback, yet his demeanor grew increasingly respectful. His father was the son of the grasslands. How could he ever dare to compare himself? Xiang Yu let out a cold snort and commanded, "Very well, esteemed Wolf Kings. Return and summon your ancestors from the mountains. Rally your forces to encircle these Qin cavalry. I shall personally lead the charge." "Understood," Shuo Feng replied, though a sense of helplessness lingered in his heart. In his eyes, his father had been blinded by rage. With such a mindset, how could one triumph over formidable foes? Yet, he remained oblivious to the true state of Xiang Yu's mind. The Chanyu had long been prepared to pass on his position to Shuo Feng. Gifted in both literature and martial prowess, Shuo Feng commanded respect, and he was recognized by the tribal courts across the steppe. Moreover, the aging Xiang Yu needed to transcend his current realm and extend his lifespan. However, there was one matter of utmost significance to him: his legacy. With the southern desert being ravaged and the Qin cavalry advancing into the northern territories, how would future warriors regard him if he were to relinquish his position without addressing this crisis? A Chanyu who succumbed to fear of the Qin dynasty? Thus, this battle was one that Xiang Yu was determined to partake in, and it must be a grand and resounding victory. He would even accept some sacrifices to achieve it. However, as Xiang Yu led his forces from the city to confront the enemy, the meager troops of Huo Qubing had already encircled the rear of Long City. Zhao Ponu, weathered and with cracked lips, could not suppress the broad smile that split his face. "Huh, the general is truly a divine being. He has arrived at the capital of the Heavenly Wolf Dynasty, Long City." Huo Qubing gripped the reins, his gaze fixed fiercely upon Long City. "At last, we have found it." The cavalry remained silent, clutching their long spears and preparing their bows, their eyes blazing with fervor as they looked at Huo Qubing. One could only imagine the hardships they had endured over the past few days, racing through desolate lands, facing nothing but the harsh winds and sands. Yet now, Their general had miraculously led them to the very rear of the heavenly wolf capital. General Huo was undoubtedly a celestial being endowed with divine insight. How else could one explain that while the heavenly wolf captives lost their way, the general could unerringly find the right path? Rest for an hour to regain your strength. Then follow me to sever the Xiang Yu's head. Huo Qubing exhibited no signs of fatigue. Rather, he appeared invigorated, his eyes shining like torches. An hour later, let's go. Crush this city. Huo Qubing led his 7,000 cavalry forth in a fierce charge towards Long City. Meanwhile, Shuo Feng adeptly navigated through state affairs. Yet his thoughts drifted far away, filled with concern for Huyan Chanyu. Despite his father commanding a formidable army alongside numerous ancestors, an inexplicable sense of foreboding gnawed at him. Am I being overly anxious? Even at the peak of the Qin dynasty, such a force would struggle to make an impact. What could a mere contingent of less than 10,000 cavalry achieve? Shuo Feng furrowed his brow, massaging his temples. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap echoed, startling him. He raised his head. The first thought crossing his mind was whether someone was practicing thunder-based martial arts. Yet in the next moment, a thunderous crash echoed. It was the sound of the city wall collapsing. Shuo Feng, taken aback by the chilling wind, instantly rose to his feet, his countenance darkening ominously. My lord, the Qin cavalry has launched an assault on Long City. The northern wall has already fallen. A soldier, covered in dust and grime, rushed in to report. Those despicable Qin. How could it be that my father has just led the ancestral leaders and the army away, and the Qin cavalry strikes from the north? Shuo Feng could not shake the suspicion that there were traitors among the wolf kings. How infuriating that I failed to notice it, jeopardizing everything. His anger was palpable. However, if Huo Qubing were to learn of his thoughts at this moment, he would undoubtedly mock him with a scornful laugh. How absurd! Do you truly think it requires such effort to deal with you? I was born into wealth and nobility. Victory is assured no matter the battle. Meanwhile, Huo Qubing and his allies unleashed carnage within Long City. This was no ordinary warfare. Cavalry struggled in urban combat. In this fantastical realm, the formidable cavalry surged through the streets, trampling the homes of the Tianlang people. Countless weaker Tianlang were buried beneath the rubble. Li Gan, though not one for eloquence, could not help but exclaim, "Is this the famed Long City of the Tianlang? Its defenses are inferior to those of the tribal courts in the southern desert." Though Long City served as the capital of the Tianlang, its fortifications left much to be desired. After all, who could have anticipated an army assaulting Long City? This was the heart of the Tianlang dynasty, a capital where numerous wolf kings and ancestral leaders resided. If a great army truly besieged Long City, the Tianlang dynasty would have long since met its demise. Chapter 40. Urinating in the sacred land of Dragon City. Huo Qubing and his soldiers slaughtered indiscriminately, showing no mercy to anyone, be they armored warriors or the elderly, women, and children. Those who resided in Dragon City were all nobles of the Tianlang dynasty. There was not a single innocent among them. The 7,000 cavalrymen were drenched in blood, yet it was the blood of their enemies that stained them. Most of the elite had been taken away by the Chanyu Huyan, leaving behind insufficient forces to withstand the fearsome might of the cavalry regiment. Though Huo Qubing was a grandmaster, he showed no discrimination. Regardless of one's cultivation or whether they were as defenseless as a child, all were met with his sword. He exhibited none of the ferocity expected of a grandmaster in the eyes of ordinary people. I will not spare you, you wretched creature. The raging fire within Shuo Feng's chest threatened to erupt. However, the elderly minister beside him restrained him. My king, do not act impulsively. You must retreat and seek aid from the Chanyu. Though Shuo Feng was furious, he quickly regained his composure. Currently, there were no grand masters within Dragon City to halt the murderous wrath of that Qin general. After a prolonged internal struggle, he took a deep breath and declared, "Let's depart." He was not one to act on impulse. To knowingly court danger when defeat was inevitable was the folly of a fool. "Where's that old dog Huyan? Point him out to me." Huo Qubing bellowed at a Tianlang noble. The noble was utterly terrified. to the point of losing control of his bladder, the yellow liquid soaking his lower garments. I do not know. The great Xiang Yu took many generals away. With a resounding crack, Huo Qubing crushed the noble's skull. Damn it, what terrible timing. That old coward Huyan knew I was coming to kill him and fled first. Ha ha ha. Huo Qubing's voice echoed throughout Dragon City. Shuofeng, hearing Huo Qubing's insults directed at his father, trembled with rage, gritting his teeth, silently blending into the crowd of fleeing people. General, that appears to be the palace of the Tianlang people. A fire was ignited. What audacity to dare construct a palace of such grandeur to rival that of His Majesty. Shuofeng clenched his eyes shut, veins bulging on his forehead, silently quickening his pace. In his heart, he chanted that those who achieve great things must endure what ordinary people cannot. General, this seems to be a place of worship for the Tianlang people. Shuofeng turned back indifferent. Even the venerable Tianlang elders raised their eyes. Huo Qubing stood in a square, observing the various statues being worshipped. Who would have thought these barbarians understood the significance of offering sacrifices to heaven and earth? Let's take them all. Just as Huo Qubing intended to suggest bringing these back to Chang'an as offerings to His Majesty, he suddenly remembered that he was in the capital of the Tianlang dynasty, and these massive, weighty statues would be difficult to move. Forget it. Let's travel light. We cannot take these with us. But if we cannot take them, then we shall destroy them all. At your command. With Huo Qubing's order, the cavalrymen howled as they began to smash the statues. The noble members of the Celestial Wolf clan wept in humiliation, their cries subdued, lest they attract the attention of the Qin cavalry. The chest of Shuofeng was about to explode with rage. He felt as if he had transformed into a blazing inferno, his entire being suffused with heat. Were these people truly of the Qin? Were they not mere brigands or savages? In comparison to these individuals, Shuofeng felt his kin were paragons of virtue. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. He beheld Huo Qubing standing triumphantly upon the magnificent wolf head of their ancestral war god, casually relieving himself. The stream of urine flowed directly into the wolf's mouth. How liberating! What a splendid place to defile. If only this canine head could be transported back to Chang'an. Subsequently, Huo Qubing disdainfully crushed the wolf head beneath his foot. I shall slay you. At that instant, even the most timid of the Celestial Wolf nobles could no longer restrain themselves. They drew their long blades and charged at Huo Qubing and his companions. Huo Qubing, observing the oncoming nobles, smirked with satisfaction. Indeed, this was his intention all along, to provoke the Celestial Wolf clan into fury. Otherwise, it would take too long to hunt them down one by one as they scattered in flight. Even those astute Celestial Wolves who discerned Huo Qubing's exploit were powerless to resist the urge to confront him. It must be understood that the ancestral war god held immense significance in the hearts of the Celestial Wolves. He embodied the spirits of their illustrious chieftains and warriors, the very essence of their lineage. Such an affront, who could endure it? Imagine a person exhuming your ancestors' graves and desecrating them with urine. Who could refrain from unsheathing their sword? Even knowing they were outmatched, they would still seek to spill blood upon him. Huo Qubing laughed heartily as he reaped the lives of these Celestial Wolf nobles. Suddenly, he froze in place, among the throng rushing toward him. One figure moving southward stood in stark contrast. This individual was not one to cower in fear. Rather, he walked with unwavering resolve, exuding no hint of panic. It was Shuofeng. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his face, his teeth nearly ground to dust, yet he resolutely advanced. Death is easy. To endure with lofty aspirations despite humiliation is the mark of a true man. Huo Qubing tempered his arrogance, narrowing his eyes. This individual was formidable. I cannot allow him to escape. With that, he bent his bow and knocked an arrow, aiming at Shuofeng's retreating form. A sudden chill gripped Shuofeng's heart. He sensed a ferocious beast of divine nature stalking him from behind. In an instant, alarms blared in his mind. He pivoted, unleashing 8 Grandmaster-level artifacts simultaneously. The armor upon him radiated an indomitable divine aura. He himself erupted with the power of a grandmaster, fleeing into the distance. Whoosh! The arrow soared like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the heavens. The 8 artifacts emitted a sound akin to shattering porcelain. Thud! With all his might, Shuo Feng evaded the attack. The arrow tore through his armor, shattering half of his body. Yet, gritting his teeth, Shuo Feng sprinted southward with unyielding determination. Zhao Ponu stepped forward, speaking in a grave tone. "General, you have faltered." "Fool, how could I falter?" His status within the Serious dynasty is undeniably significant. This journey must surely be to confront the old dog of Huyan. One side of his body has been shattered, and I have already left a traceable aura upon him. Immediately eliminate these noble wolves, and follow me to slay the old dog of Huyan. Zhao, Bonu, Li Gan, and over 7,000 valiant cavalry gazed at Huo Qubing with eyes gleaming like stars. As you command. Chapter 41. The fall of the Wolf Dynasty. Huo Qubing's legion remained elusive as Huyan, the Xiang Yu, searched the vast steppes for what felt like an eternity. The esteemed masters accompanying him grew increasingly restless, murmuring amongst themselves, "Are we mere servants to Xiang Yu Huyan?" wandering aimlessly across the plains. Yet, out of respect for his formidable presence, they refrained from voicing their discontent. Huyan, acutely aware of their sentiments, felt his expression darken further, and a dangerous glint flickered in his gaze as he cast it upon the masters. These venerable figures, respected and revered, had their own offspring cherished by the tribes. Yet they remained merely at the pinnacle of mastery. It was inevitable that they would view the Xiang Yu with disdain. This campaign held not only the intent of conquest, but also the goal of subduing these powerful masters. Should any of them dare to show disrespect, they would be left to fend for themselves against the Qin cavalry. The Wolf Kings followed the masters like obedient lambs. Despite their usual arrogance, they were meek in the presence of the Xiang Yu and their forebears. When the leaders of the pack clashed, what could the rest of the wolves do but submit? As the thoughts of the assembly diverged, a formidable presence surged forth from the distance, accompanied by a tempest of fury and an overwhelming bloodlust. Huyan and the masters raised their heads, their eyes narrowing in response to the rapidly approaching aura. Huyan burst into laughter, exclaiming, "It is my son, Shuo Feng. Have you transcended to the realm of the masters?" The masters' countenances grew grave, their minds racing. Shuo Feng was a paragon of both intellect and valor. Should he ascend to the rank of the Wolf Xiang Yu, the tribes would no longer enjoy their current carefree existence. However, as Shuo Feng's figure became clearer, a collective shock gripped the assembly. The once heroic visage of Shuo Feng was now marred. Half his body lay in ruin, blood and tears streaming from his eyes. His expression twisted in anguish and rage. "My son!" Huyan's anguished roar echoed across the plains as he sprang forth, cradling the ailing Shuo Feng in his arms. Who did this? Holding his son, on the brink of death, Huyan erupted like a volcano long dormant. His gaze swept over the masters of the various tribes, fierce as a lion in wrath. "Is there someone who covets my position?" The violent intent emanating from him caused the masters to retreat a step in unison. They understood the unspoken message in Huyan's eyes. By the heavens, though they harbored trepidation regarding Shuo Feng's potential ascendance, they were not so foolish as to resort to violence against him. The masters of the various royal tribes were not so reckless. After all, Huyan still lived. Though a lion may age, its residual power remains formidable. None could fathom the brutal actions of a monarch stripped of his heir. Shuo Feng, barely clinging to life, opened his mouth as if to speak, but blood choked his throat. Severely wounded and on the brink of death, he had only managed to reach Huyan through sheer will. Now, upon seeing his father, the last vestiges of his strength began to wane. Observing this, Huyan hastily retrieved the setting sun herb from his storage bag and placed it in Shuo Feng's mouth. A look of gratitude shone in Shuo Feng's eyes. The sunset rejuvenation herb is a rare treasure employed by Huyan Xiang Yu to prolong life, with only a single specimen in existence. Upon consuming the herb, Shuo Feng's previously disoriented gaze regained its focus. His grievously wounded half-body visibly sprouted flesh, gradually coalescing into blood vessels and bones. Alas, the injuries sustained were too severe. After the herb's efficacy diminished, one of his arms remained unregenerate. With a trembling hand resting on Shuo Feng's shoulder, Huyan Chanyu's voice quivered. "My son, what has transpired?" In his twilight years, Huyan Chanyu was concerned with but three matters: the breakthrough of his cultivation, his legacy, and the future heir to his position. Shuo Feng, his most exceptional son, faced the grim prospect of death. The mere thought of passing the chieftaincy to his tyrannical offspring filled Huyan Chanyu with dread. With tears glistening in his fierce eyes, Shuo Feng recounted all that Huo Qubing had done. In that moment, the entire grassland trembled. Countless ancestral spirits howled, and 1,000,000 soldiers roared. A tempest of spiritual energy swept across the remnants of the clouds. "You vile child! The blood of my countless tribesmen demands retribution from your scorched earth of 1,000 miles in Qin," cried the warriors. "You have dishonored our ancestral spirits and slaughtered my kin. I shall devour you alive, sparing not even the women and children." The ancestral war gods bore witness. And as long as a single descendant of the Ice Wolf tribe breathed, they vowed to annihilate the cities of Great Qin. They had merely sought to seize a few resources, yet the Qin sought their total annihilation. From this night forth, I shall not allow the heads of Qin captives to adorn my tent. I will not rest until vengeance is served. The 1,000,000-strong army pounded the ground in unison, their ancestral leaders bellowing in rage, while the wolf kings of various tribes glared with bloodshot eyes. Huo Qubing had shattered their dragon city, slaughtered their families, and insulted their ancestral war gods. In this moment of collective fury, the previously divided ancestral leaders and tribal courts united as never before. With unwavering resolve, they swore to vanquish Huo Qubing's forces and advance south to seize the dragon. What generations of Tianlang Chanyu failed to accomplish, Huo Qubing achieved in a single day. Just as they were engulfed in wrath, a thunderous voice erupted from afar. A forceful presence swept across the heavens, resonating like thunder across the grasslands. "At last, I have found you. Do you dare to flee from me?" Leading 1,000,000 troops in terror, Huyan Chanyu's eyes widened in fury as he roared. "Today, I shall feast upon your flesh and wear your skin." The ancestral leaders of various kingdoms were on the brink of explosion, unleashing their powers as they charged toward Huo Qubing. Huyan Chanyu concentrated his lethal strike, yet turned to Shuo Feng with a solemn warning. "If I should face misfortune, you must lead our people to safety." "Father," Shuo Feng's expression was filled with sorrow. "Do not exhibit such weakness, my son." With that, Huyan Chanyu surged toward Huo Qubing. Huo Qubing, mounted on his steed, regarded the charging masters with disdain. He did not lead the cavalry to confront the 1,000,000-strong army. That would not be valorous, but rather foolish. If he could eliminate these masters, the 1,000,000 soldiers would falter without a fight. Moreover, he sought a glorious battle to break through to the celestial realm. Huo Qubing wielded his spear, unleashing a formidable might that shattered the enemy ranks with an unstoppable force, as if the wrath of the gods had descended upon him. Huo Qubing stood amidst the flashes of lightning, a fierce killing intent surging towards the esteemed masters. "By vanquishing you, I shall ascend to the realm of the divine." Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and the battlefield lay shrouded in profound silence. The setting sun, blood red, stained the desolate expanse in dark crimson. Limbs and shattered armor littered the ground. Some of the royal masters had charred heads, their eyes wide open, reflecting a terror so profound that it seemed they had glimpsed an unspeakable horror before their demise. Fragments of the Grandmaster's artifacts were scattered all around. A heavy stench of blood permeated the air, thick enough to render one breathless. Huo Qubing grasped the neck of the Chanyu Huyan with a single hand, standing proudly in midair. At this moment, his aura had reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Huyan had lost consciousness, his pupils dilated, his body trembling. Huo Qubing's gaze remained defiant, emitting a cold snort. Unyielding, as his eyes swept over the vast army below, The once fearsome million-man force fell into a hushed silence, their wide eyes filled with dread. The scene before them was utterly horrifying. Their revered royal masters had all been annihilated by this man. The great Xiang Yu's fate hung uncertain in his hands. Is this what a deity looks like? Lay down your weapons. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Huo Qubing roared, his voice resonating in the ears of the million-strong army. The sound of clattering weapons echoed through the air. Several wolf kings knelt upon the ground, humbly bowing their heads. O mighty general, we pledge our surrender. Chapter 42. Command to dissolve the noble clans of the world at this moment. Shuo Feng led a few trusted wolf kings and over 10,000 elite soldiers deep into the northern territories of the Tianlang region, heading towards the snowy plains. The instant he witnessed the might of Huo Qubing, he promptly departed from that place. He understood that neither his father nor the revered ancestors could prevail. In order to preserve the bloodline of the Tianlang, they could only endure the pain of a quiet departure, in stark contrast to the collective grief of those around him. Shuo Feng had already tempered his emotions. He no longer exhibited the refinement he once did. His expression was devoid of emotion, rendering him even more inscrutable. Chieftain, are we truly leaving the grasslands? One of his companions inquired. Shuo Feng tightened his grip on the reins, his gaze sharp and penetrating. There is no longer a place for us on the grasslands. We must traverse the snowy plains in search of a new sanctuary. The thought of parting from the land their ancestors had inhabited for generations moved many of the grassland warriors to tears. Observing their sorrow, Shuo Feng sighed. Do not despair. Lift your spirits. We shall return to the grasslands for vengeance in the future. Indeed, we must seek retribution. Yet, despite these words, Shuo Feng harbored little hope for revenge. Huo Qubing was far too young. Even if he fortuitously ascended to the celestial realm, by then, the exceptionally gifted Huo Qubing would have surpassed realms yet unknown. Moreover, what sort of genius was the emperor of the Qin, capable of subduing such a formidable general? Shuo Feng did not yearn for vengeance. He only wished to find a refuge, enough to leave a sliver of legacy for the Tianlang dynasty. Meanwhile, in Chang'an, Li Taicang paced anxiously within his study. This Huo Qubing is exceedingly audacious. To venture deep into the grasslands with merely a few thousand men. Does he believe himself invincible? It was no wonder the recent surge in national fortune fell to miss. It was inconceivable that merely resolving 30,000 cavalry could yield such a dramatic increase. Gao Lisher entered the study, respectfully holding a report. Has the general of cavalry sent any news? Li Taicang inquired. Gao Lisher shook his head. It is a report from the unruly commander, inquiring how your majesty wishes to deal with the traitor Xiao Dingbian. Li Taicang's expression instantaneously turned frigid. What do you imply? Given Gao Lisher's exceptional talent, possessing the capabilities of a prime minister, Li Taicang always sought his counsel before making decisions. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Lisher replied, I believe that Xiao Dingbian has become a totem in the hearts of the border soldiers. If we act rashly, it may incite turmoil among the border ranks. The soldiers there are predominantly loyal and valiant, and we should not dampen their spirits. Li Taicang furrowed his brow. If we do not execute him, will we allow the unruly commander to continue manipulating him? Gao Lisher shook his head. No, the unruly commander possesses extraordinary talents. Your majesty will surely find him of great use in the future, and he cannot be constrained by a mere Xiao Dingbian. I suggest we shift the conflict elsewhere. Elaborate. We shall assassinate Xiao Dingbian and pin the blame on the noble clans of the north, Gao Lisher whispered. Simultaneously, the court must publicly confer honors upon Xiao Dingbian, exaggerating his merits. This way, the northern clans will inevitably become the targets of animosity from the border soldiers. At that moment, the fury of the border soldiers found an outlet. The court had not only eliminated the traitor, but also seized the opportunity to diminish the power of the northern aristocracy. Li Taicang pondered for a long while before slowly shaking his head. Enough. Let Yuan Qing awaken Xiao Dingbian and publicly expose his treasonous crimes, followed by the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. Additionally, let the family of Xiao Dingbian be executed as well. As for the others, there is no need for further inquiry. Gao Lisher immediately bowed in response, as you command. Do you not wonder why I do not employ your seemingly flawless strategy? Gao Lisher was momentarily taken aback, then bowed deeply. Your Majesty has your own considerations. It is for a servant like me to follow orders. Gao Lisher was indeed such a person, possessing clarity of thought and executing the will of the sovereign without question. If he served a wise and virtuous ruler, he would be regarded as a timeless minister of merit. Conversely, if he served a tyrannical and foolish monarch, he would be seen as a corrupt eunuch of chaos. He was like a mirror, reflecting the intentions of the emperor. Li Taicang coldly remarked, to allow a villain like Xiao Dingbian to be hailed as a hero and martyr, and for me to confer posthumous honors upon him, does not sit well with me. I am well aware that your strategy is commendable, requiring only a semblance of honor to appease the border troops while turning the northern aristocracy into targets of public ire. However, the thought of the traitor's family basking in the glory of martyrdom, while those who have suffered due to Xiao Dingbian's treachery are left to lament their losses, is simply unjust. Such a notion is beyond my comprehension. Gao Lisher's gaze softened as he gently replied, Your Majesty, your strength is unparalleled in the realm, and the traitorous chieftain is indeed a rare adversary. Even if turmoil arises among the border soldiers and northern families, you could quell it with ease. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seems I have worried unnecessarily. Why concern myself with their reactions? Upon hearing this, Li Taicang's stern expression relaxed slightly. I am neither foolish nor ignorant of the machinations of power. I wish for all under heaven to understand that traitors shall meet a dire end. Your wisdom is profound. Gao Lisher bowed deeply. I shall convey your decree at once. Xiao Dingbian will be executed before the multitude of soldiers as a warning to others. Just after Gao Lisher withdrew, Li Taicang suddenly gazed towards the north, witnessing a sudden surge in national fortune. The supreme celestial dragon within him manifested, devouring the burgeoning national fortune. Boom! A breakthrough in realm, ascending to the 6th level of the celestial realm. Yet this was not the end. As the supreme celestial dragon consumed all the national fortune, Li Taicang's realm ascended to the 7th level of the celestial realm. Simultaneously, the celestial dragon's form expanded, becoming 100 zhang long. The majestic celestial dragon broke through the firmament, gazing down upon the entirety of Chang'an, feeling the overwhelming power surging within him. Li Taicang found it hard to believe. In recent days, he had ascended to the 5th level of the celestial realm through diligent practice. Yet without fully acclimating to that level, he had now surged to the 7th within a single day. Moreover, his cultivation technique, the 9-Dragon Emperor's Path, had grown even more formidable. The 100 Zhang celestial dragon could crush all opposition. Li Taicang quickly realized the reason behind such a dramatic increase in national fortune. It was Huo Qubing. Undoubtedly, it was he. He has undoubtedly swept across the entire Sirius dynasty, incorporating the vast grassland lakes into the realm of our great Qin. The menace of the Sirius that has plagued our dynasty for many years has been utterly eradicated. Truly, he deserves the title of champion marquis. Li Taicang has made a decisive resolution. He shall no longer concern himself with the military affairs of Huo Qubing. Let him revel in his exploits. Such a prodigy cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Li Taicang laughed heartily towards the heavens. My general of cavalry is indeed born to prosperity. Victory is assured no matter the challenge. Subsequently, Li Taicang's gaze blazed with intensity as he looked into the distance, striding boldly out of the grand hall. Proclaim my edict. Summon the noble families and sects throughout the realm to disband, and summon the grand masters to the court. Those who dare to defy this order shall face execution without mercy. Chapter 43. Huo Qubing returns to Qin, Your Majesty. A great victory. A tremendous triumph. Huo Qubing's legion ventured deep into the grasslands, shattering the capital of the Tianlang kingdom, Longsheng, and slaughtering over 120,000 Tianlang soldiers. They incorporated 96,753 of the Tianlang army into their ranks, while the ancestral leaders of the Tianlang royal court perished entirely. Additionally, they have apprehended the Xiang Yu for transport back to the capital. Li Taicang listened intently as Gao Lisher recounted Huo Qubing's military achievements. At this moment, even though he was already aware of Huo Qubing's annihilation of the Tianling dynasty, he remained astounded by the specifics of the victory. Can you believe it? A general at the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm led a mere 8,000 cavalry and obliterated the neighboring dynasty, imprisoning their emperor and assimilating nearly 1,000,000 enemy troops. But we can no longer refer to him merely as a 5th-level Grandmaster. Huo Qubing had already joyfully informed him of his breakthrough to the 1st level of the Celestial Realm. How utterly absurd it is that he could traverse 5 levels in a mere month while leading cavalry on reconnaissance. Li Taicang almost fancied that Huo Qubing possessed some extraordinary system. Your Majesty, how shall we accommodate this 1,000,000-strong army? Let Huo Qubing lead these 1,000,000 troops to breach the gates of the noble clans in the northern territories. Furthermore, instruct him to refrain from disturbing the common folk. It shall be done. Gao Lisher bowed and withdrew. Since Li Taicang issued the edict dissolving the noble clans of the realm, chaos erupted in the south. Various criticisms arose, branding him as history's most tyrannical despot, a feckless sovereign. The royal princes united in their denunciation, accusing him of patricide, matricide, and usurping the throne. Meanwhile, the noble clans in the north remained despondent, retreating into seclusion and claiming ignorance of the emperor's decree. Thus, Li Taicang decided to send Huo Qubing and his 1,000,000 surrendered troops to visit the gates of the major noble clans. Have you not heard? Then let these 1,000,000 troops force open your gates and deliver the edict at sore point. As for the south, Li Taicang harbored no concerns. Mao Chang and his imperial guards had infiltrated the entire southern region thoroughly. The locations and highest combat powers of every hidden sect had been meticulously investigated. Indeed, Li Taicang was even privy to the daily routines of the 3 princes. It is no wonder that Mao Chang, in his past life, was the foremost intelligence chief of the Ming dynasty. No wonder old Zhu found him so adept. Master Su Yuanshan from the Su clan paid his respects to the emperor. Su Yunhe, the head of the Su clan, also bowed before the emperor. In the grand hall, Li Taicang looked upon the 2 representatives of the Su clan with a sense of satisfaction. The Su clan is the maternal family of Li Fuyo. Li Fuyo's mother is the legitimate daughter of the Su clan. When Li Taicang issued his decree, Li Fuyo returned to the southern Su clan to persuade her grandfather and ancestor to comply with the edict. Li Fuyo had anticipated fierce opposition, yet to her surprise, her ancestor and grandfather merely pondered for a moment before promptly dissolving their vast family. The Grandmaster Su Yuanshan and the head of the Su clan, Su Yunhe, came to Chang'an to pay their respects to Li Taicang. Elder Su and Su Qing may bring their families here. You shall remain in Chang'an from now on. It is an edict. The dissolution of the noble clans does not imply a forced separation from one's loved ones. Instead, they disbanded their loyal retainers, private soldiers, and extensive branches, relocating away from their original position. This action directly undermined the foundation of aristocratic dominance in the region. The Su family is indeed astute, thought Li Taicang, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the 2 members of the Su clan. Su Yuanshan and Su Yunhe expressed their respect, proclaiming, "Your Majesty's might is unparalleled. The Su family dares not oppose you." Li Taicang nodded in acknowledgement. But remember, Li Fuyao is the Grand Princess of the Great Qin and belongs to the Li family. He then waved his hand dismissively. Su Yuanshan and Su Yunhe bowed again and took their leave. Once outside the grand hall, their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Su Yunhe took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a hint of terror. Who would have imagined that the once gentle and refined gentleman harbored such formidable secrets? Had it not been for our ancestors' intervention, I might have been rendered speechless. Su Yuanshan fared slightly better, yet traces of panic lingered in his gaze. The emperor is undoubtedly a celestial being, and he has traversed far along that path. Our choice is indeed prudent. It is better to disband the Su family than to provoke the emperor. Yunhe, ensure that your descendants remain prudent. Moreover, do not leverage Fuyao to provoke the emperor. He has already issued us a warning. Su Yunhe nodded in understanding. Su Yuanshan continued, Do not lament the dissolution of our family's influence. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise. The fates of those aristocratic clans will not fare well, and this emperor harbors grand ambitions. As long as we follow in his wake, the Su family shall not be constrained by this predicament. Su Yunhe solemnly nodded in agreement. It is a pity that we did not meet General Huo this time. I have heard that he led over 8,000 cavalry and decimated the 30,000 Songlong iron cavalry. He must also be an extraordinary master. The enigmatic figure in the black cloak, General Huo, that child Fu Yao, and the red-robed eunuch. Truly, the emperor is surrounded by hidden talents. Li Taicang observed the vanishing figures of the two, lost in thought. The Su family is indeed clever. Prior to the death of Li Yutian and the upheaval in Chang'an, they successfully extricated Li Fuyao and her mother, bringing them to Jiangnan. Now, they are willing to dissolve their vast family and distance themselves from their homeland, relocating their kin to Chang'an. Such a resolute determination to sever ties astonished even Li Taicang. Frankly, when Li Taicang issued the decree to disband the aristocratic clans, he never anticipated that anyone would genuinely heed it. Yet the Su family did just that. Their shrewdness and restraint made Li Taicang contemplate their elimination. How could he retain such individuals, uncertain of their loyalty, by his side? Alas, if he were to kill them, he could not keep Li Fuyao either. Gao Lishir, what is your perspective? Your servant congratulates your majesty. The two from the Su family are rare talents. This talent is not merely a reflection of their cultivation, but also of their insight, rationality, and decisiveness. Furthermore, upon seeing your majesty, they had already resolved to pledge their loyalty. Oh, the pursuit of benefit and the avoidance of harm is an inherent instinct of humanity. They are acutely aware that opposing your majesty yields no favorable outcomes. Conversely, should they diligently assist your majesty, the Su family is destined to achieve far greater heights. Gao Lishir's words dispelled Li Taicang's notion of eliminating the two members of the Su family. Before long, Xiang Yu was brought before the Grand Hall. Once a formidable leader of the Tianlang tribe, he now appeared disheveled and bloodied, resembling a wretched stray dog. Li Taicang regarded him with curiosity. In his youth, he often heard Li Yutian's heavy sighs. With Hu Yin as a proud leader and his son Shuo Feng, a remarkable talent of his generation, it seemed that this dynasty would have to endure the humiliation from the Tianlang people. Xiang Yu struggled to raise his head, his gaze filled with resentment directed at Li Taicang upon the throne. His cultivation had been rendered useless, and his already gravely injured body, compounded by the rough journey, left him on the brink of death. The Tianlang and the Great Qin are brother nations. Why would the great emperor seek to annihilate us? Li Taicang's expression turned frigid. Brother nations? When you invaded the borders and plundered my people, did you ever consider us brothers? When your hands were stained with the blood of the Qin, did the thought of brotherhood ever cross your mind? Now, like a stray dog, you stand before me and remember brotherhood? It is too late. Following this, Li Taicang let out a cold laugh. However, I had not intended to eradicate your Tianlang at this time. Who could have anticipated your profound weakness? That you would be subdued by General Huo and his 8,000 cavalry? This was the truth. Although Li Taicang harbored intentions to eliminate the Tianlang, he preferred to first address the internal factions before mobilizing his forces. Little did he know, Huo Qubing took matters into his own hands and swiftly crushed the Tianlang. Xiang Yu seethed with anger, but could only swallow his humiliation. I hope the great emperor treats my people kindly. You need not worry about that. Your people have now become mine, and I shall take good care of them. As for you, I shall use your blood to honor my great Qin ancestral temple. Xiang Yu closed his eyes, calmly accepting his fate. A profound sorrow enveloped him. In pursuit of fame, he was destined to become a sacrificial offering to the great Qin ancestral temple, the greatest sinner of the steppe. He felt unworthy to return to the war gods of his ancestors. Meanwhile, in the northern borders of the Great Qin, Huo Qubing led a 1,000,000-strong army towards the frontier. The march of such a vast force required time, and thus his battle reports had already reached Chang'an by the time they arrived at the borders. Although the soldiers stationed at the Great Qin borders had received prior news, the sight of the immense army still left them trembling with awe. The very earth quaked beneath them. Amidst the resounding war cries, the horses neighed fiercely. The boundless plains were soon overrun by countless Tianlang warriors. The unparalleled General Huo, mounted on his dragon blood steed, strode proudly at the forefront. His gaze was piercing, exuding an indescribable nobility. He resembled a blazing fire, so intense that it was difficult to behold. In this moment, all the soldiers gazed at Huo Qubing with reverence. What man, in his youth, did not harbor grand ambitions? A true hero should wield a 3-foot sword and achieve unparalleled feats. Yet in the end, all succumbed to the weight of mediocrity. However, that was not the fate of Huo Qubing. He rode forth with laughter, his spirit as vibrant as the dawn. The corners of his eyes and brows exuded the unique exuberance and unbridled nature of youth. With 8,000 valiant cavalry, he swept through the ranks of the Tianlang, returning triumphantly with 1,000,000 armored soldiers. Such a magnificent feat, capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, inspires nothing but admiration. It is likely that not only the valiant soldiers of the frontier, but all the youth of the Great Qin in the years to come, will regard Huo Qubing as their idol. Though the 1,000,000-strong army surrounding him boasted a formidable presence, they faced Huo Qubing as if in the presence of a deity. Like wolves confronting a lion, they could only expose their bellies in submission. What say you, esteemed elder? Huo Qubing encountered Yuan Tiangang once more, who could not help but exclaim in admiration, "The general's valor is extraordinary." Chapter 44. The winds of north and south in the northern frontier of the Great Qin. At the ancestral grounds of the Qingyuan Wang family, the ancestral land had long been sealed, with the surrounding area enveloped by layers of intricate formations. To an ordinary person approaching, the view was obscured by thick mists swirling through the woods, rendering any entrance elusive. Huo Qubing led a 1,000,000-strong army, encircling the Wang family's stronghold, leaving no escape. Bang! Zhao Penu struck fiercely with his sword. Sparks erupted from the protective barrier formed by the defensive formation. But that was the extent of its effect. Zhao Penu, undeterred, applied more force, the blade grinding against the barrier, producing a jarring screech. Suddenly, the defensive shield coalesced, returning Zhao Penu's force tenfold. "Be careful." Zhao Penu's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily dodged. The rebounding sword energy gouged a deep trench into the ground, leaving him disheveled and covered in dirt. He turned to Huo Qubing and bowed. "General, this formation is peculiar. A direct assault is unwise." Huo Qubing's cold gaze remained fixed on the Wang family stronghold, his voice reverberating through the valley. "By the Emperor's decree, disband your forces. Do you not comprehend? If you dare feign ignorance again, do not blame me for being merciless." Silence lingered in the mountains, save for the shimmering glow of the formation in response. Huo Qubing snorted disdainfully and raised his hand in signal. The 1,000,000-strong army unsheathed their blades, longbows and crossbows trained upon the Wang family stronghold. Huo Qubing's voice was icy and piercing. "Ask one last time, will you open the gates or not?" Receiving no answer, Huo Qubing waved his hand decisively. "Attack! Kill!" The 1,000,000-strong army descended upon the defensive formation from all sides, striking and hammering relentlessly. Loose arrows. In an instant, a torrential rain of arrows descended, each tip adorned with formations meant to breach defenses, crashing against the protective barrier with deafening explosions. The defensive formation flared brilliantly, unleashing a tenfold counterattack. These retaliatory strikes wreaked havoc on the 1,000,000-strong army, inflicting significant casualties. Huo Qubing and his 7,000 cavalry watched impassively from the rear. Utilizing troops was as effortless as handling sand. Especially with these wolf-like soldiers, their lives were expendable. The effectiveness of the assault was apparent as the defensive formation began to falter, riddled with cracks and on the verge of collapse. At last, an aged voice emerged from the depths of the mists. "General Ho, why the aggression? My Wang family has guarded the northern frontier for generations, never overstepping our bounds." "Old fool, why do you not continue to feign death?" Huo Qubing retorted. "It is not that my Wang family refuses to respond, but rather that the Emperor's command is to." Huo Qubing unsheathed his sword, its blade pointing directly at the gates of the Wang family. Since you refuse to heed the imperial edict, allow me to teach you what it means to defy the king's commands. With the million-strong army crashing and the thousands of breaching arrows raining down like a tempest, the Wang family's defensive formation could bear no more. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the entire defensive array crumbled. The dense mist shrouding the forest dissipated instantaneously, revealing the ancestral grounds of the Wang family, with pavilions and towers majestically built against the mountainside. Kill! Huo Qubing waved his sword, and the army surged like a tide into the mountain gates. The Wang family's retainers, private soldiers, and branches fought valiantly, relying on the terrain to mount their defense. How dare you? The ancestral master of the Wang family, with his hair and beard standing on end, was enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy as he forged a lethal strike, charging fiercely towards Huo Qubing. This grandmaster, filled with fury, unleashed his power, causing the very air to rend with a deafening sonic boom. Yet, Huo Qubing did not even glance back. He merely waved his sword casually behind him. With a resounding whoosh, like a bolt of thunder, the sword light blazed brilliantly, cleaving the sky in an instant. The figure of the Wang family master abruptly froze mid-air, his face contorted in a mask of ferocity. In the next moment, his body split in two from brow to groin, blood gushing forth like a torrential waterfall. The two halves of his corpse crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Huo Qubing sheathed his sword slowly, not even sparing a glance in their direction. Where was your ferocity when 300,000 troops ravaged the northern borders of the Qin? This scene sent shivers of dread coursing through the Wang family. Their most revered master had been so effortlessly slain. The disciples, private soldiers, and retainers of the Wang family retreated under the onslaught of the million-strong army. Zhao Ponu led the charge, his spear sending several Wang family guards flying as he made straight for the Wang family hall. The earlier defensive barrier had left him in a state of disarray, and he sought to unleash his pent-up fury. Over 7,000 cavalry dispersed to seal off all critical routes. The head of the Wang family, Wang Xianfeng, lamented, "I am willing to disband the Wang family. I beseech you, general, to show mercy." Huo Qubing snorted disdainfully, but replied, "Those who surrender shall not be killed." His voice echoed throughout the Wang family stronghold. Some Wang disciples, upon hearing this, dropped their weapons and knelt in supplication. Yet, there remained a stubborn faction that resisted, only to be swiftly crushed beneath the iron hooves of the cavalry. In less than half an hour, this prestigious family, which had endured for nearly 1,000 years, was utterly vanquished. With the Wang family now subdued, Huo Qubing issued a command to cease hostilities. However, some of the barbaric soldiers within the million-strong legion were already blinded by bloodlust. Having lived in fear for so long, with the Wang family now vulnerable, they seized the opportunity to unleash their savage instincts. Some of the beastly warriors attempted to seize the women of the Wang family for unspeakable acts. Huo Qubing's gaze turned icy as he unsheathed his sword, and in an instant, all within a 5-zhang radius were obliterated, including the Wang family members. Huo Qubing roared, "Do you not understand my words? Stand down." His imposing presence jolted the bloodthirsty warriors back to their senses, and they retreated in fear, kneeling submissively. The once uncontrollable beast-like warriors now resembled loyal hounds. Huo Qubing scoffed, "They are still Qin people. You may kill them, but you shall not humiliate them. Furthermore, my commands must be executed with utmost precision. Should another defy my orders, 100 shall suffer the same fate." As Huo Qubing sheathed his sword, he regarded the high-ranking members of the Wang family being escorted out and coldly declared, "To defy the decree is an unforgivable crime. Return them to Chang and for the emperor to judge." He then mounted his horse and pointed in a direction, commanding, "Onward, to the next family." The setting sun, blood-red, cast its light upon the ravaged ancestral grounds of the Wang family. This battle had not only obliterated a realm of cultivation, but had also proclaimed the resolve of the court to the entirety of the northern territories. Under the heavens, all lands belong to the sovereign. Along the shores, all subjects serve the ruler. In the depths of Jiangnan, within a secluded chamber, 3 princes have convened once more. The third prince, Li Taiming, speaks first. Half of the Xiantian sect in Jiangnan is willing to lend their support to me. The fourth prince, Li Taiheng, wears a gloomy expression. My maternal clan, the Zhao family, seeks a status akin to that of the Yi family before them. The ancestral master of the Zhao family is prepared to aid me. The fifth prince, Li Taiyan, remains impassive. 3 grand masters from the Qingshao sacred ground stand behind me. However, they demand half of the southern territory. The third and fourth princes cast sidelong glances, taken aback by the profound resources of the reclusive Qingshao sacred ground. Subsequently, the fifth prince produces a piece of intelligence. Moreover, a grand master has emerged in the south. I have requested my sect to conduct a thorough investigation, and his identity is impeccable, making him suitable for our cause. Li Taiming and Li Taiheng scrutinize the information detailing this individual's life, finding no discrepancies. If the Qingshao sacred ground has vetted him, then let us employ him with 7 grand masters, alongside the armies of the 3 families and the support of other families and sects in the south. I refuse to believe we cannot overturn this unfavorable situation. They have forced us into hiding in the south, and I shall not spare Li Taicang. When the time comes, I shall ensure he faces utter humiliation. The 3 princes glare with fury, their eyes nearly bleeding as they gaze upon the throne of Chang'an, just as they continue to deliberate the details. The door to the chamber swings open. A strikingly handsome middle-aged man strides in. Li Taiyan's eyes brighten. Third brother, fourth brother, this is the Grand Master I have recruited. Esteemed elder, please take a seat. Your presence is awe-inspiring, and we are honored to have you. Mao Shang carefully assesses the trio. Ah, it seems we are aligned. With that, he unsheathes his embroidered spring blade. His Majesty has commanded me to take your heads. The expressions of the 3 princes shift dramatically. Chapter 45. The death of the 3 princes and the fiercely Fuyao. Li Taiyan's voice was low, laced with suppressed anger and confusion. I have treated you with the respect due to a teacher. Why then do you betray me? Li Taiming and Li Taiheng have been desperately trying to contact their family's grandmaster. Mao Chang's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were gazing upon 3 lifeless bodies. The spring embroidery blade emitted a resonant hum. His Majesty has decreed that you 3 must be brought back, your heads. His Majesty? The pupils of the 3 princes constricted sharply, followed by an uncontrollable fury. Once again, it is Li Taicang, another grandmaster loyal to him. What charm does Li Taicang possess to sway so many grandmasters? Why do these unparalleled martial artists, who look down upon the world, willingly bow their heads and serve him in death? Li Taiming's voice trembled as he wrestled with fear, exclaiming hoarsely, "If you assist us, we will share the realm with you." But before his words could fade, a resounding clang echoed. Lightning fast, the blade flashed. Li Taiming felt a chill at his neck, as if a gentle breeze had passed, only to be followed by a searing pain. In the next instant, a fine line of blood appeared on his neck. With a splatter, blood gushed forth like a fountain. His head fell, while his headless body remained in a posture of raising its hand, crashing to the ground. Prince Li Taiming was dead. Li Taiyan's eyes widened in rage, while Li Taiheng felt a chilling dread, as if he had descended into an icy abyss. Under heaven, is there not a piece of land that belongs to the king? This world belongs to his Majesty. How dare traitorous ministers and thieves speak of sharing the realm? Mao Chang twisted his wrist, and the spring embroidery blade gleamed coldly again. Li Taiheng barely had time to comprehend the flash of the blade before it had already sliced through his throat. Terror of death constricted his pupils to the size of pinpricks. His lips trembled, as if he wished to utter something, but a line of blood had already blossomed on his neck. Fourth brother, Li Taiyan screamed, his fear and rage causing his eyes to tremble violently. In the next moment, Li Taiheng's head tilted and fell away, blood spraying like rain, splattering onto Li Taiyan's pale face, warm and sticky. The headless body swayed twice before collapsing to its knees. Prince Li Taiheng was dead. Mao Chang stood with his blade sheathed, the tip dripping with blood, his gaze indifferent as he regarded them as mere insects. Now, only you remain. Li Taiyan trembled, despair and fury roiling within his chest. He knew there was no escape, yet he clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. Are you not afraid of the retribution from the Qingxiao sacred land, the Yuan Tiangang, and the Zhao family? What has Li Taicang given you? A slight smile played at the corners of Mao Chang's mouth as he slowly raised the spring embroidery blade. They will soon come down to join you. In the next moment, the door to the secret chamber swung open. Mao Chang emerged, clutching the severed heads of the three unseeing princes. Outside the chamber stood the menacing Jin Yue Fei. The bodies below were the Grandmaster guards left by the three great powers for the princes. A Jin Yue Fei stepped forward. Mao Chang handed over the three heads. Take these heads back to Chang'an for His Majesty's inspection. The rest of you, follow me as we sweep through the Qingxiao sacred land, the Yuan Tiangang and the Zhao family. With the prowess of these three individuals, it will be trivial for a few masters from the Jinyui to resolve the situation. However, given the unique identities of the trio, Mao Chang personally came to ensure absolute certainty. When hunting a lion, one must exert full effort, especially for an organization like the Jinyui, where even the slightest misstep is intolerable. My lord, when shall we deal with those 6 grandmasters? That is no longer our concern. Meanwhile, at the Qingxiao sacred land, the grandmasters of the Xintian sect and the Zhao family hastened towards the secret chamber, having received urgent pleas for assistance from several princes. Their chests were nearly bursting with frustration. You fools of the Qingxiao sacred land, do you not find it suspicious that a grandmaster of impeccable lineage has suddenly appeared in the martial world, and you dare to let Li Taiyan come into contact with him? Have you lost your wits in your reclusive state? Realizing their culpability, the Qingxiao sacred land bore solemn expressions and remained silent. They had intended to secretly ally their supported Li Taiyan with the grandmaster, drawing him into their ranks. But they never anticipated that it would all go awry. The Zhao family's ancestor intervened as a mediator. Dear friends, let's first calm ourselves. Our immediate priority is to rescue those 3 juniors. However, ahead of them stood an elderly man of refined demeanor, blocking their path. The Zhao family's ancestor's expression turned icy. Su Yuanshan, have you not become a lapdog of that despicable emperor? What brings you here? Both the Zhao and Su families are among the foremost clans in Jiangnan, and their differing styles often lead to friction. Su Yuansan Smaid Fantli, by the emperor's decree, I am here to eliminate traitors. Who do you think you are? You're seeking death. Step aside. The grandmasters of the Qingxiao sacred land and the Xintian sect bellowed, gathering their most formidable attacks in their hands, eager to save the 3 princes without wasting time on this Su family elder. The Zhao family's ancestor was filled with killing intent. Do you believe you can obstruct us? What of me? The figure of Li Fuyao slowly materialized, her gaze indifferent, as if regarding mere ants. As a former empress, she possessed countless hidden cards and truly did not regard these grandmasters with any seriousness. Li Yutian's daughter? You are actually a grandmaster? Oomph. You audacious girl dare to speak so boldly. A frog in a well knows not the vastness of the world. Despite such dismissive words, Li Fuyao's cultivation still astonished the 6 grandmasters. How old could she be? Could she possibly be a reincarnated celestial being? Aware that further words would be futile, the 6 grandmasters focused their formidable energy on both Li Fuyao and Su Yuanshan. Prepare to pay with your lives. 6 figures tore through the air towards them. The white-haired elder leading the Qingxiao sacred land had his hair and beard standing on end, golden light coalescing between his palms. He was an 8th-level grandmaster, the strongest among the 6. Su Yuanshan's expression darkened. He was of comparable strength to the Zhao family's ancestor, but was no match for this elder from the Qingxiao sacred land. Yet, as this was a direct order from the emperor, he had no choice but to press on, lest the Su family face dire consequences in Chang'an. Li Fuyao waved her hand, and faintly, the sound of a phoenix's cry resonated, dissipating the elder's power entirely. With a calm demeanor, she spoke. Master, you should confront the ancestor of the Zhao family. I will handle the others, Su Yuanshan remarked, observing the confident demeanor of Li Fuyao. He understood that she harbored profound secrets and chose to place his trust in her. Focusing her lethal moves, she drew the Zhao family ancestor to the far side of the battlefield. How dare a mere child act so boldly? 5 deadly strikes erupted simultaneously. Yet, Li Fuyao faced these terrifying blows with unflinching composure. Suddenly, her right hand radiated a blinding crimson glow, and in her left hand appeared a blade as thin as a cicada's wing. This sight sent a chill down the spines of the 5 ancestors. Boom! The 5 lethal attacks were entirely neutralized by the dazzling bloodlight. Li Fuyao moved like a specter through the onslaught of 5, with each flash of her blade forcing a grandmaster to retreat defensively. How is it possible? How could this young girl be so formidable? Her combat experience far surpasses ours. The 5 were utterly astonished. First, there was Li Taicang, and now this Li Fuyao. Is the bloodline of the Li family truly so exceptional as to produce such prodigies? Before the thought could fully form, the short blade in Li Fuyao's hand transformed into a crimson arc. The elder with white hair from the Qingshao sacred land wore a grave expression, his artifact raised in defense. Yet he witnessed the blood arc carving 7 indistinguishable phantoms in the air. Qingshao 9 turns. The elder shouted, a green aura enveloping him. However, the 7th blood shadow suddenly solidified, and with a crisp sound, the artifact shattered. The blood arc continued unabated, gently circling the elder's neck. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The elder maintained his defensive posture, a flicker of realization flashing in his eyes. Such speed in the blade. Before he could finish his thought, a line of blood slowly appeared on his neck. This hidden grandmaster, who had evaded the world for many years, had fallen. This scene sent shockwaves through the remaining 5 grandmasters. They clearly saw that this seemingly simple strike contained the essence of a return to the fundamental principles of the sword. Without any earth-shattering momentum, it executed the most lethal kill at the most opportune moment, following the simplest trajectory. Su Yuanshan gazed in astonishment at this once indolent junior. Is this truly a descendant of my Su family? Li Fuyao's expression remained indifferent, devoid of any compassion. Despite her innocent demeanor in front of the Su family and Li Taicang, in her past life, she had been an empress ruling over a vast dynasty. To her enemies, her methods were equally ruthless. As my second brother proclaimed, those who defy the decree shall be executed without mercy. Time passed unknowingly, and Li Fuyao stood still, her cold visage splattered with droplets of deep crimson blood. Before her lay the corpses of 6 grand masters. Master, you must once again convey my second brother's decree to the southern family sections. Immediately dissolve all worldly family sects, and summon the grand masters to the court for an audience. Those who dare defy this command shall face execution without mercy. Su Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback. Oh, yes, understood. Chapter 46. The annihilation of the 3 great powers of the revered Qingshao sacred land. The Xintian sect and the Zhao family were unexpectedly graced by uninvited guests. Today marked the wedding of the Zhao family's direct descendant, a celebration attended by numerous esteemed guests. However, the patriarch of the Zhao family wore a grave expression, troubled by the inexplicable departure of their ancestral master. As the joyous atmosphere enveloped the gathering, a thunderous command shattered the revelry. The Jinyui are conducting an investigation. All irrelevant persons step aside. With that, the grand doors of the Zhao residence were forcefully kicked open. Dozens of Jinyui clad in their distinctive flying fish attire, armed with embroidered spring blades, surged into the hall. The leading captain, his countenance grim, surveyed the guests with a gaze as sharp as a blade. The sound of silk and bamboo music abruptly ceased in the courtyard. Guests exchanged bewildered glances, some drunkenly chuckling in confusion. Jinyui? What is that? I've never heard of them, though they do look rather imposing. One remarked, dismissively downing another drink. Another added, scoffing. Who cares? Let us continue drinking. What can they possibly do on Zhao's territory? Before the last words had left his lips, a swift flash of the embroidered spring blade silenced the mockery. The insolent guest had no time to react as the blade cleaved him in 2, blood spraying forth. Innards spilling onto the floor, and his lifeless halves crashing to the ground, overturning tables and shattering dishes. A cacophony of screams erupted, terror spreading among the guests as they scattered in panic. The women covered their faces and wept and the once lively courtyard descended into chaos. The captain of the Jinui, his blade stained with crimson, surveyed the crowd with an icy glare, his voice chillingly deliberate. The Jinui are the emperor's personal guard. Today, we are here under imperial decree to eradicate the Zhao family. Is this clear enough? The patriarch of the Zhao family's face darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury, nearly consumed by an inferno of rage. He slammed his hand upon the table, roaring, "Impudence! You court death!" His aura surged as he unleashed his mastery, his robes billowing without wind. "Do you court death, you court dogs of the court?" Fixated on the captain of the Jinui, the patriarch seethed with murderous intent. The Zhao family had stood for nearly a millennium. Never had they been so brazenly affronted, especially on the day of his son's wedding, surrounded by illustrious guests. Now witnessing the public execution of their kin, a profound disgrace. Do you think a few mere blades can unleash chaos upon the Zhao family? Wait until our ancestral master returns. You shall all perish. None shall escape. The Jinui remained silent, slowly drawing their embroidered spring blades. 15 minutes later, the captain of the Jinui planted his foot heavily upon the face of the Zhao family patriarch, driving half of his visage into the blood-soaked earth. The patriarch's eyes bulged with rage, blood spilling from his mouth, yet he could no longer utter a single defiant word. The captain leaned closer, the blade pressing against Zhao Yuanhao's throat, his voice as frigid as ice. The Zhao family defies the emperor's decree. Death is your only sentence. As I gaze upon the Zhao residence, it is transformed into a veritable inferno. The remnants of walls stand in ruin, and a sea of corpses drenches the ground in blood. The weeping of women can be faintly heard from the side courtyard, while the cries of children abruptly cease. The captain of the imperial guards rises, shaking the droplets of blood from his blade. His voice is frigid. Seize their assets, annihilate their lineage. With those 4 words, the last torch is hurled into the Zhao ancestral hall. A millennia-old noble family is thus reduced to ashes. A similar scene unfolds at the Xintian sect. Bereft of the protection afforded by grandmasters, the Xintian sect, alongside the Zhao family, is deemed utterly insignificant by the imperial guards. They are but a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. The Xintian mountain, home to the sect, is now soaked in blood. The grand and solemn gates of the sect crash to the ground. 1,000 imperial guards, armed with bloodied embroidered spring blades, surge into the grand hall like ravenous wolves. The sect leader kneels before the foremost captain of the imperial guards, his disheveled hair cascading around him, his forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud. "My lord, I am willing to disband the Xintian sect. I shall take my own life to atone for my sins. I beseech you, show mercy and spare my family and disciples a path to survival." With a swift stroke, the leading captain of the imperial guards delivers a fatal blow. A glint of cold steel flashes. The head of the Xintian sect leader tumbles to the ground, his lifeless body slowly collapsing. An expression of pleading still etched upon his face. It is too late to submit now. The captain sheathes his blade, casting a cold gaze upon the trembling disciples of the Xintian sect. By the decree of the emperor, not a single soul from the Xintian sect shall remain alive. Amidst the anguished screams, the Xintian sect is utterly obliterated. In the sacred land of Qingshao, the location of this sect is shrouded in secrecy, and it took the personal intervention of Mao Chong considerable time to uncover it. A streak of blood-red light descends like thunder, shattering the mountain gates of the sacred land. Mao Chong leads dozens of imperial guards as they step inside. Who dares to intrude? Before the guarding disciples can finish their words, their throats are laid open. Wherever Mao Chong treads, blossoms of blood erupt, leaving behind a carpet of corpses. The disciples of Qingshao barely have time to unsheathe their swords before they fall one after another into pools of blood. Some, in a panic, form a defensive formation. But as soon as it is established, a blade of energy spanning 10 zhong cleaves through them, severing both man and sword in twain. The leader of the Qingshao sect bursts forth from the grand hall. Who dares to? The blade's light flashes. The leader's head soars high, his expression frozen in shock. Mao Chong values efficiency above all and has no patience for idle chatter with these individuals. Before the scripture pavilion of the Qingshao sacred land, the falling leaves abruptly halt. An elderly sweeper, bent with age, suddenly straightens his back, and his murky eyes ignite with a terrifying brilliance. His withered hand strikes the broom, revealing a sword of profound azure hue. You have gone too far, my friend. The Qingshao sect has stood for a millennium, and today I shall act as the instrument of heaven's justice. You shall be judged. The formidable aura of the Grand Master erupts fiercely. This is precisely why Mao Chong has come here. After all, no one knows just how deep the roots of this hidden sect run. With the embroidered spring blade held before him, its surface reflecting his icy gaze, Mao Chong coldly states, "No one, save for His Majesty, has the authority to judge me." The embroidered spring blade strikes forth, radiating a crimson, cold brilliance. The clash of azure sword light and blood-red blade energy resounds. The elder's sword strikes with the might of a dragon. Mao Chong's blade takes an unconventional path. After 30 strikes, the blood-red light pierced through the sword barrier. It is unclear how much time has passed, but the Imperial Guard has returned from the sacred land of Qingshao, laden with countless ancient texts, elixirs, and other treasures. Behind them, the millennia-old sacred site has transformed into a raging inferno, staining the sea of clouds a crimson hue. The sacred land of Qingshao has been obliterated. Chapter 47. Sharing experiences and summoning Zhuge Liang. With the 3 major factions extinguished, the southern aristocratic families hastened to submit their letters of surrender, fearful that any delay might draw the attention of Taicang. They had become acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the Jinyui. Despite the youthful and striking appearance of these agents, their ruthless demeanor instilled dread in the hearts of many. However, Taicang did not extend the same leniency to them as he did to the Su family. Instead, he shackled their kin and conscripted them for labor. As for the northern aristocratic families, they fared no better. Those that had secluded themselves in their strongholds were systematically annihilated by Huo Qubing's tactics of overwhelming force. Amongst the once mighty legion, only a mere 40,000 remained. Upon learning of this, Taicang promptly ordered Huo Qubing to cease the devastation of the werewolves. These werewolves represented a valuable labor force that could not be squandered. Taicang dispersed these 40,000 surrendered soldiers, integrating them into the Qin army. The Qin dynasty was in a state of restoration. While the southern regions fared reasonably well, the northern front was on the brink of collapse, compounded by the newly annexed vast grasslands that required extensive rebuilding. The need for reconstruction was immense. In this context, the conscripted aristocrats proved invaluable. Surprisingly, despite their pampered upbringing, those with cultivation exhibited far greater efficiency than their less skilled labor counterparts. Tasks that might take common laborers months to accomplish were completed by practitioners of the Yunling and Ningyuan realms in mere days. Moreover, these cultivators recovered swiftly. After exhausting their spiritual and physical energies, a few hours of meditation would restore them to their peak condition. Thus, the overseers of the Qin dynasty exploited them without remorse, relentlessly demanding their labor. Under this intense pressure, the stagnation in the cultivators' progress began to yield breakthroughs. Following their advancements, they became even more capable, enhancing their productivity. This cycle of improvement became mutually reinforcing. Breakthroughs facilitated greater labor output, and labor in turn expedited further advancements. The most sought after were the esteemed grandmasters from various families. Whenever a formidable stone or low hill obstructed progress, the grandmasters were summoned to shatter it with their might. When a river needed redirecting, they wielded their swords with full force. In no time, these grandmasters became coveted resources, requiring appointments for their services. These centenarians flitted between the northern mountains and southern rivers, their days consumed by the demands of the Qin dynasty. Amidst this fervent construction, the workload equivalent to a decade's effort for the Qin was astonishingly completed within a single month. The grandeur of Chang'an was restored to its former glory, with the imperial palace renovated to an even more magnificent splendor. At this moment, Taicang sat within the hall, perusing official documents. The Qin dynasty, in its state of renewal and expansion into vast territories, was inundated with daily reports that piled like mountains. Out of the 12 hours in a day, Li Taicang spent 10 immersed in reviewing these documents. Fortunately, as a celestial being, he required neither food nor sleep. A mere hour of meditation rejuvenated him, invigorating his spirit. Over the past month, Li Taicang had been yearning daily for the summoning of a distinguished civil servant to alleviate his burdens. Yet, with each day's arrival, he was met predominantly with treasures of heaven and earth, elixirs, formations, and legion numbers, without a single instance of summoning a hero. Nevertheless, the myriad treasures and spiritual elixirs acquired throughout this month had tremendously augmented his strength. Both the Black Dragon Imperial Guard and the Cavalry Corps had swelled to a formidable 30,000. The Jinui also boasted 1,000 men, tasked with monitoring officials across the realm. Even the notorious Yuan Tiangang's nefarious faction had been re-established. The functions of these rogues overlapped with those of the Jinui, yet they operated with greater secrecy. Moreover, during his 27th check-in, Li Taicang unlocked a remarkable ability, experience sharing. This function ensured that with each breakthrough he achieved, the system would automatically allocate 50% of the experience gained to his bound subordinates, all of whom had been summoned through the system. However, the extent to which his subordinates could absorb this experience was contingent upon their innate talents. Those with exceptional gifts, like Huo Qubing and Yuan Tiangang, could fully absorb the 50%, while lesser talents, such as an ordinary soldier, might only manage a mere 5%. Nevertheless, this ingenious mechanism effectively resolved the dilemma of his subordinates lagging behind his own advancement. As a result of his endeavors over the past month, Li Taicang himself had made 2 significant breakthroughs, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm at the 9th level. Under the auspices of experience sharing, Huo Qubing and Yuan Tiangang ascended directly to the 7th level of the celestial realm. Although Mao Chang's talent was somewhat lacking, he still reached the 6th level. Gao Lishur made a remarkable leap, advancing to the 3rd level of the celestial realm. The Black Dragon Imperial Guard, Cavalry Corps, and Jinui had all attained mastery, with some exceptional individuals even achieving the status of grandmasters. The news of Li Taicang's astonishing breakthroughs spread like wildfire among the soldiers. Such divine feats, shattering 7 or 8 major realms overnight, were beyond belief. "Am I dreaming?" they exclaimed. "I am a prodigy, soaring from the pinnacle of the Xianhai to the 4th level of mastery. Who do you think you are? Our 100 households have become grandmasters." The Su brothers, witnessing the entirely masterful Jiui and Black Dragon Imperial Guard, felt immense gratitude for their past decisions. How could one possibly contend with such forces? Even the peak powers of the Qin dynasty and the Tianlang would struggle to withstand them. This news not only astonished the reckless Huo Qubing, but also left the composed Yuan Tiangang and Mao Chang in utter disbelief. Gao Lishur, while attending to Li Taicang, appeared somewhat dazed. Li Taicang laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Oh, such trivial matters. Why must my esteemed ministers concern themselves? I am the emperor, ordained by heaven itself. You all have toiled tirelessly, and thus I command the heavens to grant you all greater prowess." As he spoke, his assertions grew increasingly outrageous. Now that the internal and external troubles of the Great Qin had been resolved, he began to unveil some of the youthful exuberance characteristic of his age. "Long live His Majesty!" Huo Qubing gazed adoringly at his emperor, evidently taken in by Li Taicang's grandiose claims. In his heart, he perceived Li Taicang as an omnipotent elder brother. Rather than a lofty and fearsome emperor, Yuan Tiangang, Mao Chang, and Gao Lishur exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly as they bowed, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." They understood well that, while it might not be as outrageous as the emperor suggested, such extraordinary occurrences were undoubtedly orchestrated by him. After all, they had observed that whenever their emperor experienced a breakthrough in his realm, their own levels seemed to ascend in tandem. The atmosphere in Chang'an was enveloped in celebratory fervor, as the populace rejoiced at the dawn of a promising era. Streets were adorned with colorful decorations, and storytellers in taverns animatedly recounted the emperor's legendary feats of vanquishing the powerful and conquering the celestial wolves. Yet, Li Taicang found little time for celebration, as a deluge of state affairs awaited his attention. He remained unperturbed, accustomed to the weight of responsibility. Gao Lisher stood respectfully by, meticulously pouring tea, cautious not to disturb the emperor's contemplative mood. Upon perusing a confidential report from the Jinhui, Li Taicang set down his vermilion brush with a sigh. Turning to Gao Lisher, "Do you think people are so easily corrupted?" The report detailed instances of corruption among local officials. In the vast expanse of Qin, with myriad affairs in need of revitalization and powerful families exerting influence, the stakes were exceedingly high. Despite Li Taicang's earnest efforts to purge corruption and appoint a cadre of passionate young officials, instances of graft still surfaced among them. Merely a month prior, they had been idealistic youths, loathing the corrupt officials. In the span of just 30 days, some had succumbed to temptation, even managing to deceive Li Taicang himself. Gao Lisher bowed his head in silence. Li Taicang rubbed his temples, fatigue flickering in his eyes. "I granted them opportunities, bestowed upon them power, and provided resources for cultivation beyond the ordinary. Yet they ultimately became the very individuals they once despised." He recognized the nature of humanity. These scholars, in their pursuit of knowledge, aspired to be incorruptible officials. However, when confronted with dazzling treasures, elixirs, and rare materials, how many could resist the allure? In the past, Emperor Gao had harbored a deep disdain for corrupt officials, often meting out harsh punishments to entire clans. Yet, countless officials devised various schemes to deceive the court. Li Taicang was an idealist. Otherwise, he would not have employed such ruthless measures to cleanse the court and eradicate the influence of powerful families. Yet, reality left him feeling somewhat helpless. Gao Lisher spoke softly, "Your Majesty, human hearts are fickle, and greed is hard to extinguish." Li Taicang snut up, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. "Indeed, greed is difficult to quell, but I shall compel its demise." After a moment's reflection, he located the report from the young official and inscribed 4 simple yet potent characters. "Do not forget your original aspiration." The vermilion ink flowed like blood, the strokes sharp and decisive. Li Taicang set down his brush and declared, "Convey my edict. Return this report to him unchanged." He was willing to grant them one more chance. Yet, should they continue to indulge in corruption and exploit the people's resources, the next occurrence would serve as a warning from Li Taicang. It would be akin to the embroidered spring blade of the Jinhui. "The hour of the rat has passed, host. It is time to sign in." Li Taicang replied without lifting his head. He tirelessly reviewed memorials. His peak celestial cultivation rendered him impervious to fatigue. Consequently, he could punctually sign in at the stroke of midnight. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 summoning of extraordinary talent." Li Taicang lifted his head. This marked the first instance where the term extraordinary talent was mentioned. The individual summoned by the system, this time, was undeniably remarkable. System. Initiate the summoning. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. "Congratulations, host. You have summoned the unparalleled Chancellor, Zhuge Liang." Li Taicang's pupils constricta, and he sprang to his feet. His breath quickened, and he was oblivious to the vermilion brush slipping from his grasp onto the floor. "After countless anticipations, Chancellor, I have finally awaited your arrival." Chapter 48. Does your Majesty lack ambition? My Kongming has finally arrived. No words can adequately convey the excitement coursing through Li Taicang at this moment. In his previous life, he grew up hearing tales of Zhuge Liang. Each time the stories recounted Zhuge Liang's unparalleled wisdom and his triumphs over enemy forces, Li Taicang could not contain his exuberance. Whenever the narrative spoke of Zhuge Liang's 6 expeditions to Qishan, tirelessly working day and night, a deep sigh would escape him. And when he read of Zhuge Liang's passing at Wuzhong Plains, tears would flow freely. The strategist always smiled, while the chancellor invariably wept. In Li Taicang's heart, Zhuge Liang was the epitome of the greatest chancellor in ancient China. No figure, not even Guanzhong or Shaohe, could usurp Zhuge Liang's esteemed position in his heart. It is Zhuge Liang who has rendered his surname synonymous with wisdom. For Li Taicang, Zhuge Liang is the radiant moonlight in his heart, irreplaceable by anyone else. This chancellor has transformed into a pillar, supporting the heavens amid the nation's perilous plight. Fully aware of the futility of the northern expedition, cognizant of the inevitable failure, and knowing death was certain, he still acted with unparalleled magnanimity. Many historical ignoramuses in later generations deem this foolishness, an overestimation of oneself, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. To them, isn't it preferable to govern Shu in peace and enjoy a long life? Why toil to the point of illness and perish at Wuzhong Plains? Such reasoning defies logic. Yet, they fail to comprehend that knowing the impossibility, yet striving for it embodies Zhuge Liang's most magnificent virtue. In subsequent eras, whenever the nation finds itself in peril, there are always those who rise to the occasion. The successful become candles in the darkness, steering the tumultuous tides. The unsuccessful become kindling, igniting the smallest sparks. Countless challenges and adversities coalesce into a single phrase, dedicating oneself wholeheartedly until death. Li Taicang could hardly contain his excitement, his voice trembling with emotion. "Kongming, are you there?" Outside the grand hall, a magnificent figure approached from afar. Li Taicang fixed his gaze upon the gradually materializing silhouette, fearing that a mere blink would shatter this beautiful dream. The towering figure exuded an indescribable sense of security, as if the heavens could collapse, yet all would be well as long as he remained. Zhuge Liang's form solidified in the morning light, his 8-foot stature standing tall like a pine, each step seemingly measuring the very fabric of the universe. With a feather fan and a silk cap, his starry eyes shimmered with brilliance. His lips, thin and pale, held a hint of an elusive smile. As the gentle, jade-like figure fully manifested, Li Taicang felt warmth welling in his eyes. "Your Majesty." Zhuge Liang smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Taicang hastened forward, grasping Zhuge Liang's hands tightly. The touch was as warm as jade, yet bore the strength to reshape the world. "Kongming, I entrust the great Qin to you." Zhuge Liang's lips curled into a smile as he slightly inclined his body, his hand holding the feather fan gently resting upon the back of Li Taicang's hand. "Should your Majesty not forsake me, I humbly offer my service." At that moment, Li Taicang also noticed Zhuge Liang's attribute panel. Character: Zhuge Liang Realm. Pinnacle of 9 heavens skill. Great void manifestation record. With Li Taicang's ascension in power, the heroes he summoned grew increasingly formidable. Li Taicang promptly appointed Zhuge Liang as chancellor, granting him oversight of national affairs, his authority rivaling that of the emperor himself. The following day, Li Taicang announced in court that henceforth, the chancellor could review all memorials and mobilize troops without seeking further imperial consent. This declaration naturally caused a stir among the courtiers, for it amounted to entrusting the entire power of the empire, a move unprecedented in history. Moreover, the monarch before them was none other than the greatest sage emperor of all time, an emperor who vanquished powerful clans, pacified the realm, and conquered the steppes. His achievements were even more illustrious than those of the esteemed Emperor Gao. Yet, how could such an emperor bestow such authority upon a youthful individual? This decision left even the likes of Yuan Tiangang, Mao Chong, and Gao Lisher astounded, each pondering the true nature of Zhuge Liang. With the authority to make decisions on any memorial or confidential report, Zhuge Liang possessed the power to overshadow Li Taicang, to deceive both higher and lower ranks. However, would Zhuge Liang ever act in such a manner? Zhuge Liang adeptly showcased his capabilities as a political leader, managing various state affairs with remarkable finesse. Many intricate matters required only Li Taicang's endorsement. Consequently, the emperor experienced a significant reduction in his administrative burdens, leading him to grasp Zhuge Liang's hand on numerous occasions during the night, exclaiming, "With Kongming at my side, I'm like a fish in water." Their aspirations aligned seamlessly. Both yearning to establish a society where talents are recognized, the elderly are cared for, the young are nurtured, and governance is grounded in law. They were both idealists, albeit with differing methodologies. Zhuge Liang's policies subtly influenced the populace, earning him respect from both admirers and detractors. In contrast, Li Taicang, though harboring the welfare of the common people in his heart, often resorted to tyrannical measures against officials. Those who persisted in their deceitful ways after warnings would find themselves at the mercy of his swift judgment. Zhuge Liang frequently offered counsel, expressing his deep admiration for the emperor's love for the people. However, he cautioned, governing is akin to cooking a delicate dish. Excessive heat can ruin the essence. I shall heed all of Kongming's advice, Li Taicang declared. While the swift blade could sever corrupt officials, it could not eradicate the greed in human hearts. Instead, he proposed the establishment of an oversight agency for vigilant inspections and a discipline office to foster integrity among officials, helping them realize that righteousness serves not only the nation and its people, but also their own well-being. I shall heed all of Kongming's advice, he reiterated. This was Zhuge Liang's proposed merit evaluation system for officials, rewarding the virtuous with elixirs and precious stones and penalizing the errant by reducing their status and salary. It provided a path for redemption while establishing clear regulations. I shall heed all of Kongming's advice, he affirmed again. Your Majesty, Zhuge Liang began, but was interrupted as Li Taicang released his firm grip. Since entrusting all affairs to Zhuge Liang, Li Taicang found himself considerably more at ease, often left with little to do. On this particular day, he experienced another breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the first level of spirit martial. From Li Fuyao, he learned that this was a realm above that of mortals. Beyond mortals lay the realms of spirit martial, yellow martial, mysterious martial, earth martial, and heaven martial, each divided into 9 levels. At this moment, Li Taicang possessed the strength to depart from this world and explore the vastness beyond. However, he was reluctant to leave. Everything he held dear was here. If he were to depart, he would take the entire Great Qin with him, with his realm having broken through. Li Taicang felt elated and summoned Li Fuyao. Fuyao, having resided in Jiangnan for so long, you are familiar with its enchanting landscapes. I wish to travel to Jiangnan. Would you be my guide? Since his transmigration, Li Taicang had ventured out of Chang'an only a handful of times, and now that the realm was peaceful, he yearned to visit the water towns of Jiangnan. To his surprise, Li Fuyao shook her head solemnly. Second brother, I must seize the time to cultivate. Observing those around me breaking through their realms as easily as drinking water has spurred me on. Are you all reincarnated immortals? Have you conspired to break through multiple realms simultaneously? Thus, Li Fuyao, shedding her past laziness, devoted herself to recovering her cultivation, now standing at the pinnacle of the Grand Master's 9th realm. Witnessing this, Li Taicang found himself at a loss for words. How could he suggest leisure when his sister was so dedicated to her training? Second brother could bring along my grandfather. He knows Jiangnan even better. A spark of inspiration lit up Li Taicang's mind. Indeed, Gaolisi, Saminsuin. However, before Li Taicang could take action, he was confronted at the hall's entrance by Zhuge Liang. Just as Li Taicang was about to greet him with a smile, he noticed Zhuge Liang's furrowed brow and somber expression. Does your majesty lack ambition? With the realm newly stabilized and countless matters awaiting attention, do you wish to indulge in sightseeing? The northern frontiers are in the midst of reconstruction. The southern territories require new governance, and the trade routes across the grasslands remain unestablished. Are these not of greater concern than the misty rains of Jiangnan? Li Taicang was rendered speechless by the inquiry. The head of the Su family watched in astonishment. Was this young chancellor truly so bold? In the past, the emperor had executed hundreds of officials in a single day, not even blinking an eye. When the ministers faced his majesty, they trembled in fear, unwilling to deceive him. Yet here was this young chancellor questioning him so directly. Little did he know, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Li Taicang sighed, rubbing his forehead. Kongming, I was wrong. Meanwhile, he grumbled internally. Who informed the chancellor? I must punish him with labor. At that moment, Gao Lisher quietly entered the hall, holding today's memorials. Chapter 49. Summoning Meng Tian and the 4 great guardian deities. Time swiftly passes, and a year has elapsed. Under the governance of Zhuge Liang, the Great Qin flourishes evermore. The undeniable prowess of Prime Minister Zhuge in statecraft has been firmly established. The roads of the Great Qin are extensive and interconnected, linking the vast central plains with the steppes. While it may not yet embody the ideal society, it ensures that the populace is well-fed, warmly clothed, and that every household possesses surplus grain. There are even funds available for children to pursue education and cultivation. Li Taicang, during his 79th sign-in, has unlocked the Mystical Scripture Pavilion. The Mystical Scripture Pavilion is a treasure trove of martial arts, with the highest level techniques tailored to the host. This signifies that Li Taicang has now attained the spirit martial realm, enabling him to cultivate the most potent techniques housed within. The Mystical Scripture Pavilion resembles an ancient iron tower, which is not as tall as the palace where Li Taicang resides. However, within the iron tower lies a world of wonders. Upon entering, one is greeted by endless shelves filled with a dazzling array of martial arts techniques. There are methods for strengthening the body in the mortal realm, as well as peerless techniques that lead directly to the spirit martial realm. While the Mystical Scripture Pavilion holds little value for Li Taicang personally, it is undoubtedly a national treasure for his kingdom. Li Taicang opened the Mystical Scripture Pavilion and arranged for the transcription of its techniques, establishing schools throughout Qin to provide free education for commoners' children. Those exhibiting talent would receive focused training, and even those with lesser aptitude would benefit from the health-enhancing practices. Initially, it was believed that the Great Qin would enter a relatively stable phase, experiencing no significant advancements. However, unexpectedly, at the year's end, during his 341st sign-in, Li Taicang obtained the 5 elements return to origin ascending dragon formation. In his 349th sign-in, he acquired the celestial star guiding element formation. And at his 355th sign-in, he secured the 9 heavens gathering spirit formation. The original formations were established in Chang'an by Li Taicang, resulting in an astronomical increase in the concentration of spiritual energy in the area. The surrounding environment transformed into a veritable paradise. Ordinary flora and fauna, nourished by this spiritual energy, began to develop sentience, with common herbs evolving into spiritual medicines. Rare treasures such as century-old Ganoderma and millennia-old ginseng became commonplace. Rocks, washed by the spiritual energy, revealed natural patterns, while some stubborn stones awakened, transforming into spiritual entities, giving rise to mountain spirits and stone creatures. Streams, imbued with spiritual energy, became as clear as fine nectar. Mortals drinking from them would find ailments cured and longevity granted, while cultivators could extract from them to enhance their elixirs. Zhuge Liang and Yuan Tiangang joined forces, drawing inspiration from these 3 formations to devise a simplified version. Though this new formation may not rival the extraordinary power of the original 3, it can still amplify the surrounding spiritual energy concentration tenfold. With the implementation of this formation, the entirety of the Great Qin underwent a remarkable transformation. Moreover, with the addition of the Wanxiang Sutra Pavilion, the Great Qin truly realized the ideal of everyone becoming dragons. Each individual possessed cultivation, as if the entire world had ascended. Simultaneously, the disciples of the once prestigious families and sects found themselves in dire straits. As the cultivation environment within the Great Qin improved, their realms surged dramatically, accompanied by an even more oppressive burden of labor. Although there was little left to construct within the Great Qin, idleness was still a concern. Zhuge Liang gazed upon the current state of the Great Qin, never once wearing a frown. Even when faced with an overwhelming array of governmental affairs daily, the Chancellor embraced it with delight. For a person, especially one like Chancellor Zhuge Liang, witnessing his nation draw ever closer to his ideals, fatigue was a foreign concept. Strangely enough, each time Zhuge Liang observed that within the Great Qin no one was hungry or cold, and every face radiated joy, he would quietly wipe away tears in the dead of night. Meanwhile, Li Taicang, observing the Chancellor diligently managing state affairs, harbored no concerns regarding his potential exhaustion. For every so often, Li Taicang would present nourishing elixirs to the Chancellor, akin to offering beans. Zhuge Liang would helplessly comply each time. Now a practitioner of the spirit martial realm, the notion of being worn out by bureaucratic duties was utterly implausible. Yet, These elixirs symbolize the emperor's deep affection, compelling him to partake. Concurrently, through a year of diligent cultivation, sign-in, Li Taicang's realm had ascended to the pinnacle of the spirit martial ninth layer. Throughout this year, most of the rewards from sign-ins had proven beneficial to the state, yet of little use to him personally. Thus, it was the fragmented cultivation gained from sign-ins, coupled with the elevation of national strength, providing the utmost celestial dragon's nurturing, that allowed him to reach the peak of the spirit martial ninth layer. Zhuge Liang and his peers also experienced tremendous growth in their realms due to the system's experience sharing feature. Character: Zhuge Liang, realm, spirit martial 7th layer. Technique: Taishu Wanxiang record. Character: Yuan Tiangang, realm, spirit martial 6th layer. Technique: Tiangang formula. Character: Gao Li Shi, realm, spirit martial 1st layer. Technique: Wuxiang Yinfu classic. Character: Huo Qubing, realm, spirit martial 6th layer. Technique: breaking army thunderbolt technique. Character: Mao Shang, realm, spirit martial 5th layer. Technique: heavenly prison demon suppression classic. Simultaneously, Li Fuyao's cultivation had also returned to the spirit martial 1st layer. Her cultivation faced no bottlenecks, as she merely needed to voraciously absorb spiritual energy. Li Taicang was somewhat astonished. How could this girl keep pace without the benefit of experience sharing? When he curiously inquired about Li Fuyao's previous realm, she mischievously blinked and declared a secret. The Su family, the last surviving lineage, finally emerged into prominence. The young talents of the Su family predominantly entered the court or took on local governance. The Su family maintained a strict code of conduct. In the south, amidst rampant corruption among the great families and sects, the Su family was nearly the sole bastion of integrity. Now, under the stern guidance of the Su family patriarch and founder, these young talents were all paragons of righteousness. Li Taicang held the Su family in high regard. Throughout this past year, the nefarious agents of Yuan Tiangang have infiltrated every corner of the Great Qin Empire, even in the most remote and obscure locales. The presence of these rogues is unmistakable. They have truly become the eyes and ears of the emperor. Mao Chang's imperial guards are omnipresent within the court and the residences of local officials. Every action taken by these officials is meticulously recorded in the Book of Impermanence. The Black Dragon Imperial Army under his command has swelled to a formidable 50,000. The cavalry corps boasts a staggering 100,000. Moreover, through the benefits of shared experience, their cultivation realms have escalated at an astonishing pace, with all reaching the Grandmaster level. Several commanders have even ascended to the realm of celestial beings. This has utterly extinguished any treacherous thoughts harbored by the aristocratic clans. How can they possibly resist? The enemy's forces are so overwhelming that a mere spit from a single soldier could annihilate them all. Meanwhile, the once mighty Qin army has been retained in military registration by Li Taicang and returned to local governance for maintaining order. Presently, the Great Qin requires no such vast army. After all, with no external threats and the populace thriving in peace, there are no wars to be fought. However, should an external foe dare to invade, the Great Qin could swiftly mobilize an army numbering in the millions. Yet, recently, Li Taicang has grown somewhat taciturn. The last 6 sign-in rewards have instilled in him a sense of impending storm. Each of the 6 sign-ins has been a summoning. Ding. System summoning in progress. Successfully summon the Great Qin's foremost warrior, Meng Tian. Ding. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned 300,000 wall troops. Ding. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned the twin heroes of the Tiger Ben. Dian Wei. Ding. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned the twin heroes of the Tiger Ben. Su Chu. Ding. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned the divine guardian of the Tang. Qin Xiong. Ding. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned the divine guardian of the Tang. Yu Qigong. These 5 generals all possess the 6th rank of spiritual martial arts. The 300,000 wall troops are all grandmasters. These 6 summoning events are unequivocally aimed at strengthening the military might of the Great Qin. In the past, the system, while not overtly stating so, would always provide sign-in rewards according to the prevailing circumstances. When he found himself in dire straits, it would grant him cultivation boosts and summon Yuan Tiangang and Gao Lisher. When he needed to campaign against the nomadic tribes, it summoned Huo Qubing and the cavalry corps. When he required assistance in governance and statecraft, it called forth Zhuge Liang. Throughout this year, the sign-in rewards have largely served to enhance the national strength. Thus, these 6 summons herald a forthcoming fierce battle that the Great Qin must face. P.S. The author cannot allow the protagonist to suffer indignities. Grievances are settled on the spot. This has led to a rapid pacing, and I hope for your understanding. Chapter 50. The conclusion of Shuo Feng. News of his birth mother in the desolate expanse of the snowfield. Shuo Feng, the remnant of the celestial wolf, wrapped himself tightly in his wolf pelt, his visage ashen and frostbitten. Behind him, a legion of over 10,000 elite cavalry stood resolute, their silence akin to iron. The sound of hooves shattering the snow being the solitary sign of life in this desolate realm. The exiled wanderers had forsaken the grasslands of their ancestors, traversing the snow-laden plains in search of a new sanctuary. Yet, all that lay before them was an endless stretch of snow. The howling north wind gradually chilled the hearts of these men of the prairie. To be interred in this snowfield would not lack a touch of grandeur. They had journeyed across this frozen expanse for an indeterminate number of days and nights, losing all sense of time. Ever since the pale sun had last dipped below the horizon, the world had succumbed to an eternal night. The arrival of the polar night instilled a sense of dread within them. "My lord, the compass has failed," reported a wolf king in hushed tones. Shuo Feng offered no reply, merely squinting into the distance. After a protracted silence, his cracked lips parted. "We shall press onward." In a daze, they felt as though the stars had shifted, and they were soaring through the air, each step covering vast distances. Yet in the next moment, they succumbed to the depths of slumber once more. When Shuo Feng suddenly opened his eyes, he was met with the damp scent of earth. Instinctively, he grasped the long blade at his waist, only to realize that beneath him lay not the biting ice and snow, but rather soft earth blanketed with decayed leaves. Towering ancient trees erupted from the ground, their intertwining branches forming a vaulted canopy. Surrounding them was an abundance of verdant flora, thriving with life. The distant sounds of war horses' snorts echoed around them as the elite troops stirred from their slumber, bewildered by their surroundings. Astonished at how they had traversed from the snowfield to such a place, a wolf king stepped forward. "My lord, we were clearly in the snowfield. Where have we arrived?" Shuo Feng frowned. "I see no trace of a snowfield, nor do I know where we are." Shuo Feng lightly touched the ground with his toes and soared into the sky, surveying the surroundings. However, the sights before him caused his pupils to constrict in alarm. The mountains loomed thick and lush. From his lofty vantage point, Shuo Feng could discern countless majestic peaks, resembling black dragons coiling between heaven and earth, instilling a sense of dread. Upon the nearest summit, 5 enormous claw marks marred the rock face, clearly not the work of natural forces. Further afield, the mist-shrouded valley hinted at the outlines of structures, yet they exuded an unsettling aura of distortion. Yet, scanning the vicinity, there was not a single trace of the snowfield. Returning to the ground, Shuo Feng's voice was grave. "All troops, remain vigilant." In an instant, over 10,000 elite soldiers silently unsheathed their curved blades, cautiously observing their surroundings. In unfamiliar territory, vigilance is the best safeguard for survival. Meanwhile, deep within those mountains, a pair of crimson eyes opened, resembling a den of demons. Cloaked in dark fur and poised on all fours, they drooled, resembling the ferocious beast described in ancient texts, rather than any known predator. Shuo Feng led his men away from the ominous valley. Along the way, he noticed vertical claw marks etched into certain tree trunks, with a few strands of black fur clinging at a height of 3 feet. Suddenly, the crisp sound of breaking branches echoed through the forest. All the war horses perked up their ears, restlessly pawing at the ground. Shuo Feng slowly drew his blade, its polished surface reflecting his narrowed eyes. Surrounding him were thousands of crimson eyes, each gleaming in succession, accompanied by heavy, labored breaths. Shuo Feng staggered out of the vast mountains, each step leaving a blood mark upon the parched earth. His armor lay in tatters, exposing skin marred by deep claw marks, some wounds even emanating an eerie black mist, as if corroded by some malevolent curse. Out of 10,000 elite soldiers and several wolf kings, he was the sole survivor to emerge from that hellish mountain. An old woodcutter stared in disbelief, his bundle of firewood dropping to the ground with a thud. You actually came from the Great Mountains? He retreated a few steps, as if confronted by something that should not exist in this world. Shuo Feng opened his mouth to speak, but only a metallic sweetness surged in his throat. His vision began to blur. A buzzing filled his ears, and ultimately, he collapsed before the horrified villagers. When he awoke again, he found himself in a barren village. Shuo Feng murmured to himself, "They're all gone, all dead." The village chief sighed, holding a bowl of dark brown, medicinal soup, aware of the immense blow Shuo Feng had suffered. "Drink this. It will temporarily suppress the malevolent energy within you. Young man, strive to survive, for even a single day is precious." Shuo Feng slowly turned his gaze toward the seemingly ordinary village chief. However, when he sensed the profound yet restrained aura emanating from him, his pupils constricted in shock. A Grand Master. Even more astonishing was the fact that the villagers surrounding the house, though gaunt and ragged, each possessed a formidable presence, the weakest among them being at the Xianhai realm. Such cultivation would render them powerful figures in the Tianlang tribe or the Great Qin Empire, earning them respect. Yet here, they resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, their eyes filled only with numbness and despair. "You all," Shuo Feng struggled to speak. "We won't survive much longer." The village chief offered a bitter smile, a flicker of sorrow passing through his murky eyes. "When the next beast tide arrives, this village may cease to exist." As the beast tide surged, it obliterated the impoverished village. The dark wave of beasts crashed over the settlement like a flood breaching its banks, the villagers' screams swallowed by the roars of the monstrous horde. Shuo Feng leaned against a broken wall, helplessly watching as a beast with bony spikes severed the village chief's neck. The Grand Master could not endure even 3 breaths. Shuo Feng's right leg had already been torn away, a gaping bloody hole marred his abdomen. Yet those monsters inexplicably spared him, refusing to grant him a swift end. As sharp fangs pierced his shoulder, Shuo Feng's bloodied hand suddenly reached skyward, fingers spasming as if to grasp something. Visions of their greatest enemy, Huo Qubing, and the namely Taicang surfaced in his mind. He understood that the heavens could not bind those prodigies. The great mountains, the great Zhou, await their conquest. Shuo Feng shall die. The Tianlang shall be utterly annihilated. In the outskirts of Chang'an, a most unexpected visitor arrived, a woman clad in a flowing crimson gown. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, and her delicate figure was partially revealed beneath the sheer fabric, accentuating her slender waist and graceful movements. As she walked, the sound of jingling ornaments accompanied her, wafting fragrant breezes in her wake. Most strikingly, this enchanting beauty possessed an unparalleled celestial cultivation. Despite her radiant smile and gentle demeanor, a cold disdain for all things lurked in her gaze. Passers-by in the vicinity paused, some marveling at her beauty, while others furrowed their brows in suspicion. An unfamiliar figure? A practitioner of remarkable skill? In the realm of Decisive, any adept of high cultivation was subject to the scrutiny of the imperial court. Upon stepping into the outskirts, a look of astonishment gradually spread across her exquisite face. The spiritual energy in this place was surprisingly more potent than that of her own realm. Gazing towards the distant city, she was momentarily taken aback. The spiritual essence soared like a dragon, radiating a celestial charm. Was this truly an ordinary paradise? As the crimson-clad woman approached Chang'an, she encountered cheerful citizens at every turn. To enter the city, one required a travel permit, yet she smiled softly, concealing her celestial prowess as she blended into the throng. Unbeknownst to her, the imposing sentinels of the Black Dragon Guard atop the city walls had cast their eyes upon her. Once inside Chang'an, her astonishment deepened. The environment for cultivation here surpassed even their secret realms. The palace, glowing with golden light, resembled a heavenly abode. Her previous pride diminished as she made her way towards the palace. However, she remained unaware that handsome youths clad in flying fish attire had gathered around her, smiling. The citizens nearby engaged in various activities, some in tea houses, others in taverns, and some playing by the streets. Yet their gazes subtly flickered towards her. The Jin Yue Fei and the nefarious figures had been observing her since her arrival in the outskirts. Before the palace gates, a soldier of the Black Dragon Guard blocked her path. "This is the royal palace." Before he could finish, the woman flashed a bewitching smile, lightly tapping her toes and soaring into the palace. The Black Dragon Guard observed this scene with indifference, permitting the outsider to trespass. Gao Lisher had been awaiting her arrival, greeting her with a jovial demeanor. "My lady, what brings you here?" The crimson-clad woman replied with a subtle smile, exuding an enchanting grace as she produced a royal seal. "May I summon the name of the Qin Emperor, Taicang? I have been sent by the Emperor's mother to pay my respects." Gao Lisher took the seal, which was meant to lie within the tomb of Empress Zhao. A thunderous silence echoed. The Black Dragon Guards within the palace bowed their heads, showing greater reverence. The indifferent voice of Emperor Li Taicang resonated from the Grand Hall. "Announcer, Chapter 51. My birth mother is Empress Zhao. Please, young lady." Gao Lisher stepped aside gracefully, gesturing with an appropriately courteous smile, though his eyes betrayed no warmth. The woman clad in red offered a faint smile, extending her hand to reclaim the Empress's seal. In an instant, the professional smile vanished from Gao Lisher's face, replaced by a frigid demeanor. "If the lady wishes to retrieve the Phoenix seal, I must request that you accompany me to meet His Majesty." With that, he turned and strode ahead, not granting her a single glance. Seeing Gao Lisher's indifference, the woman in red's expression hardened. How dare a mere eunuch display such arrogance in her presence? Her eyes narrowed as she suppressed her rising ire, following closely in his wake. The two figures in crimson proceeded towards the Grand Hall, one leading and the other trailing behind. Yet, with each step she took, the oppressive aura surrounding her intensified, drawing the attention of numerous eyes fixated upon her. She swiftly scanned her surroundings. The Imperial Guards bore cold expressions, while the Black Dragon Imperial Army gazed upon her with indifference. It seemed that at any moment, a flurry of blades could descend upon her. The woman in red let out a disdainful snort, choosing to remain unfazed. However, as she ascended the final step, formidable presences bore down upon her like mountains. The twin tigers stood ready, their axes crossed, while Su Chu's colossal hammer rested heavily on the ground. The guardians of the Great Tang, Qin Xiong wielded his golden mace with brilliance, and Wei Qigong brandished his iron whip with a resounding crack. These four valiant generals stood as imposing sentinels, their murderous intent materializing into a palpable force that carved a 3-inch deep trench into the ground before her. This atmosphere of deathly stillness caused the woman in red to glance askance, for it was not a matter of cultivation, but rather a manifestation of sheer willpower. The four generals were undeniably formidable, yet tragically confined to this small realm, forever unable to transcend the heavens. She lifted her gaze towards the depths of the hall. Upon the 9-tiered jade steps sat a blurred figure upon the dragon throne, whose visage remained obscured, yet exuded an undeniable aura of sovereign authority. To command such fierce warriors, the son of the young palace master must be quite remarkable. As she stepped into the grand hall, several scrutinizing gazes locked onto her. The woman in red maintained her composure, her eyes sweeping across the assembly. Apart from Emperor Qin, 5 figures stood out. To her right, a youthful boy donned in red robes and black armor, alongside a resolute young man clad in black, brandishing a sword. To her left, a handsome middle-aged man dressed in golden attire, and a mysterious figure cloaked in black. Closest to Emperor Qin was a refined scholar, his feather fan swaying gently as he looked up, and in that brief moment, the woman in red felt as though her very soul had been laid bare before him. She recognized that these individuals represented the pinnacle of this dynasty's hierarchy, the epitome of its exceptional talent. A smirk involuntarily graced her lips, a sense of superiority swelling within her. She raised her chin slightly, relishing her unique sense of superiority. Even if you were the cream of the crop, what of it? You, too, were born into this confined realm, shackled by limitations. Like a dragon trapped in shallow waters, you will never glimpse the vastness of the true world. She merely needed to follow the established path to reach the pinnacle of her abilities, while these prodigies would never catch a glimpse of the vistas beyond the heavens. There are some barriers that even innate talent cannot surmount. The bloodline left by the young palace master. Subsequently, she cast her gaze towards the imposing figure at the pinnacle, her eyes filled with much reverence. However, this reverence was not directed towards the Qin emperor, but rather towards the identity of the young palace master's son. The woman in red bent low in a respectful bow, declaring, "I am Lin Hongtang, a disciple of the third generation of Tianyi Palace, and I pay my respects to the young master." Boom! The utterance of young master seemed to transgress a forbidden boundary. An intangible roar reverberated, causing her very soul to tremble. A weight more oppressive than mountains suddenly descended, forcing her bowing form down by half an inch. Her breath quickened. This was not merely a suppression of cultivation, but a shudder originating from the depths of her bloodline, like a blade of grass facing the thunder of the heavens, or an insect gazing up at the vast starry expanse. The instinctual awe etched into her being made every bone in her body groan under the unbearable burden. Lin Hongtang struggled to lift her head, cold sweat trickling down her alabaster neck into her collar. She beheld the countenance of Emperor Li Taicang, obscured beneath the shadow of the 12-emblem crown, with only his eyes, seemingly capable of containing the boundless cosmos, glimmering with a celestial light. In a moment of daze, she perceived the supreme heavenly dragon manifesting behind Li Taicang. This was no mere illusion, but a genuine manifestation of a transcendent existence. What was most terrifying was the innate indifference emanating from it, akin to how a human disregards the ants beneath their feet. The gaze of this celestial dragon upon her was as pure as that of a mere speck of dust. As Li Taicang's cultivation deepened, the two royal human techniques grew even more formidable. The heart and mind of an ordinary person would struggle to withstand it. How much more so when faced with the wrath of Li Taicang, who had nearly become synonymous with majesty and tyranny. Li Taicang's lips parted slightly, his tone cold and eerie. "I grant you but a single opportunity." Boom! The eruption of Li Taicang's cultivation unleashed a torrent of spiritual pressure that engulfed the surroundings. Accompanied by his violent, murderous intent, it assailed Lin Hongtang's very psyche. Her pupils narrowed to the size of pinpricks. The young palace master's son had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of spirit martial level 9. Lin Hongtang was aware that the young master had broken through the celestial shackles set by the young palace master. When Li Taicang ascended, the young palace master had already been informed. Yet, she could hardly fathom that within just a year, this abandoned bloodline in the small cave had directly attained spirit martial level 9. Simultaneously, the pure murderous intent surged forth like a tidal wave. She abruptly scanned her surroundings, only to realize that the 5 figures present were all cultivators above spirit martial level 5. Not to mention those martial generals. Even the elegant scholar with a feather fan emanated an exceedingly dangerous aura. At the entrance, the 4 robust generals were all unparalleled warriors of spirit martial level 6. In that moment, their expressions were fierce, akin to vengeful spirits. Even the red-clad eunuch who had escorted her into the palace possessed the cultivation of the spirit martial realm. Gao Lishur wore an impassive expression, yet the hands concealed within his sleeves were adorned with ominous and shadowy talismans. Li Taicang was their sovereign, not merely the young master of Tianyi Palace. Should this woman dare to utter another word, they would undoubtedly ensure that Lin Hongtang would face dire consequences. The head of the Secret Service, Mao Chong, would certainly see to it that Lin Hongtang met a most tragic fate. At this moment, Lin Hongtang was struck with disbelief, his breath heavy. How could it be? This small realm had given rise to such a multitude of spiritual martial cultivators. The sliver of superiority he felt from another world vanished entirely. As he sensed the violent killing intent surrounding him, Lin Hongtang knelt upon the ground. Lin Hongtang pays homage to His Majesty, the Qin Emperor. Bowing before the son of a young palace master was not a disgrace. Moreover, this young lord possessed the peak cultivation of the 9th layer of spiritual martial arts. Such prowess would undoubtedly mark him as an extraordinary talent, even in their domain. It was unfathomable to consider what might have transpired if the young palace master had returned with him for personal cultivation. The Tianyi Palace would have flourished beyond imagination. As the tide of killing intent receded, those within the hall regained their calm demeanor, as if the earlier tension had never existed. Yet Lin Hongtang knew that the moment he displayed any sign of unrest, these formidable beings would strike without hesitation. Li Taicang reached out, summoning the Empress's seal from the hands of Gao Lisher. He caressed the seal thoughtfully. The Empress's seal was not the imperial jade seal. Each Empress possessed her own distinct seal. This artifact was meant to rest in the tomb of Empress Zhao. Its origins and purpose remained enigmatic. Li Taicang maintained an impassive expression, choosing his words with great care. However, Zhuge Liang and Gao Lisher, who understood him well, recognized the tempestuous fury brewing within His Majesty. Since the revelation of her dubious lineage, Empress Zhao had become a taboo subject within the Great Qin. No one dared to mention her. And now this Lin Hongtang, who was likely sent by Empress Zhao, ignited Li Taicang's wrath to a boiling point. Your Majesty, the birth mother of His Majesty, is the young palace master of Tianyi Palace. She has entrusted me with this letter to present to you. Lin Hongtang retrieved a letter from his bosom. Li Taicang opened it. The contents were succinct, stating that Tianyi Palace would settle in Great Qin 1 month hence, requiring Li Taicang to prepare for their arrival. Furthermore, the Great Qin would need to undergo a name change. This realm would become the exclusive possession of Tianyi Palace. The letter bore no trace of maternal affection. Rather, its tone reeked of haughty superiority. However, instead of erupting in the anticipated fury, Li Taicang merely let out a cold laugh and handed the letter to Zhuge Liang. After a brief glance, Zhuge Liang instantly understood. They were clearly seeking refuge. Though not explicitly mentioned, both Zhuge Liang and Li Taicang discerned the underlying message. Tianyi Palace was evading something. Otherwise, why would they relocate the entire palace to this despised little realm? Observing the disdain in Li Taicang's eyes, Lin Hongtang furrowed his brow and cautioned, Your Majesty must not underestimate the mother of His Majesty. Li Taicang suppressed his mockery, the jade beads of his crown swaying slightly, concealing the tumult of emotions roiling within him. My birth mother is the Empress Zhao of Great Qin, not your young palace master. Chapter 52, The Truth of That Year, My Birth Mother, is Empress Zhao. Li Taicang's voice was chilling, and behind him, the supreme Tianlong roared at the heavens. The sound of the dragon's roar shook the entire imperial palace, causing it to tremble. Lin Hongtang nearly pressed herself to the ground, her forehead resting against the cold tiles, her breathing becoming cautious. At this moment, she no longer dared to harbor even the slightest contempt. Li Taicang's meaning was clear. His mother was Empress Zhao, who had already lain in her tomb. Should Lin Hongtang or Tianyi Palace dare to assert that the mother of the Qin Emperor was the young mistress of Tianyi Palace, they would face the wrath of the formidable forces of the Great Qin and the Emperor's fury. The Emperor's wrath could claim countless lives. Reveal all that you know. Lin Hongtang dared not conceal anything further and, trembling, divulged everything she was aware of. Reporting to His Majesty the Qin Emperor, the world where Great Qin resides is, in fact, a small cave paradise. Cave paradise? No wonder those at the spirit martial realm cannot find the path to ascension. Suddenly, a clear, cold female voice echoed from outside the hall. Li Fuyao, frowning, entered. She was one of the few who could meet Li Taicang without prior announcement. Fuyao, do you know? Li Fuyao Nudda. A small cave paradise is a blessed land created by mighty beings. Such blessed lands are used to nurture factions and cultivate spiritual plants. However, when the mighty fall and the blessed land is lost, it gradually transforms into a cave world after years of absorbing the essence of space. Yet, cave paradises are exceedingly difficult to locate. To outsiders, they seem as insignificant as a mustard seed, nearly impossible to find, but within, they form their own realm. Some cave paradises rival the great realms. However, they possess a fatal flaw. Natural ascension is impossible, and entry and exit require specific methods or tokens. Lin Hongtang looked up in shock at Li Fuyao, momentarily forgetting her fear. Who exactly is this person? This seemingly young woman possesses knowledge of cave paradises that surpasses even the elders of Tianyi Palace. Li Taicang adresa elinontan. Continue speaking. Lin Hongtang steadied herself and recounted the long-buried past. Tianyi Palace is the sect of the Great Zhou dynasty. The master of Tianyi Palace, Xiao Xuanji, possesses profound cultivation in the Xuanwu realm. The young mistress, who is also the mother of the Qin emperor, Xiao Wanrong, has attained the Huangwu realm. Countless disciples are under her command. In the Great Zhou, the highest cultivator is the Zhou emperor, who possesses cultivation in the Tianwu realm, while the others reach no higher than the 9th level of the Diwu realm. Therefore, Tianyi Palace is considered a first-rate power within the Great Zhou dynasty. The knowledge of the cave paradise possessed by Tianyi Palace is entirely attributed to the efforts of the young mistress, Xiao Wanrong. During her earlier travels, for reasons unknown, she ventured into a peculiar snowy expanse. After wandering for an indeterminate time, she arrived at the Tianlang dynasty and subsequently, in the southernmost part of Tianlang, discovered the Great Qin, which bore customs similar to those of the Great Zhou. By a stroke of fate, she became acquainted with the unfavored prince, Li Yutian. The ensuing tale unfolded in a cliché and melodramatic fashion. The sacred maiden of the sect fell in love with a fallen prince who harbored ambitions for the world. In those times, Li Yutian was a young and handsome man, endowed with great wisdom and a heart dedicated to the well-being of the people. It is only natural that a beauty would be enamored with a hero. With the covert assistance of Xiao Wanrong, Li Yutian ascended to the throne with ease. However, shortly after the birth of Li Taicang, Xiao Wanrong discovered that her own cultivation had not progressed over the years. Rather, it had regressed. Thus, she resolved to take Li Yutian and Li Taicang with her. Yet, Li Yutian, reluctant to relinquish the hard-won throne, rejected her plea and chose to keep Li Taicang by his side. In the ensuing years, Xiao Wanrong was consumed by regret, persistently seeking a way to re-enter the realm of cultivation. Suddenly, Li Taicang let out a cold laugh. Lies. Lin Hongtang, puzzled, inquired, Your Majesty, what prompts such a statement? Li Taicang continued, My father was trapped at the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm, unable to break through, and ultimately succumbed to a grave illness. I am bound by the prohibitions that prevent me from transcending the mortal realm. How do you explain this? Lin Hongtang bowed his head in silence. The little cave heaven causes outsiders to regress in their cultivation. Yet you of the Tianyi Palace wish to relocate your entire sect here? Have you truly reached a dead end in the Great Zhou? Lin Hongtang's complexion turned ashen. You are utterly foolish, treating me as a simpleton. Mao Chong, your servant is here. In 3 hours, I demand to know the entire truth. As you command. Half an hour later, Mao Chong returned, dragging Lin Hongtang with him. This Lin Hongtang, a pampered genius of the sect, could hardly withstand the interrogations of the commander of the Imperial Guard. Once taken to the prison, a slight application of unspeakable torture led him to confess everything. As the truth was laid bare, the crowd understood. The Great Zhou was surrounded on all sides by the 10,000 great mountains, teeming with ferocious beasts and demons. Periodically, a tide of beasts would assault the Great Zhou. This time, the Tianyi Palace had been summoned by the court, demanding that the entire sect go to the front lines to fend off the beast tide. Confronting such a tide was akin to ordering the Tianyi Palace to commit collective suicide. Those who defied the command would find martial artists of the Earth Martial realm coming to slaughter them. With death inevitable, Xiao Wanrong recalled her youthful encounter in a cave, where she had met a man and given birth to an heir. Perhaps the entire Tianyi Palace could seek refuge within that cave. As for Li Yutian and Li Taicang, Xiao Wanrong, with her carefree disposition, loved passionately and cast aside what she no longer desired. Before leaving, she casually placed restrictions on both Li Yutian and Li Taicang. Though it was a mere afterthought, it was beyond the capacity of Li Yutian, a mere grandmaster, to break. Over the years, he ultimately succumbed to illness. Li Taicang, on the other hand, could count himself fortunate for possessing the two royal techniques, which allowed him to shatter the restrictions with formidable strength. Otherwise, he would have been trapped at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm for his entire life. A cold smile crept across Li Taicang's face as he reflected on his father's cryptic words before his death and the passing of the throne to him. It was likely that his father feared the arrival of the Qianni Palace, which would usurp the Great Qin and annihilate the Li and Qin royal family. With his own bloodline present, at least there remained a glimmer of hope for the survival of the Li and Qin lineage. The expressions of the gathered crowd were somewhat peculiar upon learning the truth. The customs of the Great Zhou are indeed fierce. Not only do men possess their cherished confidants, but women, too, have their own esteemed companions. Men may indulge in fleeting passions, while women can abandon their offspring as if they were mere refuse. However, none would dare voice such thoughts in the presence of Li Taicang, as he caressed the imperial seal of the empress. Memories of Empress Jada's gentle smile flooded his mind, the figure who had vigilantly watched over him during his childhood illness, the mother who had patiently taught him to read and write. With a deep sigh, he murmured, "My biological mother is Empress Jade," slowly raising his gaze. His eyes reflected an unwavering resolve. "The excavation of my mother's tomb by the Qianni Palace is an affront to my mother. Such a crime is unforgivable. Let it be decreed. Prepare the entire army for battle. Any cultivator from Qianni Palace who dares to set foot in the realm of the Great Qin shall be executed without mercy." At this command, a resounding horn echoed outside the palace. Above the imperial palace, the banners of Qin fluttered fiercely in the gale. Zhuge Liang stepped forward, gently advising, "Your Majesty, the master of Qianni Palace is a formidable Xuanwu realm expert. Fear not. I have my own plans," Li Taicang replied, untroubled. "With a month remaining until the system sign-in. Just wait and see how I will vanquish you all. The Qianni Palace does not comprehend that this Qin emperor is no longer the helpless infant who could be easily discarded. The Great Qin before them is irreplaceable." Chapter 53. The Celestial Emperor Scripture, a Century of Cultivation. The news of Lin Hongtang's disappearance struck like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, causing a tremendous uproar within the Qianni Palace. In the council hall, the elders engaged in fervent debate. It must be that the cave heaven has been overtaken by the ferocious beasts and demons of the 10,000 mountains. The girl Hongtang has likely met with misfortune. An elder with a red face slammed his palm on the table. In a corner, an elderly man in green slowly opened his eyes. "I suspect she may have been ensnared by the inhabitants of that small world." However, the moment this viewpoint was expressed, it instantly drew vehement opposition from the members of the Qianni Palace. Absurd. The young palace master herself has stated that the cave heaven reaches no higher than the pinnacle of a grandmaster, and even the celestial beings are merely legends. How could Hongtang, at the zenith of celestial prowess, be subdued by those insignificant creatures? Are you questioning the foundation of the Qianni Palace? The arrogance of the great realm cultivators was laid bare at this moment. In their eyes, the small cave heaven was but a speck of dust, its practitioners akin to frogs at the bottom of a well. Even the mightiest grandmaster would rank only as an ordinary disciple within the Qianni Palace. The elderly man in green smirked coldly, closing his eyes once more, disdainful of engaging in debate with these short-sighted individuals. What a cave heaven! Heroes of the world abound like fish crossing a river. How could there be no extraordinary talents emerging from that cave? In the Great Zhou, have there not been countless prodigies ascending from the lower realms, shaking the very foundations of the martial world? These narrow-minded individuals will inevitably face dire consequences. And they dare speak of the Qianni Palace's foundation? The Qianni Palace has been cornered into seeking refuge within the cave heaven. If the Great Zhou's envoy were present, they would not be so brazen, and the Qianni Palace would not find itself in such a passive position. Enough! Stop the clamor. Xiao Wanron's cold voice cut through the air, bringing an immediate hush. Though merely at the Huangwu realm, this young palace master wielded a ruthless demeanor and commanded immense respect within the sect. She held a translucent jade tablet in her palm, radiating a crimson glow. "Hongtang's life tablet is in my possession. As long as it remains intact, it signifies her survival. The prolonged absence likely indicates she has been trapped by the cultivators there. Upon hearing this, the elders who had previously looked down upon the cave heaven suddenly felt their faces flush. It is only natural for those within the cave to possess some unconventional skills, one murmured sheepishly. A young disciple whispered, "Could it be that those natives are actually stronger than us?" Xiao Xian let out a cold snort, his Xuanwu realm aura sending a tremor through the hearts of all present. "Regardless, we shall enter that cave heaven as originally planned in half a month's time. As you command." The assembly offered no dissent. The incursion into the cave heaven had been long deliberated. The atmosphere in the hall gradually lightened, with not a trace of worry on their faces, replaced instead by a sense of relief. In their view, to have ensnared Lin Hongtang, a peak celestial being, was likely the utmost limit of that small cave heaven. The Tianyi Palace is a first-rate sect anchored by the Xuanwu realm. Could it possibly turn the tide within a mere 20 years? A trifling cave heaven. Does it truly warrant the Tianyi Palace's utmost vigilance? I shall see for myself if the inhabitants possess 3 heads and 6 arms. An elder of the Huangwu realm, stroking his beard, chuckled. The tension dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of superiority. The great Zhou had dispatched them to the border to confront the beast tide, and the mere mention of the 10,000 great mountains and the ferocious beasts sent shivers down their spines. They lacked even the courage to draw their blades. Could it be that those residing in the small cave heaven were even more terrifying than the beasts and demons of the 10,000 great mountains? Some defiant disciples were eager to test their mettle, truly curious to see the one who had captured the heart of a young sect master all those years ago. Surely, he couldn't withstand even a single punch, could he? Ha ha ha. It was rumored that the young sect master had a descendant there, destined to serve as the young master in the future. This would depend on the wishes of the young sect master. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced through the air from behind. "What are you discussing?" A strikingly handsome young man approached, his expression shrouded in darkness, causing the rebellious disciples to lower their heads in silence. The newcomer was Taicang, though merely at the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm. He commanded a respect that rendered these celestial realm disciples unable to meet his gaze. This was solely due to his lineage as the son of the young sect master. Originally surnamed Li, he had adopted the surname Xiao, and with the backing of his mother, Xiao Wanrong, he roamed the Tianyi Palace without restraint. "Xiao! Brother Xiao!" The disciples fell silent, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Slap! 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 A glimmer of cold light flashed in Xiao Taicang's eyes as he raised his hand to deliver several resounding slaps. "Should I hear such idle chatter again, I shall have your tongues severed. Now leave." The disciples, as if granted a reprieve, scurried away, clutching their heads. Meanwhile, in the grand capital of the Great Qin, within the imperial palace, system, initiate the sign-in. Although Li Taicang feigned indifference towards the Tianyi Palace, the presence of Xiao Xuani, with his Xuanwu realm prowess, weighed heavily on his mind. The Xuanwu realm was 2 major realms above him. Despite possessing 2 unparalleled techniques, the protection of the 10,000 calamity star-eye, and the Taya sword at his side, Li Taicang felt he could not confront Xiao Xuani unscathed. He was no longer the invisible prince of Yue. He was the emperor. An emperor in battle must utterly dominate. To linger in a stalemate would be a desecration of the emperor's majesty. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the technique Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Heavenly Emperor Scripture, an unrivaled imperial technique said to have been created by the ancient Heavenly Emperor, containing the supreme truth of governing all paths. Those who cultivate this scripture can forge the body of a heavenly emperor, harness the fortunes of mountains and rivers, and command the laws of the universe with a mere gesture. Upon reaching mastery, one thought can command the sun and moon, and a single strike can overturn the heavens and earth, invoking imperial might that compels all spirits to submit. Another technique, and one that rivals those 2 human emperor arts. Yet, as Li Taicang gazed upon the profoundly intricate scripture within his mind, he found himself at a loss. Currently, His simultaneous cultivation of two techniques was already taxing his resources and time. Even his innate path had begun to wane. Should he attempt to cultivate the heavenly emperor scripture as well? Practicing three techniques concurrently would undoubtedly prolong his breakthrough time. In the past, it would take merely 2 or 3 years to transcend a minor realm, yet now it seems a decade may be required. However, with the Celestial Emperor's scripture in his possession, Li Taicang felt a twinge of reluctance. He could already envision his magnificent form after mastering the scripture. I am the Emperor of humanity, the sovereign of the celestial realm. He wrestled with his thoughts for quite some time, until the following day. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a century's worth of cultivation. Li Taicang resolutely made his decision. Cultivate. Ding! Celestial Emperor's scripture successfully loaded. Ding! A century's worth of cultivation begins to pour in. Ding! The human sovereign's world-subduing art commences. Ding! The 9 dragons' human sovereign path begins. Ding! The Celestial Emperor's scripture begins. Ding! The innate talent of the near path activates. Ding! The innate talent of the 10,000 calamities' starry eyes activates. A power resonating with the laws of time and space enveloped Li Taicang. The essence of the human sovereign and the Celestial Emperor manifested within him. Radiance emanated from him, and his eyes sparkled with the light of the galaxy. His realm began to ascend. In the blink of an eye, he broke through. Yellow Marshal 1, Yellow Marshal 2, Yellow Marshal 9, perfected Yellow Marshal 9. Only at this moment did the century's worth of cultivation finally deplete. At that moment, Li Taicang resembled a fusion of the human sovereign and the Celestial Emperor. The might of the heavens trembled, governing all beings. A resplendent golden divine light surrounded him, while an ethereal shadow of the 9 heavens tower coalesced above his head. 2 supreme heavenly dragons spiraled around him. Simply standing there, he appeared as the very center of the universe, exuding an unparalleled majesty that commanded all spirits. Simultaneously, due to his breakthrough and the shared experience, Zhuge Liang ascended to Yellow Marshal 7. Yuan Tiangang and Huo Qubing broke through to Yellow Marshal 6. Mao Xiang reached Yellow Marshal 5. Dian Wei, Su Zhu, Qin Qiong, and Yu Qigong all advanced to Yellow Marshal 6. Gao Lisher achieved Yellow Marshal 3. All 3 of his elite legions broke through to the pinnacle of transcendence. The captains and commanders even reached the spirit martial realm. This perfectly illustrated the adage, when one attains the Tao, even chickens and dogs ascend. Moreover, the 3 unparalleled formations above the imperial palace simultaneously radiated unprecedented brilliance. The 5 elements returned to origin ascendant dragon formation, transformed into 5 colossal dragons, spiraling majestically. The celestial convergence formation drew upon the power of the 9 heaven stars. The 9 heavens spirit gathering formation caused the spiritual energy density of the entire Great Qin to surge 100-fold. The spiritual energy concentration across the Great Qin soared again by another 100-fold. At the pinnacle of the Myriad Realms library, numerous Yellow Martial Realm techniques began to generate automatically. In that moment, the strength of the Great Qin surged by several hundred levels. Li Taicang felt the boundless power within him. Not to mention the Xuan Wu. Even the Earth Martial Realm would be effortlessly crushed. Alas, the Celestial Martial Realm may not succumb to a single punch. Several would be required. Yet, this invincible emperor suddenly furrowed his brow as he gazed at his own hands, lost in contemplation. Just as the ecstatic Gao Lisher rushed in to report joyous news, he was taken aback upon witnessing his sovereign's pensive expression. He hastily inquired, "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" Li Taicang replied with gravity, "I'm contemplating whether it would be more effective to strike Xiao Xuanji with my right hand or to do so with my left." Gao Lisher momentarily found himself at a loss for words. The servant boldly suggested, "Your Majesty, why not simply crush him with a finger?" Li Taicang's eyes sparkled with delight. "Excellent. Let it be as if extinguishing an ant. Crush him." Chapter 54. By the command of His Majesty the Qin Emperor, no mercy shall be shown. Half a month later, in the far north of the Great Qin, on the snowy plains, the cold wind, sharp as a blade, sweeps across the boundless expanse of white. 300,000 armored soldiers stand in silent formation, a dark array stretching from their feet to the horizon, transforming this endless white land into a forest of ebony. Banners hang low, heavy with frost, while the ironclad troops lie silently beneath a blanket of snow. Meng Tian leads the 300,000 troops of the Great Wall Station here. General, 100 miles ahead lies the boundary between the snowy plains and the outside world. Crossing that threshold, one loses all senses, and upon regaining them, finds themselves in a bizarre forest. Meng Tian nods slightly, his resolute visage as if sculpted from stone. The foremost guardian of the Great Qin, he bears the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the entrance to the Cave of Heaven. Historically, he was the mightiest warrior under Zhang, renowned for his campaigns against the Xiang Yu, the construction of the Great Wall, and the governance of the northern borders. His efforts have fortified the northern defenses of the Qin dynasty. He is an exceptionally steadfast and dependable general, and Li Taicang feels immense confidence in trusting the border to him. However, do not be deceived by his defensive prowess. He has also led great armies northward, decisively defeating the Xiang Yu, reclaiming Hetao, and driving them south of the Yin Mountains. He routed the Xiang Yu chieftain, the father of Modu, forcing him to flee in disgrace, not daring to venture south for over a decade. As for why Huo Qubing is not stationed here, Li Taicang fears that Huo might directly lead his 100,000 cavalry out of the Cave of Heaven to wage war against the Great Zhou and the 10,000 Mountains. The Great Zhou is manageable, but the 10,000 Mountains are not easily subdued. According to Lin Hongtang, the entrance to the Cave of Heaven lies at the edge of the 10,000 Mountains, and should a beast tide arise, even those of Earth Martial Realm would struggle to resist, becoming mere prey. Until the situation is thoroughly assessed, Li Taicang is not prepared to advance into the 10,000 Mountains. Grandfather, I wish to be the vanguard, to ascertain the truth of the Cave of Heaven. The third-generation disciples of Tianyi Palace shall accompany me into the cave. Taicang called out, rallying the third-generation disciples of Tianyi Palace. We shall heed the command of our senior brother. Although he is merely a grand master, the disciples of the celestial realm listen to him with great respect. After all, his mother is Xiao Wanrong, and his grandfather is Xiao Xuanji. This lineage compels everyone to bow their heads in deference. Xiao Xuanji stroked his beard and laughed heartily, his voice resonant as a bell. Youth is indeed essential. Grandson, go forth and let those ants of the Cave of Heaven witness the might of Tianyi Palace. These high-ranking cultivators must enter the Cave of Heaven last, as they need to remain vigilant for the movements of the envoys from the Great Zhou. They cannot allow the Great Zhou to discover their entry into the cave. Xiao Wanrong gracefully adjusted her son's attire, a flicker of complexity passing through her beautiful eyes, ultimately transforming into a gentle admonition. Be cautious. Do not worry, mother. I shall return triumphant. Taicang turned and waved, leading the throng of disciples from Tianyi Palace into the spatial rift. Throughout, Xiao Wanrong made no mention of Liu Tian and his son. At the boundary of the snowy plains, the figures of the third-generation disciples of Tianyi Palace gradually materialized. Yet before their forms could fully solidify, arrogant laughter echoed through the skies. The voice of Taicang reverberated across the boundless snowfield. Mere ants, I, Xiao Tianxing, have arrived. Suddenly, the heavens and earth transformed, and a thunderous roar shook the snow-laden plains. By the decree of His Majesty, the Qin Emperor, anyone from the Heavenly One Palace who dares to set foot in the Qin territory shall be executed without mercy. Taicang's pupils constricted as he beheld a golden streak piercing through the air. Meng Tian, wielding his Fangtian Huaji, emanated the oppressive aura of the Huangwu realm, akin to a mountain pressing down. With a sweeping motion of his halberd, hundreds of Heavenly One Palace disciples were instantaneously reduced to a crimson mist, their shattered bones and severed limbs raining down upon the snow, staining the pristine white with a blinding scarlet. The disciples of the Heavenly One Palace were engulfed in terror. This was impossible. They were merely insignificant ants within the confines of the cave. The torrential blood rain ignited the ferocity of the Great Wall army. Kill! 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 Their roars shattered the flurries of snow, and the atmosphere of impending slaughter rendered the snowfield even colder. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, the Great Wall army displayed their terrifying prowess. Each individual was indeed formidable, surpassing the disciples of the Heavenly One Palace, yet they exhibited unparalleled discipline. The heavy-shield soldiers advanced in formation, compressing the panicked disciples into a tight cluster. Archers unleashed a volley of arrows, their spiritual projectiles penetrating the protective auras. The spear soldiers advanced like a forest, each thrust releasing sprays of blood. The accompanying disciples from the spirit martial realm had scarcely summoned their treasures before being besieged by 3 spirit martial officers of the Qin army. Amidst the clash of blades, his limbs were severed, and he fell, shrieking into the snow, only to be trampled into a bloody pulp by iron hooves. Facing this rabble for the Great Wall army, the death of even a single soldier would be a disgrace. I don't want to be in the cave anymore. I want to go back. My lord, spare us. We are willing to surrender. The young palace master cried out. You deceived us. You led us to our doom. Xiao Taicang, this is all your fault. Run. Quickly. Xiao Taicang sat helplessly in a pool of blood, trembling uncontrollably. His handsome visage was smeared with the blood of his fellow disciples. He even witnessed the female disciple, with whom he had shared a night of passion, crushed beneath iron hooves. His close friend was beheaded by a Qin sword. All around him, the disciples of the Heavenly One Palace were being slaughtered like lambs. Mother, you deceived me. Xiao Taicang wailed in fear. This son of the young palace master, who had always lived a life of luxury, now felt a warmth spreading from his groin, the foul liquid trickling down his thigh, creating small pits in the snow. Hadn't he, his mother, said that the strongest within the cave were merely grandmasters? Yet, that army of 300,000 consisted of peak celestial beings, with spirit martial practitioners mixed among them. The commander was even a Huangwu practitioner. Meng Tian approached, treading upon the bloodied ground. The oppressive aura of the Huangwu realm left Xiao Taicang gasping for breath. Blood from the Heavenly One Palace disciples still dripped from the halberd. This typically composed commander of the Great Wall army suddenly erupted with a wrath that could scorch the heavens. His fury ignited. His eyes were blood-red, nearly bursting with rage. How dare you? Chapter 55. Your Majesty is a twin. Mao Chang received an urgent message from Meng Tian. He was occupied with affairs in the northern frontier. Yet within merely an hour, he arrived at the grand camp of the Great Wall Legion. Upon entering the camp, Mao Chang sheathed his embroidered spring blade and spoke to the approaching Meng Tian. I have just dealt with a corrupt official from the prairie. Can you believe these officials, despite their immense wealth and the emperor's generous rewards, remain insatiable, trampling upon the laws of the Great Qin? Take that corrupt official, for instance. When a wandering cultivator discovered a spirit plant beneficial for cultivation, worth only a few tens of thousands of spirit stones, he insisted on seizing it by force, unwilling to part with even that sum. If he were truly unable to pay, it might be understandable. Yet his daughter's hairpin alone is worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. The wandering cultivator, resolute, took the matter to Chang'an, and the emperor was furious, ordering me to handle it personally. Mao Chang produced a silk handkerchief, meticulously wiping the still damp bloodstains from the blade sheath. Just after resolving that matter, I arrived. From afar, I could hear the wails. You vile creatures, why do you not dare to kill me? You lowly soldiers, do you know who I am? My mother is the young mistress of the Heavenly One Palace. When she arrives with her people, I will ensure you are flayed alive. Kneel now and apologize to me. And perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I may spare your lives. Mao Chang raised an eyebrow, his expression one of surprise, and turned to Meng Tian. You have captured Huo Qubing? That raucous display is indeed reminiscent of the notorious troublemaker from Chang'an. Speaking of Huo Qubing, the commander of the Jinui found himself quite troubled. The 17-year-old general of the cavalry was indeed unstoppable on the battlefield. Yet upon returning to Chang'an, he transformed into a reckless and extravagant youth. What was even more exasperating was the emperor's indulgence towards Huo Qubing. Regardless of the havoc he wreaked, he would always be met with a light-hearted remark. Qubing is still young, with the temperament of youth. Let this one slide. Once or twice, it might be acceptable, but can one truly let every transgression pass? Under such pampering, Huo Qubing grew increasingly unruly. Just last month, he had led a group to vandalize the residence of the Minister of Justice, and, just days ago, he surrounded the Ministry of Revenue with his personal guards. Strangely, both incidents were in defense of the emperor, as those two officials had been discussing the sovereign in private, only to be overheard by Huo Qubing. As Mao Chong pondered this, he couldn't help but silently scoff. You, a distinguished general of the Great Qin, how can you resemble the emperor's hound more than we do in the Jinhui? At the mention of Huo Qubing, Meng Tian's expression darkened. In his eyes, Huo Qubing was proud and solitary, brimming with arrogance and defiance. When the emperor commanded him to guard the snowy borders of the Great Wall Legion, Huo Qubing immediately declared his intention to bring 10,000 cavalry to flatten the stronghold of the Heavenly One Palace, speaking as if he considered Meng Tian a mere incompetent. At least the cavalry general possessed genuine skill. Subsequently, Meng Tian walked ahead in silence, his steps heavy and slow. Mao Xiang quickened his pace, swiftly sensing the discord in the atmosphere. He suppressed his smile and spoke earnestly. Is something amiss? Meng Tian nodded gravely, leading Mao Xiang through layers of guards to a heavily guarded tent. Outside stood several imposing personal guards, each wearing a solemn expression. The tent was the source of the earlier howls. As Meng Tian lifted the tent flap, a pungent stench of blood assaulted their senses. Before them lay a young man, covered in blood, ensnared within a barrier. The moment Mao Xiang caught sight of the youth's face, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Ming! Mao Xiang felt an unsettling realization wash over him. He stepped forward, rubbing the youth's face, finding no signs of disguise. Upon closer examination of his life force, he discerned that while there were similarities, there were also distinct differences. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to His Majesty. In a moment of confusion, he genuinely believed it was His Majesty trapped within the barrier. However, the youth lacked the regal authority of His Majesty. Instead, there was an air of cold ruthlessness about him. Xiao Taicang observed their reactions with keen interest, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He deliberately raised his head, allowing his face, strikingly similar to Li Taicang's, to be fully illuminated in the light, his eyes glinting with malice. He had formed a conjecture, realizing that these individuals would hesitate to act against him, or rather, against the visage he bore. What are you staring at? Release me at once. Do you wish to incur the wrath of Tianyi Palace? Do you know who my mother is? She is your. Before he could finish, Mao Xiang's fury erupted. With a resounding clang, the shimmering blade of his embroidered spring knife was drawn, its razor-sharp edge pressed against Xiao Taicang's neck, the cold steel already piercing the skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. His voice brimmed with unadulterated murderous intent. Should you utter another word, I will end you. Xiao Taicang's complexion turned pale, a mocking smile creeping upon his lips as he feigned bravado. Do you dare? Do you dare to harm your? In a flash, the blade glimmered, and blood erupted. An arm fell to the ground with a thud. Ah! Xiao Taicang screamed like a slaughtered pig, blood gushing from the severed limb. Mao Xiang had cleaved his arm clean off. To add to his humiliation, his trousers became instantly soaked, warm liquid trickling down his thigh. This scene did not quell Mao Xiang's rage. Rather, it fueled it further. The usually stoic commander of the Jinhui now had veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with fury, the hand gripping the knife, trembling slightly. He felt parched, and his blood surged with indignation. Get a grip. If you dare to maintain that expression, I will make you regret ever being born into this world. Mao Xiang bellowed, pressing the embroidered spring knife against Xiao Taicang's throat. I ask you answer. Do not think for a moment that I lack the courage to kill you. With someone of your caliber, I could slay 3 and present their heads to His Majesty, and not a single harsh word would be uttered in my direction. Xiao Taicang was utterly paralyzed by fear, trembling as he nodded in terror. He could not comprehend why these seemingly stoic individuals would suddenly lose control. What is your name? Xiao. Dashing, formarli surnamadli. Who is your mother? The young mistress of Tianyi Palace, Xiao Wanro. Mao Chong and Meng Tian exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and anger. The lingering doubts in their hearts vanished completely. The emperor was in fact a twin. This brother had been taken away by their birth mother, leaving the emperor alone in this celestial realm. It was evident that the emperor remained oblivious to the specifics of that past. Contemplating this, a wave of sorrow surged within Mao Chong. If the emperor were to discover that his birth mother not only abandoned him, but also took his brother, leaving him here all alone, how heartbroken would he be? Moreover, judging by Xiao Taixing's demeanor, replete with weakness and arrogance, it was clear he was the type of spoiled young master indulged by his family. Unable to endure the sight of a face so reminiscent of the emperor's, displaying such disgraceful expressions, Mao Chong rendered Xiao Taixing unconscious. He hoisted Xiao Taixing and declared, "I will take him back to Chang'an." Meng Tian nodded solemnly, watching Mao Chong's retreating figure, concern flickering in his eyes. He knew that once this news reached the emperor's ears, it would undoubtedly unleash a cataclysmic storm. Meanwhile, far away in Chang'an, Li Taicang stood upon the high platform of Weiyang Palace, gazing towards the north. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable restlessness surged within his heart. Chapter 56. I shall send you and your mother to meet Li Yutian. Xiao Taixing gradually opened his eyes, his gaze slowly sharpening. He realized he was no longer confined within the military camp's cage, but instead found himself in an expansive, shadowy hall. Awake? A detached voice echoed from above. Xiao Taixing recoiled like a startled pup, curling up behind a jade pillar. He cautiously raised his eyes, noticing a blurred figure seated upon the imperial throne. Li Taicang gazed intently at this brother, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Though his expression remained impassive, a chilling coldness lurked within his eyes. This so-called brother was feeble and lacking in resolve, an embodiment of a spoiled scion. To be honest, upon first seeing Xiao Taixing, he initially suspected that Mao Chong had found him a doppelganger. However, after Mao Chong divulged all he knew, Li Taicang fell into a prolonged silence. He even began to doubt the fragmented memories of his childhood. In those third-person recollections, the one tenderly cradled by their mother may have never been him. Was it possible that Xiao Taixing had always been the one embraced and cherished by their mother? If not, how could he explain his own abandonment, left to fend for himself, while Xiao Taixing was taken away by her? Lift your head, Li Taicang commanded coldly. The frigid tone sent another shiver through Xiao Taixing, who hesitantly raised his gaze towards the figure on the throne. From his perspective, the figure was exceedingly vague, as if only the noble, dark, golden hue of the royal seat illuminated the dim hall. Xiao Taixing's legs trembled uncontrollably. He had once met the emperor of the Great Zhou with his grandfather, experiencing the oppressive aura of the Tianwu realm. Yet, the majesty of this emperor was entirely different. It was not merely the pressure of cultivation, but an innate regal demeanor. This emperor before him seemed to epitomize authority and dominance. As if an ancient sovereign had descended upon the world, his power unfathomable. Li Taicang slowly descended the jade steps, simultaneously tempering his own imposing presence. Only then did Xiao Taixing discern the visage beneath the 12-peak crown. It was indeed identical to his own. His suspicions proved correct. His mother had borne another child, and they were twins. As Xiao Taixing finally beheld the face that mirrored his own, inexplicably, the fear that had gripped his heart vanished. Instead, a surge of jealousy consumed him, gnawing at his soul like a venomous serpent. What man has not dreamt of reigning over the world? To revel in the embrace of beauties, to awaken wielding power over the realm, to decree laws with mere words. Moreover, this emperor commanded a multitude of formidable ministers and warriors sworn to loyalty. What an awe-inspiring spectacle. A true man should aspire to such heights. Li Taicang looked down upon the prostrate Xiao Taixing, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He had already perceived the jealousy flickering within Xiao Taixing's gaze. Just you? Li Taicang grasped Xiao Taixing's face, applying a slight pressure with his fingers. So strikingly similar to me, yet so cowardly and ineffectual, utterly worthless. Releasing his grip, he wiped his hands on his dragon robe. I find myself devoid of any desire to torment you. In Xiao Taixing's eyes, fear and jealousy intertwined. And he suddenly shouted hysterically, "You are merely favored by our mother." Li Taicang, perplexed, furrowed his brow. Xiao Taicang sneered, "Mother deceived me. This is not a mere minor cave, but a top-tier realm that rivals the great domain. The spiritual energy here is dozens of times purer and richer than that of the great Zhou." His excitement mounted as he spoke, spittle flying. "My father is the master of this realm. When my mother separated from him, she took me away to ensure that you would inherit this domain. Now that the entire Tianyi Palace is set to settle here, is it not to pass this sect on to you?" Li Taicang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into loud laughter, shaking the pillars of the hall. He laughed so heartily that tears nearly streamed down his face, pointing at Xiao Taicang and addressing Gao Lisher. "Did you hear that? This fool thinks my empire was bestowed by others. Truly a rare breed of imbecile, one worthy of a museum exhibit." Li Taicang could not fathom how Xiao Taicang arrived at such a ludicrous conclusion. Stung by the laughter, Xiao Taicang's face flushed crimson. "Isn't it true? You are merely fortunate. If our positions were reversed, I would wield the same power as you." Li Taicang suddenly ceased his laughter, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Fortunate?" His voice turned chilling, the murderous intent in his eyes palpable. He seized Xiao Taicang by the collar, pulling his face so similar to his own, close. "My father suppressed me for 20 years, and, at the end, he pushed me into the fire. My stepmother sought to harm me. My own brothers wished to kill me. My sister conspired with outsiders to bring about my demise." His fingers almost dug into Xiao Taicang's flesh. "Even your mother chose you over me." With a violent shove, Li Taicang slammed Xiao Taicang to the ground and stamped heavily on his chest. "Had she chosen me, Tianyi Palace would not need to seek refuge. The beast tide would be nothing to fear. The great Zhou would be but a trifle. Alas, she chose you, a cowardly weakling. I shall not spare you or your mother. Soon, you both shall meet Liu Qian." Xiao Taicang's pupils constricted in terror, trembling as fear of death coursed through him, causing him to soil himself once more. Li Taicang withdrew his foot in disgust, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, sneered. "I suddenly wish to see the expressions on your mother and grandfather's faces as they torment you. Let us go to the snowfield." Preparations for Tianyi Palace were complete, ready to enter the cave. Xiao Wanrong wore a troubled expression, as an ominous premonition lingered in her mind. "Are you thinking of your other child?" asked Xiao Xuanji. Xiao Wanrong shook her head. "My father is mistaken. I am merely worried about Taicang. I have loathed that child since his birth, or else I would not have placed a restriction within him. During the year of her childbirth, when she bore Li Taicang, she faced a harrowing delivery fraught with complications and significant blood loss, nearly losing her life. Conversely, the birth of Xiao Taicang was remarkably smooth, which fueled Xiao Wanrong's long-standing disdain for Li Taicang. Observing this, Xiao Xuanji laughed heartily and said, "Wanrong, do not fret over Taicang. He is still young and surely reveling in that wondrous realm. Moreover, with so many celestial beings and spiritual warriors accompanying him, he shall encounter no peril." A gentle smile graced Xiao Wanrong's lips. Chapter 57. The Encounter of Tianyi Palace and the Great Qin. The figures of the Tianyi Palace people materialized above the snow-covered plain. Xiao Shuangge inhaled the crisp air deeply, throwing his head back in laughter. "Ha ha, Wanrong, have you made a mistake? The spiritual energy here rivals that of the great Zhou." Xiao Wanrong's brow furrowed, a flicker of unease rising within her. How could the spiritual energy of this realm be so abundant? It was starkly different from her memories of the Great Qin. Just as she sank into contemplation, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from ahead. "Palace Master, look over there. That seems to be one of our Tianyi Palace members." Xiao Shuangge and Xiao Wanrong turned toward the sound, and what lay before them was enough to shatter their sanity. Their blood seemed to freeze in their veins. Scattered across the snowfield were nearly 10,000 corpses clad in the garments of Tianyi Palace, their bodies contorted in grotesque positions. The ground soaked in a shocking crimson hue. The scene was horrific. Some had been slain by long swords, others impaled by spears, and many trampled into a gruesome pulp by hooves. Even more heinous was the fact that all the severed heads had been meticulously stacked into a horrifying monument, with the topmost head still bearing an expression of terror, belonging to one of the most distinguished disciples of the third generation. The ghastly sight prompted several second and fourth generation disciples to retch, not that they had never encountered death before. Yet the brutality before them was too severe, akin to a hellish nightmare. Just days ago, they had shared wine and discussed doctrines with their comrades, and now they lay lifeless, reduced to cold remnants. The masters who had guided them in their cultivation were now mere severed heads, their remains insultingly arranged as a grotesque display. The members of Tianyi Palace erupted into anguished cries. That was my disciple. An elder collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably over the headless corpse. My master, how could he have met such a dreadful fate? A female disciple knelt before the macabre monument, her trembling hand reaching toward the head of a middle-aged man at the bottom, only to break down in tears at the last moment. Xiao Shuangge trembled uncontrollably as the oppressive aura of the Xuanwu realm erupted uncontrollably from him. His eyes glowed crimson, hair standing on end, as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Who dares to slaughter my Tianyi Palace disciples? Are they tired of living? Xiao Wanrong was equally furious, suppressing her grief as her gaze swiftly scanned the horrifying monument. Only when she confirmed that Xiao Taicang's head was not among them did the tension in her heart ease slightly. If it was not there, it meant he was still alive. In that moment, the sorrow of the Tianyi Palace members transformed into a seething fury. The anguished wails of over 10,000 souls rang out. We will not rest until we avenge this wrong. As elders wept openly, clutching the disfigured remains of their beloved disciples, they roared to the heavens. Palace Master, let us cleanse this entire realm with blood. The tide of anger surged higher and higher, the mournful cries of the Tianyi Palace cultivators shaking the very mountains. Young Palace Master, they dare to slaughter our Tianyi Palace members. We shall repay blood with blood. Let's eradicate every living being in this realm. Xiao Shuangge, consumed by rage, began to laugh maniacally as his Xuanwu aura escalated. Excellent. Today, let these ants learn the consequences of provoking the Tianyi Palace. Xiao Wanrong drew her long sword from her waist, her voice icy as she declared, Father, I shall personally eviscerate that beast who issues orders. Just as the members of Tianyi Palace were engulfed in murderous intent, a soldier clad in armor from the Black Dragon Guard appeared, proclaiming in a stern voice his majesty. The Qin Emperor has decreed that anyone from Tianyi Palace who steps on a Qin soil shall be executed without mercy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanrong's delicate face was instantly shrouded in frost. She let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with disdain and fury. The Qin Emperor? A foolish child who knows not the heights of heaven or depths of earth dares to speak so to his mother. The commander of the Black Dragon Guard was about to speak again when Xiao Wanrong raised her jade hand with a flick. In a flash of cold light, the commander's head was severed from his body, blood gushing from the neck and painting a stark line upon the snow. The headless corpse thudded to the ground. Kill! Roared Xiao Shuangge as he swung his heavy sword, unleashing a sword aura that ripped through the snowfield. Today, this heavenly realm shall serve as a burial ground for the disciples of Tianyi Palace. Xiao Wanrong retracted her bloodied hand, her murderous intent intensifying. If a single hair of Taicang is harmed, I will ensure that the lives of countless beings in the Great Qin pay the price. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from deep within the snowfield, its reverberations causing the swirling snow to freeze midair. A brilliant golden figure descended from the sky. With every step, the accumulated snow within 100 miles quaked beneath its feet. Whom do you wish to kill? The 5 simple words resonated in the minds of the Tianyi Palace members as if they were thunderclaps from the heavens. The overwhelming murderous intent that had gathered amongst them shattered under the weight of that singular question. It was as though a supreme will infuse the world, compelling even the howling cold wind to submit. It felt as if they were standing before an unparalleled emperor of heaven. The majestic might of the divine was unfathomable, instilling fear in their hearts. The over 10,000 cultivators of Tianyi Palace were horrified to find themselves ensnared like insects trapped in amber. Even the act of breathing becoming a laborious task. Xiao Xuanji furrowed his brow tightly. He was struck with terror as he realized that the pressure of his Xuanwu realm had been forcefully suppressed within him. A powerhouse, an individual of equal might to the Xuanwu realm. Xiao Wanrong's complexion turned pale as her hand, which gripped the sword, began to tremble. She exchanged a glance with her father, and in each other's eyes, they saw disbelief and terror. How could such a terrifying stronghold appear in this realm they deemed insignificant? I am inquiring once more. Whom do you wish to kill? The golden figure drew closer, and beneath the 12 jeweled tassels was a familiar visage that haunted Xiao Wanrong's dreams. Yet in that moment, the coldness in those eyes plunged her into an abyss of ice. The members of Tianyi Palace gasped in unison. Taicang, the young master. They quickly refuted themselves. No, the young master does not possess such might. This is an entirely different person. The newcomer strode with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, surrounded by 2 celestial dragons. Each step seemed to tread upon the very veins of the earth. The commanding aura that radiated from him was a stark contrast to the timid and cowardly demeanor of Xiao Taicang, rendering them utterly unrecognizable. How could this be possible? I found myself, amidst the inhabitants of a small realm, experiencing a majesty that rivaled that of the emperor of the Great Zhou. The whispers of the disciples reached Xiao Wanrong's ears. He must be the offspring abandoned by the young palace master in this secluded paradise. Who could have anticipated his formidable strength, which even posed a challenge to the palace master? Alas, had the young palace master brought him back all those years ago. Silence. Xiao Xuanji admonished sharply, yet the astonishment in his eyes betrayed him. As a formidable warrior of the Xuanwu realm, he was acutely aware that this young man's prowess was undeniably on par with his own. Xiao Xuanji pointed his sword at Li Taicang. Are you the Qin emperor? Do you dare to? But before he could finish his sentence, the clanging of armor reverberated around them. A legion clad in black armor emerged slowly from the tempestuous snow, numbering approximately 300,000. At the forefront was the resolute commander, Meng Tian. Almost simultaneously, a dark dragon seemed to rend the heavens asunder from the horizon, with around 50,000 troops following behind. The 4 great deities of the Qin, Dianwei, Su Chu, Qin Xiong, and Yu Qigong, gazed at the assembly of Tianyi Palace with the ferocity of tigers and bears. Hiss! The sound of divine horses echoed. 100,000 cavalry surged forth like celestial warriors. Their commander, Huo Qubing, radiated an indomitable spirit, his expression fierce and brimming with murderous intent. Immediately surrounding Li Taicang were the golden-clad Ma Chong and the Imperial Guard, with Gao Lisher and Yuan Tiangang flanking him. Except for Zhuge Liang, who was occupied with state affairs in Chang'an, Li Taicang had summoned his entire retinue. All this was to unleash the pent-up fury within his heart. Chapter 58. A second attempt, the faces of the people from Tianyi Palace turned ashen. The anger and sorrow that had just surged within them were abruptly eclipsed by fear. How on earth are we to fight this? Over 500,000 individuals, all at the pinnacle of celestial beings. Among them, the spiritual martial artists were gathered in clusters. The commanding figures at the forefront exuded a presence that rivaled that of the young palace master. They were all formidable, high-level Huangwu experts. Moreover, their Xuanwu realm palace master seemed to harbor a profound dread towards the emperor, who bore an uncanny resemblance to their young master. Xiao Wanrong took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her, and spoke in a grave tone. Where have you taken your brother? Li Taicang raised an eyebrow. My brother? Are you referring to Li Taiming, Li Taiyang, Li Taiyan, or perhaps Li Taiyuan? Just as Xiao Wanrong was about to erupt, she was interrupted by Li Taicang. Oh, I forgot. You may not have seen Li Taiyuan. He is my 9th brother. In the next moment, Li Taicang's voice turned icy. They are all dead. I killed them with my own hands. Xiao Wanrong staggered back 2 steps, gazing at Li Taicang's face, which bore an identical resemblance to Xiao Taicang, gasping for breath. The grief in her heart threatened to engulf her. Although Li Taicang did not explicitly mention the whereabouts of Xiao Taicang, it was evident from his words that her son, Xiao Taicang, was in dire straits. Xiao Xuanji was consumed by rage, his temples bulging with fury. Xiao Taicang is your own brother. What has he done to provoke you? Why must you kill him? He has never encountered you, nor has he ever offended you. Why must you unleash such brutality? Li Taicang cast a cold glance at Xiao Xuanji, his gaze returning to the pale face of Xiao Wanrong, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Oh, so you are speaking of Xiao Taicang. How dare this person imitate my appearance? He deserves a fate worse than death. Yet, I, with a heart of compassion, did not slay him myself. I merely disfigured him. Clap, clap. Li Taicang clapped his hands. Instantly, the imperial guards behind him pushed forward a hunched figure. The figure was gaunt, covered in ghastly wounds, with maggots writhing in the decaying flesh. A metal helmet obscured his face, leaving only 3 bloody holes for his eyes and mouth. This helmet had evidently been affixed to his skull after being heated in a furnace. The exposed skin around his eyes and mouth was charred. Upon seeing Xiao Wanrong and Xiao Xuanji, the figure suddenly thrashed violently, emitting a hoarse whimper. The sound was akin to a dull blade scraping against bone, unmistakably the result of a throat seared by coal fire. Xiao Wanrong's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. She trembled as she reached out her hand, hesitating to touch. Tentatively, she inquired Ta Taicang. Tears of blood suddenly streamed from the eyes beneath the iron mask, and the broken body nodded frantically, the burnt hands gesturing wildly, seemingly attempting to convey the inhumane torment it had endured. Beast, unworthy of being my child. How could a member of the Xiao family bloodline give rise to such a brutal wretch? Xiao Xuanji's eyes were bloodshot, his entire being surging with spiritual power. Li Taicang disregarded Xiao Xuanga's furious roar, merely waving his hand lightly. The imperial guard immediately brought forth another figure, and it was chilling to behold that this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous iron-masked man, donning a similarly scorched iron helmet, his body marred by horrific scars. This iron-masked figure began to struggle violently, his hoarse voice barely articulating a few words. Mother, Lord, Xiao Xuanga, and Xiao Wanrong were utterly stunned. How could there be 2 Xiao Taicings? Ha ha ha! Li Taicang suddenly burst into raucous laughter, his voice laced with twisted delight. Did you not choose him back then? I wish to see if you can recognize him this time. Abruptly, he stifled his mirth, his gaze sharp as a blade. Choose one of these 2. The one you select shall be subjected to 1,000 tortures, while the other may live. Upon hearing this, an icy dread surged within the hearts of all present, particularly among the members of Tianyi Palace, who trembled in terror, not from the fear of death, but from the fear of the emperor's ruthlessness. The choice of a torturous death or the chance to survive, while seemingly similar, bore vastly different implications. Xiao Xuanga's fury ignited, the heavy black sword emanating a blinding radiance. The formidable aura of the Xuanwu realm was unleashed, causing the snow within 100 miles to evaporate instantaneously. He darted forward like lightning, embodying an apocalyptic force aimed directly at Li Taicang. I shall slay you, wretched spawn. Li Taicang's eyes shimmered like a galaxy. The eyes of 10,000 tribulations activated. The light of the stars caused Xiao Xuanga to tremble in place. Wretched spawn, today I shall risk my very existence too. Xiao Xuanga, drenched in blood, still stubbornly straightened his spine. You have interrupted me thrice. Since you wish to die, I shall grant you your wish. Before his words could fully dissipate, the heavens and earth suddenly shifted in hue. Li Taicang slowly raised his right hand, a colossal, transparent finger materializing in the void. 2 supreme, celestial dragons coiled around it, their roars shattering the clouds for miles. Wielding the might to crush all. Kneel. These 2 seemingly simple words caused Xiao Xuanga's bones to crack audibly. His eyes filled with blood as he desperately resisted the overwhelming pressure that threatened to obliterate the very fabric of existence. Never. I shall ensure your dismemberment today. Xiao Xuanga bellowed defiantly, charging forward once more. Boom! The transparent finger pressed down gently, Xiao Shuang's protective aura shattered in an instant, his legs sinking heavily into the frozen earth. The once ironclad body of the Xuanwu realm now bore cracks, blood gushing forth from every fissure. Master! The members of Tianyi Palace were engulfed in terror. Their invincible Xuanwu realm master was now being suppressed like an insect. Xiao Wanrong, in a fit of madness, lunged forward. Stop! He is your... I said kneel. Li Taicang's gaze turned frigid, his fingertip pressing down once more. Father! Xiao Wanrong let out a heart-wrenching scream. Crack! The sound of Xiao Shuang's spine shattering echoed ominously. The once formidable master of Tianyi Palace now lay prostrate upon the ground, as limp as a rag. Yet her hands stubbornly pressed against the earth, kneeling before Li Taicang. The entire snowy expanse was enveloped in a profound silence. Everyone present was rendered speechless, awestruck by the overwhelming disparity in power. Li Taicang advanced with deliberate steps, delivering a kick that sent Xiao Shuani tumbling into the embrace of a Tianyi Palace elder. His gaze, sharp as lightning, bore into Xiao Wanrong. It appears you have no intention of making a choice. Allow me to assist you in your decision. Eliminate both. Xiao Wanrong shrieked in protest. Wait. I choose. I choose. Chapter 59. His Majesty never spoke of this. The Jin Yue roughly dragged two figures wearing iron masks before Xiao Wanrong. Choose death for the chosen. If Xiao Wanrong selected the true Xiao Taicang, it would be akin to personally subjecting him to 1,000 tortures. Her gaze flickered between the two masked figures, a profound sense of terror rendering her throat parched and voiceless. She could feel her heart racing in her chest, almost breaking free of her ribs. I choose. Trembling, Xiao Wanrong raised her hand and pointed to the figure on the left. The designated iron-masked man suddenly struggled violently, a hoarse whimper escaping him. Mother! That utterance of mother was strikingly clear. Tears streamed from the eyes behind the mask, mingling with blood and trickling down his scorched skin. As a mother, Xiao Wanrong felt as if struck by lightning, and tears poured down her face. She hastily withdrew her finger, in anguish pointing to the figure on the right. Mother! Though the voice of this iron-masked man was equally hoarse, it bore a tinge of sorrow. His exposed eyes brimmed with grief, seemingly questioning why his mother would choose his death. Xiao Wanrong suddenly let out a piercing scream, her fingers digging deep into her palm, blood dripping through her fingers onto the snowy ground. How can I choose? She collapsed onto the ground, her hair disheveled, appearing utterly deranged. In that moment, she truly understood the meaning of a fate worse than death. Li Taicang observed coldly, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. Did you not also make a choice back then? Why the turmoil today? The two iron-masked men simultaneously cried out in despair, one pleading, Mother, save me, while the other lamented, Mother, do not choose me. Xiao Wanrong lay limp in the snow, tears blurring her vision, unable to discern which was her Taicang. Her trembling fingers hovered between the two. Each time she met their sorrowful gazes, it felt as though a dull knife was slicing through her flesh. Seeing Xiao Wanrong's condition, Li Taicang furrowed his brow, a flash of impatience crossing his eyes. With a clang, he drew the embroidered spring knife at his side and threw it before Xiao Wanrong. Stop hesitating. I've changed my mind. If you wish for one to die, you shall plunge the knife yourself. You have 5 breaths to decide. He then commanded the Jin Yue on either side, in 1 breath, sever an arm from both, in 2 breaths their thighs, and in 5 breaths. If she still does not choose, behead them. Yes, your majesty. The 2 Jin Yue stepped forward, drawing their embroidered spring knives. Xiao Wanrong trembled as she picked up the knife, its blade reflecting her pale face. 1 breath. Swish. The flash of the blade. Blood erupted forth, followed by the wailing akin to that of slaughtered pigs. 1 arm of the 2 iron-masked men was severed. Must you be so relentless? Xiao Wanrong's eyes widened, her voice hoarse. 2 breaths. The embroidered spring knife swung down once more. 2 more flashes of cold light, and the remaining arms were also severed. The iron-masked man writhed in agony, his howls sending chills down the spine. I have my reasons for sparing you all those years ago. Your father feared that Tianyi Palace would seize control of the Great Qin, and I kept you alive to bring him solace. 3 breaths passed. The spring embroidery knife fell mercilessly, severing his left leg at the root. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the snow-covered ground in crimson. Must you compel me to kneel and beg? I am your mother. For breaths gone. Swish! The 2 iron-masked men were utterly transformed into lifeless husks. Their mutilated bodies convulsed in the pool of blood. They could no longer emit sounds, only faint whimpers escaping from beneath their iron masks, resembling 2 writhing worms. Xiao Wanrong sat helplessly in the blood-soaked ground, her cries piercing the air. Li Taicang looked down at her with cold indifference. 5 breaths had elapsed. Suddenly, Xiao Wanrong surged forth, striking down the head of the iron-masked man on her left. I choose him. The head rolled onto the snow, producing a dull thud. Xiao Wanrong fixed her gaze on Li Taicang's expression, and upon seeing his satisfied smile, her heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Could it be that her choice was Xiao Taicang? In a frenzy, she lunged at the headless corpse, trembling hands lifting the iron mask. Beneath it lay an unfamiliar face. Though it bore a slight resemblance to Xiao Taicang, she could clearly sense that this was not her flesh and blood. How wonderful! Xiao Wanrong exhaled deeply, turning to embrace the other iron-masked man tightly. Mother did not err in her choice. Taicang, I have saved you. However, the iron-masked man in her arms struggled to turn his head, gazing towards Li Taicang. Your Majesty, the family of the sinner. Li Taicang nodded with a smile. They would become commoners, living under assumed names. Should they possess talent in the future, they may enter government service. You need not worry. The iron-masked man managed a relieved smile. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. Before he could finish, he succumbed to death. Xiao Wanrong's eyes widened in horror as she tore off the mask. To her dismay, she found yet another unfamiliar face. Ah! She recoiled as if struck by lightning, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. Stumbling backward, she fell into the blood pool, her eyes wide with disbelief. No, this cannot be. If neither of these were Xiao Taicang, then where was her son? Xiao Wanrong trembled violently, as if all strength had been drained from her in an instant. Her complexion shifted from pale to ashen, then to a lifeless gray, her entire being frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Xiao Wanrong was on the brink of collapse. From hell to heaven and back to hell, this abrupt transition nearly caused her heart to cease. Trembling fingers pointed accusingly at Li Taicang. You, as a sovereign, how can you be so utterly untrustworthy? Li Taicang stepped forward slowly, bending down to retrieve the blood-stained spring embroidery knife. He gently wiped the blade, stating nonchalantly, I simply asked you to choose one to kill. At no point did I claim that Xiao Taicang was among them. Boom! This statement struck Xiao Wanrong like a thunderbolt. She suddenly lifted her head, the tears in her eyes evaporating in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming fury. You! Li Taicang turned, hurling the embroidered spring knife back to Mao Chong, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Did I ever say that? Gao Lishur and Mao Chong exchanged faint smiles about to respond, when a resounding roar erupted from the cavalry regiment. His Majesty never said that. All eyes turned in unison towards the cavalry regiment, where Huo Qubing sat astride his warhorse, his countenance more serious than ever. His eyes blazed like torches, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. Your Majesty, I remember every word spoken, and I assure you, His Majesty never said that. Gao Lishur and Mao Chong's expressions darkened. Gao Lishur seethed inwardly, thinking, I am but a servant of His Majesty. Who does Huo Qubing think he is, daring to interject? Mao Chong's gaze turned sinister. I am the Emperor's hound. Can't you, a mere cavalry general, just focus on fighting? Zhao Ponu was momentarily stunned, just as the word for army was about to escape his lips. Huo Qubing struck down with a hand. Huo Qubing's eyes widened. Everyone here is mute. Repeat what I just said. Zhao Ponu stumbled from the blow. Although he did not grasp the general's intent, years spent by Huo Qubing's side taught him that following orders sufficed. He too bellowed, His Majesty never said that. 100,000 cavalry roared in unison. His Majesty never said that. This incited a cascade of reactions. The Black Dragon Imperial Guard stomped their feet with a thunderous sound. The Great Wall Legion raised their long halberds. His Majesty never said that. His Majesty never said that. His Majesty never said that. The echoes of their shouts reverberated across the snowy expanse, while only the Imperial Guard stood still, maintaining the majesty of the Emperor's personal army. Taicang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting beneath the 12 tassels of jade. Mao Chong watched the chaotic scene, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Meng Tian shook his head, exasperated yet amused, observing the Great Wall soldiers joining in the ruckus. These soldiers, usually so disciplined, had now been led astray by the unruly Huo Qubing. In this moment, they finally understood why His Majesty held Huo Qubing in such singular affection. Chapter 60. He thought you would recognize him until his last breath. Xiao Wanrong appeared as pale as a sheet, her gaze dim as she looked at Taicang. She had discerned his intent. He sought to humiliate her, to disgrace Xiao Taicang, to tarnish the Tianyi palace. Her voice was hoarse as she spoke. You resemble neither me nor your father. Abandoning you was indeed the right choice. Bringing someone like you back to Tianyi Palace would only bring calamity. Taicang's laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes turning as frosty as ice. I am curious. Why did you forsake your own child back then? Do you realize that child has always regarded you as a loving mother, yearning for you day in and day out for 20 years? Do not speak to me of appeasing Liu Tian. With your abilities back then, no one in the Great Qin could have stopped you. Xiao Wanrong regarded Taicang with a cold smile. No, I shall not tell you. Taicang remained impassive, responding with indifference. Tell me, and I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of Xiao Taicang. Despair laced Xiao Wanrong's voice. Will you continue to toy with me? Is it not enough to humiliate me in the Tianyi Palace? Taicang slowly raised his right hand, stating with detachment, I swear by the Tao, I did not kill Xiao Taicang, nor did my subjects. A flicker of light shone in Xiao Wanrong's eyes, a surge of hope swelling within her. After a brief silence, she finally spoke. When I gave birth to you, I faced grave peril, almost perishing. Yet when I bore Taicang, all was well. She then closed her eyes, as if expending her last ounce of strength. Taicang's expression remained stoic, his gaze devoid of warmth. Is that all? Is that the reason you harbor animosity towards me? Indeed. The snow-covered expanse lay in profound silence, punctuated only by the howling wind. Taicang stood firmly, his eyes deeply fixed upon the mother he had long yearned for. He had anticipated rage and anguish. Yet at that moment, his heart was unexpectedly tranquil. Suddenly, he recalled a tale from his past life, the story of Zheng Bok and Duan Yu and Yin. Wu Jiang had resented her son, Zheng Zhuanggong, due to the difficulties of childbirth, even contemplating his demise at birth. Yet, she favored her younger son, Gong Shuduan, showering him with affection. After Zheng Zhuanggong ascended to the throne, she arranged for him to grant territories to Gong Shuduan and half of the army, promising to conspire against him. Ultimately, after Zheng Zhuanggong dealt with Gong Shuduan, he swore to his mother Wu Jiang that they would never meet again until the underworld. However, out of filial piety and a lingering affection, he eventually brought her back to care for her in her twilight years. Yet, alas, Taicang was not Zheng Zhuanggong. What could a biological mother do? Xiao Wanrong lifted her gaze to this imposing and dignified Taicang, who surpassed Xiao Taicang in countless ways. Though they shared the same visage, she harbored resentment towards Taicang while showering affection upon Xiao Taicang. Perhaps it was the pain of childbirth that had led her to misdirect her grievances towards this child. Perhaps it is because Taicang, endowed with extraordinary wisdom from a tender age, lacked the innocent exuberance characteristic of childhood. These subtle distinctions instinctively drew her favor towards the more ordinary child, Xiao Taicang. You promised? Where is Taicang? Xiao Wanrong inquired, her voice trembling with a burgeoning desperation. Taicang's expression remained impassive, his tone as frigid as ice. You have encountered him long ago, upon your first steps onto this land. Xiao Wanrong, bewildered, stammered. When? How? Before she could finish her thought, a realization struck her. Her pupils constricted to pinpricks, and her visage turned as pale as a specter. She dashed towards a distance, where lay a headless corpse. There was the black dragon guard who had admonished her upon her entrance into the cave realm. Trembling, she lifted the severed head she had personally beheaded. With quaking hands, she placed them upon the black dragon mask, as if mustering every ounce of her strength to unveil it. Beneath the mask, the eyes of the deceased were wide open, staring vacantly, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the current Qin emperor. His gaze was filled with disbelief, as if questioning his mother for the act of murder against him. Li Taicang approached, his voice disturbingly calm. I did not betray my oath. I did not slay him, nor did my subjects. It was you who took his life. Xiao Wanrong trembled uncontrollably, nearly losing her grip on the head. Initially, I engaged him in a game. He masqueraded as a soldier of the Qin army. If you could identify him, I would spare your Qianni palace. If not, you would all meet Li Yutian in the Yellow Springs. I merely orchestrated a single utterance from him. Yet you killed him. At this juncture, Li Taicang suddenly burst into laughter, a mirth that grew exponentially until it resounded with unrestrained glee. Ha ha ha! Until his last breath, he believed you would recognize him. Such profound maternal affection. Do you know? When I revealed this plan to him, he was so frightened that he wet himself. Yet, he ultimately consented, declaring, My mother has toiled for many years. I cannot allow her to be in peril. She will surely recognize me. She loves me most dearly. This lad, though cowardly, possessed a modicum of the valiant spirit of the Li family. Xiao Wanrong trembled with rage, tears cascading down her cheeks, each droplet creating small indentations in the snow. Her fury rendered her nearly incapacitated. The head slipped from her grasp and tumbled to the ground. She yearned to hurl curses, yet found her throat constricted, unable to produce a single word. Li Taicang suddenly leaned in, the face that mirrored Xiao Taicang's reflected in her eyes. Ironically, even as he faced death, he seemed to plead for your salvation with his gaze. You cannot fathom how I nearly lost my sanity witnessing you slay him without hesitation. Ha ha ha! Xiao Wanrong finally succumbed to despair, releasing a wail that transcended human sound. She struggled desperately to reclaim the head, but Li Taicang kicked her away. He raised his hand, establishing numerous prohibitions that rendered Xiao Wanrong unable to speak or move, yet allowed her to witness her surroundings with acute clarity. Subsequently, Li Taicang cast not a single glance in her direction. Enter her within the tomb of Empress Zhao, allowing her to accompany Xiao Taicang to the netherworld to meet the late emperor. Mao Chang's throat constricted, and he hesitated for a fleeting moment. He was no fool. He discerned the emperor's intention. The Empress Zhao now stood as a mere grave of garments and crowns, which implied the living entombment of Xiao Wanrong. To bury the emperor's own mother alive? Chapter 61. The Great Zhou Celestial? A single sword strike as Li Taicang cast his gaze upon the multitude from the Tianni Palace. Several elders immediately sprang forth. The foremost, an elder with a white beard, prostrated himself upon the snow, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. We surrender. Your Majesty, we surrender. All members of the Tianni Palace pledge our loyalty to you, for eternity as your servants. We beseech your mercy and beg for our lives. With that, a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted as various magical artifacts and weapons were thrown haphazardly onto the snow. Before Li Taicang could utter a word, the entire assembly of over 10,000 knelt in unison, awaiting their fate. The grandeur of the scene left even the seasoned soldiers of the Qin utterly astounded. Li Taicang found himself momentarily speechless. This unexpected display rendered the Qin warriors somewhat dumbfounded. Meng Tian could not help but furrow his brow. After all, this was a prominent sect, yet they exhibited such lack of resolve. Were he in their position, he would prefer to take his own life rather than capitulate. However, upon deeper reflection, one could comprehend their stance. Those capable of fleeing with their entire sect surely lacked the fortitude one would expect. The Tianyi Palace had forsaken its millennia-old foundations to escape the summons of the great Zhou. With such a lineage, could one truly anticipate the emergence of steadfast souls? Had the great Zhou's summons not occurred, when Li Taicang's Decisive approached the gates of the Tianyi Palace, they too would likely have been reduced to a pitiful state. Scratching their heads in despair, Li Taicang, feeling disenchanted, waved his hand dismissively. Take them all away to serve as laborers. The Decisive has grander plans ahead, poised to embark upon an era of expeditions. Relying solely on the noble families already serving in labor has proven to be quite taxing. This multitude, with their considerable cultivation, can alleviate our pressing needs. Upon hearing the verdict, the members of the Tianyi Palace felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. A wave of joy surged through them, grateful for the chance to survive, for a miserable existence was preferable to death. Furthermore, this celestial realm provided a far superior environment for cultivation than that of the great Zhou. Although they would be subjected to hard labor, it was a small price to pay for their lives. "We thank your majesty for your mercy," the elders proclaimed obsequiously, fearful that Li Taicang might change his mind. Entirely oblivious to how he had previously obliterated their palace master and his heir, the Decisive soldiers approached to bind the captives of the Tianyi Palace. As Li Taicang observed this scene, an unexpected emptiness washed over him. He looked skyward and let out a long sigh, the falling snowflakes biting into his skin with a chilling intensity. He realized he had become utterly alone. His father feared him, his brothers conspired against him, and his sister had betrayed him. He had thought at least his mother's affection would offer solace, only to discover that warmth had never truly belonged to him. Even the fragmented memories of his childhood warmth were merely glimpses of his twin brother and mother through a third-person lens. Just then, a violent spatial disturbance rippled across the snowy expanse. A towering figure descended from the skies, emanating the terrifying aura of the Earth Martial Realm, causing the snow to swirl violently upwards. The members of the Tianyi Palace turned in fear, recognizing that aura all too well. It was Mengaui, the great Zhou Celestial, tasked specifically with hunting down deserters. "Ha ha! Your Tianyi Palace is indeed foolish, believing that the great Zhou is unaware of your escape towards the cave heavens. I must express my gratitude, for discovering a new cave heaven in the great Zhou is an extraordinary achievement." Following closely behind are tens of thousands of armored warriors of the great Zhou, donned in dark yellow armor. These soldiers bear grim expressions, their faces marred by vicious scars, and their armor is riddled with the scratches of wild beasts. It is evident that they are a battle-hardened force, having engaged in relentless combat with ferocious creatures. The great Zhou envoy, Mengaui, unfurled a golden edict. "By the decree of His Majesty, those who evade conscription shall have their cultivation abolished and be exiled to the borders." The members of Tianyi Palace were plunged into utter despair. With the ferocious armies of the Great Qin, the pursuing forces of the Great Zhou, and an unstoppable tide of beasts, what sins had Tianyi Palace committed in their past lives? It was then that Mengaui noticed the scene before him, and upon recognizing Li Taicang's visage, his pupils constricted sharply. He bellowed, "Who are you to dare don the dragon robe? Do you seek to rebel?" The countenance of the great Qin warriors shifted, their eyes gleaming with malice. To show disrespect to His Majesty was to court death. Li Taicang, filled with pent-up rage, felt an icy glare surge within him. With a roar, two ethereal dragon figures soared into the sky, their thunderous roars resonating through the heavens. The Taya sword was drawn with a resounding clang, emanating a pot imperial aura. The Emperor's suppression technique, the Nine Dragons Emperor's Path, and the Heavenly Emperor's Scripture activated simultaneously. A blinding golden light radiated from Li Taicang. In this moment, he embodied the fusion of the ancient human emperor and the heavenly emperor. With a thunderous crash, the Taya sword seemed to rend the very fabric of reality. In a display of unparalleled ferocity, it hurtled toward the great Zhou envoy. Infused with all of Li Taicang's wrath and murderous intent, its power so immense that it altered the very colors of the heavens. Mengaui's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, and he cursed vehemently. "What in the world is this?" In a frantic attempt, he summoned all his cultivation. The energies of the Earth martial realm surging wildly, erecting 18 defensive barriers before him. Crack! The Taya sword shattered all in its path, slicing through his defenses as if they were mere parchment. The sword's radiance, bearing an invincible force, struck Meng Gaoi. All defensive measures were rendered ineffective. He was sent flying like a cannonball. Boom! In the distance, a snow-capped mountain collapsed with a thunderous roar, as Meng Gaoi was impaled against its cliffside by the Taya's sword. His bones shattered, blood gushed from his 7 orifices. The formidable vitality of the Earth martial realm prevented his immediate demise, yet he had utterly lost the ability to resist. Though his realm surpassed Li Taicang by 2 major levels, in the presence of Li Taicang, the disparity in realms had ceased to be a standard for measuring strength. Li Taicang wielded 3 supreme techniques, each capable of suppressing an entire era. Coupled with the Taia's sword, the sword of the human emperor, to engage in battle beyond one's realm would only render one a laughingstock. Li Taicang stepped through the air, looking down upon the barely breathing Meng Gaoi. In the land of the Great Qin, you dare to invoke your Great Zhou Edict? With great difficulty, Meng Gaoi lifted his head, disbelief etched across his features. As a formidable Earth martial realm warrior, a figure of great renown in the Great Zhou, he was now gravely wounded by a mere practitioner of the Yellow martial realm. He was utterly incapable of putting up any resistance. Meng Gaoi coughed up blood in disbelief. Impossible. How could such a monstrous being exist in this world? Li Taicang gazed at him with indifference. A frog at the bottom of the well dares to make presumptuous judgments about the heavens and the earth. Just as Li Taicang was about to issue an order to Mao Xiang, he suddenly remembered that Mao Xiang was personally responsible for the affairs of Empress Xiaoda's tomb. After a brief contemplation, he altered his command. Yuan Qing, present. The notorious General Yuan Tiangang instantly appeared before Li Taicang. Li Taicang sheathed the Taie sword and gestured towards the barely alive Meng Gaoi. Before we return to Chang'an, I demand to know all intelligence concerning the Great Zhou. I shall obey your command. Yuan Tiangang bowed in response, finding no difficulty with the order. With that, he dragged the formidable warrior like a lifeless dog across the snowy ground, leaving a long trail of blood in his wake. Li Taicang held immense trust in Yuan Tiangang's abilities. In his mind, this notorious general was akin to a brick. Wherever needed, he would be moved. Whether it was gathering intelligence, assassinating key figures, overseeing critical cases, or interrogating prisoners, Yuan Tiangang consistently excelled in his tasks. He could lead troops, collaborate with Kongming on formations, or concoct elixirs. Your Majesty, how shall we deal with these Great Zhou soldiers? Meng Tian stepped forward to inquire. Li Taicang turned to gaze at the distant Great Zhou army. Not a single seasoned soldier dared to meet his gaze at that moment. What a farce! The commander has been captured with a single move. There is no reason not to take them back to the Great Qin. Let us handle this alongside the personnel from Tianyi Palace. The Great Qin's expedition will require labor. With a sweeping gesture, Li Taicang declared, we shall return to Chang'an. I need to discuss the expedition with the Chancellor. Gao Lisher watched Li Taicang's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. We should thank this great Zhou envoy for allowing His Majesty to vent his frustrations. On the snowy plains, the soldiers of the Great Qin had already begun to tally their spoils of war. Huo Qubing, wielding a long spear, kicked a great Zhou standard battle knife lying on the ground and scoffed, such a shabby thing, and it dares to be called a weapon? In the distance, the captured great Zhou soldiers trudged along in a dejected line. They could not fathom how, having come to pursue fugitives, they had suddenly become captives themselves. Chapter 62. The summoning of Sun Yu in the grand capital of the Great Qin, Chang'an, Li Taicang convened the civil and military officials. Yuan Tiangang knelt on one knee, recounting the findings from his interrogation. Your Majesty, the territory of the Great Zhou is thousands of times larger than that of the Great Qin. The Emperor of Great Zhou is at the heavenly martial realm. Among his civil and military ranks, there are 16 at the Earth martial realm, with countless others at the Xian martial realm. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, his brow furrowing slightly. What are the sects within Great Zhou? In response to the Chancellor, came the reply, Although Great Zhou is home to numerous sects, only 4 possess experts at the Earth Martial Realm. Li Taicang urged him to continue. Our Great Qin's cave exit is precisely located at the border of the 10,000 Great Mountains, making it particularly vulnerable to beast tides. According to Meng Gaoi, during the most recent beast tide, Great Zhou lost 3 experts at the Earth Martial Realm. This explains why the only heavenly martial expert they possess is their emperor. Each beast tide results in the loss of several Earth martial experts. Furthermore, the unyielding Yuan Tiangang disclosed everything known by the Great Zhou envoy. As for the Earth martial expert Meng Gaoi, he had already met his end. Li Taicang's sword had rendered him incapacitated, and with the unspeakable tortures inflicted by Yuan Tiangang, Meng Gaoi had become a complete wretch. The Great Qin does not sustain the useless, hence he was executed without hesitation. Li Taicang nodded slightly, turning to Zhuge Liang. What are your thoughts, Chancellor? Zhuge Liang silently calculated the personnel and material resources required for the expedition, as well as the circumstances to be faced upon reaching the borders of Great Zhou. He sighed. Your Majesty must deliberate carefully. After leaving the cave, we are likely to endure a dual onslaught from both the Great Zhou forces and the beast tides. Moreover, the unyielding general mentioned that the borders of Great Zhou are fortified with towering walls capable of withstanding the beast tides at the Earth Martial Realm, walls that would be difficult for our Great Qin to breach. A profound silence enveloped the assembly. These young officials, chosen by Zhuge Liang and Li Taicang, were imbued with ideals and a spirit of enterprise. Yet they were no fools. They were prudent and fully aware of the formidable challenges posed by an expedition against Great Zhou. Upon departing from Great Qin, they would confront the pressures of both the Great Zhou army and the beast tides. What means did they possess to withstand beast tides capable of slaying Earth martial experts? Should they compel the emperor to personally confront the beast tides? How could they, as ministers, maintain their dignity in court under such circumstances? If that were the case, they might as well find a pillar to dash their heads against. Li Taicang nodded in agreement. What the Chancellor states is indeed correct. But we must still embark on the campaign against Great Zhou. We must secure land for our descendants, ensuring a space for survival. This burden cannot be left for future generations. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang's eyes flickered with approval. He was not a rigid traditionalist. Otherwise, he would not have undertaken the 6 expeditions to Qishan in history. The path to Shu was fraught with difficulties, yet as long as Zhuge Liang remained steadfast, he could mitigate the losses from a northern campaign while solidifying the survival of Shu Han. Coupled with the strategies of Eastern Wu, Shu Han could be weakened but should never be allowed to perish. The kingdom of Wei seeks to swallow Shu Han, but such an endeavor would undoubtedly inflict grave wounds and severely deplete its vitality. However, Zhuge Liang understands, well, that passively awaiting demise is far inferior to taking proactive measures. An offensive is imperative. To refrain from battle is to succumb to a slow death. Gently fanning himself, Zhuge Liang remarked, Your Majesty, I merely wish to highlight the risks involved, not to oppose the expedition. Li Taicang continued, The Great Qin must never retreat into isolation. Otherwise, it shall ultimately perish within this confined realm. A month later, the entire army of Great Qin advanced to the borders of the Great Zhou. I shall carve a path through the 10,000 mountain range and construct formidable fortifications centered around the exit of this realm. I will establish an impregnable city to serve as a bastion radiating in all directions. This matter is thus resolved. Zhuge Liang and the civil and military officials bowed in unison. We shall comply with your decree. Zhuge Liang advised, Your Majesty, I recommend first dispatching elite scouts to ascertain the terrain of the 10,000 mountain range and the patterns of the beast tides. Now that we have resolved to engage in battle, I'm already contemplating strategies. Li Taicang nodded. Agreed, notorious general. This task is entrusted to you. Yuan Tiangang emerged from the shadows, responding hoarsely, I accept the command. Li Taicang was not a man who indulged in reckless militarism. He cherished every soldier of Great Qin. His confidence in launching an expedition against Great Zhou stemmed from his meticulous preparations. Recently, during a system check-in, He had acquired 2 unparalleled formations capable of altering the course of battle. 9 Prisons Suppression Formation, utilizing the essence of 9 ancient ferocious beasts. It intertwines with the ley lines to create a 9-layer purgatory barrier. Each layer embodies a supreme force. The ice prison freezes the soul. The flame prison incinerates the body. The gale prison erodes bone and marrow. Those who dare to breach the formation must overcome all 9 prisons, or their souls shall scatter. Indestructible Xian Huang Formation. This formation harnesses the primordial energies of the earth, transforming into an unyielding golden barrier, reputed to be impervious to all methods. Once formed, ancient runes emerge on the walls, capable of reflecting attacks tenfold. Even when struck by heavenly tribulations, it can self-repair, enduring endlessly. Li Taicang chose not to deploy these 2 formations in Chang'an. In his mind, should a formidable enemy breach the borders and assault the capital, even with these defensive formations, it would merely be a struggle of a cornered beast. In such a scenario, he would perish alongside Chang'an. A ruler's demise is but the fall of the state. Thus, these 2 formations remain stored within the system's repository. Now, to establish a firm foothold in Great Zhou, he required these 2 defensive formations. The 9 Prison Suppression Formation would effectively counter the beast tides, while the indestructible Xianhuang Formation provided robust defense, preventing the Great Zhou army from advancing even an inch. Thus, he would first secure the borders and then gradually strategize. Once the true strength of Great Zhou was discerned, it would be time for a full-scale assault. Ding. Check-in. Count refreshed. Check-in. Congratulations. Host has gained summoning opportunities 1. Which of my esteemed ministers shall arrive? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Li Taicang's eyes. Although he had already summoned numerous talents, each new opportunity for summoning filled him with exhilaration. Whenever he contemplated the illustrious civil and military figures of history becoming his trusted aides in the pursuit of unparalleled achievements, his blood surged with fervor. The system activated the summoning process. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned the talent of Wang Zhua. Sun Yu. Character. Sun Yu. Realm. Huangwu 3rd level. Technique. When Xin Zhao Shi Jing is indeed Sun Yu. Is he not the cherished confidant of Brother Mengde? Sun Yu and Mengde forged a vow in their youth to support the Han dynasty together. Alas, Mengde betrayed Sun Yu and the Han court. When Cao Cao aspired to become the Duke of Wei, Sun Yu chose to die to express his resolve. Since there is no longer a Han bounty to partake in, there is no need for Sun Wenruo to exist in this world. Though it was Mengde who forced Sun Yu to his demise, Mengde often shed tears in solitude. Wenruo, my dear Wenruo, why can you not accompany me once more? Sun Yu possessed the extraordinary talents to govern the heavens and the earth, embodying both the administrative acumen of Xiao He and the strategic vision of Zhang Liang. He had the foresight to command vassals on behalf of the emperor, and during the Battle of Guandu, he stayed in Xuchang to secure logistics, urging Cao Cao to persist against Yuan Shao. He also implemented the land reclamation system to restore the economy of the Central Plains. Such is the talent of a true advisor. Li Taicang gently called out, "Ward Sun, where are you?" "I am here," came the clear response from outside. A delicate aroma of sandalwood wafted in, fresh and distant like the moonlight filtering through the pines or the gentle breeze beneath the bamboo, accompanied by the sound of measured footsteps. Li Taicang looked up to see a scholar clad in moon-white robes ascending the steps. His features were bright and clear, a jade pendant tinkling at his waist. He radiated a warm, jade-like aura, resembling a living tome of wisdom. Sun Yu bowed respectfully, his voice resonant. "I, Sun Yu, pay my respects to your majesty. I wish to share your burdens and contribute to your grand endeavors." Li Taicang displayed no trace of imperial grandeur. He rushed forward to assist Sun Yu, grasping his hand with palpable joy. Wenruo arrives at the perfect moment. I am about to embark on a campaign against the Great Zhou, and I urgently require talent such as yours. Sun Yu smiled in silence. Li Taicang continued, with Wenruo by my side. I can confidently wage war against the Great Zhou. Gaining one raw is like a fish returning to water. Zhuge Liang. Chapter 63. Pioneering the Path. With the presence of Sun Yu, there is no need to worry about the internal affairs of the Great Qin. Zhuge Liang has been appointed by Taicang to oversee all matters at the front lines. With Zhuge Liang by his side, Taicang feels no trepidation in the face of the unknown beyond the cave. For reasons unknown, the presence of this wise figure, gently fanning himself with a feathered fan, always brings Taicang a sense of peace. It seems that no difficulty can obstruct his path. With Kongming at his side, he fears nothing. Taicang often reflects on this. At this moment, watching Zhuge Liang strategizing before the sand table, a smile graces Taicang's lips. With such a loyal minister assisting him, what is there to worry about in achieving great undertakings? Even if the road ahead is fraught with peril, he possesses the confidence to lead the soldiers of the Great Qin to carve out a new realm. Time swiftly passes, and a month has come to an end. Taicang has once again achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. Through the signing-in system, his cultivation has reached the second level of the Xuanwu realm. Under the shared experience, Zhuge Liang, Yuan Tiangang, Huo Qubing, Meng Tian, and the 4 divine generals of the Great Qin have all reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Huangwu realm. Mao Chang, with slightly lesser talent, has also reached the 8th level. Gao Lishir and Sun Yu have attained the 6th level of the Huangwu realm. Over 50,000 soldiers summoned from the system have all broken through to the spirit martial realm. The captains and vice-captains have advanced to the high levels of the spirit martial realm. The leaders and 1,000-man captains have just entered the Huangwu realm. Such elite forces are already comparable to the most formidable imperial guards of the Great Zhou. Taicang leads an army of 500,000 arrayed at the snowy border. Amidst the howling cold winds, in a solemn voice, he inquires, who wishes to take the lead? Just as Huo Qubing steps forward to volunteer, Taicang raises his hand to halt him. The terrain of the 10,000 mountains is complex and unsuitable for cavalry deployment. Qubing, you and the cavalry corps shall remain on standby. Although Huo Qubing feels reluctant, he respectfully bows and returns to the ranks. Despite his rebellious nature, he remains obedient to the emperor's commands. For powerful voices rise in unison. This humble general is willing to go. Before them stand the 4 divine generals, Dian Wei, Su Chu, Qin Xiong, and Wei Qigong, each stepping forward with imposing presence. These formidable warriors, with their robust physiques and awe-inspiring demeanor, stand like 4 iron towers that instill fear in the hearts of onlookers. Observing these 4 bear-like generals, Taicang nods in satisfaction. Each of them is a general capable of leading 10,000 men. Clad in heavy armor, Dian Wei wields dual halberds, exuding an aura of ferocity. He was referred to as the Ancient Menace by Meng De, and in terms of pure martial prowess, he even surpasses Guan Yu. Notably, during a fierce battle, when his weapons broke, he seized 2 enemy soldiers as makeshift weapons and continued to fight, instilling terror in the enemy ranks. Regrettably, such a fierce general met his demise at the hands of Meng De's cannon fire. It is worth mentioning that this cannon also claimed the lives of Meng De's own eldest son, Chaoang, and beloved nephew, Chao Anmin. One could say it was the most expensive cannon shot in history. Su Chu, with a tiger-like physique, wields a massive hammer, his eyes flashing with electricity. He is known as the Tiger Madman by Meng De, and is among Meng De's most valiant generals in later years. A true embodiment of loyalty and bravery. When others approached Meng De with blades in the dead of night, he mistook them for assassins. The tiger, akin to a midnight intruder wielding a blade, might lead Meng De to believe that this great tiger had once again been deceived by Sun Yu. Turning our gaze to Wei Qigong, clad in imposing black armor and brandishing a spear of formidable length, he exudes an aura of majesty. This man serves as a guardian of the Tang dynasty, one of Emperor Taizong's most cherished generals. The emperor once remarked to him, "While I wield arrows, you shall follow with your spear, with even 1,000,000 troops. What fear would I have?" Notably, this way Haizi personally felled Li Yuanji with his own hand, and fully armed, he confronted Li Yuan, compelling him to relinquish military power to Emperor Taizong. How could the emperor not hold him in high esteem for such feats? As for Qin Xiong, also known as Qin Shu Bao, he possesses a more handsome visage compared to those three ferocious figures, embodying the demeanor of a cultured general. Adorned in bright armor and wielding a golden mace, he carries an air of scholarly refinement. Yet, do not be deceived by his appearance. As a guardian of the Tang, he is indeed the foremost martial champion of the empire, the mightiest warrior in the service of Emperor Taicang. He has trampled the banks of a yellow river and struck terror across 3 provinces and 6 prefectures. In terms of sheer strength, he may well be the mightiest among the 4 valiant generals, one whom even Dian Wei cannot contend with. Li Taicang's gaze burned with determination as he issued a solemn command. Pointing towards the expanse beyond the cave, he declared, "I entrust you with 50,000 black dragon imperial guards. Secure for me, for the great Qin, a foothold. I shall await your triumphant news upon this snow-laden expanse." The 4 divine generals, upon hearing his words, opened their fierce eyes wide and knelt in unison. "We pledge to uphold the military decree. We shall not return until the enemy camp is vanquished." They vowed to instill terror in the hearts of the great Zhou. "We shall serve your majesty unto death." With a grand gesture, Li Taicang proclaimed, "Excellent. Go forth." The 50,000 black dragon imperial guards surged forth like a black torrent, following the 4 generals towards the cave's exit. The sound of iron armor clashing and the fluttering of battle flags filled the air, as the entire army emanated an aura of dread. As he watched the troops depart, Li Taicang turned to Zhuge Liang beside him and inquired, "What think you of my 4 generals?" His words carried a hint of pride. Zhuge Liang, fanning himself lightly, replied with a smile, "Each is a tiger general, unmatched in valor. The ferocity of Dian Wei, the loyalty of Su Chu, the bravery of Wei Qigong, and the might of Shu Bao are truly rare in this world." With a hearty laugh, Li Taicang mused inwardly. When might he summon the 5 tiger generals of the royal uncle? His fondness for Guan Yu and Zhao Yun is no less than that for Huo Qubing, especially the valiant Guan Yunchang, whose green dragon crescent blade has felled countless generals, and the undaunted Zhao Zilong, who charged into battle at Changbampo, instilling terror in the hearts of the Chao army with his silver spear. Contemplating this, Li Taicang could not help but feel a surge of eagerness. Alas, the temptation was too great. "TCH, just 4 brutes," Huo Qubing scoffed, crossing his arms and curling his lip in disdain. Though his voice was low, it was loud enough for the nearby generals to hear. Li Taicang caught wind of it but paid no mind. Huo Qubing, the youthful general, held his peers in contempt. Throughout history, aside from his uncle Wei Qing, he regarded no one else as worthy. Even the formidable General Li Guang, with his immense martial prowess, was looked down upon by Huo Qubing. The inability to win a battle reflects the incompetence of a commander, even if he shares both hardships and joys with his soldiers. He is merely a brash and reckless individual, yet he possesses a certain audacity. Among the illustrious commanders of ancient China, only Han, Bai, and Liu could earn the respect of Huo Qubing. These 4, alongside Wei Qing, are renowned as extraordinary generals who can transform decay into brilliance. Regrettably, among these 5, only Li Jing and Wei Qing met a peaceful end. "What occupies the general's mind?" Deputy Zhao Ponu inquired. Huo Qubing scoffed softly. "I am pondering when I shall encounter a worthy adversary. I hope the great Zhou possesses some genuine prowess." Zhao Ponu felt a surge of excitement. "Shall we once again follow the general to flatten the capital of the great Zhou?" Huo Qubing replied arrogantly, "With 100,000 cavalry, we shall surely prevail. Even against the great Zhou." Little do they know, the magnificent capital of the great Zhou has already caught the attention of the champion marquis. The scene shifts back to the 4 great gate gods of the Qin. As the 4 led the black dragon imperial guard out of the cave, they were met with the sight of decaying remnants all around. Qin Xiong Pride opened the clothing of a corpse with his golden mace, revealing a totem intertwining the crescent moon and the celestial wolf beneath. These were the remains of the remnants of the celestial wolf, left unattended after their bodies were ravaged by ferocious beasts. The Tianyi palace would not attend to them, and neither would Yuan Tiangang, the scout. Qin Xiong surveyed the surroundings. The primordial forest loomed overhead, tangled with vines, exuding an aura of danger. He issued a solemn command. "Soldiers, heed my orders. Clear a path through the mountains and establish a foundation for His Majesty that can accommodate 500,000 troops." Understood. The 50,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guard sprang into action. Heavily armored infantry swung their massive axes to fell ancient trees while archers stood vigilant. Engineers began to level the ground. The four great gate gods worked in perfect harmony, with Dian Wei and Su Chu clearing the way, Wei Qigong orchestrating the defenses, while Qin Xiong coordinated the overall strategy. Surprisingly, among these exceptional generals, Qin Xiong subtly emerged as the leader. Just as the four divine generals were deliberating military affairs, a ghostly figure suddenly materialized before them. "Who goes there?" Su Chu reacted swiftly, his massive hammer raised in an instant, creating a gust of wind. The figure appeared frail, with flamboyant movements, yet his gaze was cold and sharp. He shook the dark iron badge in his hand, speaking in a flippant tone. "I am the rogue, Shangwan Yunk. By the command of the rogue chieftain, I am here to assist you, esteemed generals." Qin Xiong accepted the badge, examined it carefully, and nodded in confirmation. Wei Qigong sheathed his long spear and spoke in a deep voice. "Yuan Tiangang has indeed been thoughtful." Shangwan Yunk, twisting his waist, unfurled the map he had drawn over the past month, pointing toward the northwest with a serious expression. "Esteemed generals, the 100,000 mountains are not as simple as you think. There lies a cave that has recently been rather restless. Not far from the Black Dragon Imperial Guard, in a remote mountain. Drip, drip. Water droplets seeping from the cave's ceiling fell onto a viscous liquid below. Upon closer inspection, the entire cave floor was coated with a foul-smelling drool. In the darkness, countless pairs of crimson eyes abruptly opened, greedily gazing towards the direction of the Black Dragon Guards. Hungry, hungry, a massive form slowly writhed. It extended its forked tongue, savoring the scent of humanity that wafted through the air. Fresh flesh. More and more red eyes illuminated the darkness. Densely packed and innumerable. Chapter 64. Merely a defense against the beast tide for our great Zhou in the depths of night, for generals gathered around a flickering campfire, clutching the bloodied remains of ferocious beasts. Dian Wei forcefully crushed a scarlet serpent's head in his grasp, the putrid blood splattering onto the flames, producing a hissing sound. These beasts were unlike any creature of the demon realm. They were infused with a malevolent aura, rendering them inedible. With a disdainful flick of his wrist, he discarded the remnants. Su Chu stood over a feline beast, one that possessed the cultivation of a fifth-level Huangwu, yet now could only emit meaningless roars. Oof! With a cold snort, Su Chu pressed down with his foot, shattering the tiger's head with a resounding crack. Such power was wasted on a creature whose intellect scarcely surpassed that of a 5-year-old child. The earlier great serpent of a Xuanwu realm had merely been capable of uttering cries of hunger. Qin Xiong gazed into the flames, letting out a soft sigh. If only these ferocious beasts could be tamed for labor, it would be advantageous. Alas, their wild nature made them nearly impossible to subdue. Extermination appeared to be the only option. Suddenly, an eerie rustling sound echoed from a distance. Countless claws scraped against the ground as a colossal figure writhed in the shadows. The atmosphere turned frigid, the very wind carrying a foul stench. The Black Dragon Imperial Guard remained undaunted, setting aside their tasks to grasp their weapons. Su Chu seized a nearby heavy hammer, his muscles tensed, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. He roared, "Damn it, is this never-ending?" Dian Wei brandished his dual halberds. Exudine a mur de roue aura. Brothers, let us swiftly eliminate the nearby beasts. As his words faded, the distant forest trembled violently, ancient trees crashing down, causing the ground to quake. In an instant, countless crimson lights flickered to life in the darkness, densely packed, as if the demons of hell had opened their eyes. The beast tide was upon them once more. This time, the ferocity of the beast surpassed all previous encounters. Each creature possessed at least the cultivation of the spirit martial realm, While the leaders among them had attained the Huangwu realm, their massive forms adorned with sharp claws, enveloped in a tempest of malevolence. This wave of beasts was exponentially stronger than the previous one, led by the great serpent. The Black Dragon Imperial Guard fixed their cold gaze upon the advancing tide of beasts, unflinching in their resolve. These creatures, whether wolf, tiger, or bear, were all clad in pitch-black scales, their crimson eyes reflecting only the desires of slaughter and consumption. They felt no pain, even when limbs were severed and bodies torn apart. They would continue to gnash and tear, relentless in their fury. No wonder the Tianyi Palace would risk defying the laws of Great Zhou to evade conscription. Only the elite of the Qin could remain composed. Any other sect's army would be fortunate to not flee. However, they faced 4 generals more ferocious than the beasts themselves. Dian Wei was the first to charge forward, his peak Huangwu cultivation erupting in a thunderous display as his halberd sliced through the air like lightning. A gigantic black-scaled bear, roaring as it lunged, met its end as he cleaved its head in two with one strike. Then, with another, he bisected the beast entirely. Blood gushed forth, innards spilling across the ground. Yet he showed no sign of discomfort. Su Chu let out a wild laugh, raising his giant hammer, infused with immense power, and brought it crashing down. A beast resembling a fierce tiger leaped into the air, but was instantly met with his hammer, which shattered its skull, sending flesh and bone flying in all directions. He strode forward with great determination, his colossal hammer sweeping across the battlefield. Wherever he passed, ferocious beasts were either crushed into a bloody pulp or had their bones shattered, collapsing with anguished cries. Wei Qi Jingde wielded his spear with the grace of a dragon, each strike precise and ruthless. His form moved like lightning, plunging into the horde of beasts, thrusting, lifting, slashing, and sweeping with fluidity akin to flowing water. A massive black-scaled wolf leaped, only to be impaled through the throat by his spear, which he then flung, sending the carcass toppling several ferocious creatures. Unceasing in his advance, he continued to slice through the horde, severing the heads of the beasts, each decapitation sending geysers of blood skyward. Qin Shubao, the fiercest of them all, swung his dual hammers with a howling wind. He charged into the densest part of the beast's swarm, his hammers falling like a torrential downpour, each blow imbued with the force capable of shattering mountains. A black-scaled giant lizard of the yellow warrior realm opened its cavernous maw, only to have its jaw shattered by one hammer, while the other pierced its chest, spilling its entrails. Enthralled by the carnage, he sent the remains of the beasts flying, their severed limbs accumulating around him like a mountain. Amidst the tide of beasts, the most formidable presence finally emerged, a black-scaled giant ape of the second tier of the Xuanwu realm, towering nearly 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging like iron. Each step it took cracked the ground beneath. It roared to the heavens, the sound echoing so violently that nearby trees were uprooted, its crimson eyes fixated on Qin Shubao. Yet, in a mere instant, Qin Shubao's dual hammers crushed its skull with a resounding crack, splitting its iron-hard cranium and unleashing a gory spray. Qin Shubao furrowed his brow, noting that this particular head had been notably more resilient. However, he paid it no mind and continued his slaughter. Such a scene left Shangwan Yunk utterly astounded. By the heavens, what does it mean to possess the bravery that can withstand 1,000 men? Who among them is truly the beast? The disciplined Black Dragon Imperial Guard swiftly dealt with the remaining ferocious beasts, restoring silence to the battlefield, now strewn with dismembered limbs and the heavy scent of blood. The 4 valiant generals stood tall, their murderous aura still palpable, as if 4 deities of death had descended upon the earth. Su Chu slammed his hammer onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Wiping the grime from his face, he grinned widely. Damn it, stretching my limbs has banished my fatigue. With that, he hoisted his massive hammer and turned to bellow at the Black Dragon Imperial Guard soldiers behind him. Brothers, let us put in extra effort tonight. For His Majesty, let us expand our territories. At the command, 5,000 soldiers responded in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Qin Shubao sheathed his dual hammers at his waist and turned his gaze toward the depths of the dense forest. Everyone, remain alert. There is more lurking within these woods. No sooner had he spoken than a series of deep, menacing roars echoed from afar, more ferocious than before. The four valiant generals exchanged glances and smiled, not in fear, but with an exhilarating thirst for battle. The soldiers of the Black Dragon Imperial Guard tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes ablaze with the spirit of combat, eagerly awaiting the next clash. In the capital of the great Zhou dynasty, Xianjing City, deep within the imperial palace, in a resplendent imperial study, candle flames flickered. The emperor of the great Zhou, adorned in a golden dragon robe, perused the latest battle reports with an indifferent expression. His gaze swept across the words, as if he held everything firmly in his grasp. Suddenly, a figure materialized silently behind him, kneeling on one knee, and spoke in a hushed tone. "Your Majesty, urgent news has arrived from the border. An unknown army has emerged, engaged in a fierce battle with ferocious beasts." The emperor of the great Zhou did not lift his gaze, merely chuckling softly. "Huh, it must be from the cave realm that fled from the heavenly palace." Behind him hung a colossal map, densely annotated with the locations of thousands of cave realms, each representing different factions and resources. Yet, without exception, they had all been subdued by the great Zhou. At the edge of the map, a newly marked red that stood out conspicuously. That location is precisely where the Qin cave realm resides. I did not expect that cave realm to be developing quite well. It could indeed serve as a blessed land for our great Zhou. A figure whispered, "Your Majesty, should we crush that army now?" The emperor of the great Zhou curled his lips into a mocking smile. "What is the rush? They're merely helping us fend off the beast tide. Once they have sufficiently fed the ferocious beasts, we shall step in to claim the cave realm, which would save us effort. Your Majesty is wise." The emperor of the great Zhou waved his hand, signaling for them to withdraw. As silence returned to the study, his gaze fell once more upon the map, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "The forces of the new cave realm. I hope you can hold on a little longer. Do not let me down too much." In a narrow alley of Xianjing City, a figure cloaked in black and wearing a dark iron mask flickered into existence. The intelligence in the capital of the great Zhou is indeed quite comprehensive. Chapter 65, Hanga Pass. In the span of just 3 days, the formidable generals Dian Wei, Su Chu, Wei Chide, and Qin Shu Bao led an army of 50,000 elite Black Dragon Guards, sweeping through hundreds of miles with an unstoppable force. They forged paths through mountains, flattened dense forests, and systematically eradicated the layers of ferocious beasts, thereby creating a living space for millions. Li Taicang personally commanded an army of 500,000 to descend upon this newly opened land, which had transformed from a wild jungle and rugged peaks into an expansive plain. With a swift gesture, Li Taicang summoned the 9 prisons confinement formation and the indestructible Xianhuang formation, both descending simultaneously, unleashing columns of light that soared into the sky. As the 9 prisons confinement formation was established, the overwhelming aura of higher-level beasts sent shivers through the ordinary creatures lurking in the distant mountains. Meanwhile, the indestructible Xianhuang formation began to absorb the power of the Earth's veins, enveloping the area within hundreds of miles in a heavy, Earth-like light shield. "I shall establish an impregnable stronghold here," Li Taicang proclaimed, naming it Hanga Pass. With his words, the vast army sprang into action. Each soldier diligently attended to their duties, and the majestic outline of the fortress rapidly took shape. The 4 generals took their positions at the cardinal points to ensure that every aspect of the construction proceeded flawlessly. The intricate details of the fortress's design were entrusted entirely to Zhuge Liang. Li Taicang recognized Zhuge Liang's unparalleled capabilities, no matter the task he assigned. The chancellor completed it with excellence. This fortress's architectural blueprint, for instance, was crafted after several sleepless nights by the chancellor. Fortunately, in this world, Zhuge Liang possessed considerable prowess. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand Li Taicang's relentless demands. Li Taicang sumunat Shangwan Yunka. Despite the rough exterior of this rogue officer, he exhibited an effeminate demeanor, his movements imbued with an air of flamboyance. His delicate fingers, often curled in a dainty manner, projected an unmistakably feminine charm, sending chills down Li Taicang's spine. Particularly unsettling was the knowledge that this character had a penchant for unconventional affections, which left Li Taicang pondering the peculiarities among the men of the Qin dynasty. Li Taicang's tone was calm, yet it caused Shang Yuan to tremble. Prostrate on the ground, Shang Yuan quaked with apprehension. Although summoned by Li Taicang, he had been immediately assigned to Yuan Tiangang upon his arrival. Thus, this meeting marked their first encounter. Shang Yuan's heart raced with unease. He held an unwavering loyalty to the rogue commander Yuan Tiangang and was equally devoted to Li Taicang. However, his understanding of the emperor's character was limited to what he had gleaned from Yuan Tiangang, who described him as a ruler intolerant of any imperfection. Given his own peculiar inclinations, Shang Yuan felt as if he were seated upon a bed of nails. In this era, such tendencies were difficult for ordinary people to accept, let alone for someone of imperial stature. Why, your majesty? I am guilty. I shall amend my ways. I will not bring shame upon the men of the Qin. Shang Yuan's voice quivered, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Li Taicang observed the imposing figure of the burly man trembling before him, and he couldn't help but find the sight somewhat amusing. In the original narrative, this individual, though adept at navigating various allegiances, was deemed by Yuan Tiangang as a mere weather vane, lacking steadfastness in his convictions. Yet upon closer reflection, it became evident that despite his complex character, he was indeed a loyal and valiant warrior. Whether it was his near pathological obedience to the nefarious leader or his unwavering dedication to Li Xingyun, even in his final moments, he faced death with a smile, fearing that his own poisoning might lead to grave mistakes. Such sense of responsibility and resoluteness is not something the ordinary man can achieve. Though he may exhibit a feminine demeanor, his actions are those of a true man of honor. Li Taicang waved his hand dismissively. I harbor no blame against you. Raise your head. Shang Yuan, trembling, straightened himself but still dared not meet Li Taicang's gaze. His face was etched with anxiety, concerned that his actions might tarnish the image of the esteemed leader in the emperor's eyes. I am aware of your circumstances. I ask you, have you coerced anyone? Have you engaged in any indecency? Shang Yuan resolutely shook his head. I would never dare. Should anyone in our ranks dare to violate the laws of the kingdom, the leader would certainly purge them. Li Taicang continued, that suffices. What you have done is far more honorable than many who boast of their righteousness. In my service, I value capability and loyalty, not trivialities. Shang Yuan's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to being scrutinized and even mocked, often ridiculing himself. Yet at this moment, the exalted emperor bestowed upon him an unprecedented recognition. He recalled the leader's unforgiving critique, forgetting the subsequent praise of the wise monarch. Your Majesty, his voice quivered, not from fear but from deep emotion. I vow to serve you with utmost loyalty, not failing your expectations. Let me see the intelligence you have gathered. As you command, your Majesty, please take a look. Shang Yuan presented the meticulously prepared confidential report to Li Taicang. The intelligence was recorded in great detail, outlining the locations of all beast dens within hundreds of miles, the types of ferocious creatures, and their distribution in a clear manner. It was no wonder that Yue Fei and his companions could sweep through the area with such vigor, clearing it in just 3 days. However, the report contained scant information regarding the Great Zhou, merely 2 sentences. One stated that thousands of miles away, towering walls stood resilient against the beast tide. The other mentioned a sect proclaiming itself the Beast King cult, spreading the doctrine of ferocious beasts, particularly rampant along the borders, with many subjects of the Great Zhou beginning to venerate these creatures. He raised his gaze to the respectfully standing Shang Yuan. Did you encounter any forces from the Great Zhou? Shang Yuan shook his head. No, to gather intelligence. The leader has already ventured to the capital of the Great Zhou. Li Taicang nodded, internally exclaiming, what a remarkable fellow. True to Yuan Tiangang's nature, he indeed acts unconventionally. I instructed him to scout the surroundings, and he directly infiltrated the enemy's capital. Yet, I have no concerns for Yuan Tiangang's safety. No one in the Great Zhou is capable of capturing him. With the cunning methods of that nefarious strategist, he may very well have infiltrated the grand court of the great Zhou, observing everything from a hidden corner. Dispatch orders to expedite the construction of the Hanggu Pass, ensuring its completion before the return of the great commander. Furthermore, instruct the 4 generals to intensify border patrols. Any unusual occurrences must be reported immediately. I shall attend to this matter at once. Shortly thereafter, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the sharp voice of Li Fuyao. Elder brother, we have caught several individuals spreading heretical teachings. Shall we interrogate them? No sooner had the words escaped her lips than she strode in, single-handedly dragging 3 emaciated old men. These elderly figures were missing limbs, and the leader bore a single eye. Clad in black leather garments fashioned from ferocious beasts, they muttered incomprehensibly, "If we do not interrogate them, I shall execute them on the spot." Li Fuyao declared, her murderous intent palpable, her sword already drawn 1/3 of its length. As the former empress who once ruled the realm, she harbored a deep disdain for those deceptive cults that ensnared the hearts of the populace. In her eyes, any religion, regardless of its banner, ultimately undermined the foundations of the court. Furthermore, these lunatics, who called themselves the Beast King sect, worshipped the most brutal of beasts. Li Taicang's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the cultists. The 3 possessed formidable cultivation levels. 2 were at the spirit martial realm, while the one-eyed elder was at the yellow martial realm. Such prowess allowed them to thrive in the great Zhou, yet here they were, reduced to such a pitiful state. Noticing Li Taicang's scrutiny, the one-eyed elder suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. "Child, do you fear the beast tide? Do not be afraid. Offering flesh and blood to the sacred beasts is not annihilation, but a return to eternal embrace. Their fangs are the vessels that will ferry us to a realm devoid of pain and suffering. Close your eyes, and as the beast's breath caresses your hair, you shall hear the voices of all your departed kin calling. This is not farewell, merely a different way to protect the mortal realm. Impudent, you seek death. Old fool." Li Fuyao, Gao Lishur, and Mao Xiang shouted in unison, their anger igniting. A cold glint flickered in Li Fuyao's eyes as she raised her foot and sent the one-eyed elder sprawling to the ground. The imperial guards had drawn their swords, poised to execute the cultists at a mere command. Li Taicang remained impassive, gesturing for calm. He approached the one-eyed elder, lowering his gaze to meet the wild, frenzied eyes of the man. "Shall we continue this charade? Continue to feign madness, and I shall order the slaughter of every common citizen at the borders of the great Zhou. Do you see the armies outside? You are aware that I possess such power." Chapter 66. A True Man. Li Taicang observed that the 3 were still unresponsive, lost in their mutterings. His gaze suddenly turned cold as he turned and called out in a deep voice towards the palace exit. "Huo Qubing, assemble your cavalry regiment and take them out for drills. Show no mercy. I shall grant you military merit." Huo Qubing's eyes brightened. "As you command, Your Majesty. Just watch me." He turned to leave. "Wait." The one-eyed elder could no longer contain himself and hastily intervened. His single eye, now clear and sharp, betrayed none of the previous madness. "Your Majesty, as the sovereign of a nation, why trouble yourself with the destitute and impoverished? Li Taicang Skufa. With your yellow martial realm prowess, you could easily become a powerful figure in the great Zhou. Why then do you propagate such heretical doctrines?" The one-eyed elder's expression fluctuated, and he hesitated to respond. "To worship beasts that know only hunger and lack reason. How could you conceive such a thing? Worse yet, you dare to spread this heresy upon the sacred lands of my great Qin." The elder's demeanor shifted as he muttered, "Isn't this the territory of the 10,000 great mountains? Shall I gouge out your other eye? Li Taicang Raturta. Do you not see that I have conquered this land and am building cities and fortifications here? From this day forth, this 1,000-mile expanse belongs entirely to great Qin. Thus, all mountains, rivers, flora, fauna, and common folk, even these ferocious beasts, are subjects of great Qin." With each declaration, Li Taicang stepped forward, "Including you. The charlatans of this heretical cult, since you have entered my territory, you must abide by the laws of great Qin." In this moment, Li Taicang bore a striking resemblance to an unnamed emperor of ancient Huaxia. He gazed at the vast land and populace, proclaiming, "All of this is mine. It all belongs to me." The generals within the palace exchanged furious glances at his words. Li Fuyo's sword gleamed coldly, poised at the elder's throat. Gao Lisher stood grim-faced beside him, ready to act at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Mao Chong and the Imperial Guard surrounded the three, cutting off all escape routes. Trembling, the one-eyed elder suddenly straightened, asking in a deep voice, "Will the 500,000 troops of your esteemed dynasty hold back the tide of beasts here? Will the common folk within this 1,000-mile radius receive the protection of His Majesty?" Huo Qubing snorted coldly, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. If soldiers do not protect their nation and people, they might as well find a pillar to die against. Li Taicang's countenance remained impassive, yet his tone was resolute. "I seek to expand our territories, and I shall certainly sweep through the 10,000 great mountains. The common folk within my lands are Qin's subjects. As long as they obey the rule and laws of Great Qin, I will indeed protect them." Before his words could fade, the one-eyed elder suddenly lunged at Li Taicang. Li Taicang frowned, stepping back in disgust. Gao Lisher reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that sent the elder sprawling to the ground. "Old fool, seeking death, are you? Yet." The one-eyed elder paid no heed, bowing deeply to the ground, tears streaming down his face. "If His Majesty wishes to shelter the citizens of the Great Zhou along the borders, I, an old fool, am willing to lead all members of the Beast King sect to submit to the Great Qin." Li Taicang furrowed his brow and replied, "It is not your Great Zhou citizens that I wish to protect, but rather my own subjects of the Great Qin." The one-eyed elder wept, repeatedly bowing his head, the sound echoing in the hall. "This is as it should be. The common folk will ensure the submission of all the sect's followers to the Great Qin." Gao Lisher sensed the peculiarity of the situation and immediately gestured for a nearby guard to summon Zhuge Liang for a discussion. Zhuge Liang entered the grand hall with light footsteps. Li Taicang narrowed his eyes. The demeanor displayed by this man did not resemble that of a deceitful cultist plotting malevolence. Rather, he appeared as a concerned elder, worried for his country and its people. "You have meticulously spread your doctrines and gathered so many followers. Yet you are so willing to submit to the Great Qin." The one-eyed elder offered a bitter smile, his solitary eye betraying profound weariness. "If we can ensure the survival of the border citizens, why should we delude ourselves with the creation of the Beast King sect? Li Fuya Uskufa. Is survival not simple? Your Great Zhou army is not inferior to my Great Qin. Simply withdraw. What you may not understand, Your Highness, is that those towering city walls serve not only to fend off the beast tide, but also to prevent the impoverished citizens from entering the Great Zhou." "What? To defend against our own destitute citizens?" Li Taicang's brow furrowed in confusion. "Why? To withstand the beast tide, those commoners cannot even kill ordinary ferocious beasts. Remaining outside merely offers themselves as prey to the beast." As he spoke, Li Taicang's expression shifted, his pupils constricting. Three withered old men wore expressions of sorrow. The one-eyed elder continued, "It appears His Majesty has realized. Indeed, they are used as fodder for the beasts. They are to satiate those ferocious creatures. Once a portion of the beasts is well fed, the ferocity of the beast tide will diminish. The court calculates that the lives of the border's impoverished will reduce the casualties of the Great Zhou army." With a self-deprecating smile, the one-eyed elder remarked, "Even if thousands of destitute lives are exchanged for a single soldier of the celestial realm, it is still a bargain." Everyone present gasped in shock. "Scoundrel!" Huo Qubing suddenly drew his sword. Li Fuyao's face turned pale, his grip trembling slightly. Even the usually composed Gao Lisher displayed an expression of disbelief. Zhuge Liang's countenance remained cold. Li Fuyao bit his lip and asked in a hushed tone, "Then how do you survive?" The one-eyed elder replied numbly, "Indeed, the border citizens cannot withstand the beast tide, but people will always find ways to survive. No matter the circumstances, humanity will persist. Those who survive will continue to procreate. Moreover, the Great Zhou continues to drive citizens to the borders. Initially, it was death row prisoners, then the elderly nearing the end of their lives, and finally, those of poor aptitude, women and children who will never ascend in realm. Your Majesty must know, the impoverished outside, those high walls are nearly matching the 36 prefectures of the Great Zhou. In the grand 36 states of the Great Zhou, prosperity flourishes, and the people extol the divine ruler of the present dynasty. Yet, where are the women and children? Where are the elderly? The populace appears to be selected as if they were mere livestock. Is it any wonder that such a society thrives? The one-eyed elder shed tears of blood from his unseeing gaze. Silence enveloped the great hall. Zhuge Liang sighed deeply. Regardless of the rise and fall of dynasties, the common folk suffer. Li Fuyao felt parched. As a former empress, she had encountered many tyrants. Yet she could not fathom the atrocities committed by the Son of Heaven of the Great Zhou. Li Taicang, with a grave expression, inquired, "And what of you? With your profound cultivation, why have you come to this land of suffering? Why propagate the doctrines of the beast-worshipping cult?" The three men adjusted their garments, albeit clad in the skins of ferocious beasts, and performed an impeccably formal bow. "We are the progeny of the Yang family from Jianan Prefecture, students of the Great Zhou Academy. We are the descendants of the Gao family from Yunzi Prefecture, students of the Great Zhou Academy. We are the scions of the Song family from Kangwu Prefecture, students of the Great Zhou Academy." Li Taicang remarked, "Children of noble houses? Or scholars? Knowing the plight of the border populace, why still propagate such a harmful cult?" The one-eyed elder chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Your Majesty, a cup of poison sweetened with honey is far more palatable than a bitter draught that scorches the throat. We are all too aware that the Beast King's teachings ensnare the hearts of the ignorant, yet they provide a semblance of solace to the common folk. Your Majesty, observe our wounds, each a testament to our battles with the beasts. We have studied the sacred texts, yet we cannot save the world. We can only deceive ourselves with this heretical cult." At this moment, the three elders could no longer contain their grief and fell to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Their cries were heart-wrenching, as if they sought to expel the years of humiliation and despair. Li Fuyao, filled with righteous fury, exclaimed, "The Great Zhou is utterly wretched. What purpose does such a dynasty serve?" With a flourish of his sword, Huo Qubing declared, "By the heavens, Your Majesty, obliterate the Great Zhou and incorporate its lands into the Great Qin. Allow me to lead the cavalry and bring down its capital." At that moment, Li Taicang's countenance bore no trace of disdain. He stepped forward, personally assisting the filthy one-eyed elder to his feet, and solemnly proclaimed, "This is a true man, a man of genuine virtue. Come, serve in the Great Qin." Chapter 67. Lamentation everywhere. These three venerable elders truly deserve admiration. They hail from distinguished families and are esteemed disciples of the Grand Tutor's residence of the Great Zhou, being favored students of the Emperor himself. With their illustrious lineage and exceptional talents, they could easily ascend to the court, becoming envied dignitaries. Their friends and kin would never find themselves among those exiled to the borders. Yet, they chose to forsake a resplendent future. They relinquished a life of luxury and opulence. They abandoned their lofty status, resolutely journeying to this desolate frontier, advocating for the common folk deemed mere fodder by the Great Zhou court. For decades, their potential has been gradually drained, their bodies marred with scars, their garments soaked in blood. Even so, they have remained steadfast in their commitment to these destitute souls. They willingly don the stigma of heresy, seeking to provide a glimmer of solace to the despairing populace. Are they foolish? No, they are simply too well-versed in the teachings of sages. They cannot disregard the plight of the common people. They cannot stand idly by while the masses suffer. A scholar must embody fortitude. The path ahead is long and arduous. Blood stains the streets, yet their singular thought is to save the lives of the downtrodden. Li Taicang harbors profound respect for such individuals. In comparison to the officials who espouse righteousness yet turn a blind eye to the suffering of the populace, these three leaders of heresy are far more deserving of the title disciples of the sages. Come, you three, serve as officials in the Great Qin. Li Taicang gazed at them with admiration. The one-eyed elder, his voice hoarse yet pleading, spoke, "Your Majesty, I seek nothing for myself, but only wish for your protection over the common people within the realm. Li Taicang sulam linudda. This is a given. Those who abide by the laws of my great Qin upon this land shall be considered citizens of the great Qin. As your sovereign, I shall ensure their safety." Montan, Li Taicang called out to the outer hall. A middle-aged general clad in black armor entered, kneeling on one knee. "Your humble servant is here. I command you to lead your great wall army to expand our borders against the great Zhou. Should any soldiers of the great Zhou dare to impede, show them no mercy." "Understood." Li Fuyo interjecta. "Elder brother, I wish to accompany you." Her demeanor exuded both grace and valor. Though a woman, she possessed a spirit bolder than many men. Her character was one of unrestrained flamboyance and generosity. Despite being the empress in a past life, she bore a chivalrous spirit. Most importantly, she shared a trait with Li Taicang, a readiness to express her grievances openly. Li Taicang did not deter her, but replied gravely, "Very well. But you must heed General Montan's commands." At that moment, Huo Qubing could no longer contain himself, declaring loudly, "Your Majesty, I too wish to join." Li Taicang nudda. "You shall not accompany them. With 100,000 cavalry here, it would be futile. Take your 800 riders and return with some tongues." A glimmer of resolve shone in Huo Qubing's eyes. "As you command, Your Majesty." But would Huo Qubing return with mere tongues? Of course not. He was no longer the heroic champion who could gallop 1,000 miles and directly penetrate the royal court. Did Li Taicang know? Of course he did. He understood that Huo Qubing must not be constrained, but allowed to unleash his talents freely. Yet, 100,000 elite troops were too conspicuous. 800 would suffice. Meng Tian led an army of 300,000, advancing like a tidal wave towards the towering walls of the great Zhou border. The demeanor of this great wall legion mirrored that of their commander, meticulous, disciplined, and orderly. As the grand army marched, they devastated the primeval forests, moving mountains when faced with them and filling rivers when encountered. Along the way, they came across numerous desolate villages, established by the displaced common folk. These villagers numbly watched the slow advance of the Qin elite soldiers, mechanically seeking places to hide. However, their eyes betrayed little fear. For these individuals, who had suffered greatly and perpetually teetered on the brink of death, could anyone be more terrifying than the Zhou soldiers who had driven them here? Could any savage beast be more bloodthirsty? As they realized that these soldiers bore them no malice, their defenses gradually lowered, and they emerged from their dilapidated homes, casting curious yet cautious glances at the well-equipped Qin warriors. The soldiers of the Great Wall Legion returned their inquisitive stares at these gaunt villagers. To their astonishment, these seemingly frail refugees possessed considerable strength, with many having reached the Xianhai realm and even the Master Realm, occasionally revealing a few grandmasters among them. Yet, these individuals were scantily clad, draped in tattered rags, and subsisted on a black, paste-like sustenance of unknown origin. Their emaciated bodies were marred with scars, and their eyes reflected numbness and despair. The Qin soldiers had witnessed such gazes before. They were akin to those of livestock in pigsties. The soldiers exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. In Qin, the ordinary citizens lacked the prowess of these individuals, yet they could meet their basic needs for 3 meals a day, and occasionally indulge in meat. If a child with talent for cultivation emerged in a household, Qin would even provide free support for their training. Thus, it was the first time for the soldiers of the Great Wall Legion to encounter such wretched masters and grandmasters. "Is this truly a grandmaster?" A young Qin soldier murmured quietly, gazing at an elder nearby gnawing on tree bark. The elder emanated a faint aura of a grandmaster, but was hunched over, his trembling hands barely able to grasp his food. The soldiers of the Great Wall Legion, intrigued, tossed dried fruits and snacks to the Great Zhou villagers. The villagers scrambled for these treats, yet in the end, they reserved the gathered food for the children. The children were their hope. The soil here was soaked with the foul blood of ferocious beasts, hard and exuding a pungent stench, making it utterly unfit for cultivation. Even if a few crops managed to sprout, they would be obliterated by the frequent onslaughts of minor beast tides. Thus, many of the great Zhou folk along the border had never tasted anything good since birth. The sustenance consisted solely of the decaying flesh of ferocious beasts, complemented by a medley of leaves, wild grasses, and roots. The children cradled dried fruits as if they were rare treasures, savoring each bite with eyes that sparkled with unprecedented delight. A young mother knelt upon the ground, gently feeding her infant the meager share of preserved fruits. As she witnessed her child's first smile, her calloused hands trembled with emotion. A centurion, observing his subordinates in their revelry, barked in a cold tone, "Enough! Quicken the march." His stern gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting upon the village elder, who approached unsteadily. This weathered man, a first-tier celestial being, now stooped with age, his emaciated frame barely clothed in tattered rags. "Sir," the old village chief began to plead, only to be interrupted by the centurion's harsh voice. "We have no time to take you captive. Surrender to the troops behind." The centurion's brow furrowed as he regarded the gaunt village chief, whose ribs were stark against his skin. "Submit to the great Qin, and proclaim long live his majesty, the Qin emperor. The great Qin shall provide you with food and clothing." The celestial village chief paused, momentarily struck with astonishment, then erupted with joy. "General, is this true? We need not pay any price for sustenance." The centurion cautioned, "You must submit to the great Qin, abide by its laws, worship his majesty, the Qin emperor." Another timid villager dared to inquire, "General, do we need to feed? No. Is it to fight the ferocious beasts?" The villagers looked anxiously at the centurion, accustomed as they were to the practices of the great Zhou, which sacrificed the blood and flesh of the common folk to quell the beastly tide. They could scarcely accept the notion of trading their lives to ensure their children's warmth and nourishment. Preposterous! The centurion fumed, his eyes blazing with fury. "Fight the beasts? Do you think I would use you for that? The beasts are my military achievements. Do you wish to steal my glory?" Upon mention of military merit, the countenance of the wall army soldiers shifted from intrigue to grim resolve. Who would dare usurp their accomplishments? Were they tired of living? The cavalry brigade flaunted their prowess daily, basking in their illustrious military exploits. Now, the wall army yearned for accolades, their eyes nearly bleeding with longing. Any threat to their military honor would be met with the wrath of 300,000 wall army soldiers. The centurion's voice boomed like thunder. "Listen well. The beasts are the quarry of the wall army. Anyone who dares touch our achievements will find me the first to object. I will not allow it." The soldiers echoed his defiance in unison. The celestial village chief comprehended the sentiments of the wall army. He tremulously knelt, raising his frail hands high before striking them down in reverence. Behind him, hundreds of villagers fell to their knees in unison, a cloud of dust swirling around them. As the old chief cried out with a voice choked with emotion, "We are willing to become subjects of the great Qin. 4 generations. We pledge our loyalty to his majesty, the Qin emperor. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" The heartfelt cries resonated through the valley. Tears streamed down the elder's weathered face as he turned to the villagers, urging, "Remember this well. From this day forth, we shall be citizens of the great Qin. Should anyone dare to show even the slightest disrespect towards his majesty the Emperor Qin, I shall be the first to ensure they face the consequences." Similar scenes unfolded along the path of the Great Wall Legion. In another village, when a mother received the flatbread offered by the Qin army, she suddenly clutched her child and wept uncontrollably. "My child, you have been saved. You have been saved." Trembling, she tore the flatbread in half, offering one portion to her child while reverently placing the other before a hastily erected altar dedicated to the Emperor Qin. A youth, no more than a teenager, clutched the woolen coat he had received and abruptly dashed towards the marching troops, kneeling in the middle of the road. "Generals, I wish to enlist. I want to follow you in slaying the fearsome beasts." Behind him, a line of several young boys, all with tear-filled eyes, knelt in solidarity. The valiant soldiers of the great Qin paid them no heed. "My military merits are still insufficient." In a more distant village, upon hearing that allegiance to the great Qin would grant them land, Several elderly men wept bitterly, clutching their heads. They trembled as they unearthed seeds they had treasured for decades, seeds that should have been sown in spring, now hoarded for so many years. Meng Tian, mounted upon his warhorse, observed the kneeling populace along the way and solemnly instructed his deputy. Relay the command to distribute small teams from each battalion to assist these newly loyal subjects in constructing temporary camps. Additionally, dispatch riders to urgently inform His Majesty, requesting the allocation of more provisions and clothing. He had still underestimated the sheer number of these people, who sprouted like wild grass from even the most inhospitable places. The deputy hesitated. "General, this will slow down our march. Execute the order. Remember, His Majesty desires not a scorched earth, but the hearts and allegiance of the people towards the expansive territory of the Great Qin." As the sun dipped below the horizon, along the route of the Great Wall Legion, new bonfires sprang to life. Amidst the rising smoke, the villagers held steaming bowls of millet rice, while many elderly individuals knelt in reverence towards the direction of the Great Qin's celestial realm. Children, clad in freshly woven coarse garments, joyfully raced between the camps, marking their first evening devoid of fear. Chapter 68. Huo Qubing, Your Majesty knows me, and I know Your Majesty on the towering border walls. The soldiers of the Great Zhou patrolled with a close-knit order. They bore two distinct responsibilities: to fend off the onslaught of savage beasts, and to prevent the common folk from the Great Zhou from sneaking into the walls. The command to stop the citizens from crossing the borders was, indeed, a ludicrous directive. Yet, these soldiers were compelled to adhere to such orders with unwavering strictness. The second command even took precedence over the first. While allowing a few ferocious beasts to breach the walls could be dealt with leniently, permitting a handful of commoners to enter would warrant severe reprimands. Accumulating a certain level of infractions could lead to their military discharge and expulsion beyond the border walls. Initially, witnessing the grotesque scenes of the commoners being torn apart by beasts ignited a sense of outrage and compassion within these soldiers. However, the relentless cycle of bloodshed had long since dulled their conscience. Now, they merely found solace in the fact that it was not their own flesh being devoured, grateful for the existence of these flesh shields to mitigate the ferocity of the beasts. Just yesterday, 3 blood wolves had charged into the eastern segment. An old soldier, chewing on a root, remarked nonchalantly, "They only managed to kill a dozen or so commoners before retreating. It saves us the trouble of intervening. Once these commoners have fed the beasts, they're less likely to incur significant losses." The garrison on the walls had reached a tacit understanding. Even if the gates were to be open now, they would never allow those commoners to enter. After all, trading the lives of the commoners for their own comfort was a bargain too advantageous to resist. Their emperor of the Great Zhou was truly sagacious. Sacrificing a few worthless individuals had resulted in the flourishing prosperity within the realm. It was absurd that some pedantic souls continued to criticize the emperor's policies. They ought to be sent beyond the borders to nourish the beasts with their own bodies. Rumors had emerged that a new army, claiming to be from the Great Qin, had established a presence beyond the borders, erecting a stronghold amidst the 10,000 great mountains to shelter those commoners, brazenly proclaiming their intent to overthrow the Great Zhou and eradicate the royal family. The army of the Great Zhou scoffed at this audacity. Let these ignorant forces become nothing more than fodder for the beasts alongside those commoners. Commander, the army that calls itself Great Qin, a soldier of the Great Zhou, rushed hastily to the residence of Commander Fong, who was in charge of this defense. The commander yawned and waved his hand dismissively, his expression indifferent. Didn't the higher-ups issue orders? Pay no mind to those forces. Don't they relish in subjugating those commoners? Let them do as they wish. They're all destined to be consumed by the beasts anyway. This Commander Fong possessed the cultivation of the 4th realm of Xuanwu, making him a distinguished figure among the commanders at the border. It was well known that positions in this frigid and desolate region were thankless. Merit was seldom rewarded, while transgressions were met with harsh punishment. The formidable warriors of the Earth Martial realm thrived in the prosperous regions, while the pinnacle of Xuanwu experts occupied prestigious positions. Thus, this harsh borderland was left to these marginal figures. Commander Fong, perhaps you should take a look atop the walls. The soldier, in a state of agitation, stomped his feet, his voice trembling with anxiety. Commander Fong sensed something amiss and ascended the city wall. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyelids twitched violently, followed by an outburst of curses. What in the world is happening? Are they truly pushing their luck? They were indeed aware that the Qin army was engaged in road construction, building fortifications, and sheltering refugees. Yet, they had never anticipated that the opposing force would erect walls a mere mile from the outskirts of the Great Zhou. For those practitioners at the celestial and spiritual martial realms, a mile could be traversed in the blink of an eye. Thus, the Qin-esque construction of walls was no different than slapping the Great Zhou in the face. The message from Qin was clear. They were provocatively pressing against Great Zhou, daring them to respond. We are this audacious. If you dare, come and fight. However, Commander Fong refrained from rash actions. He turned and ordered, immediately report this matter to His Majesty, seeking guidance on how to respond. Furthermore, relay orders to all camps to heighten their vigilance. No one is to act without my command. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the Qin army was busy fortifying their walls. Meng Tian grasped Huo Qubing's arm, urging him in a hushed tone, General, where are you headed? His Majesty only instructed you to capture a few scouts. What are you planning? Behind Huo Qubing, 800 elite cavalry stood ready for action, each young knight standing tall, their eyes gleaming with a fierce desire for battle. Huo Qubing, with an air of pride, tilted his head back, a signature smirk gracing his lips. What am I doing? Naturally, I intend to storm the walls of Great Zhou. The highest-ranked soldiers here are merely at the Xuanwu mid-level. Speed is of the essence in warfare. If we do not strike now, when shall we? The 800 cavalry cast sidelong glances at the surrounding Great Wall troops, their expressions brimming with arrogance, unfazed by the thousands of enemies atop the Great Zhou walls. Did you see that? Our general is leading us to earn military merit once again. The soldiers of the Great Wall closed their eyes, choosing not to witness the audacity of these young warriors. Out of sight, out of mind. Meng Tian shook his head, his voice stern. His Majesty did not issue such orders. And should you not consider what you are saying? You are merely at the 9th level of Huangwu. What gives you the audacity to look down upon the Xuanwu mid-level? Huo Qubing burst into laughter, his voice echoing off the walls. His Majesty understands me, and I understand His Majesty. If His Majesty wished for me to remain obedient, He would not have allowed me to come out. Li Fuyo Ulpulas shook his head and said, General Meng, let him go, my brother. Truly means it this way? Meng Tian turned in surprise. Your Highness, are you also? At that moment of distraction, Huo Qubing abruptly broke free from his restraints, brandishing his spear and charging towards the towering city wall. Follow me. Engage the enemy and slay them. Kill. These young knights surged forth like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the majestic walls with Huo Qubing at the forefront. Commander Fong, witnessing Huo Qubing and the 800 cavalry charging forward, was instantly engulfed in rage. A mere 9th-level Huangwu. This is intolerable. Before he could finish his thought, Huo Qubing's body trembled with power. He had broken through Xuanwu 1st level. However, the overwhelming aura that erupted made him, a practitioner of the 4th level of Xuanwu, tremble with trepidation. It felt as though he could become the soul beneath the sword of this youthful general at any moment. Goodness, who on earth is this person? Chapter 69. Meng Tian and Huo Qubing each have their own ruthless methods. In the blink of an eye, Huo Qubing's spear pierced through the air. Commander Fong, caught off guard, hastily raised his blade to meet the attack. The moment their weapons clashed, a deafening roar erupted. Thunderous sounds echoed like a bolt from the blue. A dark red flash of lightning streaked across the sky. The blinding light compelled the soldiers at the border to involuntarily shut their eyes. When they looked again, Huo Qubing had impaled Commander Fong against the towering city wall. The commander clutched the spear that had pierced his abdomen with both hands, blood gushing forth as he gasped for breath. Seeing Huo Qubing approach with a sinister expression and eyes aflame, He questioned, "Why do you attack my great Zhou? Do we have a grudge against your great Qin? What enmity do I, Fong Lin, have with you?" Huo Qubing's face remained cold as he stepped closer to Commander Fong, a disdainful smile curling upon his lips. The midday sun illuminated his blood-streaked visage, and that smile was chillingly terrifying. With a metallic sound, he drew the Qin sword. A flash of cold light passed swiftly. A head soared high into the air. The final expression of Commander Fong was one of unblinking terror. His body slowly slid down, leaving a stark trail of blood upon the city wall. Huo Qubing flicked the blood from his sword, his tone filled with indifference and coldness. "To annihilate you, what concern is that of mine?" An eerie silence enveloped the city wall. The soldiers of Great Zhou stood frozen, aghast at the sight before them. Their proud commander had been slain in an instant. The border of Great Zhou had fallen, not due to ferocious beasts, but by the hand of man. Poor Commander Fong never grasped the reality of his demise. He lacked the time to activate the city's defenses or organize his troops, felled instead by Huo Qubing's spear and sword in a swift execution. The soldiers atop the wall trembled as they beheld this young general clad in red and black armor. Having fought against savage beasts for years, they had long forgotten how to engage in combat with fellow humans. Typically, they found amusement in bullying those without the strength to defend themselves. Huo Qubing, brimming with murderous intent, coldly declared, "Speed is of the essence in warfare. My cavalry leaves no prisoners. Show no mercy. Kill." 800 cavalrymen roared in unison, brandishing their long spears. As the glint of cold steel flashed, heads flew into the air. They dispatched the soldiers of Great Zhou with ruthless efficiency. These 800 cavalrymen were the elite, selected from 100,000, the Armée de la Armée. Attacks from opponents of equal rank fell as if they were but mere pecks against them. The battle swiftly devolved into a one-sided massacre. The morale of the Great Zhou defenders disintegrated rapidly, and they began to scatter in panic. Though the 800 cavalrymen pursued fiercely, some managed to escape into the heart of Great Zhou. The young cavalry soldiers disdainfully spat upon the ground. Do not be deceived by their ranks. They can only contend with mindless beasts. If they were to face us in battle, they would be nothing more than paper figures. No one opposed the young cavalryman's assertion, for he spoke the undeniable truth. Zhao Ponu, brimming with excitement, dashed towards Huo Qubing, his eyes sparkling with fervor. "General, shall we continue our advance? Shall we storm the capital of the enemy?" Huo Qubing cast a cold glance in his direction. "What is my cultivation level?" "The first tier of Xuanwu." "And what is the cultivation level of the governor of Yogu Prefecture?" "The 5th tier of Dil." Zhao Ponu, earnest in his response, noted before we set out. The brigands provided the information they had gathered to the cavalry corps. Thus, we are well aware not only of the governor's cultivation, but also of the identity of his concubine and the duration of their liaison. Huo Qubing's expression hardened. "Do you believe that the 1st tier of Xuanwu can contend with the 5th tier of Du?" "Certainly not," Zhao Ponu blurted out. "Then why the devil are you urging me to charge?" Huo Qubing admonished him. "Have I offended you in any way that you would send me to my demise?" Zhao Ponu found himself momentarily speechless, bewildered. Was it not the case that in the past, the general often broke through his cultivation during battle? What did a mere 5th tier to matter? Shrinking his neck, Zhao Ponu cautiously inquired. "Then, General, shall we retreat?" Huo Qubing lifted his chin. "Send word to General Meng Tian, instructing him to create a greater disturbance at the border, ideally drawing the entire attention of the Yogu Prefecture governor." Zhao Ponu's face brightened with delight. "As you command." Huo Qubing's gaze became piercing as he looked towards Yogu Prefecture. "Now that we know the location of the governor's residence, why not raid it? While we may not match the Du experts in a direct confrontation, we can certainly infiltrate their lair and seize their kin. If we cannot defeat the governor, can we not capture his wife and children?" Huo Qubing let out a cold laugh, tapping his fingers on the hilt of his sword. He felt no trepidation about being encircled by the Great Zhou army within Yogu Prefecture. This was precisely the scenario he had anticipated. His strategy was to strike when the enemy was weary, to retreat when they advanced, to gradually erode their strength, dividing and conquering. Huo Qubing laughed heartily. Brothers, follow me into battle. The 800 cavalrymen, far from displaying fear, instead radiated fervent enthusiasm. They shouted in unison, "We are willing to die for the general." Huo Qubing mounted his steed, his lance aimed straight at the heart of Yogu Prefecture, a chilling smile upon his face. Remember our code. Do not linger in battle. Do not covet glory. Seize what we can and then flee. Let that governor taste the bitterness of losing his home. The sound of hooves thundered as the 800 iron cavalry surged forth like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the heart of the great Zhou. Along the way, the Zhou people glimpsed a streak of red lightning pass by. Before they could discern the figures, the cavalry had vanished beyond the horizon. On the adjacent city wall, the Great Wall Legion gazed enviously at the 800 cavalrymen. Such a commander breeds such soldiers. Huo Qubing, wild and spirited, inspired in his troops a similar audacity. Unafraid of heaven or earth. In stark contrast, the Great Wall Legion remained more composed, refraining from any reckless endeavors. Manchin's expression was as frigid as ice as he gazed at the young cavalryman who had come to deliver news. The young cavalryman's eyes burned with fervor as he looked at his general and the backs of the 800 brothers. In Manchin's presence, he abandoned his usual arrogance. Chuckling awkwardly, "General Montian, you wouldn't want me to stay, would you? I have too many flaws. I might lead your Great Wall Legion astray. Perhaps you should send me away?" Montian, maintaining a stoic demeanor, cast a sharp glance at the young cavalryman and coldly commanded, "Get lost." The young cavalryman's face lit up with joy, as if granted a reprieve from a dire fate. He bowed deeply, exclaiming, "General Montian, you are a good person. I shall cease speaking ill of you to our general." No sooner had he spoken than the temperature around them seemed to drop a few degrees. Not daring to linger, he swiftly mounted his horse and galloped back towards his 800 brothers, shouting, "General, wait for me. I haven't caught up yet. Don't leave me behind." Watching the young cavalryman flee while shouting, Montian could not help but be amused. Is this truly a valiant soldier of the Great Qin? What difference is there between him and a bandit? Huo Qubing's military strategy was devoid of excessive regulations, adhering only to one principle: clear rewards and punishments. What rightfully belonged to you, even if I were to seize it, I would ensure it reached you. However, if it did not belong to you, dare to reach for it, and your hands would be severed. You may display lax discipline in ordinary times, but should you dare to defy his orders, there would be no minor or major reprimands. You would be taken out and executed without hesitation. Thus, the cavalry corps consistently exhibited two distinct personas. In times of peace, they mirrored their commander Huo Qubing, rebellious and dismissive of other Great Qin legions. Yet, once the battle commenced, they transformed into fearless warriors. Even if Huo Qubing commanded them to take their own lives, they would do so without a moment's hesitation. Manchin's deputy, his own brother Meng Yi, furrowed his brow as he gazed at the 800 cavalrymen who had vanished into the horizon. "General, how shall we proceed?" Montian composed himself, regaining his resolute and daring countenance. The champion Ho will undoubtedly make significant moves deep within the heart of Yogu Prefecture. We must do everything in our power to divert the attention of the prefectural governor. After a moment of contemplation, Manchin's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, akin to a butcher. He ordered the capture of Yogu's aristocrats and fleeing soldiers of the Great Zhou, severing their hands and feet to hang from their military banners, enticing ferocious beasts to come and feast upon them atop the city walls. Meng Yi replied, "This subordinate shall obey." Nearby, Li Fuyao stood in stunned silence, envisioning the scene. Was it not akin to a mere mortal fishing, baiting a hook and lowering it to catch swimming fish? Only now, the bait had transformed into the aristocrats and soldiers of the Great Zhou, while the swimming fish had become the ferocious beasts of the 10,000 mountains. She gazed incredulously at General Montian, unable to fathom how this stout-browed general could devise such a cruel strategy. It appeared that beneath the veneer of this reputedly composed general flowed the same iron-blooded ruthlessness of the Qin army. She even thought this was a plan conceived by her second brother, Li Taicang. What astounded her even more was the complete indifference displayed by the soldiers of the Great Wall Legion, as if this were merely an ordinary tactic. Meng Tian, a commander known for his composure and his paternal affection for his troops, was by no means a soft-hearted individual. He had emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. His methods against the enemy were invariably ruthless. Otherwise, he could not have risen to become the foremost warrior of the Qin under the militaristic regime of the first emperor. Li Fuyao could already foresee that such humiliation inflicted upon the nobility of the great Zhou would inevitably incite immense fury among the powerful within its borders. The governor of Yogu Prefecture would undoubtedly come in person. Chapter 70. Fishing for beasts on the city wall, a border stronghold of the great Zhou was shattered under the iron hooves of Huo Qubing and the 800 cavalry. Yet, those border inhabitants, who had long yearned to cross into the stronghold, now turned their backs and strode resolutely in the opposite direction. Their steps were unsteady, yet imbued with an unwavering determination, completely ignoring the open city gates behind them. To be candid, they were unaware of the true might of the great Qin, nor did they know if the emperor they revered surpassed the celestial sovereign of the great Zhou in prowess. They were oblivious to whether the great Qin could withstand the feral beasts. What they did understand was that the great Qin provided them sustenance and garments. Most importantly, the great Qin treated them as humans, rather than mere fodder for the savage beasts. They preferred to perish as citizens of the great Qin rather than be consumed as livestock of the great Zhou. Let us go to the great Qin. If we place our faith in His Majesty the Qin Emperor, he shall provide us with food, clothing, and land to cultivate. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, spoke to a young companion while leaning on his staff. I shall no longer identify as a Zhou person. I am ashamed of my past identity. A middle-aged man fiercely tore away the tattered garments of the Zhou dynasty from his body. Let us honor the Qin Emperor. Let us pledge our utmost loyalty to His Majesty. Among the throng, mothers held their children close, while the elderly supported one another. They were resolute in their willingness to fight to the death as citizens of the great Qin, rather than continue living as mere cattle of the great Zhou. The procession grew longer, with new refugees joining along the way. They carried their meager belongings, assisting the elderly and young, advancing towards the newly constructed Hangu Pass of the great Qin. Although the future was uncertain, a glimmer of hope shone brightly in each pair of eyes. For the first time in many years, they felt the dignity that every human being deserves. However, as these impoverished souls journeyed towards the Hangu Pass, they were suddenly halted in their tracks by a shocking sight upon the walls of the great Zhou. Look, what is that? Someone trembled, pointing towards the city wall of the great Zhou. It appeared to be the esteemed lords of Yogu Prefecture. As the crowd gazed upwards, they beheld the once exalted nobles of Yogu Prefecture, now gruesomely dismembered and hung like dried meat upon the banners of the great Zhou. These nobles, accustomed to lives of luxury and indulgence, with skin as delicate as silk and flesh most succulent, were prime delicacies for the ravenous beasts. The feral creatures, surging forth from the 10,000 great mountains, paid no heed to the hiding populace, their mouths dripping with foul saliva as they lunged wildly towards the delectable offerings on the city wall. On the wall, hundreds of great Zhou nobles dangled from iron chains beyond the battlements. Their former nobility had long since vanished, their limbs reduced to mangled stumps, with stark white bone protruding grotesquely. Specially crafted meat powder corroded their wounds, blood continuously dripping and leaving long trails of crimson upon the wall surface. These once mighty aristocrats now bore twisted and contorted faces. Some had bulging eyes, veins throbbing upon their foreheads. Others bit their lips until they bled, froth accumulating between their teeth. The youngest among them had succumbed to madness, emitting deranged laughter. The elders trembled, whispering prayers for their ancestors' protection, fully aware of its futility. They were hoisted onto the grand banner poles, cast down from the city walls by the Great Wall legions, as if they were mere flags. The first to be devoured was an elderly man clad in a brocade robe. 3 ferocious beasts, resembling wolves, leaped simultaneously sinking their fangs into his shoulder, abdomen, and thigh. With a sickening sound of flesh tearing, his body was gruesomely torn into 3 pieces. A middle-aged noble, suspended at the outermost edge, witnessed the horror and lost control of himself. Urine streamed down his luxurious silk trousers, mingling with the blood that dripped onto the heads of the beasts. This only served to incite their ferocity. A serpent-like creature expelled its forked tongue, coiling around and devouring large chunks of his flesh. Whoa, dear daughter. Vengeance has been wrought for you by the great Qin. You may now rest in peace. An elderly woman collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Mother, did you see? These wretched beasts have become the prey for the feral creatures. A young boy, his eyes ablaze with anger, howled. Gradually, a chorus of sobs arose among the common folk of the Great Zhou. These people were once the subjects of Yogu Prefecture, having endured the brutalities of the nobles firsthand. When a list of migrations from the Great Zhou was announced, they were filled with terror, desperately pleading for the protection of the nobles of Yogu. They did not plead merely for their own survival, but rather for the safety of their young children and elderly parents. Their pleas were not in vain. Serving as servants in the nobles' mansions could exempt them from a migration to the frontiers. They were willing to live as slaves for life, hoping only to spare their families from a journey. The nobles indeed took them in, but only selected the most beautiful women and handsome boys. The women became mere playthings, while the boys were turned into objects of depravity. The other desperate supplicants were heartlessly cast out beyond the city walls. Do you think I was the end of it? No. Those stunning women and handsome boys, once exhausted by the whims of the nobles, would be discarded like refuse. As the migration deadline passed and the gates of the Great Zhou remained closed, these individuals were thrown from the towering city walls. The feral beasts gathered below, mouths agape, waiting like fledglings for their feed. Those who fell to their demise would suffer the least painful end, and the nobles atop the walls reveled in this spectacle. The atrocities committed by these individuals are utterly abhorrent. I remember that rainy day, an old man trembled all over. They had thrown down a dozen young girls, and children. One girl still clung to life, crawling several paces among the beasts before the crowd erupted into heart-wrenching wails. Some knelt and vomited, while others beat their chests in despair. These memories are too painful to bear. Seeing the perpetrators finally face retribution has provided a long-awaited outlet for the pent-up grief and rage. As the closest prefecture to the Great Qin's realm, Yogu had long been thoroughly investigated by malefactors. When stacks of intelligence reports filled Meng Tian's desk, this usually composed general smashed his palm onto the table in frustration. He had initially been cautious not to implicate the innocent, wishing only to punish the most heinous of the nobility. Yet, after perusing these documents, he realized that in Yogu, finding even a single innocent soul was more challenging than climbing to the heavens. Among 10,000 nobles, it is rare to find one whose hands remain unstained by blood. Li Fuyao drew her sword and left with a cold expression. Initially, she deemed Meng Tian's methods excessively cruel, yet now she believed them to be far too lenient. She made her way directly to the execution platform, observing the nobles who had been deprived of their limbs, and coldly instructed the soldiers executing the sentence. Strike here. It will prolong his suffering for an additional 3 hours. After severing the limbs, sprinkle some flesh powder and bone dissolution powder. Do not fear the possibility of torturing them to death. Such agony will only attract ferocious beasts. The soldiers gazed in astonishment at this typically dignified princess of the Great Qin, noting the chilling glint in her eyes. Remember, there is no need to discuss humanity with these brutes. One noble, bound to the torture rack, widened his eyes in terror upon hearing her words. My lord, spare me. I can offer all my wealth. Li Fuyao let out a cold laugh, and personally seized a pouch of bone dissolution powder. Fools! Killing you merely transfers your wealth to the Great Qin. Relish this. It is the retribution you deserve. Meng Tian stood at a distance, observing the scene without intervening. He turned to Meng Yi and commanded, relay the orders to intensify the search efforts. Allow not a single one who has participated in the persecution of the common folk to escape. Chapter 71. The annihilation of the provincial governor's residence. Governor Shinran of Yogu Prefecture gazed at the pile of desperate pleas for help, his temples throbbing with irritation as he massaged them. These letters poured in from the esteemed families within the state, and in the past fortnight, over 100 influential figures had mysteriously vanished. Another 3 have gone missing? Shenri Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. Most of the disappeared were of low cultivation, none exceeding the Xuanwu realm, and the majority were elderly. The entire Yogu Prefecture was engulfed in a state of panic. Some conspiracy theorists even suggested that His Majesty, the Emperor of Zhou, intended to extend his policy of purging the lower classes to the nobility, categorizing the less capable among them as useless and sending them to the borders to feed the ferocious beasts. This notion caused an uproar among the prominent families, with 3 already dispatching representatives to the governor's residence demanding accountability. These matters had Shen Ruiyuan at his wit's end, leaving him with even less time to indulge his favored concubine. What on earth is happening? He had hoped to escape the tumult of the court by retreating to the frigid Yogu Prefecture, only to find the local calamities equally troublesome. Just as Shen Ruiyuan was overwhelmed with distress, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A servant rushed in, breathless with anxiety. "My lord." A man claiming to be a personal guard of Captain Fong Lin requests an audience. He says there is a situation at the border. The servant's alarmed expression suggested he was not fabricating the tale. A situation at the border? Heaven forbid he is about to tell me that the beast calamity has spread here. Shen Ruiyuan exclaimed angrily. Fong Lin, whom he had personally elevated, was only of mid-Xuanwu cultivation, yet he had always been meticulous and sought counsel before acting. Shen Ruiyuan had intended to recall him for greater responsibilities in a few years. But if the beast calamity truly had spread, he might have to place the blame squarely on Fong Lin's shoulders. Let it at once. Shen Ruiyuan gestured irritably. Soon, a raggedly dressed figure, resembling a commoner, was brought before him. Upon first sight, the flicker of disdain in Shen Ruiyuan's eyes vanished swiftly. Within the Zhou dynasty, the disdain of the nobility towards commoners was ingrained deeply. However, this individual was robust and muscular, and most importantly, possessed a cultivation level of the celestial realm. It was evident that this was a deliberate disguise. What transpired at the border? What folly has that fool Fong Lin committed? Shen Ruiyuan demanded sharply. The guard, trembling with fear, knelt and wept. My lord, the border has been breached by the Qin forces. General Fong has been slain by them. What? Shen Ruiyuan sprang to his feet, astonishment etched across his face. The oppressive aura of the earth martial realm erupted uncontrollably. Are you jesting with me? The Qin are mere bandits emerging from the caves. How could they possibly possess the strength to kill Fong Lin? The guard recalled the scene where Huo Qubing had vanquished Fong Lin, trembling as terror gripped him, his face betraying his horror. That youth clad in red and black armor. With a single strike, he killed General Fong. The general's head was hung at the city gate. Shen Ruiyuan's face flushed crimson, his narrowed eyes gleaming with a cold light. Continue. Fong Lin's personal guard trembled, his pupils quivering, and his expression was one of utter shock. The Qin soldiers had severed the limbs of the esteemed lords, coating them with pulverized flesh and bone powder, luring ferocious beasts to feast upon them from the city walls. The borderlands now echoed day and night with the anguished cries of the lords. These brutes, Shen Ruiyuan, unable to contain his fury, unleashed a formidable aura, causing the entire study to splinter under the violent surge of spiritual energy. Amidst the flying wood chips, he grasped the grim truth behind the recent disappearances of the powerful. It could only be that wretched Qin had clandestinely abducted them. Fong Lin's guard lay prostrate on the ground, quaking in fear. Shen Ruiyuan gritted his teeth and roared. The Qin have gone too far. I shall personally seek retribution. At that moment, the guard suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with terror. My lord, save me. Shen Ruiyuan furrowed his brows. He beheld the guard's skin turning a bright crimson, steam emanating from his body, as though he were being boiled alive. His lips rapidly darkened to a purplish hue, and black blood began to seep from his orifices. Clearly, he was succumbing to poison. Shen Yuan immediately channeled a pure stream of spiritual energy to save him, only to discover that the toxin had already penetrated to the marrow, dissolving his very organs. He could only darken his countenance, helplessly watching as the messenger gasped his last breath in excruciating agony. More horrifyingly, the corpse soon began to liquefy, ultimately transforming into a foul-smelling puddle of pus. Shen Yuan fixed his gaze upon the putrid mass on the floor, his expression darkening to an extreme. Such potent poison could only originate from a rare and fearsome toad-like beast, and the great Zhou had always kept their distance from such monsters. It was inconceivable that it could have been poisoned by their own. Thus, it must be the work of the Qin. One could easily deduce that the guard's disguise was riddled with flaws. How could the Qin fail to see through it? The Qin had deliberately sent the guard to relay a message to them. This was a blatant threat. Shen Yuan concluded that this was the Qin's warning to him not to act rashly. They have gone too far. They have gone too far. Shen Yuan trembled with rage, feeling as though his lungs were about to burst. He abruptly turned, bellowing at his attendants, immediately muster the troops and march against the Qin. But my lord, his majesty has ordered us not to. That is my concern. You need only execute my command. Shen Yuan interrupted furiously. The attendant bowed his head in acquiescence, though a flicker of something unusual gleamed in his eyes. Once Shen Yuan stormed out in a fit of rage. He promptly summoned his trusted confidant. Report this matter to the capital of Great Zhou. After Shen Yuan had departed with his army for half a day, a contingent of 800 men reached a nearby hillside. These 800 moved like phantoms, uttering not a sound. In the dim environment, only 800 pairs of eyes glowed like torches. Huo Qubing, leading the 800 cavalry, arrived at the lord's residence soon after Shen Yuan's departure. Along the way, they had swept through more than 10 noble estates like a tempest. Each time, they struck with thunderous force, and after the iron cavalry charged through, they departed swiftly, leaving chaos behind for the subsequent Great Wall legions to manage. Those fortunate enough to have escaped the iron hose of the cavalry will soon realize that their misfortunes have only just begun. Awaiting them is a fate where they will be hoisted upon a flagpole by the Great Wall Legion, serving as live bait to lure ferocious beasts. Compared to being swiftly dispatched by the 800 cavalrymen, this slow and agonizing demise is the most brutal punishment for these malevolent aristocrats. Along the way, the 800 cavalrymen bore witness to the extravagant lifestyles of the nobility. It is difficult to fathom that the common folk beyond the borders lack even decent sustenance, while the pets of the elite are indulged with unimaginable delicacies. The impoverished citizens are left shivering in rags, using silk made from the frost spirit silkworm to wipe their dog's drool, discarding it afterwards. The most beautiful women among the lower classes are selected to serve as mere playthings. Yet, these women kneel in gratitude, for in their eyes, serving as maids in the noble households is a fate 100 times better than languishing for death beyond the borders. The stench of wine and meat fills the manor, while the roads are strewn with the bones of the frozen dead. Huo Qubing gazed at the brightly lit governor's mansion, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Zhao Ponu stepped forward quietly, awaiting orders in silence. Huo Qubing had commanded everyone to remain silent before the battle, with many cavalrymen resorting to severing their own tongues. After all, once the war concluded, a few medicinal pills would ensure their regrowth. A bloodthirsty killing intent flickered in Huo Qubing's fiery gaze. He slowly raised his right hand, making a decisive gesture across his throat. The 800 cavalrymen trembled with excitement, silently grinning to reveal their blood-stained teeth. Their fingers tightened around their weapons, knuckles turning white, eyes gleaming with a savage ferocity. No words were necessary. Everyone comprehended the meaning of this military command. No mercy. Not a single soul would remain alive within the governor's mansion tonight. Boom! The sound roared like thunder. The people of the Shin household were puzzled. How could this cloudless night suddenly be pierced by the sound of thunder? However, mere moments later, their pupils constricted, and color drained from their faces. Not far away, 800 figures surged forth like bolts of black and crimson lightning, carrying an overwhelming aura of death as they charged towards the Shin mansion. The palpable aura of danger sent shivers down their spines. As the word attack hung unuttered, Zhao Ponu's spear had already pierced his throat. With a flick, the head soared high into the air. Boom! The 800 black and crimson flashes struck the Shun mansion. Their formidable charge shattered the gates to smithereens, the heavy vermilion doors splintering like paper. At the forefront, Huo Qubing swept his spear, instantly severing 3 advancing guards in half, their entrails spilling across the ground. The 800 cavalrymen surged through like tigers among sheep, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Just as a steward attempted to ignite a signal fire, he was simultaneously pinned to the wall by 3 long spears. In the blink of an eye, the entire Shin mansion had descended into a sea of blood. The blazing flames illuminated the Shun mansion as brightly as day. With Huo Qubing gripping the hair of the lady of the house, dragging her forward with deliberate slowness. This once resplendent and elegant woman now bore a visage marred by blood, her splendid brocade robe torn and tattered upon the ground. Huo Qubing walked with an impassive expression, and whenever the woman's complexion shifted subtly and her gaze flickered, he would unhesitatingly unleash a sharp beam of sword light. The sword energy surged forth, mercilessly striking down the concealed family members of Shun, one by one. A youth, hiding behind a rockery, was cleaved in half by the sword's force, his upper body still crawling in terror. Several women, huddled together in a wardrobe, were severed along with the wardrobe itself. Why? The matriarch of the Shun family cried hoarsely. What enmity do we hold against you? The 800 cavalrymen executed their grim task in silence, their severed tongues rendering the slaughter even more eerie and horrifying. Only the dull thud of blades meeting flesh and the explosive crackle of flames consuming structures echoed through the night. Huo Qubing grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. Who decrees that one cannot slay without enmity? Today, I shall eradicate your entire clan. What justification is needed? With that, he released his grip, and in a flash of sword light, he cleaved the matriarch of the Shun family in 2. Chapter 72. Shan was bewildered in the depths of the imperial capital of the Great Zhou. The emperor perused the documents in his hand, with a confidential letter from the Yogu prefecture resting on the table before him. However, this emperor displayed no signs of fury over the contents of the letter. Indeed, it barely piqued his interest. He appeared utterly indifferent, his expression as placid as water, not even a single brow furrowing in concern. It was as though the matters of the Qin invasion, the breach of the border defenses, and Shun Ruin's unilateral military actions were nothing more than trivial gossip. Every few centuries, such events would recur. This time, however, it was intriguing, not an internal rebellion, but rather an emergence from the celestial realms. The emperor's gaze was profound, as if he had witnessed such upheavals countless times before. Your Majesty, the elderly eunuch standing by hesitated to speak. The emperor waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to withdraw. Alone in the grand hall, the emperor's sigh echoed softly. Would it not be better to simply play the role of sustenance? Meanwhile, Meng Tian stood resolutely atop the city walls, surveying the newly acquired territory with a steady gaze. He ordered his troops to reinforce the defenses and construct fortifications, while dispatching small squads to gradually advance into the heart of Yogu Prefecture. Every movement was meticulously calculated, ensuring that each inch of land seized was immediately fortified. He relayed orders to the camps: no reckless advances. Each strategic position must be secured before further progress could be made. Violators would face military consequences. Meng Tian instructed Meng Yi. Although proud, he was not arrogant. He understood that while the defenders of Yogu Prefecture were weak, the vastness of the territory posed risks. Overreaching could lead to stretched lines and dispersed forces. Thus, he adopted a strategy of gradual encroachment, steadily expanding his control. When news arrived of Shan Ruin personally leading his army, Meng Tian remained unperturbed. Everything continued as planned, with silent preparations underway. He noticed that Li Fuyao had left the military camp, yet chose not to send anyone in search of her. The princess had her own reasons for her actions. Soon, Li Fuyao returned, bringing someone with her. Meng Tian was taken aback upon seeing them. The following day, Zhang Liang arrived directly at the foot of the city walls with his army. He galloped forth, disregarding the cities occupied by the Great Wall forces along his route. In his eyes, the immediate priority was to reclaim the borders and rescue the captured nobles. As for the Qin soldiers occupying the cities, he considered them mere fish in a barrel, easily dispatched upon his victorious return. Upon reaching the city walls, Zhang Liang beheld the great Zhou nobles bound to flagpoles, being taunted like bait by the Qin soldiers. Rage surged within him, and he unleashed his martial prowess, leaping toward the walls, shouting, "How dare the Qin scoundrels insult the great Zhou? Death to the Qin thieves!" His fury ignited a surge of morale among the great Zhou soldiers, who cheered excitedly. "The governor is mighty! The governor is mighty!" As Zhang Liang approached the border walls, his pace suddenly halted. He beheld a resolute and formidable middle-aged general, who respectfully followed behind a figure. Beside that man stood a woman of unparalleled beauty. The enchanting lady pointed towards the approaching Zhang Liang, exclaiming, "Second brother, it is he." Li Taicang raised his gaze to the fifth realm of Earth Marshal Zhang Liang, nodding with keen interest. Indeed, the fifth realm of Earth Marshal is not something you can contend with. Li Fuyao was acutely aware of their inability to confront the fifth realm of Earth Marshal. Thus, he retreated within the confines of Hanggu Pass to summon their elders. Zhang Liang's form abruptly halted in midair, an unprecedented sense of peril enveloping him. For reasons unknown, despite the noble figure merely emanating an aura of the Xuanwu realm, he felt an instinctive dread that taking even a single step forward would lead to his demise. He glared at Li Taicang, demanding with a fierce tone, "Are you the Qin emperor? Why do you seek to invade my great Zhou?" Li Taicang regarded Zhang Liang with indifference, as if observing an insignificant insect. When he spoke, his voice, though calm, resonated with an undeniable authority. "The great Zhou has lost its virtue. The great Qin shall take its place." Zhang Liang was instantly incensed. "Such audacity! I am occupied with state affairs and have no time to indulge you. Perish." Although Zhang Liang occupied the air above, and Li Taicang stood upon the city wall, all present felt as though Li Taicang loomed over Zhang Liang with a commanding presence. In the next moment, the world itself changed. Chapter 73. The duty of a general. Li Taicang unleashed a single sword strike, a solitary thrust. The blade shimmered like lightning, arriving in an instant. Zhang Liang scarcely had time to react before he found himself immobilized by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the emperor and the celestial sovereign within that sword light. With a sickening sound, a grievous wound, deep enough to reveal bone, erupted from Zhang Liang's chest, blood gushing forth. Remarkably, Li Taicang had only exerted 70% of his strength. Had he unleashed his full might, Zhang Liang would have been cleaved in twain. The reason for sparing Zhang Liang's life was due to Meng Tian's recognition of his potential utility. "Meng Qing, I entrust Zhang Liang to your management. I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave." With the Taya sword sheathed, Li Taicang spoke with a calm demeanor. "Your humble servant bids farewell to your majesty," Meng Tian replied, kneeling on one knee, expressing his respect. Li Taicang nodded slightly. He understood Meng Tian's character. This steadfast general would never act as recklessly as Huo Qubing in his presence. This was Meng Tian's nature and a testament to his commitment as a commander. Yet, before departing, Li Taicang could not help but issue a caution. "Take care. Should you encounter formidable foes, immediately send word to me. If it were not for Fuyao seeking me out, would you still intend to confront the Earth Martial Realm adversaries alone?" The reproach in Li Taicang's tone was unmistakable. However, Meng Tian's expression remained resolute as he replied earnestly, "Since ancient times, it has only been the loyal subjects that rescue their sovereign. Where's the emperor who saves his subjects?" Li Taicang furrowed his brow tightly. "It has occurred in my reign. Fuyao, do not return just yet. Remain here. Should any Earth Martial Realm stronghold approach, seek me at once." "Understood, second brother," Li Fuyao replied obediently. Li Taicang shook his head, refraining from further words. He was all too familiar with Meng Tian's obstinate nature. Rather than waste breath, it was better to depart directly. Li Fuyao approached Meng Tian and softly remarked, "General, although my brother speaks sternly, he holds you in high regard." Meng Tian's countenance grew solemn. This humble servant understands. Because of this, I cannot rely on His Majesty for everything. As a general, it is my duty to alleviate the burdens of the sovereign, not to add to them. After Li Taicang's departure, Shen Riyuan was brought before Meng Tian. The former governor of Yogu Prefecture had his cultivation sealed, his hands bound tightly with specially crafted iron chains. Two personal guards gripped his shoulders, preparing to kick his knees. "Kneel!" One of the guards barked. Shen Riyuan snorted disdainfully. Standing tall. In Yogu Prefecture, we have only governors who face execution, not those who kneel. The guard's faces hardened, ready to strike his knees. But Meng Tian raised a hand to halt them. "General Shen, why must you be so obstinate?" Meng Tian's voice was steady. "If you submit to our great Qin, you can still be the lord of Yogu Prefecture." Shen Riyuan scoffed repeatedly. "Submit to great Qin? I was born a Zhou man and shall die a Zhou ghost. You may kill or mutilate me as you wish, but be swift in my execution." Meng Tian continued to reason calmly. "By yielding to great Qin, you will still enjoy wealth and honor, and your family will continue to live their current lives." "Threatening my family?" A glint of cold fury flashed in Shen Riyuan's eyes, quickly followed by a dawning realization. "I understand. You intend to use me as a springboard to launch an assault on the other great states, do you not?" He struggled to straighten his posture, his voice hoarse yet laced with derision. "As the governors of each state surrender, the morale of the great Zhou will undoubtedly waver. If your Qin dynasty can seize control of the state governors, you will be able to conquer the entirety of the great Zhou without shedding a drop of blood." Meng Tian's countenance darkened, and he refrained from countering. The atmosphere within the tent grew tense. Although Shen Riyuan had been captured, his insight was indeed remarkable. He had accurately discerned Meng Tian's strategy to use the state governors as bait to dismantle the defenses of the great Zhou. "It seems my assumptions were correct." Shen Riyuan scoffed. "Unfortunately, you have miscalculated. While I, Shen Riyuan, may be fearful of death, I shall never become a traitor to my nation." Meng Tian replied. "And your son?" Shen Riyuan clenched his jaw, forcing himself to speak. "I warn you, do not think you can use my family to threaten me. Shen Riyuan." Despite his words, a flicker of panic in his eyes betrayed the fear within his heart. Meng Tian silently mocked him. Clearly, Shen Riyuan was a blusterer lacking true resolve. At that moment, a sinister figure stealthily entered the tent, presenting a confidential report to Meng Tian before swiftly departing. Meng Tian unfurled the report, his brow furrowing ever deeper, the fury in his eyes nearly boiling over. He glanced up at the obstinate Shen Riyuan, a hint of pity evident in his gaze. Shen Riyuan was taken aback by this look. "What is it? What has happened?" Meng Tian, disappointment etched on his face, gestured dismissively to his companion Meng Yi. "Drag him out, sever his limbs, and douse them with spices to attract the ferocious beasts from the mountains for the glory of our Qin. Thus, he may hold some value after all." "What?" Shen Riyuan's face went pale with shock, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in Meng Tian's demeanor. A foreboding sense of dread washed over him. "What has transpired? Speak, quickly. Is it my family that has come to harm?" Yet Meng Tian, unwilling to waste further words, turned his back on him. Shen Riyuan was forcibly dragged outside by two guards, struggling wildly, his voice hoarse. "Tell me, what has happened to my wife and children?" "Meng Tian, speak to me." As Shen Riyuan's cries gradually faded, Meng Yi returned, perplexed. "General, what on earth has happened?" Meng Tian's face contorted with rage, veins bulging as he thrust the report into Meng Yi's hands. "Read it for yourself." Meng Yi took the report and saw the words clearly written within. Huo Qubing led 800 cavalry to slaughter the Shun family, leaving no survivors. Their residence was set ablaze, not a single soul escaped. Meng Yi stayed in shock. This wasn't General Huo previously tasked only with charging into battle, leaving us to deal with the aftermath? How could this happen? I had intended to use Shun's family as leverage to compel Shen Riyuan to submit. But who could have predicted that Huo Qubing would unleash such lethal fury? Even leaving one of Shen Riyuan's sons would have sufficed. Zhang Liang has such a deep-seated grudge against our Qin. He cannot be allowed to live. It is better to eliminate him sooner rather than later to avoid further complications. Meng Yi reassured him. There is no need for the general to be overly concerned. The armies of various states are utterly powerless. Even in the absence of Zhang Liang as a pivot, we would still be able to capture the territory with ease. As the vice commander of the Great Wall Legion, Meng Yi possesses both this confidence and capability. Meng Tian shook his head and spoke gravely. You do not understand. Extracting the last vestige of value from Zhang Liang could significantly reduce the casualties of our Qin soldiers, even if it means saving just one life. It is worth our effort. He rose and walked to the entrance of the tent, gazing at Zhang Liang, who was being executed in the distance. We only need to utter a few words to preserve the lives of our comrades. What could be more worthwhile? Meng Yi stood beside him, his eyes ablaze as he regarded his elder brother. In his eyes, Meng Tian was not merely an invincible general, but also the elder brother he would follow for a lifetime. Brother, I finally comprehend why His Majesty holds you in such high esteem. Meng Tian turned his head, a rare gentleness gracing his steadfast visage. It is merely the duty of a commander. Remember, Meng Yi, a true general does not prove his worth through slaughter. Our mission is to safeguard our homeland, protect our people, and above all, defend every soldier who follows us. Chapter 74. Awaiting the reckoning, Li Taicang's desk was piled high with petitions awaiting his review, and the daily influx of administrative duties surged like an unrelenting tide. Li Taicang, along with Zhuge Liang and Xiang Yu, who resided within the confines of the Great Qin's celestial cave, were perpetually ensnared in their relentless tasks. As the borders of the Great Zhou continued to succumb, the number of refugees pouring into Hangu Pass increased with each passing day. The once grand Hangu Pass had undergone 3 expansions. It still could not accommodate the incessant flow of humanity. Fortunately, after conquering Yogu Prefecture, they secured vast tracts of land to shelter the refugees. The most pressing issue, however, was the matter of sustenance. The Great Qin's celestial cave lacked sufficient provisions to support the multitude of Great Zhou refugees. Li Taicang could not allow the needs of these new Qin inhabitants to come at the expense of the sustenance of the old Qin citizens. Thus, in a state of desperation, he issued a decree to capture 100,000 ferocious beasts from the mountains, utilizing their flesh and blood as the primary source of nourishment for the Great Zhou refugees. Simultaneously, Li Taicang commanded the recruitment of soldiers from among these refugees to form a new army. The vastness of the Great Zhou required more than the current forces of the Qin to conquer and maintain control. Moreover, a lengthy border needed soldiers to fend off the impending beast tides. Therefore, the formation of this new army was of utmost urgency. The resources of Great Qin would not sustain the unproductive. Li Taicang also required these refugees to aid him in his military endeavors. Soon, the Great Qin army commenced large-scale hunts for the ferocious beasts. Elite squads of soldiers ventured deep into the foothills of the mountains, returning with the slain beasts to serve as provisions for the newly allied populace. Under the relentless efforts of the Great Qin's soldiers, the beasts near the border were nearly exterminated. Faced with the dearth of beasts at the mountain's edge, the Great Qin adopted more aggressive tactics. Several influential figures from Great Zhou were dispatched from the border where Meng Tian was stationed. After being coated with a specially formulated spice, they were suspended at the entrance of the mountains. The unique aroma of this spice successfully lured forth formidable beasts from their deep lairs. These beasts, colossal in size and possessing strength far exceeding that of the border's creatures, still met their fate at the hands of the well-trained Great Qin army. The Great Qin even established a specialized slaughter team for these beasts, primarily composed of members from the Jinyue. It was a matter of practicality, as their daily dealings with corpses rendered them adept in the art of handling both human and beast alike. The precise strokes of the Xiaochuan knife expertly peeled off the pristine hides, which were then fashioned into armor for the new army. The bones of the beasts required little preparation, serving as weapons for the recruits. The flesh of the beasts was meticulously divided and distributed among the newly affiliated citizens of Great Zhou. Initially, Li Taicang feared that such distribution might incite unrest, considering the sour and unpalatable nature of beast flesh, which also carried a sinister aura that could undermine one's vitality and accelerate decline. However, reality defied his expectations. Long live His Majesty, the Qin Emperor. Countless citizens knelt towards the highest palace at Hangu Pass, tears glistening in their eyes. For them, the flesh of these beasts was a divine delicacy. Before the arrival of the Great Qin, they had subsisted on the foul blood of beasts mixed with leaves and roots, a fare even livestock would shun. The elders, shedding tears as they chewed, had never anticipated that in their lifetime they would savor such succulent flesh. Even more astonishing was the fact that the malevolent energy within the meat of these ferocious beasts not only failed to harm them, but, in contrast, became a catalyst for their cultivation. Many experienced significant advancements in their abilities after consumption, with some even breaking through their bottlenecks on the spot. These refugees, who had long dwelled on the fringes of the 10,000 Great Mountains, exhibited an incredible adaptability, managing to digest the malevolent energy contained within the beast's flesh. It is noteworthy that even elite soldiers of the Great Qin, at the spirit martial realm, required several hours to dispel the malevolent energy after consuming the beast meat. In stark contrast, these commoners of the Great Zhou, with cultivation levels typically only at the profound sea realm or master realm, merely suffered brief abdominal discomfort, recovering swiftly after a bout of diarrhea. Remarkably, some even experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation levels after assimilating this malevolent energy. Furthermore, their pace of cultivation surpassed that of ordinary individuals by over 30%. No wonder these people, employing the most rudimentary techniques and lacking any conducive training environment, could reach the heights of Grand Master and Celestial levels. Li Taicang gazed at these reports with a sigh. Indeed, the adaptability and endurance of humanity are beyond imagination. Yet, amidst these qualities, how many truly care to recognize the suffering endured by humankind? A copious supply of beastly blood and flesh was distributed. For these new Qin people, the 10,000 Great Mountains represented a natural, boundless granary. Gradually, an unprecedented sentiment began to spread among the new Qin populace. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they spontaneously gathered, vociferously proclaiming their desire to follow the Great Qin army back to the Great Zhou. Let us march to the capital. Overthrow the Zhou Emperor. We seek vengeance. We demand justice for our departed loved ones. His Majesty the Qin Emperor is the one true sovereign of a realm. The clamorous cries of countless individuals reverberated through the air, the scene teetering on the brink of chaos. Had it not been for Li Taicang's timely dispatch of envoys to pacify the agitated crowd, these fervent new Qin citizens might have indeed mobilized an army, recklessly charging towards the borders of the Great Zhou. Your Majesty, the hearts of the people can be harnessed, Zhuge Liang remarked, gently fanning himself, his eyes gleaming with insight. Li Taicang stood atop the city walls, observing the impassioned throngs of new Qin citizens below, a complex emotion flickering across his brow. He turned to Zhuge Liang beside him and inquired, Chancellor, how does the Zhou Emperor govern the realm? His gaze swept over those grateful new Qin citizens, his voice low and contemplative. Simply providing these common folk with the most basic sustenance can inspire such loyalty. If this sentiment is skillfully employed, what fear should we harbor of the ferocious beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains? This is evidently an inexhaustible natural granary. Zhuge Liang, gently fanning himself, though appearing somewhat fatigued, possessed eyes that sparkled with wisdom. He smiled faintly. Why must your Majesty test your humble minister? Have you not already discerned the truth? Li Taicang's kuntanansa darkanatavrupli. He rose, gazing into the distance at the endless, dark mountain ranges. The primordial forest shrouding the 10,000 Great Mountains resembled a colossal serpent, tightly coiling around the entire territory of the Great Zhou. As far as the eye could see, it seemed this world consisted solely of the Great Zhou and the 10,000 Great Mountains. Li Taicang's voice was as frigid as ice. He confined the human race, treating them as mere livestock. Truly, this world is intriguing. His fingers involuntarily tightened, knuckles turning pale. In the distance, amidst the shadows of the 10,000 great mountains, the faint glimmer of ferocious beasts' crimson eyes could be discerned. These ferocious creatures, along with the lofty Emperor Zhou, seemed to play their respective roles within this vast prison. Thunderous roars. The Valley of Shadows has officially been incorporated into the vast realm of the Great Qin. A magnificent aura ascends to the heavens. The supreme celestial dragon devours and nourishes. Li Taicang's realm has ascended to the 6th level of the Xuanwu. Through shared experiences, the cultivation of the Great Qin's ministers has once again advanced. Just wait and see. Chapter 75. Who truly is the Reaper? Under the shared experience, the soldiers of the Great Qin collectively broke through. Their might surged exponentially. The elite warriors of the Great Qin underwent a transformation, becoming an unstoppable force. Led by Huo Qubing, the 800 cavalry swept across the lands of the Great Zhou like a tempest. Each rider of this elite cavalry experienced a remarkable enhancement in their prowess, rendering them an overwhelming force in battle. Huo Qubing grew stronger with each engagement. More importantly, after each conquest, Huo Qubing and his troops seemed to vanish from the territories of the Great Zhou, only to reappear once again when another city had succumbed. They moved like the wind, and wherever they passed, the enemy forces crumbled in terror. The Great Wall Legion steadily consolidated their gains, meticulously securing the cities captured by Huo Qubing. The two regional governors of the Great Zhou, both at the Earth Martial Realm, met their demise under the relentless assault from the 4 divine guardians of the Great Qin and Huo Qubing. The dual halberds of Dianwei, the heavy hammer of Su Chu, the long spear of Wei Qi Jingde, and the twin maces of Qin Shubao, combined with Huo Qubing's elusive spear techniques, directly crossed borders to annihilate the 2 regional governors. In the Great Qin, it was not solely the emperor who could wage war beyond borders. Who among them was not a prodigy? In less than a month, 2 more of the Great Zhou's major regions fell. The Great Qin now occupied 3 states of the Great Zhou. The vast fortune derived from expanding territories propelled Li Taicang's cultivation to unprecedented heights. Nourished by the supreme celestial dragon, Li Taicang ascended to the 9th layer of the Xuanwu realm, standing just a hair's breadth away from the Earth Martial realm. Meanwhile, through shared experience, Gao Lishur and Sun Yu reached the 4th layer of the Xuanwu realm, while Mao Chong ascended to the 5th layer. Huo Qubing, Meng Tian, and the 4 divine guardians of the Great Qin all attained the 6th layer of the Xuanwu realm. Yuan Tiangang and Zhuge Liang reached the 7th layer. The summoned warriors nearly all attained the spirit martial realm, with several gifted individuals reaching the yellow martial realm. This illustrates the terrifying power of the experience-sharing feature. Every advancement Li Taicang made propelled the entire strength of the Great Qin forward. The Great Qin grew stronger with each battle, its might snowballing in magnitude. The Great Zhou consisted of 36 states, and beyond his borders lay the boundless expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. To what extent would the strength of the Great Qin grow by then? The 10,000 Great Mountains had also settled considerably. Even if the soldiers of the Great Qin adorned the influential figures with spices and hung them in the most conspicuous places along the borders, it proved difficult to lure forth more ferocious beasts.